in the news the last few days. It sounds like Rob Manfred and team are looking to be somewhat trailblazers as they look to start the season sooner rather than later. Hopefully, we're all big baseball nuts here on MLB Bot Ball. And we've heard a few different provisions. We've heard the Phoenix, Arizona, Scottsdale model. We know that the density of spring training stadiums could allow for baseball to begin on time. We heard today, breaking news, that MLB is willing to be some of the first to take the antibodies to be able to bring baseball back to America. Paul, your thoughts. You're a baseball nut. Your career thrives on baseball being back. Are you okay with us bringing this thing back without real fans in attendance?
No, not really. And I hate to be pessimistic because I really want baseball back. As you mentioned, it is my livelihood as a writer, podcaster over at Fangraphs. And I look forward literally all winter to getting baseball back. And so, you know, it's super bummer to not have it. But at the same time, being realistic and understanding what we're dealing with on the larger scale has me believing that these ideas that they're setting up, and particularly with the timelines that they're looking at, it just doesn't seem feasible. And I just don't think, I truly am skeptical that we're going to get baseball this year at all. I'm just not sure how it would work. I'm not sure that, you know, games of fanless stands is something that people really want. I mean, I know things are getting back on board overseas in Asia with games, but those are also places that you know, we're able to contain things a bit better with regards to COVID-19 and not have things maybe break out so wide scale. So I think the problem is, you know, what if we set up all these plans, we get everything going, and one player gets it? Does that shut the entire thing down? You know, where do you go from there? So I think I want to be optimistic. I just can't get myself to be, though, because I don't want to have the disappointment of thinking that something's going to come back when I don't truly believe that it's going to.
Yeah, and, you know, I know you're bringing MLB to the fans as much as you can. We mentioned that you're a big Twitch guy as we get the rosters finalized here for Yankees Rangers coming up in just a few minutes, but maybe talk a little bit about what you've been doing to kind of bring whatever entertainment you can to your baseball community over the past few weeks.
So yeah, I stream on Twitch regularly and really enjoy doing it. And so we've been playing a lot of MLB The Show. I'm a big Diamond Dynasty guy, which is the online mode where you're playing against other people in different forms. There's different modes in there. I'm not going to, you know, go detail by detail of every single one, but it's been a lot of fun. The community's popping. They're running a players tournament. I don't know if you guys have talked about that at all on the channel here, about how they're running a players tournament. Each MLB team is represented by somebody, and they're playing these 3-inning games, 4 a night from several different players. It's been a lot of fun to watch that. And we're also playing Out of the Park Baseball, OOTP, as you folks may have heard it called. And that's a simulator. That's kind of more replicating the fantasy baseball aspect of things. And so virtual baseball has filled in the gap. Obviously, I would love real baseball to be back, but at least it's something. And the community's actually been popping off with it. So it's been awesome to do.
Yeah, and thank you for what you do. And thank you for everybody that is tuning in live on Twitch. You can follow us at MLB Bot Ball. We're taking all donations. You'll be able to see it at the bottom of your screen. We're sending them to Meals on Wheels of America, and we're happy to be joined by Paul Sporer as we get ready for Yankees Rangers live next. I'm happy to be joined by Paul Sporer. We've been talking baseball. We've been talking about how we bring baseball back to America, and we're excited to be live here in Texas as the first place Yankees play a 7-10 Texas Rangers ball club that is off to a fairly good start. A Rangers club that is having a bit more optimism from the fan base than typically we're used to, and we'll have Kyle Gibson on the mound tonight, a free agent signing, 2-0, a 1.13 ERA as Kyle faces his third start on the year, and Aaron Boone continues to experiment with the Yankees lineup as Gio Urshela is up at the dish. Gio Waste no time, Paul. First pitch swinging, base hit.
No surprise there. I mean, this is a guy who he's not going to strike out a whole lot. He's not going to walk a whole lot. He's up there to hit. And hit he did last year. He was a breakout candidate for them. The team that dealt with so many injuries the Yankees did. Urshela was a big part of filling in those gaps. And he had a fantastic season. That's one of the big bummers, I think, of this season is not seeing what he was able to do for a follow-up.
And Yankee fans obviously talk about Urshela and how they get him at bats, how they get that glove in the field, and they also talk about the gentleman that's up at the dish now, Miguel Andujar, looks at a strike, 0-1 from Gibson.
Andujar's a guy who's going to come back and kind of create a little bit of a pinch as far as playing time goes, because he's a bat that was too good in 18. You got to get back in there, but where's he play? Especially with Luke Voigt there and the other DH types that they have.
Gibson deals outside 2-1, and that's a good problem to have, as Aaron Boone has some depth on this team. And we talked about guys like Mike Ford and Tachman on the scene, but this is a guy in Andujar that, Paul, teams were looking at for the last couple of years, and Brian Cashman refuses to deal this guy.
And that's understandable, because you don't want to get rid of a guy like this who has such a big bat. And the one thing that he needs to fix is defense. His defense is abhorrently bad, but that's one thing you can fix just on practice alone. As he draws a walk there, something he rarely does. He's usually up there to hit a lot as well.
And we've talked about this Ranger pitching on Jackie Robinson Day, as you see Gibson breaking ball down and too low. 2 men on early for a Yankee team that you don't necessarily want to put too many on base. And Paul, how about this guy? He's become beloved in the Bronx. DJ LeMahieu, not shy of hitting the baseball in Colorado, but he really came onto the scene last year in New York, as he looks at pitch one and fly, hits the ball, base hit into shallow right field, and that's going to load the bases. The Yankees are aggressive tonight, Paul.
He goes out and gets that one out of the zone after a 4-pitch walk to Andujar. Doinks it into right field for a base hit. LeMahieu puts a further nail in the coffin of the idea that Coors makes hitters. You still have to be a good hitter. He had his best season yet last year, and he's following it up brilliantly. And now you get Aaron Judge with bases loaded, nobody out. Kyle Gibson's in some very big trouble here.
Gibson, bases juiced, nobody out. Gibson deals high, 1-0. And speaking of Aaron Judge as a baseball guy, you talk about some of these big celebrities, these big stars in New York. Of course, we saw Pete Alonso emerge onto the scene last year. We've seen Aaron Judge emerge onto the scene. Paul, as you think about these big MLB players in the New York landscape, who do you got your eye on the most?
Well, it is somebody like a Luke Voigt, who I think could actually really take over and be a monster there. I don't think he's in the lineup today with both Urshela and Andujar playing. But this is a guy who has 40 homer power. He needs to stay healthy. He needs to get the playing time. They've got such a star-studded team. I think the stars who are there and established really embrace the New York lifestyle there. Gleyber obviously on the come up, the whole age 22 thing last year. But I'm really excited to see who's kind of next there, and I do think it could be somebody like Luke Voigt.
Judge swings at 3-1. We go to 3-2, and Brian Cashman, just another brilliant trade. He basically got Luke Voigt for a bag of baseballs from the St. Louis Cardinals.
Well, Giovanni Gallegos wasn't that deal, so in fairness, they are getting a little something there. But Chasen Shreve was actually, and he walks in a run. Chasen Shreve was actually the ticket there. And Gallegos was kind of a fill-in piece who ended up being the better piece.
That's why it's good to have you. You can dish some crow-worthy takes when our baseball acumen doesn't necessarily match yours. But you're right. At the time, Cashman looked like he stole that one. But there was some good prospects in that deal. And I'm going to crown Cashman again here, though, because getting Gleyber Torres during that Cubs run. Now, Cubs fans will tell you, as Kyle Gibson really struggles here, and Gleyber hits the ball, it looks like it'll be just foul.
Yeah.
Gleyber off career-wise on Gibson. Struggled so far against the righty. Of course, Gleyber Torres came over, top prospect from the Cubs. Aroldis Chapman in the deal as Gleyber swings 0-2. And if you're a Cubs fan, I mean, how do you evaluate that? You give up a top prospect, but you won a World Series.
They won. It doesn't matter. You can't complain. You can't complain once about it. And most Cubs fans that I run into are cognizant of that fact. And he goes chasing there for a strikeout. Huge out for Gibson. But most Cubs fans that I interact with say, who cares? Flags fly forever. We broke the curse. And frankly, you have to be that way, because if you're going to lament and carry on and cry about Torres being over there and Chapman going back, I don't have any sympathy for it. I don't want to hear it. As a Tigers fan, I'd give away some great player. We don't have a prospect like that to have won one of the 2 World Series that they made in that run. It was brutal to have such a good team for so long and never bring home the championship. So I wouldn't want to hear it from a single Cubs fan that wants to gripe about that. You won. That's the goal.
You called it. Flags fly forever as Giancarlo Stanton comes to the dish. Bases loaded. He is off to a good start in the MLB bat ball season. Batting .309. We've seen Stanton with some clutch hits already this season. A 2-0. Gibson deals 2-1.
Gibson can't seem to find the grip on his breaking balls. It seems most of them are going for balls right now, and he's going to have to lay in fastball or sinker, and it could be big trouble, particularly now at 3-1 against Stanton. Oh, Luke Voigt actually is in the lineup, so I wonder, is that Andujar at third, Urshela at second, and Voigt at first, or what's the setup?
We rushed into this one. I think Andujar might be playing DH with Giancarlo in left here tonight.
Oh yeah, they can have that's right, they can have Giancarlo and Judge on the corners there. He gets a strike there at 3-2, so he's going to force it full. Yeah, that makes sense. So then Voigt at first, Urshela at third. Okay.
And a big pitch here by Gibson. 1 out, 3-2 deals high. Walks in another one. And if you're Chris Woodward here, you got to just not your night for Kyle Gibson.
No, you got to get something going in the bullpen right now. A mound visit is necessary just to calm him down. Let him know, hey, if you can get out of this, 2 is not the end of the world. You're a ground ball away from getting out of this, too. You just need a ground ball for the easy double play. And then 2-0 is not great, but it's not the end of the world. Even at 22 pitches, which isn't crazy. It's once you get to that 30-plus pitch barrier that an inning is extra taxing.
And your boy Luke Voigt comes up to the dish, the free-swinging Luke Voigt that we 2 years ago, Voigt came onto the scene, quickly became a fan favorite in the Bronx as the Yankees went all the way to the ALCS last year, dealt with some injuries. Back this year, high expectations. As Voigt grounds the ball, it's going to be a base hit. 1 run will score. 2 runs on the way to the plate, and all of a sudden it is 4-0 Yankees, not Kyle Gibson's night.
And now it's trouble time. Now you have to get somebody up. You have to start to get those long relievers up and get somebody out there who can get you 3-4 innings before you're into the pen, or else you're going to tax this entire bullpen and really create problems, not just for this game, but beyond. And that's really where games like this can be taxing on a ball club, is the residual effect days later.
4-0 Yanks, Brett Gardner. We talked about it. Aaron Boone really experimenting with the depth of this lineup so far. We saw Gio Urshela batting leadoff here, and not often you see Brett Gardner this low in the lineup. The speedster lefty looks at an 0-1 from Gibson.
That just speaks to the depth of this lineup, though, is that Brett Gardner bats 8th, for crying out loud. So many teams would kill to put them in their 1 or 2 spot of their lineup, and they're batting him 8th without a problem. That's how insane this lineup is.
Gibson deals. What a play. 5-4. Not going to be enough for the speedy Gardner, but nonetheless, Todd Frazier, newly acquired. We'll talk about the bats in Texas, but a nice stab by Frazier to maybe save a couple of runs there, and Gibson with a chance, I hate to say, to get out of it, but certainly a big stab there by Frazier as he deals to Gary Sanchez 0-1.
At least get the tourniquet on this. Again, you look at that 30 pitch. Now, this has been a high-stress inning no matter how you slice it, but 30 pitches has been kind of that benchmark of that's a really, really taxing inning. He gets out of this here 4-0. Obviously, massive hill to climb, but could still maybe come out for another 2 to 3 innings after this, depending on if he can settle down.
And we thank all of our Twitch fans that are logging in, and send your questions. We'll take them on air, of course. You really respect MLB play-by-play and color guys in blowouts. We hope that we see something close here as Gibson throws a wild pitch. Chirinos throws it down to second. No runs score, but now second and third with a big chance by Sanchez. My point was, let's hope we don't have a blowout, because otherwise we'll be doing nothing but taking questions from our Twitch fans. Sanchez drives the ball. It's at the track.
Oh! I thought that was gone.
And Willie Calhoun, nice stab at the wall. Listen, it's early. We're through one. We're through a half. 4-0 Yankees.
Wow. I definitely thought that one was gone there. Willie Calhoun making a great play. Certainly not known for his defense kind of being hidden out there in left field. And hey, they keep it at 4. You know, that's really, really difficult. But Happ, as we talked early in the pregame, not having a great season himself, he gives up a couple runs here early, and all of a sudden they can feel like they're back into this. They don't have to get all 4 runs at once. It's a cliche thing to say, but it's also the truth. Just go up there, get your base hits, try to get a runner or 2 around now. Give Gibson something to kind of lean on when he goes back out there, especially if they're able to put 2 on the board.
This is one of those games that you should have bet the over. Saw the matchup
Immediately.
of J.A. and Kyle Gibson. Elvis Andrus, the long-term Texas Ranger, up at the dish. Of course, Andrus entering his 11th season, and that just makes me feel old as a fantasy player.
No, he has been around a while, and he keeps getting it done. I mean, Andrus is one of those guys who I think steals keep him relevant on the fantasy landscape, but he's been around for a good while, and yet even with that, he's still not old at age 30. It's like Starlin Castro, same exact type of vibe. They've both been around forever. It's because they came up at 20 years old, respectively. Both of them did. So they're the same age, and so they've been around for 11 seasons, and yet they're still not even old.
And Fangraphs projecting Elvis Andrus with 22 steals, to your point. Still very relevant for the shortstop in his 11th campaign. And we got some questions coming in on Twitch we'll get to here in just a second. It's J.A. Deals 2-2 fouled down the third baseline. Shout out to I2, I don't know how to say it, but Andrews growls to Urshela, not going to be a problem, over to Voigt, 1 out. Asks a question about middle relievers. If you had to choose Torres, Bichette, Bogarts, or Wander Franco, and we could look 10 years into the future, who you got?
Oof. Oh, LTW, 0303, yeah. Boy, that's a really tough one there. I mean, I have a hard time taking Franco there. I know he's the top prospect in the game, and respect to that, but he hasn't done anything. All 3 of those other guys have numbers on the board, with Glaber and Bogarts putting some big numbers already, and Bichette having a nice taste last year. I think I will go with the guy we're watching tonight in Glaber Torres. His defense is not necessarily exquisite at short, but it's good enough to hold. And then if he has to move to second base, down the line, that's fine. His bat is absolutely massive. So I'm gonna go with Torres there, as much as I like Bogarts.
And Paul, as J.A. deals 2-1 to Nick Solak, we might not get it in the opportunity, because you mentioned Nick Solak earlier in the game, to give you a chance to talk about the prospect in Texas. We'll get a little bit more on Nick Solak, and how often does it happen? The guy that makes the big catch the previous inning gets an opportunity at Willie Calhoun here.
I wonder if anybody's ever done a study of that. I mean, in the internet age, the way you can kind of query things, I wonder how many times, if anybody's ever done like a definitive piece of how often the guy who made a strong defensive play to end an inning comes up either first that next inning, or at least in the top 3 there.
Yeah, it's easy to just talk about it, but it does seem to be, as Calhoun
chasing there.
takes one inside.
Whoa!
And a dive by Gio.
Gio laying out there. The only reason he wasn't in position, of course, is the shift. The shift giveth and the shift taketh away, but still almost made the play there. And now Hap is a strike away from going 1-2-3 after the 4-run first. Obviously, that'd be massive as he looks to get on track here with his 5 ERA on the season.
Hap deals 1-2. Calhoun swinging down. Hap with a heck of a first inning. Go to the 4-0 Yanks.
And we talked at the outset that this lineup is definitely what carries them. That's going to be what carries them in a real season if indeed we get it. Their pitching is not their strength, but they're going to be able to add pitching as the season goes, either from something like a Domingo Germán return from suspension, Davy Garcia, one of their prospects, or leveraging their arsenal of prospects to pick up a pitcher via trade. This team is just so well stocked that, I mean, that's why they're an odds-on favorite to win the World Series.
Yeah, there's absolutely no question. Of course, we expect the return of guys like James Paxton not too far into, depending on when, if it happens.
He would be back. I mean, that's the thing. And it's like, obviously not something that you want to frame in a weird way, because we never want to minimize what's going on in the world. With regards to this pandemic, that's obviously first and foremost. We're not going to make that caveat every time. You guys understand that we're talking in the context of baseball, but this delayed start to a season that we have, if we have it, it would actually, like the Yankees, I mean, would again, it's a weird word to use, benefit from it.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Because of the injuries that they've had. Those guys were all expected to be out a month, maybe 6 weeks, and there's no chance we're playing within a month of 6 weeks of the season opener, and so they'll all be back, and this team was already fully loaded, and so to not even have to deal with those injuries would just be insane.
Andrews, Andujar, first pitch swinging it out, and a quick 2 outs here by Kyle Gibson, and you mentioned it. I mean, guys like Domingo, suspension. Guys like James Paxton, of course, the injury bug that continues to hit the likes of Judge and Andujar. You're right. A benefit would be the proper word as DJ LeMahieu comes to the dish. And first pitch swinging again. And a quick 1-2-3 by Kyle Gibson.
Massive. Not only getting the 1-2-3, but the expediency with which he did it now puts him in a position to get a few innings here. And even if they aren't able to win this game, but there's so much time left. And again, it's Jay Happ going right now. But that is absolutely massive for them to kind of get back into this. And we'll see if their bats can get going. They've got their 4, 5, 6 up, although their lineup has not been great. The numbers that we've been seeing from their first 3 guys, and of course their centerpiece here, Joey Gallo, have been struggling a bit. So they got to turn it around, and now would be as good a time as any.
Gallo certainly does not need much of an introduction. But also a guy that is not shy of swinging the bat as he looks at an 0-2 here to Hap. Gallo, a K percentage that can consistently sniffs 40% last year, 38.4%. Gallo certainly needs some patience here at the dish.
And at least he does have that. I mean, if he was this free of a swinger and didn't walk, that would be really terrifying. But it is interesting. And I'm a little bit suspect of his breakout from last year because a lot of it came on the back of beating up lefties in a small sample. He was still pretty much the same against right-handers. So I know people were looking at the numbers that he put up last year and kind of extrapolating his half season into a full season. I'm not sure he's grown that much as a hitter, though I'd love to see it. He's a remarkably exciting player.
And 3-2 foul ball, not going to be a problem for Gio. And yeah, you talked about a sexy 41 home run campaign, 2018 40 home runs, and of course last year in a half season you started to see the walks increase. You started to see the K percentage come down slightly, although not much, but the average went to 253 in a shortened sample size as Jose Trevino comes to the dish.
I believe this is their backup catcher. Although you mentioned,
well, I think you're right. I think I may have jumped the gun. Chirinos.
We might have assumed, and of course with the 42 jerseys, we don't know everyone who's starting. So yeah, it looks like he's getting the call today with Chirinos on the bench. But again, another bat. Now, this is something that always bothered me as a Tigers fan with Jim Leland. When the substitute comes in, he just puts him in the guy's spot. There's no way Jose Trevino should be batting fifth. Chirinos, sure, he's a nice power hitter, capable, but Trevino takes his spot, so he goes right into his batting spot. I don't think he should be batting fifth, but alas, here we are.
Yeah, and Trevino, as we look at the FanGraphs depth chart, listed as a clear minor leaguer out of camp. But of course, things can change, but not even listed on the catching depth chart. Nonetheless, Danny Santana comes to the dish. Santana off to a heck of a start. 15 hits so far on the campaign. His Hap deals 1-1.
He had a crazy season last year. He really kind of came out of nowhere to put up a massive campaign. He seemed to be one of those guys who leveraged the ball. Danny Santana what was a fantasy god with what he was able to do power and speed-wise at 28 homers, 21 steals. Free swinger, though, who doesn't take walks. This is the profile I was talking about earlier. 30% strikeouts, 5% walks. So I expect some pretty heavy regression from him.
Santana, 238 on the season, as Hap looks 2-2. Fouled back.
And I have a mechanical keyboard, so I apologize if that's loud when I'm typing up, looking for notes and whatnot. Just want to address that if anyone's annoyed by it.
Any haters out there, we'll put them to bed quickly. Hap deals outside 3-2. Danny Santana, of course, came over last season, spent some time in a few different organizations. You talked about it. Profiled to be, as Santana deals foul, that looks to possibly be playable as Gio makes a stab.
Wow.
And J.A. Happ, everybody.
Look at that. Nice play by Gio supporting his guy here, and 2 scoreless, quick innings there for Hap. He's really making this lead hold, and obviously they really only need 5 out of him. That's what they're looking for. Anything beyond that would be pure gravy. So they get 3 more innings. Of course, that's a long 3 innings. I don't want to write the story yet as if it's done, but he's off to a very nice start with this lead, pitching comfortably.
Aaron Judge, 271 to start the season. He's got to love MLB Bot Ball because he gets to play in the month of April.
Exactly.
Gibson deals 1-0 outside. Judge really working on that patience since his rookie campaign.
He's incredible. His ability to, his eye there, of course, teams are afraid of him, so it makes it a little bit easier to take the pitches that are nowhere near the zone. But Judge is just something else, and I would love if he could just find some help. If we could sprinkle some health dust on he and Stanton and just let them go off for a few years, that'd be great. But those big body types, man, it's hard for them to stay healthy for $162.
You can't help but see the swing and the torque on Aaron Judge and not just expect injuries. And, of course, he, like a Bryce Harper, plays defensive baseball. There is no way to throttle that down either.
No, because you don't want to play half speed or anything like that. And that's a great call out that he's an elite defender, not just capable for his size. He's elite for any size, and that's so impressive about Aaron Judge. And that's what we're being deprived. It's like you can't just hide him at DH. You're losing that great right field arm and defensive skill out there. He needs to be playing, and I just wish that he could stay healthy. But I am nervous about his future there. It's very similar to what we've seen with Stanton, where the injuries just kind of seem to strike them here and there.
Sure. And, of course, the Yankees will have some difficult decisions to make with some of these young prospects as contracts and arbitration grow. But nonetheless, the time is now for these Yankees to go out and win a title. Gleyber Torres 2-0 to Gibson, who's really settled down since that first. Deals to Gleyber outside 3-0, and maybe I'm just a jinx.
the old announcer jinx. I mean, it's hilarious. I do that to my on Twitch sometimes too. I'm like, oh, I haven't given up a homer yet. Next pitch, home run. It's clockwork.
Gleyber swinging 3-0 as the Yankees 4-0 here on the Rangers, and Glaber really broke out onto the scene last year for the Yankees. We talked about the youth in some of these players as Kyle Gibson walks Glaber, but Glaber Torres, of course, only in his 23 years old. Yeah, and last year, I mean, we saw home run power, 38 home. I don't know if anyone necessarily thought he had. Everyone knew he was a good hitter.
Sure.
But 38 home runs was just something.
Well, there are two factors working there. Of course, the ball certainly helped, and he's a great player, but he took advantage, and he beat the daylights out of Baltimore. And for those that point that out as if it's a negative, I would quickly counter with the fact that Baltimore's still in their division and still a terrible ball club. So I don't know that it's necessarily going to change. You would never put somebody down to have the kind of numbers against a single team that he did. They were almost historical in nature with 13 homers and a 15-12 OPS. But I don't see any major regression coming from Glaber Torres. He might not improve. He might just kind of hit a plateau for a couple of years. But the Yankees and Yankees fans would be perfectly happy if he was, quote unquote, just an 871 OPS for the next 2-3 years.
I'll take it. Stanton looks outside 2-2. And Stanton, good to see him at 309 and healthy here on the initial MLB ball season.
Stanton, another one, obviously very similar to Judge in terms of build and everything, that those small little issues just seem to get him. And it's not, I'm careful with the word injury prone because I know my guy Jeff Zimmerman over at Fangraphs has done studies that show that there isn't a lot to that. And some of his were unlucky, like getting hit in the face by Mike Fiers.
Sure.
But it is something about those big bodies that seem to, with the strength that they have, you worry that they break down more. But hopefully, again, just full seasons out of Stanton and Judge would be so fun to see because they're so electric.
3-2 by Gibson. A hanger, deep, left, track, get out of town. Giancarlo hits a bomb.
103 exit velo. This is what we're talking about. His 7th homer of the year. Gibson's day has got to be nearing an end now. He came back in the second, did well, but here in the third, 2 more runs, and I just don't know how much longer they can go with him unless they're just going to let him wear it and kind of save the bullpen. I'm unfamiliar with what the bullpen fatigue is like right now, but that'd be the only reason to keep him out there at this point would be to kind of save the pen and just let a veteran wear it, which is something that you have to do every once in a while.
And the young kids call it a hanger, Paul, but that thing was absolutely sitting in the zone. No shortage of power. Stanton just absolutely mashes that thing. And you called it. That will be the end of your boy Kyle Gibson as the Rangers make a move here. And we got a little bit of we're getting to see the Bronx Bombers in action tonight.
Yeah, we are. They're coming in as advertised, absolutely mashing the ball, but also being really patient. We've seen a few at-bats go where they've jumped out early, but all the walks that Kyle Gibson had really did him in. It's not necessarily that he was beating around the yard. That was the first home run. I think there was only one other extra base hit, so it was a lot of walks and little base hits that just kind of did him in, and they just couldn't stick with him any longer because when he came in the zone, they were starting to hit him, and that was a rare occasion anyway that he could even find the zone.
Luke Voigt, you mentioned you're optimistic about the season that Voigt could have, of course, cut short by injury and some struggles at the dishes. Voigt grounds the ball to third, and the second out here in the third.
Yeah, big fan of his. I mean, he mashes the ball right on a par with his teammates Judge and Stanton, and so he has that kind of transcendent home run power. Also matches the patience. Doesn't go up there hacking. So I really do think that a fully healthy season from Voigt could yield a massive home run total.
I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of Rangers tonight.
Yes.
And so more opportunity to just talk baseball as Brett Gardner comes to the dish. 0-1 here to Allard. The lefty deals.
The only downside of a virtual cast here that doesn't have video is that in a blowout, we can't do what the Mets broadcasters do, which is look through baseball cards and talk about different players.
Right. History lessons of,
I love it. It's so fun when they do that and talk about different players and their interactions with them, as Darling and Hernandez are both former players.
And Hernandez typically maybe a couple Pepsis in as he looks at those baseball cards. Of course, Giancarlo, a bomb, puts the Yankees up 6-0. We head bottom. We get a chance to talk more about this Texas lineup. We mentioned acquiring arms, but some bats are new to Texas, and the Todd Father, off to a relatively Todd Father-like start, a 250 average, a couple of home runs, but never shy of being a big clubhouse presence.
No, definitely somebody that goes into a clubhouse and makes his presence felt in a positive way. Steady, solid hitter. It's really kind of turned it. He had those few big years with the Reds, but has really kind of just become a solid league average bat. He's going to take his walks. He's going to hit some clutch homers. Definitely the kind of glue guy that you bat 6th, 7th in a lineup as he is here, and can really be solid for you. We saw him flashing a little bit of leather earlier too. He can still play third. He's not going to be elite there. Not really going to hurt you anywhere though, except for maybe the batting average, but he makes up for it with the walks.
0-2, fouled off. J.A. Happ, all of a sudden, as he reaches the 38th pitch here in the third, settling down. Happ deals. In the dirt, not going to be a problem. Sanchez, Voit, one down here in the bottom of the third. And thanks, everybody, for joining ML Bot Ball. We're talking Yankees. We're talking Rangers. We're talking baseball all night. And just donate below. All donations, of course, go to Wheels on Meals. Wait, Wheels on
Wheels.
Same thing. It's been a long day. As Roguenet Odor comes to the dish. Lefty on lefty.
Odor is one of those guys that has that similar Santana profile, Danny Santana profile. Strikes out too much, doesn't walk enough. Free swinger. And I think he's at a turning point in 2020 where if he doesn't really start to show some improvements, he could go the wrong way quickly. And while he's not old at 26, it's a little bit of a worrying profile. Even after a 30-homer season last year and 3 of the last 4 years, he could be finding himself scratching for playing time if he doesn't turn things around. You're talking about a guy with a sub-300 OBP 3 of the last 4 years. That just doesn't fly in today's game, regardless of the 30-homer power.
Sure. Happ deals to the lefty 2-2, high 3-2, and Roguenet been around a while, and we haven't had a chance to really talk outside of Nick Solik about this prospect list on the Rangers. Of course, you have guys like Yari Rodriguez in the system and Nick Solak and Alberto Hernandez, but I mean, they don't necessarily have the depth in the minor leagues that you would expect for a team that's been rebuilding.
No, they don't. But they're building. They're on the young end right now. That's where their prospect hype is that it's coming on the lower end. So they're a few years away, and of course things can go the different ways when you're talking about teenagers and 20-somethings. So it's not guaranteed. But from what I read from most prospect folks is that they've got some things that could really turn around and turn this into a strong system a year, 2 or 3 down the road. So they're really in that period where right now that's why they're going for pieces like Kluber and Frazier, because they're trying to win right now, and then they're going to let the prospect wave hit 3 years from now. But guys like Josh Young and Leody Taveras aren't terribly far away, and they headline their prospect system. So they at least have that working for them. But then beyond that, you really start to get 21, 22 ETAs for guys.
Yeah, and Ronald Guzman, who goes, puts the ball in play, and we haven't seen much of that here in Texas so far tonight, but gets a double. Of course, he, last year, his first stint with the Rangers in a limited time, getting the nod here at first base tonight and making the best of the opportunity out of the 9-hole.
He's one of those guys who looks the part, and obviously these are professional baseball players, so a lot of them look like studs, but he looks the part of a true power stud at first base, but it doesn't really come through. He has a surprisingly lack of power for the position and for the stature. And again, another guy who's kind of under the gun as far as having to turn into something a bit more, even though he's just a year and a half into his career. What's he going to become? Because at first base, you need more punch than that.
And Andrew Steele's center field, not a problem, as J.A. Happ continues to really mow down these Rangers. 1 hit, far 3. As we go to break, I do want to talk about it. I mean, I think the people out there had an over-under on the 3rd inning of when I'd bring this up. But speaking of first base power, Greg Bird is a Texas Ranger, to
That's
my
right.
knowledge. And we talked, hang on. We go down to Heidi Watney for a quick report on the sideline.
She's like, oh, the Rangers are getting crushed right now, and it doesn't look like they're going to come back at all. I'm sure that's what she's saying.
And MLB The Show did not do Heidi Watney justice. Is that fair?
She lives in what people call the uncanny valley, where it almost looks like her, but it looks enough not. I think I'm calling it right. The uncanny valley, where it almost looks like her, but enough not to be creepy.
Shout out to Heidi out there. But yeah, Greg Bird is in this Texas system, and so when you look at Ronald Guzman and some of these other options, first base, I mean, maybe is this the type of situation that a Greg Bird needs to maybe get back on track, or is his career just done?
No, I don't think it's done. I think it's come down. Health has obviously been the biggest deciding factor here, and why he's been so problematic with being able to do anything. And if he finds some health, I still think there's something in Greg Bird's bat that could become something, and he could definitely usurp somebody like Ronald Guzman just with some health because of the power that we've seen. It's probably going to be a lower batting average, but higher OBP and power profile, which is exactly what you want at first base. He's still just 27 years old, which is not ancient. So I'm not ready to write him off just yet. Need to see some health, though, because if we don't this year or next, it's hard to really have any confidence going forward.
Sure, and this might be his last opportunity, as Colby Allard has really come in and settled down the Yankees. Dio ball deep to left field, not going to be a problem. A quick 2 outs here in the 4th as the Yankees continue to be in the lead here. Miguel Andujar, we talked about him. Fantasy owners have waited in most cases for their drafts. I got to imagine 90% of leagues draft as Andujar drives the ball, and Frazier out in the shallow part of. He's going to make it out. Well, let's talk into the bottom of the 4th. So I've been in a league. We're in our 20th season. I think that our league is pretty diehard. All leagues do, and nobody wants to hear anyone else talk about their fantasy. But I bring this up.
I do it for a living, so I don't mind it.
Right. I bring this up for a specific point. The world changed around March, 15th. I was actually on my way to Clearwater, as I am every year, to take on some spring training baseball. And we purposely try to draft as close to the start of the season as possible because, as you know, I want to know who the 5th starter is going to be in Texas. I want to know who's going to be batting 8th in Anaheim. I got to imagine most leagues have not drafted yet. Is that what you're hearing on your end?
I think it's really kind of split. I think a lot kind of halted as we learned that the season was going to be postponed, pushed back. But others had already drafted, and others still went through even when we knew that it was going to go this way, if only to do something, to have something to do that was baseball related. So I don't know that it's so much that many have held off or that many have drafted. I think it's kind of really split depending on, even if you knew that it was going to be postponed, but March 29th is when you could get everybody together, you still went through with it. That's kind of what I've been seeing. So I still drafted a bunch of my leagues, and then a few others like the NFBC ones, National Fantasy Baseball Championship. Those were all put on hold and until we see what's going on.
Yeah, and so I think we got an opportunity to keep the fantasy discussion going through April and into May. And we talked about it just in this game. If you think about the impact that this delay has had on guys like Aaron Judge and his value, guys like what if you get 100% of Giancarlo's production when, if you were drafted in mid-March, you started to calculate him being out 4 weeks. Domingo Germán becomes a completely different animal when you talk about drafting later in the season. And so it'll be interesting. It's certainly something that's unprecedented that we've never dealt with, as Joey Gallo looks at a 2-1 here from J.A. Happ. Lefty on lefty, one man on. Happ deals 2-2.
Yeah, it is really interesting, and obviously what it does, what it changes, and there could be even more crazier changes depending on what sort of league format that they end up going with too, as far as prospects and what you could see out of them. You know, with the bubble idea of Arizona and Florida, and no minor league system strike out there for Gallo. With no minor league system, do they carry a handful of top prospects with them who are likely to get more playing time there? I don't know. I don't know exactly how it will break down, but it is really interesting to kind of see how things go. And once they get a plan in place, I'm really eager to see how it would all break down.
Happ deals Gio right to DJ, not going to be a problem. And the strong defense and the 2-hitter so far through 4 by J.A. Happ. We go to 5th, 6th, Yanks.
And right now the Yanks are just putting their will on the Rangers here. They got out to the big lead. The Rangers aren't doing anything at the dish against Happ. And as we get into the middle here, it looks difficult because once you get into that Yankees bullpen, getting 2-3 runs, let alone 6, seems darn near impossible.
Yeah, you talked about it. This is a Yankee pen that is certainly not for the weak of heart. Tommy Kahnle, Zach Britton. Of course, we saw the likes of Dellin Betances go across the river to New York, but nonetheless, this is a Yankee pen that should continue to be strong. And it's a starting staff that some have questioned the depth, but I think it's somewhat dependent upon when this season starts, as Colby Allard deals 2-1 here to DJ.
Yeah, that definitely is the case. And, you know, we've already mentioned Domingo Germán. James Paxton was dealing with a health issue, now being mitigated by this delay. And so that certainly helps it. Cole, Tanaka, Paxton, Happ. I'm a big Jordan Montgomery fan, so him as a 5 I think is nice. Jonathan Loaiziga. But more importantly, something I mentioned earlier, the assets to acquire somebody or somebodies as the season goes on is as important as anything else. And they still have a remarkably deep system and a talent pool. So even with Severino being gone for the year, I think this team will be fine. And it's a bullpen game anyways. A great rotation is great to have, but it's not necessary to win a World Series.
Sure. Judge deals the ball fly. You mentioned that 5th starter fantasy owners as they start to ramp up for their drafts. Dalby Garcia, of course, is that sexy prospect. As Judge deals the ball, it's going to be a big. And we're quickly going to have 2 men on here for the Yanks. He's one to certainly watch out for. You mentioned Gumby, a.k.a. Jordan Montgomery, the lefty back from Tommy John. There's some guys at value, but it is tough. If you're drafted in the East Coast, it's tough to really find Yankees at value nowadays.
Oh, for sure. I mean, there's always been a Yankee tax, and, you know, even myself here in Texas, I find there to be a Yankee tax that I'm always kind of putting on the players. They're just more high profile. Happens with a few other teams too, including the Red Sox. Dodgers are starting to get that way. And so you kind of go in knowing that there's certain players that even with the tax are still very much worth getting, but some you kind of have to lay off on because just having that NYY next to their name makes them a little bit too expensive.
Nope, that's down.
Glaber looks at 3-0, and all of a sudden day is the Yankees with no outs here in the 5th have an opportunity to really break this thing open. Allard deals, and maybe too many innings here for Allard. Is the young manager in Texas, Chris Woodard, probably expected more out of Kyle Gibson tonight.
Oh, for sure. I mean, he was pitching so well this year. This is his first bad start of the season, but he absolutely did not have it. He couldn't command and control any of his pitches for strikes with regularity, and a team like the Yankees is going to take advantage of that.
Allard deals Torres 3-2. Fly ball. It's carrying And not going to be a problem. A little bit of Willie Mays Hayes there out in.
Right? Little flip the glove up there last second.
Is that Gallo?
Yeah.
It looks like Gallo.
I believe that was indeed Gallo out there and right. Just with the casual glove up.
Good for him. Showing the depth of Joey Gallo.
He's very similar to Judge in that capacity, where he's a really strong defender, not just for his size, not just for a home run hitter, but just full stop. He's a good defender.
Giancarlo off to a fantastic start here in the ball season. You see Aaron Judge not giving Giancarlo, as he grounds the ball to short, going to be up. It's going to be safe. It's going to get E6. You don't see that happen very often from the normally fleet fielding Elvis Andrews.
You really don't. You really don't see that. And I mean, when it rains, it pours. Things just aren't going well here today for the Rangers, and there you go. I mean, that's brutal for the Rangers there to allow a run of all people too.
The hot start of Giancarlo continues despite the that we avoid. You know, we were talking a little bit about fifth starter decision, which might not be as relevant based on what's happening, depending on when Mr. Manfred decides to bring things back. But guys like Jonathan Loaiza, of course, we already talked about Elvi Garcia, but from what I've seen, the eye test for what it's worth, Clark Schmidt seems to be the type of guy that could really be a stud in this Yankee system. The knock on Schmidt is really just the inexperience, but he's a guy that it'll be interesting to watch, especially in dynasty leagues.
Oh, for sure. I think Clark Schmidt is kind of one of the forgotten guys, and again, it just speaks to the insane depth of this ball club. I mean, he's a well-known prospect among prospect folks, but he hasn't quite gotten the hype of a Davy Garcia. But he's absolutely somebody who could be contributing this year for the ball club should they need some help. So same with like a Michael King. And again, it's almost unfair to have the resources that they do and the farm system that they do.
And King and Schmidt, of course, actually really good friends as they both vie for Major League playing time this year. As Gardner comes to the dish here, bases loaded, looks at a 1-0 from Allard, and 31 pitches in. You got to wonder, maybe Woodward in a game that already he's written off as a loss just wants to protect the pen?
I think so. I mean, I think you go to Allard, who is a starter. Normally, he should be able to get, ideally, I mean, obviously if it gets out of hand here with the bases loaded and just one out, you're going to have to consider a change. But if he can somehow get out of it, that's going to be a fly ball that should be playable and not score the run. And so they're sending him. That's an interesting send there, but it's a throw up the line. Wow.
And Phil Nevin, the third base coach on the Yankees, effing around, sends them 8-0. As Aaron Boone has taught us, we're just a bunch of savages here in the Bronx.
Savages in the box. You know how they do. That's wild. Well, so, kind of go back to what I was saying there. He might be able to get through this inning, but at this point, it's going to be hard to save the pen because even Allard's struggling. You were hoping that he could come in, calm things down, get to the 6th, 7th, so you don't have to use the bullpen so much. But this Yankees team just doesn't quit. We're going to keep saying it throughout this entire broadcast. They're so, so good.
You know you're good when the likes of Gary Sanchez is in the ninth.
The depth, so ridiculous, so unfair.
And Gary Sanchez really criticized by Yankees fans over a little bit of a glove opportunity, frame opportunity, but we've seen the frame rate improve, and a really good season by Gary. And fantasy owners, the list is short in terms of catchers you'd put against Gary. I think it starts and ends with JT Realmuto.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, with Sanchez, his biggest issue now is the blocking, and it's still a bit of a problem, but he's making strides to improve his defense. Already had a strong arm. With the framing improvements, the bat's great. This is still one of the premier catchers in the game, and I'm not sure. I think maybe Grandal and Real Muto are the only two you can truly place above him.
We go bottom 5, 8-0 Yanks, and of course MLB bot ball on Jackie. Oh, Heidi, down to you.
Down here in the Uncanny Valley, I want to let you guys know that things are getting wild.
Nothing from Heidi as per usual, but we got blowout in Texas. New stadium here in Texas. Beautiful ballpark.
New Globe Life. I've only seen it virtually due to MLB The Show. I was definitely planning to get up there and check it out this year in Arlington, but the world has made other plans there, so we'll see. Looks pretty cool though. I got no problem with it. I always found Globe Life, the one that they're leaving, to be fine. You know, not special, but certainly not a trash bin either. You know, not the Trop, not O.co. Sorry, Rays and A's fans, but you know your parks are garbage. And rumors that Florida and Phoenix may be. Oh, and that is deep. It is high. It is far, and it is out of here. Danny Santana. There you go. On the board. Just got to get on the board. Now they got a little something. Can this be their big inning? Now, here's the thing. I think that even if they do get going here, Boone is in a situation where he can turn to the bullpen pretty quickly and cut it off because you've already gotten 4+ out of Hap, which ideally you're looking for 5 or 6, but, you know, if this gets out of hand, you know, we see like a couple more hits strung together, I think they just go to the bullpen and shut it down. But hey, at least the Rangers are on the board, and let's see if they can string some things together here.
At least we get to see that beautiful new ballpark from a left field view of a home run. Danny Santana delivers, and the Todd Father up at the dish, 8-1. We're going to try. If you're just tuning in here in the 5th, thank you for the donations that are coming in. It looks like we have Michael who just donated. Appreciate it here on Jackie Robinson Day as J.A. Happ deals here to the Todd Father here in the 5th. Strike 0-1, and I had to assume we'd get some runs. Paul, I did not expect that we'd be looking at a J.A. Happ complete game shutout.
No, I didn't either, but you know, the fastball is working for him. He's getting quick counts. They're chasing a bit, the Rangers are, and getting him out early. Just the home run by Santana is really the only thing that we've seen so far. But when he's commanding that fastball to all 4 quadrants of the zone, Hap is tough. Again, I'm not sure he's going to get back to the previous years of the last few before 19 where he was really good. But I think he can be a capable 5th, and we're seeing the best of that. To be a good 5th starter in the majors, you still have to have, you know, 15 to 20 good starts every year. And then we're definitely seeing one of them here from Hap right now.
Hap nails him, 5th strikeout here on the weigh in as we make this 8-1. This is interesting, and some folks out there might not have liked our knock on Trop, and some folks weighing in here that they've been to Citizens. Now, I've been to Philly, and that Citizens Bank Park first of all, it's a bandbox, and not to speak poorly about Philadelphia fans, but not exactly the kindest folk in America.
See, when I went, my friend used to live in Philly. I would wear my Cole Hamels jersey, so I didn't catch any heat from them. They thought I was just simply one of their own. So it was no problems for me when I was out there rooting on the Phillies because they weren't playing a team that I had any attachment to, so I wasn't worried about it.
And Rogad Odor delivers a home run here against J.A., and we talked about it, but probably time for Aaron Boone to get this pen up because J.A. Happ can quickly have this game turn around. Now, they'll probably let him stay in on the lefty, Ronald Guzman, and of course the first baseman that delivered a double his last at-bat, but you mentioned it, not a lot of power out of Guzman.
But if he gets another hit here and all of a sudden, you know, they've got a chance to cut the lead in half with one swing at that point, I don't know. I agree, though. Their pen is so deep, and assuming it's not remarkably taxed, we didn't get a chance to check pen stamina coming in. But if not, then I say that they're really not going to let this get too far out of hand here, even with the 1 out. 8-2, you're still feeling good with a 6-run lead. But as some of the Yankees fans had mentioned in chat earlier, after watching Happ a lot last year, they know it can turn quickly.
Yeah. As a Yankee fan myself, I know all about J Happ. Shout out to Tardis16, who wants it pronounced J Happ, as he puts down his 6th strikeout of the night. Happ threw 5. We call it. We're going to call it a quality start, aren't we, Paul?
Not yet. No, I mean, it is
Okay,
quality in terms of work, but it's 5 2/3 or 4 2/3 right now of solid work, though. And we'll see what he gets through here with the 5th. The thing of it is, the pitch count's still pretty healthy. If he gets out of this in 4 or 5 pitches, he's just over 80. He's got a really strong chance to go 6.
You know, it happens to the best of us. I saw the emotion. Crow for me. Just 2 outs here as he goes 2-0 to Elvis Andrus. And we have fans weighing in experience at the Trop. We have Bad Cab 13 that says he went to a Metallica concert at the Trop, and they couldn't even elevate that quote-unquote shithole for even a concert at the Trop. So the Trop haters...
I've heard good and bad, to be honest. Now, talking to Blake Snell regularly about it, that's his home park. He has nice things to say, but I've heard some Rays fans say some really glowing things. I've had fans who go in there as their team, the visiting team, that have hated it. So it's up and down. It's not particularly amazing to watch. I feel like when they actually have like a playoff atmosphere, because they do make the playoffs, it can be fun with the cowbells going and everything, but part, it seems pretty bland.
Yeah, and we're done through 5 here, 8-2 Yanks. We go to the 6th, and of course, if you're just tuning in to MLB Bot Ball here, as we have Yanks, Rangers, please donate all of the donation to Meals on Wheels of America. Colby Allard going to continue to be the long man here in what has been a blowout, as the Rangers got on the board last inning. Gio Urshela dish looks at a 1-0. Shallow ball, not going to be a problem. Shallow right field, 1 out here in the 6th.
And now the Shadows are starting to play a little bit of a role here, and so we could see the both pitching sides settle in a little bit. It could be difficult when they're in the sun and the batters themselves are in shadow. And so, maybe Allard gets another 2 innings perhaps even, and then at that point they really haven't taxed the bullpen. So even though they might take the loss for the short term, in the long term, it could be a win. Of course, there's a double in the gap, and that again, every time it seems like Allard gets something going, the offense says, I don't think so.
And how about this speed here from Andujar, as he's going to go 3 on this one, and that's why it ain't for much else outside of that bat. And this is why maybe Brian Cashman has not dealt this guy. Andujar goes shopping in the gap for a big triple here.
Huge hit there from Andujar. And again, this bat is just good that even with the catches, there are options. He's young. You can either just get him to improve and by sheer will. Again, defense is the one thing that you can fix just by effort alone. I mean, a lot of effort. It takes a lot of effort to do it, but you can't really make D. Gordon a power hitter no matter how much you work with him. But you can improve your defense, whether that could be at third, first, or maybe even in left field as well. So that bat is too good to just give away for nothing. And so unless they're coming with big offers, Cashman's not going to deal Andujar.
Yeah, as they say in the business community, I'd rather than reel them out, and teaching defense certainly a lot easier. Here's a guy that has it all, though. I mean, when you talk about a 5-tool player, give him 4 out of 5. And, of course, DJ LeMahieu, who has become a fan favorite here in the Bronx. Aaron Boone giving him a shot tonight out of the 3-hole. Boone and DJ does what DJ does. He's just a guy that he's just great at the dish.
He's incredible. His hit tool was always there as far as bat to ball, but he really transformed himself. He had he really turned his power around last year, He's been a guy who can always field. I believe he has a Gold Glove on his ledger. I'm not 1,000% certain on that, but I feel pretty confident. And yeah, the only thing he really lacks as far as the five tools go is he's not particularly speedy, but he's also not not clogging up the bases. In fact, he has 3 Gold Gloves, so I undersold him a little bit there at second base. LeMahieu can also play all around the diamond, so he's a really strong player as he gets into his 30s. I think he's going to be somebody who can play very well for the next 3, 4, 5 years, to be honest.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Rangers, number 42.
Jesse Chavez, as Chris Woodard makes a change here. And yeah, DJ LeMahieu was one of the Brian Cashman talked about, always. And then you saw him also go out Colorado and get him in, and you just kind of wonder, general managers like Brian Cashman, I mean, they just have a special talent. They don't do anything by chance. Everything they do is calculated. Everything they do is with a team that is scouting these guys and has them identified well before the transaction happens. And good for Cashman. He really cashed in, no pun intended.
No, he is quite arguably the best GM in baseball. And I think a lot of people that will just say that he only does it because of the money aren't really paying attention and don't understand what he's able to do. Yes, the resources help, make no mistake. I'm not going to sit here and say that, nor would he. But that's not the only thing that makes him good. There have been plenty of GMs who have had financial backing and haven't done anything with it.
As Gleyber Torres grounds out into a double play, and we're going to get a chance to Solak. So you mentioned him early on in this, playing DH tonight, getting an opportunity for the Rangers. Not off to a great start in this MLB ball season, but tell our listeners about Nick Solak, the prospect for the Rangers.
So he's actually a lot like Miguel Andujar. Defense certainly isn't his carrying tool. It's not quite as good, or it's not quite as bad as Andujar's is, but his bat also isn't quite as good, at least not yet, as Andujar's was. But it's that same sort of vibe where they're going to have to kind of fit him in on the field in different spots. But the bat is really there to be a solid hitter. I think he can be a mid-800s OPS type with some pop. He's got the good bat-to-ball skills. He can take his walks. I think Solak, if he can find the playing time, which I do believe he'll be able to, whether it's bouncing around as a super util or finally settling in at second base if Odor doesn't come around, I think he's got a chance to be a good, number 2 or number 5 type hitter. Although 2 is, I'm talking more traditional 2 hitter as opposed to today's game where they kind of put the best guy there. But that guy who can make a lot of contact with some pop and not strike out too much. I really like Solak's bat.
And he just missed that one. But, and listen, we got a few minutes left, but we know you've done a great job tonight. We know you're a baseball god. We know that you love baseball like we all do. Shout out to the Sleeper and the Bus podcast. If you're listening, get out there and vote as one of the best podcasts to consume right now if you're a baseball nut. And listen, you and I are finding a way to make a 9-2 Yankees Ranger game interesting. So the least our fans can do is give some love out there as Nick Solak looks at a 3-2 here from Hap.
You let that one travel deep, but then just missed it.
He did. I thought he was going to rip it. And the pitch before but a little bit early on that one as he.
And again, that could be those shadows coming into play, and that 92 up at your eyes plays. That's effective velocity there, where 92 up, add in the shadow factor, can look like 95, 96 coming in.
And how about J.A. Happ still in the game here in the 6th? Not often that J. Happ fans, for those that want to pronounce it J. Happ. Now, I used to be a guy that I remember thinking, I watched J.A. Happ and Chin Min Wong in a Clearwater spring training game back in the day with a couple of my buddies from our fantasy league. But I remiss as I look at Twitter as a Twitch here. We got BadCab13 weighing in, says Cardinals and Giant front office have done more with less. As Willie Calhoun, the lefty, it is high, it is far, it is going to be gone. And how about that one? All of a sudden, these Rangers want to get on the board.
And a couple of lefty lefty home runs here too. So they're doing the lefty crime here against J Happ, and now that bullpen has to be up. It's really tight. Or you really don't want to let this get tight, is what I mean to say, because it can turn on a dime. Happ's pitched well, but you don't want to waste a good start from him. I think the hook will be quick here if there's another base runner on it, particularly if it's via an extra base hit. Actually, it's going to happen now.
Yeah, as Aaron Boone comes up. But when you look at that replay, Willie Calhoun, I mean, that is the guy that fantasy owners are looking for if they're drafting this year, right?
Pardon me, say that again. You cut out a little.
That Willie Calhoun swing, that Willie Calhoun power, I mean, that is the guy fantasy owners, as they draft Willie Calhoun, whether they have or they're planning to, that's the guy they're looking for.
Absolutely, and he's somebody I really like. In addition to Nick Solak there, somebody who's affordable. Obviously, Gallo's their best guy as far as fantasy goes, but he's very expensive. I think Calhoun is somebody who started to show what he could do. He got a little bit complacent in AAA a couple years ago, let himself, get too bored with it, and then it cost him the ability to get called back up. Recommitted himself, had a big 19 at both AAA and the majors. I think he's poised to break out. He got hit in the face with that pitch in spring training by Julio Urias. This is another thing where, by the time we come back, he'll be recovered from that. You never know how it's going to be after you get hit in the face, but the recovery seems to have gone well, and I'm excited to see him get back out there because Willie Calhoun has a legitimate bat.
As we settle down here in the sixth with Luis Sessa dealing to Joey Gallo. One out here in the sixth. Just go to Twitch here. So we had Bad Cab 13 says Cardinals and Giants front office has smoked what Cashman has done with a lot less. Your thoughts?
That's not true. That's just not true.
It's bad acumen. I agree.
Because both of them, neither of those teams are poor. Yes, the Yankees have more. But, if you wanted to make the case, you should have said the Cardinals and Giants, are two blue blood organizations. They've got absolute plenty of resources at hand. And I'm not sure that they've really done that well with what they've got. The Giants system is garbage and they need to be in a rebuild. So no, I fully disagree.
I agree. We are heading to the top of the seventh here. And if you're with us on Twitch or not, go to Twitter. We just posted a link so we can give.
14 minutes out. We need a Hail Mary.
Yeah, we'll do
quite a few votes.
We'll certainly do what we can do. And thanks again, Paul Sporer from Fangraph. Of course, we know you're a big Twitch guy. Thanks for joining us here as John.
I appreciate
Jesse Chavez.
This has been great.
Chavez. Yeah, Jesse Chavez. Why am I talking Jesse?
Well, Jesse Chavez is one of those guys who continues to stick around because he can go multiple innings and be that kind of long relief type there, who can go 3, 4, 5, sometimes 6 innings, almost be a secondary starter. He's got a kitchen sink approach with, several pitches. And so on any given day, 2, 3 of them are working, and he's doing well. He's just a solid pitcher. He's going to wind up probably with a decade in the game by the time his career's over. And, he's just one of those guys that is never a stud, but can always be a useful piece for an organization. In fact, he's got way more than 10 years already. He already has 12. He could be upwards of 15, 16 years.
Chavez looks at Stanton 2-2. Got him.
Big strike out there.
Jesse Chavez, everybody. And Stanton off to a heck of a campaign so far. Ball season. Now, Spore, as we talk about fantasy, but are you a snake league guy or are you an auction guy?
I really am open to both. I gravitate toward the NFBC again. I mentioned it earlier, the National Fantasy Baseball Championship, and they do snake drafts. Both have their challenges. Auctions are great. I really do enjoy them, and having more autonomy over who you get and not having to take what the draft gives you is exciting and fun. But drafts present plenty of other challenges. I don't think it's the old chess and checkers type of thing between the two. I think they're both equally difficult for different reasons.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I personally, I've gravitated towards. I get a little bit of analogy off. Not to be too graphic, but once you start having intercourse without a condom, you would never go back to the condom, right? And so, I mean, that's how I think of the auction versus snake draft. Like, once I experienced the auction, I am never, ever going back. But I get it. I get both.
That's amazing. That's an amazing analogy.
Luke Voigt at the dish. Deal looks at 2-1 here to Chavez. Foul ball. 2-2. Certainly a strategy in both, but we do see content more lean towards snake, and I got to imagine the majority of fantasy will still continue to go that way, and that's why you guys produce content towards snake leagues.
Well, I also think they're more conducive to the online nature of things as well. Whereas in auctions, they can be done online. Outlets have gotten much better at hosting them these days, but it's still, I prefer auctions to be in person, whereas a snake draft, I'm open to do either way. I really, really do prefer that an auction that I'm doing is online or is live.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. I think there's a cultural component of the league that comes with that live auction. And snake, you're right. You can do that virtual as Luke Voigt fouls out. And here's a guy the Yankees continue to bring back on a deal, and Gardner, and he just continues to deliver in the 8th slot tonight. I don't think we'll see him in the 8th slot once we get back to regular baseball, as Gardner looks at the 0-1.
Probably not. It's really hard to say for sure exactly how. I think this is going to be a lineup that can kind of vacillate between different formations. But to have a guy like Gardner, we talked about it at the outset, down that low in the lineup, I mean, I'm not sure that you can really justify putting him in the 1 or 2 spot, though. So if it's not that, then I really do think it is 7 or 8, which is just a luxury that they have, which is good for them. This is a super deep lineup, and it's kind of insane how deep it is.
And we'll talk about a segue, right? We mentioned previous couple innings when you can allow a guy like Gary spot. 0-3 tonight, albeit as Sanchez looks at the 1-0, high 2-0. The depth is there. Now, let's talk about catching for just a bit. Austin Romine leaves the Yankees, goes to the Detroit Tigers.
Yeah.
One of your favorite teams. As Sanchez lifts a ball high, it is deep. It is gonna be gone.
Oh.
Gary Sanchez doing Gary Sanchez things.
And just like that, 2-run homer, totally turns around his day. He was 0 for 3, and that's the nature of this lineup. All these guys can leave the yard. So even when you get them out for 3 at-bats, they go 1 for 4 with a homer, that's a day. I mean, that's a perfectly great day there now, and all of a sudden things are looking good for him. But getting back to your point about the catching there, it's on him now. He has to be the guy. And with the DH really being filled up by some of these corner types that they have, they can't really afford to put him back there. So they need him to be good because Kyle Higashioka is not somebody that they're going to want to turn to terribly often outside of the occasional rest day.
Yeah, and they'll probably give Kyle a dedicated pitcher. We'll see how the 4th and 5th orders wind up. But let's talk about your Tigers for just Romine goes to Detroit. I mean, goes as a free agent. He's beloved by Yankee fans as Gio Urshela drives the ball into right field. Not going to be a problem. Full rebuild in Detroit. Any expectations out of the Tigers club this year?
No expectations this year. Maybe a little bit of flourish. Of course, we don't even know what kind of season we're going to have. But if we had a normal season, I would have been looking for like a second half flourish if and when the likes of Casey Mize, Matt Manning, and Tariq Skubal were called up. And then all of a sudden you pair them with like a Matthew Boyd and Daniel Norris or Spencer Turnbull, and you've got yourself the makings of a nice little rotation. They still lack hitting prospects that are really going to make this turnaround possible. So having that number 1 overall pick for the draft is going to be huge. Of course, I don't understand why they think they have to cancel or minimize the draft this year. It doesn't make any sense to me. Just have it over the phone the way the NFL is going to have. That is just completely nonsensical to me.
And honestly, as a sport fan, as Luis Gil strikeout here early on in the 7th, and the NFL draft just call it 7 days away. It's probably the most anticipated event that we've seen. And Major League Baseball drafts don't get quite the buzz that NFL drafts get, of course, but there is an opportunity. There is a demand out there for sports. And to cancel a draft, I thought the same thing. I mean, this is a chance for Major League Baseball and Rob Manfred to get back to a younger generation, a generation that wants to look at the sport from a digital content perspective. And I can't believe that they did that.
It just doesn't make any sense. And so, I mean, how do you think the draft used to be held? Held via phone. So what would be the difference? Yeah, it's a bummer that they can't have it in Omaha this year the way they were going to, but come on, get it done. Don't mitigate it. Don't do 5 rounds or whatever. Just have the draft as is. It'll be fine that they didn't have some extra time to scout the players.
Assessa deals high here to the Todd father, 2-2. We're only a few years in Cincinnati. Of course, it precluded with a home run derby where Todd father won. And Paul, you got to remember that.
The first of the new setup, which is awesome. The new setup is so exciting. They completely revitalized the home run derby with that change. And yeah, he won the first one, which was really cool to see. Super enjoyable. I love it. I think it's such a huge change that has really benefited them, and I'm glad they went to it. And it's cool that Todd Father was the first winner.
Rognan Odor, 11-3 Texas, and I think Aaron Boone's going to Sessa pitch some innings here. So let's talk a little bit about fantasy baseball while we have you. Of course, leagues are either ramping up or maybe they've drafted, maybe, and I agree, I tried to get my league to maybe draft a little bit early because what else do you on a weekend? Like, let's get the guys together. Normally it'd be physical. Let's do it virtual. Sounds a little odd when I say it like that, but nonetheless, like, let's have I'm ready to start drafting a shit team and then making trades to make the team better. But breakouts this year, and I know it's a cliche question, but you understand depth. You and I are breaking down backup catchers on Texas and Detroit. If you had to talk about 3 breakouts this year that you got on as many teams as possible, Paul, walk us through how you're thinking about it.
Well, I'm gonna stick with the one that I've already discussed, who's in this game, and that's Luke Voigt. You look at the power metrics that he has, whether you're into more basic stuff like slugging and ISO and things like that, or if you want to get into the deeper StatCast stuff, it all checks out well for Luke Voigt. He's part of this remarkably potent lineup. They're going to get his bat in the lineup as well, so he has to be one of them for me. I really like what he's able to do. I'm going to jump to the pitching side for the other two, though, because pitching is my main thing, and so I like to live in that pool. And I'm going to go back to the well with Joe Musgrove, a guy I really liked last year, who didn't quite come through to the degree I was hoping for, but certainly wasn't bad by any stretch either. He was a little bit underwhelming there with 4.44 ERA, but a 1.22 WHIP was really strong. He continues to have a strong swinging strike rate that suggests that there's more strikeout capability in his arsenal too. They've got a new regime in Pittsburgh. I think they're going to go away from that two-seamer ball on the ground contact stuff and let guys get strikeouts who are capable of it. So I really like Joe Musgrove, and I'm expecting big things out of him. And then I'll go a little bit deeper for this one and say Dylan Cease for the White Sox. You know, we're a year removed from a guy who was the worst, not even arguably, I think literally the worst starter in baseball, Lucas Giolito was in 18, by any real objective measure as far as guys who pitched the whole year. Turned himself into one of the best. And while Cease was not the same level of bad last year, he only threw 73 innings, he struggled a good bit. They actually have another candidate, Reynaldo Lopez, who could make that same Giolito-esque turnaround. But I like both of them. Cease was a great prospect for the Cubs, has come over, can miss bats like crazy. He walks a few too many, and that's probably still going to be an issue. But if he brings that home run rate down to where it was in the minors, never gave up homers. I think he's going to have a breakout year, and that White Sox team is a real upstart. So I'm excited to see what he can do with them.
Yeah, you talked about upstart teams, and as we shift the conversation, and thank you for talking. Shift the conversation to just MLB teams. The White Sox are getting a lot of love. The Cincinnati Reds, probably the sexiest hype team so far this offseason. They've made some big moves, and of course, the conversation starts and ends with some of the free agent acquisitions they've made. You talk about guys like Mike Moustakas going over there. You talk about what we saw out of Aquino in a shortened span. And the Reds will be interesting. Is this a team that you think could possibly win the NL Central this year, or are the Brewers and Cubs and some of the prototypical teams going to be too tough?
No, I got to be honest. I was ahead of the curve here. I'm a little bit of a Reds hipster. I was on them before the moves that they made, except for maybe the Moustakas move. But then they got Castellanos and Akiyama. I had already actually put down an actual bet at a book for them to win the NL and to win the NL Central. So I really like this ball club. They've only strengthened their team and probably lessened the odds for folks now getting in on them since getting Castellanos and Akiyama. But this is a great pitching staff, one of the best in all of baseball, with Gray, Castillo, Bauer as the top three, DeSclafani and Smyly at the 4-5. Smyly was tipping his pitches late last season that derailed him from having an excellent year. Instead, it wound up as just a pretty solid year. The lineup runs so deep that Aquino might not even play for them. He could start in the minors, for crying out loud. Nick Senzel doesn't even have a full-time slot right now. That's how deep they are. And this bullpen is remarkably deep. We all know about Raisel Iglesias, Michael Lorenzen, who can hit and pitch, Amir Garrett, really strong lefty. But Stroh, Stevenson, Tyler Mahle, Lucas Sims, Cody Reed. I mean, they've got bats and arms all over the place. They not only have a strong core 26, but also depth. I really like this Reds team. And yes, a lot of people are on board with them, but I agree with those being on board.
I think I might have hit a sweet spot talking Reds. I mean, you nailed it. I mean, this is a team that, I was excited about the Nick the Stick, Castellanos signing, Moustakas. You talked about Aquino. The depth is there. Might not even have a starting job. Sonny Gray reemerging. And I'll tell you, opening day, I'm putting Trevor Bauer on the. I mean, he's a guy that in the right situation, I truly believe can be an ace. Castillo is there and the likes. Wade Miley, again, I'll go back to my fantasy days. Had a lot of Sundays ruined by watching that guy on a Sunday night. As Glaber throws, not going to be a problem. We are through 7. It's a blowout here. We're talking fantasy, 11-3 Yanks.
Yeah, I hear you with regards to Wade Miley, and it's kind of disappointing because, again, he had been so excellent last year, like legitimately excellent, particularly for what you paid for him last year until the very end there. And there's no way that those who had him didn't wear those awful starts. The first one was against Seattle, and he goes 0 innings. He didn't get a single out and gives up 5 runs. Next time out, you're like, okay, well, that was one bad start. He still has a 3.35 ERA on the year. Yes, it's Oakland. They're not a powerhouse, though. I'll give him a chance to get right. And he goes a third of an inning and gives up 7. And in the span of that 10-day period, or 5-day period, really, September 5th to September 10th, he raises ERA from 3.06 to 3.74. And to do that late in the season when you've been pitching all year is devastating. It was really, really tough for Wade Miley fans late.
That's what we do here on MLB Bop Ball. We bring you Wade Miley talk on a Wednesday evening. Without baseball, we're going to try to bring it to you as best we can. And, of course, we're here as the Texas Rangers make a move to bring in Brett Martin. And I see joining us in the booth is PK, who will be announcing our Red Sox game here after we're done. PK, welcome to the booth, my friend.
Well, thanks for having me. I was just taking a look at the Twitch chat stream going through as you guys were getting hot and heavy on the Cincinnati Reds, who, by the way, in ML Bot Ball are second in this NL Central division behind the league leading Cubs. But you got some people, as you said, Crowmish, some people pretty pumped up and psyched about those Cincinnati Reds. I believe there was one comment, and it's from Bad Cab 13, but to be clear, put your money on the Reds this year. And we had a couple of people saying that was some pretty bad acumen, but sounds like you guys have had some pretty good conversation on this Cincinnati Reds conversation.
Well, they of course are a hype team, and Paul mentioned he might have been, but once they started making those free agent signings, I come down. But it's been a long time since the Great American Ballpark has seen a playoff team, as Aaron Judge is at the dish here.
And one more compliment for Paul, who's joined us tonight as our guest. BadCab13, once again, a big fan of Paul. I really like these guys. #Reds2020. He gets it. Speaking of Paul, I'll be voting. Going to the link that we just posted a little bit ago for you to go on and vote for Paul and the podcast there. So it sounds like you're hitting the heartstrings of those that appreciate you out there.
Well, I absolutely appreciate it. We did not win. We just got word here that the vote ended 51.4 to 48.6. But I appreciate those who took your time out to vote and click one for us. But yeah, this Reds team, man, they're really set up, and I think they'll be one of the most disappointed teams if things don't get off the ground and we actually have a season this year, because they've got such a good chance to do some things.
And Brett Martin here deals to Glaber Torres as the Yanks 11-3. We've really...
Nope, upstairs.
The Yanks are running away from this thing. Talk some breakouts you like, Paul. And of course, pitching is really pivotal. Whether you're in a rotisserie league, whether you're in any type of league, you can't not have at least some arms. And of course, pitching becomes a very interesting conversation because of the injuries. But if you had to, in all the leagues you're in, get 2 or 3 pitchers that, and I'm not talking about Max, I'm not talking about Verlander, I'm not talking about those guys
2 and 2.
aren't necessarily looking at. Give our fans some pitching prospects that are on your radar this year.
Well, one that's on everyone's radar, who I
Down to
like,
3
but
and 2.
price, and so he can vary from draft room to draft room, is Jesus Luzardo out of Oakland. Everyone really likes the up-and-coming lefty. But if he falls down a bit and you don't have to overpay for him, definitely jump in there. This guy isn't a true prospect anymore, but he's finally going to get an opportunity to fully start. That's a guy I mentioned earlier in a little bit more of a negative context, Julio Urias, when he hit Willie Calhoun in the face, obviously not on purpose. But he's a great pitcher. I like him a lot. AJ Puck, the teammate and also another lefty of Jesus Luzardo, is cheap, much cheaper. So you can get him on the sly. He's on the come up. And the beauty of some of these prospect guys who are going to be coming up this year is that they don't have to worry so much about the pitching, the innings caps that they could be facing, because with such a short season, even if they go 80 innings, that could be the full year. So we don't have to worry about that as much, and you can take a few more gambles on guys like Puck, Luzardo. Nate Pearson out of Toronto is actually really interesting. I mentioned my Tigers, Matt Manning, Casey Mize, Tariq Skubal. They're all pretty interesting. There, Mackenzie Gore in San Diego is a very high prospect. He's not quite being drafted super high right now because we don't know if he's going to play a whole lot with the Padres, but he's one of the best young prospects in the entire game, another left-hander as well. So those are the guys I like on the prospect front. And then I'm going to go deep with some guys who aren't prospects so much, but that I like as well, because their pitching is so rich and you have to have so much of it because of injuries.
Yeah, and you talked about the injuries, and we'll get to the next one. Let's talk about Luzardo on MLB Ball just the other night, and you talked about the up-and-coming lefty. He was nasty in MLB. We had our Twitch followers talking about the game that he had. He dominated the Yankees just the other night. And I'll get it. It's just the MLB, the show. But there is talent there. And I wouldn't be surprised if some folks put him on their draft day napkin based on what they saw as the Rangers look to get a ground ball down the right. Luzardo is a stud. He is on all my draft napkins, just like you mentioned, Paul.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a guy who we saw last year in the playoffs. So they trusted him enough to put him in a one-game playoff and get some quality innings out of him. And they're going to be leaning on him this year in Oakland to have them be a playoff competitor too, because Houston, they're still going to be good, and even with all the turmoil surrounding them, in fact, that turmoil is probably going to die down a bit with the delay of the season. But I think Oakland could truly defeat them this year and take the division. I would still put Houston number 1 right now, but that Oakland team is strong enough to really push up, and Luzardo could be a key piece of that. He dealt with a little bit of injury last year. That's why we only saw 12 major league innings. Same with Puck. So those pitcher injuries are always looming over guys. But Luzardo could be a monster. And, he could be the Chris Paddock of this year, the guy who really comes out from day one and is a complete force, not only for his ball club, but for fantasy folks as well.
And PK, of course, as you get ready for the Red game, which follows us here on MLB Bot Ball. Some people will tell you it's a Red Sox season that's potentially not with expectations. But listen, this is a lineup that when you look at it from top to bottom, albeit without Mookie Betts, albeit without David Price, is still a team that will be able to put up some runs, PK.
Well, and coincidentally enough, as you two are speaking about Luzardo, he will be your starter for the Oakland Athletics tonight against the Red Sox, the 22-year-old from Peru. As you just spoke about last year and the success he had in his young career for the A's, from the NL Bot Ball perspective, so far this season, check out these stats. He's 2-0 on the year. A 3.31 ERA, a little bit elevated, but 2-0. He's got 2 wins in the year. So Luzardo for sure has that capability and ability to be the ace for the Athletics, as you two were just speaking about. And this Red Sox team only 2.5 games behind the Yankees in the ML Bot Ball standings. So they're not out of it yet, Crowmish. They've had some early success, a little bit of a mid-April slump, and now they're turning it on here in towards the back half of the month. So we think we got a good game ahead of us, and a team that I think will do something for the American League East.
Absolutely, and of course, Aaron Boone, as he makes the stud lefty Zach Britton to face the Todd father, as the Rangers are putting some men on base, but 2 outs. Todd father flies the ball to left field, not going to be a problem. Brett Gardner right before the track brings it in. We head here to the 9th. It's a blowout. Give us stuff to talk about. 11-3 Yanks.
Yeah, let us know. Let us know what you want us to talk about, because the Yanks were out front early and they never really felt a threat. A few homers there by half, but other than that, it's been all Yankees tonight.
So Paul, let me ask you this as we're talking fantasy. First off, on our account, shout out to Fogbank. Welcome to the stream. As our Twitch users continue to log in, O2 here to stand. So we talked about pitchers that you like. We talked about some guys that might be breakouts. There are studs, though, and you talked about that you're in a lot of drafts for reasons that we know are so popular. But if there's one guy that's in that top, I'll call it, 20, that you believe is the most sure thing as a baseball player can be in a fantasy campaign, and it's not easy. Who is it this year?
As far as pitchers?
No, I mean hitters, pitchers. Just who is that guy in the top 20 that you're most locked in on right now?
It would probably still be, that I'm most locked in on, that isn't just like, Acuna, Trout, Yelich, because you have to have one of the top 3 picks to get them. Sure. I'm still going to lean on the Colorado guys, Arenado and Story, because they have course. Well, here's the thing. If we even get to play in parks. Now, that answer totally changes if we do a bubble situation. Not that I think that they won't be good, but being able to play in Colorado is always a benefit, no matter how good of a hitter you are. But if we assume that we're going to get into home stadiums, I'm still going to lean on the 2 Rockies. They're fantasy gold no matter what. And so I think both Story at shortstop and Arenado at third would be the 2 guys I'd be looking at as 2 of the biggest locks to be excellent. I can't listen to people call Mookie Betts' season last year a down year. Yes, it was lesser than his MVP campaign, but it wasn't anywhere close to a down year, and it just drives me insane when people say that. I think he'll be an absolute monster again next year. And then going a little bit deeper, Freddie Freeman is a metronome of fantasy production, and he's about as good as it gets. The only thing that's ever really slowed him down has been injury. And so I don't really worry about anything that's going to come up as far as skill-wise right now. He is still an absolute lockdown talent.
Crowmish, as you're talking about things to discuss, we do have a couple of questions in the chat, and one of them from our friend Miranda Khan, who says, is Tommy Pham someone who you think will regress fantasy-wise this year or continue to hit for average this year? Paul, as you know, the big trade that happened in the offseason, Tommy Pham, newest member of the San Diego Padres. What's your thoughts on Tommy Pham?
I like Tommy Pham a lot. Health has been a problem, though, and that's the thing that always kind of worries me and it keeps the price down a little bit. But the dude's a gamer. You know, he played through some stuff last year, and it was clear that he was, and yet he still put up a monstrous season. I think he's going to go out to San Diego, continue to be very good. Nice power speed combo, which is what you need in fantasy baseball. So even at 32, I think he'll probably be pretty similar to what he was in 2019. But that's really, really good. 21 homers, 25 steals, solid batting average, decent runs and ribbies depending on where he bats in that lineup, which is pretty decent. I like Tommy Pham. I think his fantasy price is super fair.
Another one from the chat. Paul, how do you think a change to Arizona and or Florida could change fantasy production? You guys were just chatting about if we did the bubble rules and did the bubble work. Does he think that changes production? You kind of started to go on that. Anything else you'd want to add to it?
I mean, it completely flips things on its head. I mean, a lot of these parks are more of like a minor league variety. I think offense would be off the charts. And I just think it'd be wild. You know, offense was high last year, but it was really more home runs, necessarily overall offense. It's not like every game was 10-8. I do think we'd start to see something more in that realm where offense would just be pretty insane in these parks, because a lot of them are much smaller than the major league dimensions that we're used to. You know, they're not high school parks or anything. I don't want to overstate it, but I do think offense as a whole would go up quite substantially if we did this bubble situation.
And the last one here, I don't know if it's a question or a statement or a brag, but we got Tardy16 saying, I picked up Story in a trade last year for Devers and Segura. Best deal I ever made.
Good for him.
I like that. I like that. Devers is still a beast, but to get Story, again, a power speed combo in the best hitting environment the game has seen, I love it. Great move.
We head to the bottom of the ninth, 11-3. Keep your questions coming in. We got Paul Sporer here. Before we got PK and company talking A's Sox next as Ogned Regur comes to the dish. And Paul, while we keep the conversation going on, maybe throw out a couple of players that are interesting to a lot of fantasy owners out there. And not to put you on the spot, but guys that are probably getting attention, guys that are probably, I don't want to say deep sleepers, but sleepers nonetheless. Let me start with the Cardinals and Tyler O'Neill. I did a game the other night, and O'Neill, of course, the proven slugger at the minor league level. We start to see him come on the scene last year. Your thoughts on Tyler O'Neill this season?
I mean, he's what they call a tool shed. I mean, this guy has all the tools in his catalog there. Can he turn them into production is really the next question that we have to see. The one thing he does that can hold him back a good bit is swing and miss. Too much. Let's be honest. Let's just call it what it is. He swings and misses too much. He's that profile I talked about earlier where he doesn't walk, but also strikes out way too much. I doubt he's ever going to become some major walks guy, so he needs to cut the strikeout rate to maximize that power and speed. This might surprise some folks, but Tyler O'Neill is the fastest player on the Cardinals last year by sprint speed over at StatCast. The dude has legit speed. He can field. Everything's there. He's got all the ingredients. Can he put it together and bake that cake into fantasy and real life production? I'm interested to see it. He's a good late round flyer.
The game next, of course, we talked about is the Sox A's as Zach Britton sits down Ogned here with one out in the ninth. And Michael Chavez, we saw him come on the scene. He's hot start that we saw last year and finished the season with 18 home runs in 90 games. It'll be interesting to see where he fits in this new Red Sox lineup. But your thought on what we talked about, the tax that Red Sox and Yankee players sometimes have. Your thoughts on Chavez?
And thankfully, he's not catching too much of it. You know, I think that I'm a little bit surprised that maybe he's expensive. I think part of it is that I think part of it is that he struggled so much after that fast start that the lasting memory was a slumping Michael Chavez. But his power is unquestioned. And again, I keep going back to it, but it's that same profile of, you know, strikes out a bit too much and needs to kind of figure that out a bit, or else he's going to be challenged and he's going to have those extreme streaks of excellence and really poor performance. At least he does take a walk, though. An 8% walk rate is league average. That's pretty solid. So we'll see what he's able to do. But I think he's a pretty decent 30-plus home run bet.
Yeah, especially in the lineup, given the opportunities. And I'm going to ask you about one more player here. We have, as Britton looks at Guzman 2-2, and I'm going to bring it to Detroit, Michigan on MLB Bot Ball. And it's hard to really find a true sleeper on this Detroit Tigers team.
They're all
but
asleep.
I'm gonna
They're
try.
all in REM sleep right now.
I'm going to try to find one. And I'm going to assume that your ninth struggle. And so I want to talk about your boy Buck Farmer. I think there's an opportunity here, as teams are always trying to evaluate, do I drop a closer? Do I pay for wait on the closer? Buck Farmer might be a guy that might be available a couple weeks into the season. Your thoughts on Buck Farmer as the ninth inning guy in Detroit?
I think they love Joe Jimenez. I'm not necessarily sure they should, but I think they absolutely like him and see him as the heir apparent for, you know, the next X number of years. Now, he's coming off of a season with a 4.37 ERA and a 1.32 WHIP, so it's not like the numbers are off the charts. But he did kind of take over the role after Shane Green left. He was the All-Star representative a couple of years ago. He misses a ton of bats. He doesn't walk too many guys, and the home run rate is the real problem right now. If he cuts that, I think he's going to be a guy who takes over the role. That said, Farmer, it's not really working as a starter. So last year they put him in relief, and he did some good things. If Jimenez opens the door, absolutely going to see somebody like Farmer have an opportunity. But I do think it's Jimenez's to lose, and I think he'd be given, you know, a good 6-week stretch.
There you have it. Only Buck Farmer breakdown that you're going to get.
He's the best spoonerism in baseball, by the way, if you're familiar with what a spoonerism is, where you reverse the opening syllable of each word there. He's the best one available.
Love it. Absolutely love it. 2 outs here. We're in the bottom of the ninth, and it seems so much dish. I'll let you close this one out with any final commentary you have on Nick.
My boy Nick Solak here. Again, really needs to find a spot to bouncing spot to spot, kind of figuring some things out while he waits for something.
They fly left field and so long.
If Rougned Odor can't turn it around. But the bat is too good to not have in the lineup. And they showed that they were committed to trying to get him into the spring training lineup by putting him in a lot of different spots, including center field, which didn't really work. But I like that shows how interested they are in playing Nick Solak. And so I do think he's going to get his playing time and eventually find his set role, even if it isn't this year. Because if it's not this year, then next year Shin-Soo Choo comes off the books, and at worst case, Solak can take over that DH spot.
Yeah, you talked about it. Shin-Soo, we didn't see him tonight. Solak get the start, and Shin-Soo certainly on that big, still in his final year at age of, call it 38 by the time we get to baseball, and might be the final years here of Choo. As Britton deals 3-1, Solak fouls off. Not many fans left here in Arlington Park. We saw plenty of Yankee bats here tonight. Britton deals 3-2. Got him.
Wow.
No, I'm squeezing him.
Up next for the Rangers.
And you, Paul, you've seen games like this. 11-3.
They just want you guys to keep this going.
I know. It's like
It's an 11-3 game. Call it a strike. Come on, man.
the interminable games, and you see some umpires who squeeze things and take the bats out of the hands of the team that's down and say you got to be up there swinging, because they want to get out of there. But this is interesting.
That's true integrity.
That was a good at bat there by Solak, and yeah, hats off to this umpire here calling it right and saying, you know what, not going to just make the call to make the call. I'm going to call it like it is. 2 on, 2 out. Here we go. Could Willie Calhoun spur something, make this 11-6, and then we really start to drum up some fake excitement?
Yeah, and maybe we get to see the likes of Tommy Canley up in the pen, maybe Araldis. I mean, listen, it's fitting that guys like Solak, guys that we believe might be part of this Rangers' future, making a difference here as Britton deals 2-1, 2-2 here now. And Zach Britton looks in to Willie Calhoun, 2-2 here in the 9th.
See what Calhoun can do. He already hit a homer off a lefty early. Britton's tough, though, particularly on lefties.
And how about this? 3-2 here to Calhoun.
Wow.
with the big bat of Joey Gallo on deck. Britton looks, sets, deals.
Oh! Wow.
Got him.
Rings him up there. See? Full integrity, though. Says check swing. Not going to give that to you. You went around. Ball game. Wow.
The man in blue, a gentleman and a dominant in the MLB football season, and we, of course, we're thankful to be joined by Paul Sporer, bringing all your knowledge, all your crow-worthy takes on fantasy, Yanks, Rangers, Reds, Tigers. We crossed it all in this blowout here tonight. But thanks, Paul, so much for joining us as we get ready for breaking this one down for a couple minutes before we get ready for Red Sox A's. But Paul, thanks again for being on with us.
Thank you guys so much for having me on. This was a blast. Let me know if you want to do it again down the line.
We absolutely will. The player of the game, Gary Sanchez. Not often you see a player of the game go 1 for
11 runs.
We'll take it.
No errors. They left 9 runs.
I'm not sure why he was the player of the game.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. His home run was...
guarantee it. When she pick me up and turn me right into a paraplegic pair of shoes. I got the MB on them, make you stare and see him. We ain't paying for him, now you ought to know I'm wearing free ones. When you go to me, I gotta know, is there a reason it was so abrupt? I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from? I don't care about you, I got me a chick that's Caribbean. She want me to serenade her, but you know I'm bashful. I got all the whippersnappers and the little rascals. Turned off the way we drippin' with Tabasco. Old friends inquiring about the cash flow. Okay, this here in the gas state. I can't hit it, if I do, I might pass away. These boys fake, please quit with the masquerade. Hey, not here with the past the same. I could probably use a fresh start out the window of the Target. I'm reflecting on life through Cherokee Park. Think about life through Cherokee Park. I know that we got it, I might even guarantee it. When she took me up and turned me right into a paraplegic pair of shoes. I got the MB on them, make you stare and see him. We ain't paying for him, now you ought to know I'm wearing free ones. When you go to me, I gotta know, is there a reason it was so abrupt? I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from? I don't care about you, I got me a chick that's Caribbean. It's a push start, I ain't gotta put the key in. Whip it real nice like a good human being. 24 East, I'm in Chattanooga 10. Yeah, the barbecue Korean and my shorty boy Ben. Ay, we just went from dive bars to the Coliseum. Man, he's a try-hard, wouldn't wanna be him. PG, I'm the GM, go ahead, copyright it to him. Go ahead, copyright it. Nah, I wouldn't wanna say too much. We ain't take her from you, now she came to us. Ain't no steak dinner, but we made do brunch. 2 2-4 on the beat, you know he came through clutch. No, he came through clutch. I know that we got it, I might even guarantee it. When she took me up and turned me right into a paraplegic pair of shoes. I got the MB on them, make you stare and see him. We ain't paying for him, now you ought to know I'm wearing free ones. When you go to me, I gotta know is there a reason it was so abrupt. I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from. I don't care about you, I got me a cheapest Caribbean.
Gangster. Come on. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. It's about 10 to 4 when the back of the coupe is open. Your girlfriend's gone off that cola. You bout for stroking. And I'm also focused for the day that I blow this open. Money like hocus pocus at the club with a bunch of brokers. Also, I can the broker. Hang eyes, trap. Put you all over my Snapchat. Nat, so fat. Gotta get you home like stat. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. You know what I'm reaching for. Shot my 3, who's keeping score? 2 wait anymore. 1 mile till we make it home. Get a bag, get paid, get low. Ben Frank, don't stop, press go. Pick it up, lot of money on the flow. Keep shaking, 100 days, 100 poles. Hang eyes, trap. Put you all over my Snapchat. Nag, fat. Gotta get you home like stat. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light.
Are you gonna be in the car?
Two in the back of the black Cadillac light. Fat is to my mama hatchback light. I'ma let the roof back, put the F in the dash light. Put a smack on the gas, but I hope I don't crash like.
We all turn the blind. You know I've got your back. Would you ever do that for me? For me? For me? For me? Billy Boy's gifted. You know you can't deny. Leave us empty-handed, 'cause you know we don't deserve that from you, from you, from you, from you. I wanna break my baby. You know she loves to fake me.
she loves to fade, yeah. I wanna break my
What do you say? Welcome to Wrigley Field, Chicago, as we get you set for Chicago Cubs, New York Mets baseball. Along with Wayne Randazzo, I'm Mick Gillispie. It is our pleasure to have you with us today as the Cubs look for a 3-game sweep of the Mets. They'll be starting Kyle Hendricks today. He'll be opposed by Steven Matz. Taking a look at the starting lineup, and for the New York Mets, it'll be Amed Rosario leading off. He's at shortstop. Jeff McNeil is the third baseman, and he's hitting second today. Great crowd as we get ready for this baseball game. And the Cubs are introduced and they take the field. Cubs with a 49-25 record. The New York Mets at 30-43. Another great crowd on a weekday afternoon at Wrigley Field. Kyle Hendricks, a 5-4 record, a 2.45 ERA. He's pitched 88 innings and allowed 79 hits, 69 strikeouts, and his weapon really has been the fact that he throws so many strikes. Only 17 walks this year. Led the National League in earned run average a couple of years ago.
Leading off the afternoon for the Mets,
Amed Rosario leads things off.
Amed Rosario.
And here comes the first pitch of the ball game. And it's fouled away, strike one, and we are playing baseball. Cubs with a 3-game lead in the NL Central Division. Cincinnati made all those offseason additions. They're in second. Milwaukee and St. Louis follow. All bunted foul down the third base line. And it's strike two. Hendricks has just been so solid for the Cubs over the years. Helped them win the World Series in 2016. Came over from the Texas Rangers in a trade. Ryan Dempster dealt by the Cubs to get Kyle Hendricks. First batter of the game. Full 3-2, and Hendricks home. Chopper to second, and Ian Happ makes the play, and that's the first out.
Batting second, the third baseman, number 6.
Cubs wrap up this 3-game series with the Mets. Nothing better than day baseball at Wrigley Field in Chicago. Here's very dangerous third baseman Jeff McNeil. Last year's Rookie of the Year Pete Alonso. And the on-deck circle, righty to lefty.
That's a ball.
Hendricks so good at changing speeds. Doesn't have a lot of velocity on his fastball, Hendricks, but a lot of movement. Super intelligent pitcher. He has the same nickname, the Professor, as Hall of Famer Greg Maddux. Here's a slow roller up the first base line. Grabbed by Contreras, and he'll fire to first just in time for the second out.
The first base.
And McNeil's retired. 2 down in the top of the first inning. And now Pete Alonso. Michael Conforto on deck. Linus Cespedes to follow. Hendricks will change speeds on you. He studies video as well as anyone. And he kind of works a lot different than many of the pitchers because, you know, baseball's become such a power game. Although Hendricks changes speeds, locations, a big part of his repertoire. Hendricks eyes the sign from Contreras in the pitch. It's a ball and 2 strikes. There's a swing and a ground ball picked up by Hendricks, and he flips it to first just in time. And a 1-2-3 top of the first inning. It'll be Chris Bryant, Anthony Rizzo, and Javi Baez for the Cubs when we come back. Steven Matz gets the start for the Mets today. 4-4 on the season with a .456 earned run average. He's been solid again for the Mets, known for their starting pitching. Only 14 walks, 57 strikeouts for Matz. Trying to pitch the Mets to a victory today and avoid the sweep at the hands of the Cubs. And here's Chris Bryant to lead things off. Former MVP hitting .314, 15 homers, 38 RBIs for KB in the leadoff spot. Cubs struggled trying to find someone to replace.
Ball, that's just out.
Dexter Fowler, once he signed with the Cardinals after their World Series victory in 2016. Of course, Anthony Rizzo, first baseman and power hitter.
2-0.
And claimed to be the greatest leadoff hitter in the history of baseball with his ability to hit home runs in that leadoff spot. But it's Chris Bryant's job as he takes a strike. 2 balls and a strike to KB. When David Ross took over as manager, there was a lot of talk that Chris Bryant was going to be traded. And instead, he's on the team and he's the leadoff batter.
Yep, that ball went out.
Cubs hitting for the first time. Anthony Rizzo, Javi Baez, Wilson Contreras. 1, 2, 3, 4. With KB leading off. Pretty big punch there. That one fouled off to run the count full. Here comes the payoff pitch from the lefty Matz. Ground ball to first. Nice pick. And that's the first out. Smashed down the line. Alonso, though, moving to his glove side and made an easy play of it as Anthony Rizzo bats. Cubs hitting for the first time. Rizzo, .240 on the season, 16 homers, 37 RBI. Lefty to lefty. Cubs wearing the home pinstripes today. Wrigley Field crowd. Another sellout. That ball bounced on the ground to Cano. Easy pick. A little scratch gravels. He throws him out, and there's 2 down. Robinson Cano. Just as smooth and slick of a second base fielder as I've ever seen. It's on the Yankees, then Seattle, now back in New York with the Mets. And here's the electric Javi Baez in a scoreless first inning. Matz winds and deals.
1-0.
Baez takes. Baez runner-up for most valuable player in the National League a couple years ago. Batting average at .304. Free swinger. A lot of power. That one high and foul, and that'll be a souvenir. Here comes the 1-1. And a strike called to Javi Baez. Mets 15 games back of first place Washington at 30-43. Disappointing start to the season for the Metropolitans as a strike's called and Baez is out looking. So Matz strikes him out. He gets the side in order, 1, 2, 3, an inning in the books, and we're scoreless at Wrigley.
Leading off for the Mets, the right fielder, number 30.
Top scoreless game. Here comes the Mets back to the plate against Kyle Hendricks. And the first pitch is down and in, ball 1. No hits in the first inning, no base runners.
Hey, Mick, Eric Arman here. Just wanted to drop in. Looks like Wayne is muted and deafened. Just want to make sure everything's going all right between you two.
Yeah, he's going to be here. He's on a call. He's going to be here really soon.
Sounds great. Just wanted to be sure.
Yeah, he's
loving
good.
what you're doing. Thanks so much, and keep having a great call.
All right. Here comes the 3-0 on the way from Hendricks. Ball batted foul. Michael Conforto swinging 3-0. And the pitch righty to lefty. There's a high deep drive down the right field line, and it's foul as Jason Hayward gives chase. Hendricks trying to come from behind and get Conforto. First batter of the second inning. And a swing and a miss. And he struck him out. Change of speeds there for Hendricks. Here's another look.
The left fielder, number 52. Yoenis Cespedes.
And that'll bring up the very dangerous Yoenis Cespedes, hitting 160 with 5 home runs and 14 RBIs in this scoreless second inning. Here comes the 0-1 on the way. Off-speed pitch, grounded. Actually, a low-line drive caught by Rizzo, just off the dirt. I call those the blue darters. Those low-line drives, almost a ground ball, but somehow they just stay above the dirt and the grass long enough for someone to get a glove on it. So 2 up, 2 down in the scoreless second inning. And here's Robinson Cano, former Yankee, former Mariner. And the first pitch to him off speed in there for a strike from Hendricks. Came over from Seattle on a big trade. And some time on the DL, really they call it now the IL, the injured list last year. Chops that one foul, strike 2. Hendricks eyes the side and the pitch. Out away at a ball and 2 strikes. Cubs off to a good start. New manager, Joe Baden, off to the Angels after his 5-year contract was up and not renewed. Theo Epstein brought over David Ross to run things. Of course, known for his time as a Cubs backup catcher. Helped them win the World Series on Dancing with the Stars. 3-2 fouled away, and the count remains full. Rossi, Grandpa Rossi, that was his nickname last year with the Cubs. Really one of the leaders, the heart and soul of the team. There's a ground ball to short. Fielded by Baez, throws to first, and pulls Rizzo off the bag, and that'll be an error.
The catcher, number 4.
Just a routine ground ball. The throw got away from the normally sure-handed Javi Baez. And the Mets have their first base run. Brings up Wilson Ramos. And a much better, you take a look at the splits there. Only hitting 209 against right-handers. 375 against the lefties. He'll face the right-handed Kyle Hendricks. Scoreless game in the second inning. 2 outs and a runner at first. And fouled off. Cubs went out. They really just, as that one slips away from Contreras, Cano stays at first, not far enough for the runner to advance. There's a ground ball up the middle, and there's the first hit of the game. Cano to second base, runners at first and second.
The center fielder, number 9.
After the error by Baez. Ramos with a base hit, and now there's 2 outs. And here's Brandon Nimmo, chance for the Mets to get on the board. Speed pitch in there, a strike. Great to have Wayne Randazzo on with us.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
Here comes the 1-1. Bounce back to the pitcher, Hendricks. He's got it, guns it to first, and the side retired. The Mets turned away. Error and a single, but 2 men left on base. Bottom of the second inning we go. We're scoreless in Chicago.
Leading off for the Cubs, the catcher, Wilson Contreras.
Nope, that's a ball.
Pitch is taken. Down and in. Even Matz facing Wilson Contreras. And a strike called.
2 strikes.
Pitch on the way, swing and a miss.
Batting fifth, the left fielder, Kyle Yarbrough.
And Contreras is retired.
Ball, that's off the plate.
Now Kyle Schwarber takes outside, ball 1. 19 homers, 45 RBIs, and a .241 average.
That's outside.
Lefty to lefty, here comes the 2-0 on the way.
Whoa, that's down.
Schwarber taking, and it's in there for a strike. 3-1 down the count.
That's out. Ball 4.
That's outside, ball 4, and a walk. Cubs have their first base runner, 1 out here in the second inning.
Second baseman, Ian Happ.
Brings up the switch batting Ian Happ against the lefty batting from the right side. He swings and sends a line drive base hit, right center field gap. Contreras wheels over to third, or make that Schwarber into third, and it's a single for Happ. Back on that off-speed pitch and drives it the other way. Cubs in business. Runners at first and third. 1 out. Jason Hayward at the plate, and Hayward hitting .229, 7 home runs, 23 RBIs from the right side, and he takes a strike. Trying to get the Cubs on the board. Here's the pitch. Ground ball right back through the middle. What a nice play. The flip to Cano on the first 2, a double play. Boy, that was really done well. Cubs get runners at first and third. Do not score.
Leading off for the Mets, the pitcher, Steven Matz.
Hendricks' first pitch, floated down the right field line. Hayward dives, but he couldn't get it. It's a fair ball heading towards the right field corner. Around first and in the second base is Steven Matz helping himself.
Gonzales.
And there's a runner at second with no outs.
Mick, can you hear me?
Yes!
There we go.
Double right there, Wayne. Got Matz at second.
Steven Matz, he's a pretty good hitting pitcher, Mick. That's no surprise to see him hitting the ball well. You know, he had 4 RBIs in his major league debut. Set a Mets record with his bat.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, with the play-by-play of the Mets, here's Wayne.
Here's Ahmed Rosario batting against Kyle Hendricks as Hendricks starts him off with that changeup low. Now, Rosario had such a good year last season, really came on in the second half, had been one of the better hitting shortstops in the National League in the second half of last year. Now Hendricks falls behind, 2 balls and no strikes against Rosario. With Matz at second, it's a pretty day in Chicago, virtually and otherwise, Mick.
No, I can feel the breeze.
2 balls and no strikes on Rosario. Sunshiny day. As you can see, Contreras wants to get Hendricks settled because Jeff McNeil's on deck. And this could be a big inning for the Mets, the middle of the order coming up. On 3-0, Hendricks floats in ball 4 low, so the Mets getting started here in the third. As Matz doubled to right, now Rosario walks, and Hendricks is going to take a little bit of a walk around the mound before he has to deal with Jeff McNeil, who's putting together another all-star type campaign, hitting .337. McNeil an all-star for the first time last year. Curveball from Hendricks, a strike. Jeff McNeil, who went to Cleveland for last year's all-star festivities, is a little bit miffed that his photo on the video board in Cleveland was of Jacob deGrom instead of him when he came to bat in the All-Star game last year. 1 ball, 1 strike on McNeil. You know, you make it, you work your whole life, you get to the All-Star game, Mick, and then they put somebody else's picture up there when you're time to bat. Pretty low. The 1-1. McNeil to chopper toward first, foul. Rizzo gives it a glance, but it's 1 ball, 2 strikes now on McNeil. Fans getting a little excited for the 1-2. Breaking ball's grounded toward short. Could be a double play as the Cubs turn it. As Rizzo stretches up to field the throw from second. And McNeil bounces into a 6-4-3 double play. Matz does take third. But Kyle Hendricks, Mick, this is what he does. He gets those ground balls.
Yeah, look at Javi Baez, too. So slick at shortstop. The feed to Happ on the first. So good.
Now here's Big Pete. He hit a monster of a home run at Wrigley Field last year. Actually set the Mets rookie record at Wrigley. As he reaches out here, grounds it just inside the first base bag. That's fair. Rizzo couldn't get it. Matz scores. Alonso will hold up at first as Hayward gets to it quickly. And Pete Alonso puts the Mets on top. It's 1-0 with this opposite field base hit. That's one thing about Pete. He can go to the opposite field, and he can hit for power to right and right center field. That home run that broke Darryl Strawberry's rookie record last year was an opposite field homer. Conforto goes after the first pitch and bounces it foul. A lot of first pitch swings from the Mets here against Kyle Hendricks, which can be good because he's around the plate a lot, but also won't get his pitch count up very much if you're swinging away early like that. Hendricks gets ahead 0-2 as Conforto fouls off another. Seeing Conforto's numbers, a little surprising to see his average dipping so low, around 210, as he chops another one foul. One of the more underappreciated players, I think, on the Mets, Michael Conforto. Another curve from Hendricks, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Alonso's at first after his 2-out RBI single gave the Mets the lead. The Mets can use some wins. They're way back in the standings. Even the Marlins ahead of them right now. The 1-2 pitch, another curveball, and this one bounced past Happ into right field. A base hit for Conforto. Alonso will pull up at second. Good effort from Ian Happ, but Conforto rolls the ball through the right side. The Mets still cooking here with 2 outs.
A good piece of hitting, and some of the biggest hits of this inning have been to right field, going the other way.
Here's Cess. As Hendricks misses inside, ball 1. You know, if we're really going to see the designated hitter in the National League, this is the Mets DH, no question about that. Yoenis Cespedes is built for that at this point in his career. Cespedes rolls one foul, 1 ball, 1 strike. But this rally started because of a pitcher hitting. Steven Matz doubled to get things going here in the 3rd. That might be a thing of the past. Cespedes with a slow chopper left side. Baez gets to it in the hole and flips to second as Conforto's retired there to end the inning. But the Mets get on the board. An RBI base hit from Pete Alonso gives the Mets a 1-0 lead. So now that I'm here, Mick and I will adhere to our plan and switch off for each team's at-bats. So we can play-by-play in this inning. Here's Mick.
1-0 Mets as the Cubs try to respond in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Albert Almora Jr. center field today. First time up against Matz, who helped himself with a double and scored the game's only run, lefty to righty. Almora hitting .305, a good offensive season for a player known to be a great defender. We were talking about it before. These are 2 teams who would probably benefit from the designated hitter all the time, not just an interleague. Here's a high, deep drive, way back to left field, and caught. Gave it a ride, but the wind pushed that ball back as it looked like it was heading towards the bleachers. And that's the first out of the inning, and that brings up pitcher Kyle Hendricks. He'll try to get something going. Hitting .074. You got Kyle Schwarber for the Cubs, who you would figure would be their DH, and then Yoenis Cespedes for the Mets. Your thoughts on baseball going to the DH in both leagues, possibly?
Yeah, I can't say that I'm a big fan of that. You know, that's just it's the way it's been trending for quite a while, though. As you see it in the Southern League, half the teams use the DH and half don't.
The count is 1-2.
There's something special about baseball when the pitcher bats. I love the double switch. I'd hate to see that go. That's outside to even the count at 2-2. I mean, what makes National League Baseball great is that you never know when you might be needed in a game because of the pitchers batting the double switch. Ground ball to first, and it's easily gobbled up by Alonso, and he'll run to the bag, and that's the 2nd out.
Yeah, it's just, you know, you take away all that strategy. I remember when Mickey Callaway came over from the Indians as their pitching coach to manage the Mets, and he said, you know, it's not 10 times more difficult to manage in the National League. It's 1,000 times more. You have to be on top of everything and be thinking 2 or 3 steps ahead. In the American League, you just write the lineup card and go, and it would be unfortunate to lose that strategic part of the game.
Here's Chris Bryant, 1-0 Mets, 2 outs, none on in the 3rd.
No, that's down.
And Matt starts the former MVP off with ball 1. Well, I think it's the same way. I mean, it's so much easier to manage with the DH than it is without it. I just don't know that baseball will ever be quite the same if we don't have it, period. There's a ground ball deep in the hole, and just in time to get The sneaky quick Baez. Rosario with an excellent play. And the Cubs retired in order. On to the 4th inning. Mets lead them 1-0.
All right, we'll pick it out. Oh, there's Heidi Watney. She's going to give us a report, I guess. Well, that's nice. Talking about Jeff McNeil, it appears. Got the weight on his bat. McNeil shouldn't be up for a while. Luis Rojas, the new manager of the Mets, who has had a very unusual start to his managerial career. Remember, Carlos Beltran was hired to be the manager of the Mets, but got caught up in the Houston sign-stealing scandal, so he lost his gig. And Luis Rojas, who was a finalist for the initial Mets managerial search, gets the job, although he's not all that much older than this man at the plate, Robinson Cano, who takes ball 1 from Kyle Hendricks. Luis Rojas, only 38 years old, son of the great Felipe Alou, also had a son named Moises who spent some time with the Cubs, as Cano hits one toward the left side, and it's caught by Chris Bryant, a line drive that Bryant handles. So Cano's retired. There's one away here in the 4th. Here you go, Mick. The Tennessee Smokies beat Birmingham last night, 3-2.
No, look at that. Eddie Martinez, big home run. He's batting .500 on the year.
Hernan Perez killing it at AAA Iowa. Wilson Ramos is the batter. Ramos takes ball 1. Ramos, man, was the Buffalo. Had a good year for the Mets, especially in the second half last season. Had a long hitting streak, one of the longer hitting streaks in Mets history. Just talking about Moises, he actually owns the longest hitting streak in Mets history. As Hendricks drops in a curveball, 1 ball, 1 strike. Now 2-1 on Ramos. What'd you say, Mick?
Yeah, I said, how long was it?
I believe it was 30 games back in 2007, I want to say.
He was a fun player to watch. He really was.
Yeah, he was. 2 balls and a strike. As Ramos rolls one to Baez. It's short, easy play for El Mago. Did you name him that? Hey, throws it away. Rizzo came off the bag as Baez with an errant throw. So it was an easy play, maybe the slowest runner in baseball going up the line. And yet Baez chucks one that pulls Rizzo off the bag. So you can never take anything for granted. And now Ramos is on first. And now Brandon Nimmo is the batter.
That's the second error on Baez today on an easy play.
He's got, look, 2015 Javier Baez playing in this. No balls and a strike on Nimmo. As this ball is hit toward the right field corner. It's hooking foul. Nimmo got a lot of it, but Hendricks gets no balls and 2 strikes. Another underappreciated Met, I feel like, Brandon Nimmo at the plate. 1 out, 1 on here in the 4th. As Nimmo strikes out, there's the beautiful Hendricks. Yep, that is his textbook pitch, that changeup down and away to
the pitcher, Matz.
Now 2 outs in the inning as you see Nimmo out in front of that pitch. Wilson Ramos still aboard at first, and now Matz will bat. Doubled and scored the only run of this game so far. Turns away from a curveball from Hendricks. 1 ball, no strikes on Matz. Matz having to carry some of the load in the Mets rotation with Noah Syndergaard out because of Tommy John surgery. 1 ball and no strikes. Hendricks drops in the breaking ball to make it even. 1 ball and 1 strike on Matz. Ramos probably not going anywhere. He's at first. There is a fastball in the inside corner to Matz. 1 ball, 2 strikes. No batting gloves for Steven as he bats here on a warm day at Wrigley. He hits this ball hard toward the gap in left center field. That's going to get down. A base hit as it bounces toward the ivy. We'll see if Ramos can make it all the way from first. Almora chucks it in, and Ramos will hold it third. As Steven Matz has his second double of the bursting this one to the gap in left center.
Now he's making a case to keep the pitchers in the lineup as batters. Went to right his first time and scored, and then that time he just ripped it into the gap.
It hurts the Mets more than most teams to not have the DH because their pitchers can hit. Matz is a good hitter. Jacob deGrom can swing the bat. Syndergaard has hit several home runs in his career. Marcus Stroman's a great athlete. We're not going to see him potentially swing the bat. 1-0. Rosario looks low. 2 balls and no strikes. Big batter here for Hendricks to keep this a 1-0 game. 2 in scoring position with 2 outs. And now 3-0 on Rosario. It's McNeil on deck. So just like in the 3rd inning when Hendricks walked Rosario, McNeil hit into a double play, but then Alonso got the base hit to score Matz. Hendricks is 3-0. Hops in a strike, and it's 3-1. Rosario doesn't walk a lot. Hendricks doesn't walk many hitters, but he's already walked Rosario in this game. Not this time, though. Rosario rips a base hit to left. It scores Ramos. Matz will hold at 3rd, trying to take 2nd on the throw-in. Rosario, as Bryant cuts it off and throws him out to end the inning. But the Mets tack on another run. Ahmed Rosario with a 2-out RBI single as the Mets take advantage of a Baez error. And heading to the bottom of the 4th, the Mets with a 2-0 lead.
Leading off for the Cubs, the first baseman, Anthony.
Mets out in front. Here's Anthony Rizzo. Bottom of the 4th inning with Wayne Randazzo, Mick Gillispie. Great to have you with us here at Wrigley Field on a gorgeous afternoon. Rizzo 0 for 1 in the ball game. Facing Matz, the lefty. This has scored twice. Or actually doubled and scored once, and then doubled setting up a second run. And he was at 3rd when the inning ended. Here comes the 2-1 to Rizzo. Fouled away. Now the 2-2. There's a shot to center field and a base hit for Rizzo. Cubs with the leadoff man aboard.
Now back.
See, as we start through that second time through the order, Steven Matz looked good the first few innings. Now is to try to keep it going with this 2-run lead.
Yeah, only the 2nd hit of the game for the Cubs and their 3rd base runner. That brings up Javi Baez. 2 errors in the field today. He's 0 for 1. And he takes outside for a ball. Your thoughts on the new managers in this game? Both teams with new managers. David Ross with the Cubs, kind of their almost felt like he was their choice from the beginning. I don't know if that's the case, but I guess looking at it now, you just feel like he's the right fit for this team. Baez grounds one to first. Alonso starts the double play, 6-3-6. And there's 2 outs.
By Pete, Pete's improved so much around the bag. He was labeled a defensive liability his entire time in the minor leagues, but has gotten to a point where he's become a decent major league first baseman. Good job there to his left to start that double play off the bat of Baez. But getting to your point, it did seem like David Ross was going to be the guy from really the time it seemed like Joe Madden and the Cubs were going to part ways. And the players, I think, still, some of them from the 2016 championship team have a great deal of respect for David Ross, and maybe the guys who weren't around certainly know his resume, and I think he'll be a really good fit.
Contreras struck out in the 2nd inning, hitting .275 on the year. Comes down 2-0 to the Mets in the 4th inning at Wrigley Field.
1-0.
Even Matz so far has been dazzling.
Ball 2. 2-0.
One taken outside, ball 2.
Steven getting a little sweaty under that cap. It's summertime now here in Chicago.
No matter how hard the wind blows in, it's still hot.
That's right. Get a little lakefront breeze close to Wrigley Field, so that helps, but still a warm day.
The 3-0. And a strike. Nothing like the smell of those Chicago dogs wafting in the air here at Wrigley. How do you like your dog, Wayne?
I'm a bit.
There's a deep fly ball to right. Sorry, Wayne. That'll do it. Hold off on that. Let us know about your hot dogs when we come back. 2-0 Mets.
little out of practice is starting the storytellings with 2 outs and 2 strikes.
There's for guys like us that tell a lot of stories. It's like the dudes are batting before the pitch is thrown and they're hitting again.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw Jeff McNeil. Here he is leading off the 5th. Let's have a 2-0 lead. I wonder Jeff McNeil, how he likes his hot dogs. I bet he'll put ketchup on them. You're not supposed to do that in Chicago, but you know I think there's still some exceptions. If you go over to the Wiener Circle on Clark after a Cubs game, they'll yell at you for putting ketchup on a hot dog. 1 ball, 1 strike on McNeil.
I know. I've heard that. And
I
try to avoid it. I go with mustard when I'm, but I do secretly love ketchup.
1 ball, 1 strike. McNeil whiffs on a curveball from Hendricks. Count 1-2. Fans in the stands. See when Wrigley can look like that again. The 1-2. Changeup is rolled foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes still on McNeil.
Now, you don't see anyone with masks on here, but I saw a picture from a football game, a Georgia Tech football game from, I guess it was 1918 maybe?
Oh, yeah.
And everyone everyone had a mask on because they were dealing with the Spanish flu back then.
Yeah, that could be what Georgia Tech football looks like this year, too. McNeil swings and misses on a curveball as McNeil is cut down on strikes. 3rd punch out for Kyle Hendricks. McNeil rolled into a double play as last time. Big whiff on the curve here. Not his best day for one of the best contact hitters in baseball. Here's Alonso with 1 out. Another curve from Hendricks for ball 1. Boy, what Pete did last year, 53 home runs, setting Major League Baseball's rookie record. I don't know if you saw the McGuire-Sosa documentary, but it was great to see that summer of '98 again. As 2 balls, no strikes now to count on Alonso. But seeing McGuire as a rookie and hitting the 49 home runs for Oakland in 1987 brought back a lot of memories of what Pete did last year. It wasn't McGuire's record anymore when Pete broke it. Aaron Judge broke it first in 2017, but Alonso with 53 home runs, 4 beyond what McGuire did in that historic 1987. 3-0. There's a strike at the top of the zone. It's 3-1.
Yeah, I remember the Bash brothers well. I saw them play some games back when I was a kid, the Oakland A's. It was McGuire and Canseco and Dave Parker. They had all these guys that could just hit the cover off the baseball, and he was really the leader of those guys. So came up with, a very highly touted prospect. And then, when he got to the major leagues, I mean, he just would pulverize baseballs. And to beat that record really tells you a lot about Alonso, what he can do at the plate.
Just the consistency that it takes to do that over a full season. First pitch to Conforto is low, ball 1. Trevor McGill and Alec Mills warming up in the Cubs bullpen. Have you seen these guys, Mick? McGill and Mills?
Yeah, I've seen them both. McGill, big dude.
Conforto swings on a cutter that moved over the inside corner. Pitch count's getting up there for Hendricks. 85 pitches already. We're only in the 5th inning. 1 ball, 1 strike. As Conforto chops one around home plate foul, and it's 1-2.
Both of those pitchers were signed by the Cubs or traded for. They weren't brought up through their system, but 2 guys who could come in and throw strikes. Alec Mills, really worked hard to get to the big leagues, and has been kind of that middle relief guy for the Cubs this season.
Well, 2 balls, 2 strikes on Conforto.
count.
Now full count, so Alonso will get a head start on a 3-2 pitch. Mets try to add to a 2-0 lead. Alonso running the 3-2, and a curveball is hit up the middle. Hendricks grabs it, throws to second for one, Baez to first two, and a double play to end the inning. So Kyle Hendricks works around the Alonso walk, and it's the middle of the fifth here at Wrigley Field. The Mets 2, the Cubs nothing.
Thanks for the report there, Heidi Watley. And here come the Cubs down 2-0. Trailing the Mets at Wrigley Field as the Cubs look for a 3-game sweep of the series. And they start today with a 3-game lead over Cincinnati in the NL Central. It's trying to hang in there as Kyle Schwarber comes to the plate. Walked his only time up. Big left-handed batter. Against Matz, the lefty. Only 47 pitches thrown by Matz as that one misses outside. Your thoughts, Wayne, on Robinson Cano as a fielder over at second base? I think he's so fun to watch.
Yeah, he is. He's starting to. His age is catching up to him a little bit. He's lost some steps, but there's still no one as smooth at second as Cano.
Schwarber watches inside and takes ball 2.
The Mets kind of have a surplus of infielders with McNeil playing third, Cano at second. You've got Jed Lowry roaming around somewhere. J.D. Davis can play third base.
That ball hit into the shift. And Rosario on the second base side of the infield throws out Kyle Schwarber, and there's one out. That's something that we've seen a lot of in this game is shifts as Ian Happ, the switch batter, will hit right-handed. 2-0 Mets. Cubs batting against Matz in the 5th inning.
Nope, outside.
Remember when shifts were a big part of the problem, where that was one of the main issues in the game was shifts. I long for those days.
Happ swings, and he gets it right over top of the leaping glove of the first baseman. Alonso couldn't quite get there, and he's got a second hit. Goes the other way and dunks one in the right. And the Cubs have the tying man to the plate, down 2. And it's going to bring up Jason Hayward. Yeah, you're right. I mean, who would have ever thought that we'd be at the point that we are now in Major League Baseball? And I've never had a problem with the shift. I mean...
Shift away, please.
Please.
0-1.
I saw Pete Rose in Vegas. I talked to him about the shift. Can you imagine them trying to shift Pete Rose back when he played?
Yeah, that probably wouldn't work. They might shift George Foster, but not Pete Rose.
He just hit it where they weren't standing. 2 strike pitches outside, a ball and 2 strikes.
Well, he basically did that anyway, even with infielders and outfielders playing normal depth.
There's a smash on in the air to right field, and that's going to go all the way to the wall. App's got speed, and he's going to wheel in the third. It's a double for Hayward. And the Cubs have runners at second and third, and no outs.
Well, it looked like a fastball middle in, and Hayward just jumped on it. Hayward's always had that good swing from the left side, and he was able to punch that ball to the corner.
The Cubs, with 1 out, I beg your pardon, have runners at second and third. Howard Almora Jr. up. He's 0 for 1, and he flied out in the 3rd inning.
He can crush left-handed pitching. That's why he's in there against Matz.
2 balls, no strikes.
First real threat for the Cubs in this ballgame.
3-0.
Matz starting the middle. I would imagine, if the bases are loaded here, Wonder if Kyle Hendricks will be lifted for a pinch hitter.
I think that very good possibility. There's a strike.
One strike.
Morris should be looking for something to drive. And he helped out Matz. Strike 2. (3-2), and he battles that one foul.
Way out in front of that one as Matz has battled back here to try to get into a position to strike him out.
You can feel the anticipation here at Wrigley Field on each pitch.
This guy behind home plate's into it.
Ground ball to third. Runners will hold, and they'll throw out Almora, who is ahead 3 balls and no strikes and does not drive in a run. So now there's 2 outs, runners at second and third. Still 2-0 Mets. We'll see what happens. There's Victor Caratini in the on-deck circle. So as you mentioned, he's going to be a pinch batter, and Kyle Hendricks out of the game. Caratini, a switch hitter, batting right-handed, fouls it away.
Well, he definitely was an irritant to the Mets last year. Remember, it was late last August when the Mets were making a run into the wild card race, and Caratini had 2 home runs off Jacob deGrom at Citi Field.
Look out, 1-1.
Looking for that same pop here on one swing. He could give the Cubs the lead. They're down by 2. 2 runners in scoring position.
He's one of only, I think, 3 or 4 players that ever have hit 2 home runs in the same game against a man who's now a 2-time Cy Young Award winner in deGrom.
How's that one away? More of a defensive swing for Caratini. Yeah, deGrom, a great pitcher. Syndergaard, a great pitcher. Matz is good. Just missed low. That was a great pitch. We're talking about the foundation of a World Series contender. And the Mets got to the World Series beating the Cubs in 2015. Swept them. And then lost to the Kansas City Royals in the World Series.
In a series where the Royals had the lead about 25% of it, but yet somehow won 4 out of 5 games.
2 swings. Caratini's out. Cubs are out. And they strand a couple of men in scoring position. Big pitches from Matz. And in this one, to strike out Caratini. On to the 6th inning. It's 2-0 Mets.
Ice water in Steven Matz's veins right there.
No, he's just changing speeds right now. He's locating. He's got the Cubs off balance.
Trevor McGill's 5-0 as he comes into the game here. He's getting righties and lefties out. So the Cubs need, Mick. They need their relievers to step up and get some important outs for them if they're going to be a contender.
Yeah, big, strong McGill. You know, in spring training, they were very hopeful that they would get this kind of production out of him. And in this league, he's been dynamite.
You can see he's a big boy on the mound, even in this world. There's a breaking ball to Cespedes. Misses inside. A strapping right-hander, Trevor McGill. As Cespedes bounces one to first. Rizzo with a backhand stop. And Cespedes is retired. Rizzo flings it around the infield. 1 out here in the 6th. As the Mets have a 2-0 lead. Pete Alonso with a base hit to put them on top. And then Ahmed Rosario singled home Wilson Ramos in the 4th. Here's Cano. Lined out. He's reached on an error, one of the 2 made by Javier Baez. Ball 1 to Cano, who wears the number 24 as Rowan Wick and Jeremy Jeffress throw in the Cubs bullpen. Second time we've seen double-barrel righties in the Cubs pen. David Ross wants his options. 2 balls and no strikes on Cano. That number 24 is a historic number in the game, and especially in Mets history. As Cano whiffs on a breaking ball from McGill, it's 2-1. Willie Mays wore number 24, not only as a Giant, but as a New York Met at the very end of his career. Joan Payson, who was the owner of the Mets, didn't retire the number formally, but promised Willie that no one would wear that number as a Met ever again. 2-1 as Cano bounces again to Rizzo. He makes the play to the bag. 2 outs here in the 6th. Obviously, that wasn't true. Cano wore it.
The catcher.
There was also a player named Kelvin Torvey who was given number 24 on accident. And he wore it for, I think, 1 game. Everybody figured it out that he shouldn't be wearing that number. So they pulled it off him and gave him number 39 or whatever. Here's Wilson Ramos swinging and missing. No balls and a strike. And then when Ricky Henderson got to the Mets, of course, he had been number 24 for most of his career. And he wanted to wear it, and he got special permission from Willie Mays to wear number 24 as a Met. No one else did after Henderson until Cano. Ramos swings through a changeup from McGill. No balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, to say, hey, kid. And I don't know that there's ever been a better all-around player than Willie Mays.
Probably not. It's not Wilson Ramos, that's for sure. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ramos a very good hitting catcher, but no one will mistake his speed for Willie Mays. Swing and a miss. That one got in on his hands as McGill works a 1-2-3 inning. And the Mets go down in order. We move to the bottom of the 6th. The Mets still up 2-0 here at Wrigley.
Leading off for the Cubs.
For the Cubs, top of the lineup in the 6th inning. Cubs trail the Mets 2-0. Steven Matz has been the story in this game. He's got a couple of doubles. He scored a run, and he's pitched a gem so far for the Mets. 71 pitches, and has allowed a couple of hits as Chris Bryant stands in 0 for 2 in the game, and he takes strike 1. Chris Bryant, that tall, lanky, gangly build, kind of reminds you a little bit of Dale Murphy, the great former Brave. Won the Golden Spikes Award as a collegiate player, the top college player in the country, and then came out of San Diego, 2nd overall pick by the Cubs, was the minor league player of the year as he takes a strike, won the Southern League Home Run Derby en route to that award. Then to the big leagues, Rookie of the Year and MVP. Swings and sends a high, deep drive to right field. Way back there, and it's going to stay in the park. Again, the wind leaves it up. Good swing by Bryant, but Conforto able to run it down with the help of that breeze off of Lake Michigan, and Bryant is retired, and that brings up Anthony Rizzo. Cubs still looking for a run, down 2-0. Rizzo 1 for 2 in the ball game, had a single in the 4th. You know this as well as anyone, Wayne. When that wind blows in, it's tough to get the ball in the air.
0-1.
They get line drives if you want to get them out. That's what Ryan Sandberg always used to say.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say myself. Is that Rhino made a habit out of hitting home runs there into the wind, but they were line drives.
At the ball. 1 ball, 1 strike.
That's how Sandberg won the home run derby at Wrigley Field in 1990.
A ground ball, and it's going to sneak through and a base hit. McNeil tried to get to it, moving to his glove side, but it just slipped under his glove, and Rizzo has his 2nd hit. Bryant leads the team, then Javi Baez, and then Anthony Rizzo. That's his 65th hit this year. 2 of those today as Javi Baez comes up, 0 for 2.
Nope, ball 1.
And it's low for a ball.
This is where Baez can make up for his 2 errors earlier in this game by cutting into this Mets lead.
The ground ball to McNeil. To Cano. On to Alonso. They go around the horn. A double play. 5-4-3. That does in the Cubs. And they're half of the 6th inning. We move on to the 7th. Mets still shutting out the Cubs 2-0.
Seems like anytime Steven Matz has been in any sort of trouble, he's gotten a big pitch to get out of it. And now Matz and the Mets with a 2-0 lead in the 7th. Trevor McGill still out there for the Cubs. As Brandon Nimmo looks at a strike, and it's 0-1. Nimmo in the pitcher's spot. Matz has rolled 6 scoreless innings to this point. Nimmo lays off a high fastball. 1 ball, 1 strike. We'll see if Steven will stay out there to continue forward here. As Nimmo smacks one foul behind home plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Mets bullpen last year had all kinds of issues holding on to leads late. McGill misses with an inside fastball. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
To be one of the big stories of the season for them.
Yeah, certainly. As far as the Mets' 2020 chances, a lot of it riding on that bullpen that they hope would be much better than last year. Nimmo swings through a changeup, strike 3, so there's 1 out. Edwin Diaz had such a tough time last year, gave up 15 home runs last season as Nimmo swings right over the top of that changeup. So McGill gets the strikeout. There's 1 down here in the 7th. McGill's retired all 4 batters he's faced. And Matz will bat for himself, and why not? He's got 2 doubles in this game. As he takes ball 1, low and outside. Matz poked a double down the right field line his first time up, scored the first Mets run, and then smacked a double to left center his last time, which moved Wilson Ramos to third, and he scored on a base hit by Rosario. Matz looks at a strike on the outside corner, and McGill draws even at 1-1. 2-0 the score here in the 7th. The Mets try to get out of Chicago with a victory. The Mets have lost the first 2 games of this series, both night games. This one an old-fashioned day baseball game at Wrigley Field.
Really nothing like it in baseball.
2-1. As Matz swings and fouls one back. Now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Cubs, of course, the last Major League team to put lights in their stadium, although they could have had them much earlier than they did. 2-2. Matz swings and misses. As the fastball down in the zone gets him to strike out, so Matz is retired. 2 up, 2 down. The Cubs didn't have lights installed until 1988, but we're supposed to have them in the 40s, except World War II was going on. So the Wrigley family, which owned the Cubs at the time, donated all the metal and all the materials they were using to the war efforts, and the lights never materialized and never came back until 1988. And boy, was the neighborhood upset when that happened. They were not happy around Wrigleyville when the lights came, but I think they all turned out to be pretty happy with the end result.
Yeah, well, if the Cubs would have gone to the World Series in '84, they wouldn't have been able to play a home game.
Rosario loops one down the right field line. Hayward with a diving attempt, but he can't get it. The ball rolls past him. Rosario's got great speed, but he'll pull up right there at second. As Hayward goes for the all-out dive, really a dangerous play from Hayward because that ball bounces all the way to the corner. Rosario could have scored on this play.
Thought he was going to be able to make a circus catch and got close to it, but you're right. If it gets by him and gets into that corner, he might have touched all 4.
Touched 2. He's at second now, and here's McNeil who drives one toward left center field. This ball headed toward the wall. Schwarber gets there as he makes the catch, cutting it off before the warning track in left center. Good play by Kyle Schwarber. McNeil lines out, and the inning is over, and we've got a special treat here at Wrigley Field, the 7th inning stretch where the Mets lead the Cubs 2-0.
stretch time at Wrigley Field. The Mets with single runs in the 3rd and the 4th inning. And they lead the Cubs 2-0. He's Wayne Randazzo. I'm Mick Gillispie. Great to have you with us today at Wrigley Field for Game 3 of this 3-game set. Cubs have won the first 2, and the Mets are trying to avoid the sweep. Steven Matz delivers, and there's a ground ball base hit into center field. The Cubs have a leadoff man aboard as Wilson Contreras, the Cubs all-star catcher, sends it right back through the box.
Hearing the organ at Wrigley Field makes you think of Gary Pressey, who retired at the end of last season.
Kyle Schwarber takes down ball 1. Yeah, one of the great organists of all time, Gary. Hung it up. Cubs had to go out and find his replacement. That was quite a task. Hard to replace a legend.
It took 3 guys. They hired 3 different people to play the organ at Wrigley Field this year in place of Gary Pressey, who never missed a home game in his entire time with the Cubs over 3 decades.
It's up and in, ball 3. Well, when you go to the game, too, at Wrigley, I mean, the organ is just such a big part of the entire experience, and you got to really take your hat off to the Ricketts family for being able to go back through and update the stadium, improve the stadium, from the concrete all the way into the luxury levels, but also maintain the history, and that includes the organ. Schwarber takes the 3-1, and it slides over the outside corner to run the count full. Contreras is at first, and that one's lifted foul. Matt's still only at 89 pitches, so the next one will be number 90, as he's spun a gem so far today, shutting out the Cubs. Schwarber bats another one foul. And he got him, tried to hold up on that inside pitch and struck him out. That's the first out of the 7th inning.
Matz has had great stuff today, up to 91 pitches. We'll see how much longer he's allowed to keep going.
Brings up Ian Happ. He's got that uniform all caked with Wrigley Field infield clay from, so far, a pretty spectacular game as he's 2 for 2. Switch hitter batting from the right side. 2-0 Mets. And Matt's home. There's a ground ball to third. Nice play, McNeil to second for 1. Back to first, 2. A double play. We've seen it again. A 5-4-3 around the horn twin killing. And the Cubs rolled up out of the 7th. On to the business end of this game. Mets 2, Cubs 0.
On the top of the 8th here at Wrigley, and surprised to see Trevor McGill still out there. It's been a couple of innings now. 23 pitches, he's been great. We'll see if a 3rd inning out of the bullpen hurts McGill here as the Mets carry a 2-0 lead. Pete Alonso leads off against McGill. Alonso swings and fouls one off toward the left side. No balls and a strike. It's one of those times in the game where you feel like this is where a guy like Pete can give you some insurance in the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike. Looks like a sellout, 40,952 at Wrigley Field. As McGill misses low, 2 balls and a strike. Good idea to keep it down to Alonso, who can rifle one out of here quickly. The 2-1.
Nope, that's down.
3 balls and a strike. Conforto will follow. That's leading 2-0 here in the 8th. Trying to avoid the sweep in this series. Trying to get out of the gutter in the National League East. 3-1. That's way high. Ball 4. So McGill clearly very careful with Alonso there. A leadoff walk. The Mets try to get something going here, up by 2 in the 8th inning. Michael Conforto, the batter. Got a base hit earlier on in this game as he stands in here. Pitch from McGill. Inside, ball 1. Mets have a bunch of free agents coming up. see McGill a bit perturbed by that last call. 1 ball and no strikes. At the end of the 2021 season, Michael Conforto, Noah Syndergaard, and today's starting pitcher Steven Matz will all be headed into free agency. There's a strike from McGill. 1 ball, 1 strike. So the Mets will have to weigh who they want to keep, what it's worth it to them to keep any one of those guys, and also thinking about the day that will certainly be coming when they have to think about Pete Alonso and Jeff McNeil's contracts.
Cubs in a very similar situation after the 2021 season, too. I mean, you got Rizzo, Bryant, and Baez all coming up at the same time, plus Theo Epstein, team president.
Yeah, it will certainly be a pickle for the Ricketts family as Conforto swings through a changeup in the dirt. Strike 3, so after the leadoff walk, McGill bounces back, strikes out Conforto. McGill's been impressive in this one. Here's Cespedes. Not hitting much as he tries to come back from those 2 heel surgeries that he had. He had bad bone chips in his heels. Cespedes had really the same surgeries that Troy Tulowitzki did that effectively ended Tulowitzki's career. Breaking ball, swing and a miss. And then on top of that, Cespedes ended up wrestling a boar on his ranch in Port St. Lucie and badly broke his ankle. His legs have been through a lot.
Right, and that's not the way that you want to get hurt.
He's lucky that's all that happened to him, quite frankly. 2-1. He loops 1 foul here. 2 balls, 2 strikes. I mean, he has 100 acres of land in Port St. Lucie, Florida. And, the Boers were there first. So they were just trying to protect their spot. 2-2. Cespedes hammers one deep down the left field line toward the corner. If it's fair, it's gone, and it is gone. A home run for Yoenis Cespedes. He absolutely powered that one deep down the left field line on the Waveland Avenue. 457 feet. And the Mets have taken a 4-0 lead here in the 8th as Cespedes goes deep off of McGill.
And here's another look at it. Boy, he got every bit of that pitch. It was just a matter of if it was going to stay fair or not.
116 miles an hour off the bat. That was just a monster shot across Waveland Avenue from Cespedes. There's the big insurance runs the Mets were hoping for. Cano swings and fouls one off. But, Mick, David Ross leaving McGill out. This is his 3rd inning of work out of the bullpen.
Yeah, and you mentioned that, too, going into the frame. We had 2 different right-handers up, but decided to stay with McGill. And now the Mets have doubled their lead.
Base line drive to center that Almora catches here from Cano. And now 2 outs in the inning, but the Mets have already done a lot of damage here in the 8th inning.
Cespedes coming over from Cuba, a very exciting player, was with Oakland. They signed him, and then, eventually to the Mets. Well, he's just a really fun player to watch when he's healthy. And he can take over a game. He really can.
Took over the whole second half when he was traded in 2015 to the Mets. Ramos looks at a curve for a strike 0-2. He was one of the great trade deadline deals in Mets history. Although this latest contract, he just hasn't been on the field very much. No balls, 2 strikes. As Ramos misses slow. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 2 outs and the base is empty. As Ramos swings at a breaking ball. Rizzo with a diving attempt, knocks it down, picks it up, and flips to McGill for the out. Ramos doesn't run well, so Rizzo had time to make that play. But the Mets extend their lead. Yoenis Cespedes with a titanic 2-run homer. And the Mets up by 4 as we head to the bottom of the 8th.
Leading off.
The Cubs have some work to do. Steven Matz, 94 pitches in the start. He is shut down the Cubs. Yoenis Cespedes, a 2-run homer here in the top of the 8th inning. Jason Hayward 1 for 2 up. And Hayward takes outside for a ball. Hayward from the Atlanta metropolitan area, was drafted by the Braves, made his big league debut in his hometown. Cubs signed him after he had a really good year with the Cardinals. As the pitch is in there, a strike 1-1. And Hayward has been criticized for maybe not living up to the contract that he signed with his offensive numbers, but defensively, as he grounds one to the right side, nice play by Matz to get over and cover first just ahead of Hayward. Hayward is in Cubs lore for giving the locker room speech in Game 7 of the World Series in 2016. Cubs blew a big lead. There was a rain delay. He gathered the troops after the rain. Whatever he said inspired his team, and they went on to win the World Series for the first time in 108 years. But he's out, and here's Albert O'Mora Jr., 0 for 2. Last time up, he had a couple of men on base, second and third, and 1 out, and a 3-0 count, and Matz got it. I was just trying to get on the board at this point. Almora hits one in the air, and it'll be caught. Conforto, the right fielder, over into the gap and able to run it down. And that's the second out of the inning. Matz is just rolling right now as Steven Souza Jr. will get a chance to hit. Former Arizona Diamondback.
Souza had what seemed to be a very promising beginning to his career. He's been totally derailed by injuries.
Hitting 187 this year with a couple of home runs and 4 RBIs. Bottom of the 8th inning, it's 4-0 Mets. Runs in the 2nd, 3rd, and then a 2-run homer in the 8th. There's a line smash, but a leaping catch at 3rd by McNeil. What a play, and the Mets have done it all. As he skies for the final out. On to the 9th inning. Mets looking for some insurance. They lead the Cubs 4-0.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Chicago Cubs.
Well, Rowan Wick's going to be out of the bullpen now for the Cubs. He had a good year, 1.78 ERA for Wick in 33 appearances. Brandon Nimmo bats with the Mets up big now, 4-0. Here at the top of the 9th, Steven Matz has been amazing today. Matz with 8 shutout innings. As Wick goes to work here against Nimmo, first pitch. Swing and a miss on a fastball low, no balls and a strike. Wick throwing hard, 97 on that fastball. See if the Mets allow Matz to try to finish this one. No balls and a strike on Nimmo. Matz has 1 career complete game. The Mets in general don't let their pitchers go all 9 innings very often. Jacob deGrom's only had a handful of complete games over the course of his career. Noah Syndergaard, I believe, has only had 2. As Nimmo takes a strike on the outside corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So it's just not something you often see from a Mets pitcher. Although really throughout baseball, complete games have gone away. But even more so with the Mets than most. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Nimmo. Matz's spot is due next. Nimmo takes strike 3 called. Wick hits the inside corner. Nimmo always with such a great eye. He almost takes himself out of these at-bats because his eye is so good, although that seemed to get the inside corner. But we see Nimmo strike out a lot looking because he believes that he knows the strike zone better than the umpires in some cases. So 1 out, and Matz will be lifted here. A pinch hitter is Eduardo Nunez gets the chance to bat. What a great job by Steven. First pitch from Wick. Low to Nunez. 1 ball, no strikes. Nunez from the Dominican Republic. He's bounced around. He was a Giant for a while. He was a member of the Red Sox when they won the World Series in 2018. He's certainly a seasoned ball player as Nunez hammers this one to deep left center. This one's going to go a long way as Eduardo Nunez hits a homer. And the Mets are up 5-0. More insurance for the Mets. And Steven Matz gets lifted for a pinch hitter, and it's Nunez hitting his first home run in a Mets uniform.
You know, that felt good too. I mean, dropping the first 2 games of the series, you want to come back and leave town with a victory. And Cespedes in the 8th, and now Nunez here in the 9th inning. And this lead all of a sudden went from 2-0 to 5-0. And now if you're the Cubs, you can't tie the game with 1 swing of the bat inning. It's a big run of insurance.
Now Ahmed Rosario has had a couple of hits, takes low, ball 1. Mets in good shape now, leading by 5. A couple of late inning homers here. Cespedes with a 2-run job in the 8th. Now Eduardo Nunez off the bench with a homer here in the 9th. 5-0 Mets. Rosario looks at a curve for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. Rowan Wick trying to get this game to the bottom of the 9th inning. 2 balls and 1 strike now on Rosario. And Mick, as we get near the end of this one, we thank ML Botball for allowing us to join them today. This has been a fun experience for us to just get to call a baseball game of any kind again.
Yeah. Now look, I was in Las Vegas for the Cubs and Reds in March. I had radio, TV game scheduled that weekend and the very next weekend in spring training, and then all of a sudden it was Friday, Saturday, and by Thursday they had shut everything down. So it really is nice to just sit here and hang out with you and talk a little baseball and be joined by so many other baseball fans here on this ML Bot Ball, and they do a great job. It's been a lot of fun today.
3 balls and 2 strikes on Rosario. Wick tries to get the inside corner and just misses. Ball 4. So Rosario is on again. 3 times he's been on base. Wick a little irritated. We take a look and see where that 3-2 pitch missed. Borderline over the inside corner, maybe. Just a little bit off the plate for the taste of the umpire. So here's McNeil. 5-0 Mets with 1 out and 1 on here in the 9th. Neal skies one toward the left side. Let's see if it stays in play for Chris Bryant. It will. Near the coach's box as Bryant makes the catch. 2 outs.
Now batting, the first baseman, Pete.
Now with the runner aboard, Pete Alonso will get a chance to bat.
A lot of talk, Wayne, about the possibility of having robot umpires, the electronic strike zone. Maybe it takes away a lot of the disputes over those borderline calls.
Alonso fouls it off. No balls and a strike.
But you come from an umpire family. Your cousin's a major league umpire.
Yes, he is. Tony Randazzo has been around for a while. Over 20 years now he's been in the big leagues. Swing and a miss by Alonso. It's 0-2. 99, he was part of that group that got called up when that other group got kicked to the curb. Swing and a miss again. Wick goes upstairs to strike out Alonso. The Mets add to their lead again. Eduardo Nunez pinch hitting for Steven Matz. Erupts with his first home run as a Met. And it's 5-0 as the Mets lead heading to the bottom of the 9th.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the New York Mets.
Chance for the Cubs as we head now to the bottom of the 9th inning. Amelia comes into the ball game and not a save situation here, just an opportunity to put the Mets in victory lane. They lead at 5-0. They got a couple of early runs, and then in the business end, they've done some business with the long ball. Nunez a home run in the 9th inning, and Cespedes a 2-run homer in the 8th. So Chris Bryant, it'll be the top of the lineup for the Cubs. 0 for 3 in the game.
1-0.
And he takes outside for a ball. Trying to get something going. All right, grounds one to short. Rosario make quick work of him. 1 down in the 9th.
The first baseman, number 44.
Matz with a gem. 8 innings, 6 hits, no runs, a walk, and 4 strikeouts. It was supposed to be Oswalt. They switched the rotation around, put Matz in today, and it paid off. Now Anthony Rizzo, 2 for 3, a couple of singles as the Cubs trail by 5. Wayne, it has been a pleasure hanging out with you today, my friend.
Yes, sir. It's been excellent, and hopefully we'll get to see baseball the way we know it real soon.
Yeah, fingers crossed. A lot of negotiations taking place right now. There's a high, deep drive. Way back to center field, and it's caught. What a grab.
Now batting.
And again, the wind at Wrigley knocking down those fly balls. That's the second out. What a catch. And now it's up to Javi Baez. Just to try to keep things alive for the Cubs. And you know Baez will be swinging for the fences here. He takes ball 1. Baez. And the Cubs won the World Series, not the shortstop of the team, but it's kind of a drifter in the infield. You'd see him at second and third and short. Now he's the everyday shortstop. He's become one of baseball's biggest stars.
Interesting to see Familia here in the 9th inning, where he was a great closer for the Mets, but is no longer in that role.
Familia with a 5-run lead to work with today, and he's just buzzing right through them. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Cubs down to their last strike. Here's Familia, gets the sign and the pitch. Baez takes low, and the count's full, 3-2.
One thing about Familia, you never know when that splitter is going to lose its feel, and he'll start walking batters. That could put him into some trouble here.
And Baez is retired. He grounds out, and that's the ball game. A final score of 5-0. Steven Matz, certainly the man of this match. Not only did he pitch a gem, but he also had a couple of doubles, scored a run, and leads the Mets to a victory, and they avoid the sweep. Any final thoughts, Wayne?
Yeah, put it in the books. That's what Howie would say after something like that. 5-0, Mets win. Steven Matz was certainly excellent as he worked 8 scoreless innings. The Mets got some power late. Cespedes and Nunez hit those home runs to put it away. A nice, clean, easy win for a Mets ball club that certainly seemingly needed to get one like this.
The final line score for this afternoon's ball game.
Again, 5-0. Mets, 5 runs on 9 hits and no errors. Matz the winner. For the Cubs, no runs, 6 hits and 2 errors. Hendricks the loser, no save in the ball game. And the Mets win the ball game in shutout style. And that will do it for us on ML Bot Ball. So for Wayne Randazzo, I'm Mick Gillispie. Thanks all of you guys for watching. And stay tuned. We got another game coming up.
As always, we thank you for your support of Chicago Cubs baseball and remind you to please drive home safely.
Hey, welcome. Jeremy Goldstein will be doing color commentary for this upcoming matchup between the Tampa Bay Rays, Toronto Blue Jays. Still waiting on my partner J-Man to enter this broadcast, but we got a great game upcoming for you guys. Got Ryan Yarbrough going the slab for Tampa Bay against Matz Shoemaker for Toronto. Let's go to a standings preview prior to our beginning here. We have Tampa Bay Rays 2.5 games behind the Yankees for first place, tight race in that AL East. They're 42-33. Toronto Blue Jays right behind them. They're at third place. They're 35-39. They're 9 games back from the Bronx Bombers. So two teams going head to head today. They look gain ground in a playoff race. As we approach the middle of the season, we're less than 10 games away from that. As you see the graphic up on the big board, in their last 10, the Rays are 7-3, the Blue Jays 6-4. Blue Jays winners of yesterday's contest. Let's go back in depth to Blue Jays here. Apologies for that. We're taking a look at the AL Central right now. The Indians continue to hold a slight lead over Minnesota by 1 game. The White Sox not far behind in third place. So a tight cluster top of the AL Central, something we didn't see in the last season. The White Sox obviously a lot more competitive. Going to the AL West, Oakland A's hold a 6-game lead in first. The Astros not far behind at 7, with the Rangers 8 games behind. A lot of tight races for American League playoff spots, including divisions. Mariners themselves in last place, only 11 games out. Obviously, the Astros have regressed a ton from their World Series appearance 2019 season campaign. Going to the National League now, the Nationals hold a slight edge, 1.5 games over the Braves for first place. Defending World Series champions Howie Kendrick, the career year for Washington after World Series MVP in the 2019 year. The Phillies at 500, highlight third place at 8.5 games. The Marlins not in last place this year. They're 11 games out in the fourth place slot. The Mets, they symbolize the tail end of the National League East. They're 14.5 games behind Washington. For the National League Central, you just saw the Chicago Cubs. They lost to the last place New York Mets, but they're still top in the National League. They're 49-26 with a 2.5 game edge over the Cincinnati Reds. After that, there's not a lot of competition. Then we have the Cardinals, who are 13.5 games out from second place. They have a 32-41 record, tied with the Milwaukee Brewers, who are also 32-41. And then a lot of games behind them, we have the Pittsburgh Pirates. Can't seem to figure it out with their young core with Josh Bell, Kevin Newman, and Brian Reynolds. They're 23-50, winning their last games with 5-5. National League West now, the Los Angeles Dodgers, 46-28. They lead the NL West. Arizona Diamondbacks staying competitive per usual, 42-32, 4 games out from that. The Rockies and the Giants, both 31-42, tied for third place with the San Diego Padres, ending the NL West at 30-45. That was your standing recap here on ML Bot Ball. Again, this is going to be the broadcast for the Tampa Bay Rays contest at the Toronto Blue Jays. The Rays, again, second place in the American League East at 1.5 games behind the Yankees. Ryan Yarbrough, 8-2 with a 1.79 ERA on the year. A career season for someone who is known as more of an opener his first 2 seasons on the Rays against Matz Shoemaker. He's 5-4 with a 4.13 ERA formerly of the Angels and the Padres. Shoemaker coming off a series of injuries in his past couple of seasons, looking to together his first healthy campaign in a matter of years. Going through today's lineups, we got Bo Bichette leading off at shortstop. After what seemed like would be an all-star year, he has cooled down a lot. Vlad Guerrero Jr. batting second, playing third, Travis Shaw, the red-hot Travis Shaw, lefty playing first base, batting third. Cleaning up, Oscar Hernandez, formerly of the Houston Astros, batting fifth. Rowdy Tellez, he might be an all-star for Toronto this season. Batting sixth, the left fielder, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., younger brother of Uli Gurriel Jr. of the Astros. Batting seventh, center fielder Randall Grichuk, former St. Louis Cardinal, and center field. Batting eighth, son of Craig Biggio, Evan Biggio, he's lefty, batting eighth, playing second base. And tail ending the lineup, it'll be Danny Jansen doing the catching today instead of Reese McGuire. Again, he is batting ninth. Going back to that bench, Reese McGuire will be the backup catcher for today. That bench also is highlighted with Joe Panik, Brandon Drury, and former Yankee Billy McKinney. My partner J-Man 1993 has now entered the broadcast. How are you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing all right. Looks like that last game ended a little bit earlier than anticipated.
Yeah, it did. A nice blowout win for the New York Mets after getting it handed to them in the last contest. Obviously, a surprising victory. Steven Matz pitched 8 shutout innings in a Mets
8
rout.
shutout from Matz. Wow, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
More of a back-end starter usually. You don't expect that against the Cubs lineup, too.
Exactly. The Cubs, like I said earlier, they have a top record in the National League. The Mets have been disappointing and haven't been able to figure out their pitching staff all year. So a little bit of an unusual victory.
Injuries have definitely been a problem for the Mets. They've lost Stroman to a simulated injury and Syndergaard to a real one.
Exactly, yeah. Stroman. How about the Mets needed a simulation or in real life?
Well, we've got a pretty good one coming up in a couple of minutes at 3:45. Tampa Bay and Toronto, AL East rivals right there.
That'd be Ryan Yarbrough taking the mound for the Braves against Matt Shoemaker. I was talking about Ryan Yarbrough before you entered. He's having his career season, and in his past 2 seasons on Tampa, I mean, he was more used as an opener or somebody who would pitch in between openers and relievers, or sort of a buffer pitcher. I like to call him that. And instead, he's again, ERA under 2, and he's been the highlight of the Tampa Bay Rays rotation all year.
Yeah, he really has impressive numbers, and he's had a little bit of a rough go. You know, his ERA was down to 1.15 at its lowest. So, I mean, 1.79 right now is a bit high for him, believe it or not. You know, he missed missed a start because of an injury, but I mean, his last time out against Toronto, these two teams faced each other. That was May 28th. That was in Tampa Bay. Yarbrough went 6 1/3, 4 hits, no earned runs, 2 walks, 9 strikeouts, and that's the game that lowered that ERA to 1.15. So a lot of work for these Jays hitters ahead of them with this really tough matchup.
And this is kind of the perfect game for the Rays to win. They've narrowed their deficit to first place for the Yankees, 1.5. And with the top end of the rotation going now for Tampa Bay, they have a real chance against a struggling Blue Jays team who has seen hitters like Bo Bichette sort of be less productive. The Rays have a real chance to win some games now and really improve their chances at a big playoff run.
Well, they sort of need to win their division, if you can believe that or not, because that American League Central, that's been the really, really tough division. Cleveland actually just took over the lead from Minnesota, but it's been an absolute dogfight between those 3 teams there, Minnesota, Cleveland, and the White Sox. And right now, Tampa finds themselves 5 games behind the White Sox for that second wild card, so their best bet seems to be winning the AL East.
Exactly. Before you entered, we were going over the division leaders across the league, and I mentioned how in 2019, as the season progressed, the Twins emerged as the only legitimate contender that division had, and how any division game in the AL Central kind of didn't mean much, but now there's 3 teams significantly over 500 in the Indians, Twins, and White Sox. Any of them could take a first-place berth. I won't be surprised if all 3 of them get a playoff bid. So the Rays do in the division, it'll really help their level of competition they have to face as they progress through the playoffs.
Yeah, and actually, Houston isn't even in possession of a wild card spot right now. So, I mean, you got to think about that AL West division, too, because historically, Oakland has been very good out there. They've been in the wild card game the past couple of years, won, I believe, 97 games last year. So you really can't discount them or, the team that went to the World Series last year.
The Houston Astros, the Astros have definitely been the most disappointing team, so to speak, in this simulation we got going on here. Guys like Correa, Altuve, and Springer, that big 3 of hitters, they haven't been producing to the level that we're normally used to seeing them produce. And that's taking a toll on the pitching, put more pressure on that pitching. I won't be surprised if we see the Texas Rangers maybe emerge as competition for Oakland. I mean, they have an all-around sort of game. Their pitching has improved from last season with Lance Lynn and Mike Minor and Corey Kluber becoming highlights of that pitching staff. As long as Jose Leclerc can be more of a consistent closer, I see them becoming competition for Oakland and the Texas Rangers maybe becoming a threat in the playoffs. Well, it's a lot of guessing, but it's possible.
Yeah. Looking at that Blue Jays lineup, I was just curious if you saw if Kevin Biggio was still in that, the lefty Yarbrough on the mound. I was wondering if they were going to sit Biggio for today's game.
It looks like he's hitting 8th today. I think that's what I saw when we were going over it previously. Now you see the Tampa Bay Rays lineup. Well, there you go. Yep, there's Biggio.
Yeah, here we are. Yeah, Biggio has just been absolutely ice cold for the Jays, down to 192. You see, hasn't got a hit this whole series. And with the lefty on the mound, I think it makes sense to try something different. Maybe try Brandon Drury in there.
Drury's also ice cold. I was referring back to a time I called a play-by-play for a Blue Jays Rays game a few weeks ago, and the Blue Jays were playing from behind for the majority, and we saw Kevin Biggio ground to 2 crucial double plays with runners in scoring position that prevented Toronto from taking the lead. So obviously a lot of struggles on his end. His bat needs to improve if you want to see Toronto have a chance to win this game today, especially with the lefty on the mound.
Yeah, and he was so good last year as a rookie, which is the confusing thing. He came up and had a 360 on base, which was one of the top on base percentages of all American League second basemen. But this year, that on base is at 240. He's not getting on base at all. He's not hitting. He's striking out a lot. Not what you expect with the name Biggio.
Exactly, and turning to the surprises of the Blue Jays lineup, the 2 red-hot players, Travis Shaw, someone who couldn't get it going with neither the Red Sox or the Brewers. He's on fire, batting 3rd. And then Rowdy Tellez, someone who was in and out of the minor leagues all of last season, has been the consistent designated hitter and hitting well for the Toronto Blue Jays.
Yeah, Shaw was actually hitting below 200 as the month of May started, but he's really, really been heating up, and now he's hitting all the way up to 270. So really, really turned it around, Travis Shaw.
Again, like I said, Travis Shaw couldn't figure it out with the Brewers after a promising final season with the Red Sox. However, I'll give you the call. We're about to enter the beginning stages of this game between the Rays and the Blue Jays.
All right, yeah, this is the uniform selection. Hopefully we get some Throwback Thursday uniforms.
It's only fitting. Rays, their alternates are more from their Devil Rays days. Remember, they haven't been around as long as Toronto. Maybe we'll get some powder blue Blue Jays uniforms from the years where they won the World Series.
I liked the name Devil Rays. I thought it was silly that they had to change it.
It's a lot cooler.
I like those home 01 jerseys. Those were they're a different time.
Wearing white jerseys for Toronto and those throwback 98 Devil Ray jerseys like we mentioned for the Rays.
So we're going to the turn of the century, it looks like, with these uniforms. It was the new millennium. Will Smith called it the Willennium, I believe. So I'm excited for this time period. Not a good time period for the Blue Jays, as we see we get some minor league moves here. Kirby Snead has been promoted from AA to AAA.
The Blue Jays farm system is there's always activity going on there. Saw last season with the three studs, Lad Jr., Kevin Biggio, and Bo Bichette, all getting their first major league opportunities. It's only a matter of time before we see some more debuts for this team.
Well, we are about to get underway here in Toronto. It is the second place Tampa Bay Rays against the third place Toronto Blue Jays, and today's starter is Matt Shoemaker. Gotta love that beard of Matt Shoemaker's. Made 14 starts on the year, 5-4 record, 4.13 earned run. Last time out was against Detroit, got a no decision, 5 innings, 7 hits, 3 earned runs. You can see that earned run average is around 4.13, and it's pretty good numbers for Matt Shoemaker. What you're expecting out of him is a number 4, number 5 kind of guy that can get you, throw you some innings, and he's absolutely done that for Toronto. First pitch of the ball game misses low for Shoemaker. Defense for Toronto, we see Brandon Drury at second, Travis Shaw at first on the left side of the infield, Vladimir Guerrero and Bo Bichette. Outfield goes Gurriel, Grichuk, and Teoscar Hernandez.
Love to see Willie Adames getting the leadoff spot for Tampa Bay. Known more as a defensive shortstop when he first entered the league, did hit a home run his major league debut, but now hitting .293 and has been more of a productive table setter for this Rays lineup.
He's pretty fun to watch. And the scary thing is that they have someone who could be just as good, or if not better, down in the minors. And I'm having stream problems right here in Wander Franco.
Wander Franco, one of the top 5 farm system prospects in Major League Baseball as of today.
Well, yeah, I finally got the stream working again. I just had to exit out of it, and there. So what happened there? Was that a walk?
Willie Adames on a 3-1 count to ball 4.
All right, thank you for that. So yeah, that brings up Brandon Lau, second baseman for these Tampa Bay Rays. He was having a really good year last year, but injuries sort of derailed it for him.
Lau top 3 in the Rookie of the Year voting in his rookie year. Obviously now with a little bit of a resurgence of his own, 276 in the number 2 spot for Tampa Bay. Been a consistent hitter all season, especially against righties.
That one's popped up into the air. Giving chase is Bo Bichette. He'll make the overhand catch there for the first out here in the first inning.
Response from Shoemaker after the 5-pitch walk. Now he's got a tough task in Austin Meadows. Top 10 in right field all-star voting.
Now, Meadows has been heating up a little bit, and that average is up to 235. It's actually an improvement for him.
Yeah, back when I last saw these two teams play, he was sort of struggling to stay above 200, but now he's sort of found more consistency in his swing. He's putting the ball to all fields and relying less on his power to get good numbers.
The stream problems continue for me. This it keeps on freezing on a still image, so if I stop talking and action happens, feel free to take the call.
As Meadows felt that previous pitch. Now a 2-1 count after he takes high. Then Shoemaker, formerly of Los Angeles Angels, struggled with injuries over his past 2 seasons, now getting a chance to pitch consistently with Toronto.
Yeah, that one misses low, 3-1, and he was having such a good year last year with Toronto. You know, started off incredibly well, had an ERA around 1.57, I believe it was, and in 5 starts. But he tore his ACL on a rundown play in Oakland, and so, like you mentioned, the injury problems, they haven't always been arm-related. That one skied into the outfield, giving chase, Teoscar Hernandez. This one's at the wall, looking up, and this one's gone! A 2-run home run off the bat of Austin Meadows puts Tampa Bay on the lead early, 2-0.
We were just talking about how Austin Meadows is sort of figure out his swing. I said he was relying less on his power numbers, but the power is what benefits him there. Easy to pull that fastball over the right field fence for Meadows, especially at a home run friendly park like Rogers Center. 402 feet off the bat, 102.4 exit velo. Bay Rays off to a good start in this one. They lead 2-0.
Yeah, that absolutely was not a cheapie, as you can see, 400 feet and right to that power alley, that right center gap. Well, that brings up Hunter Renfroe. You look at those numbers, much better numbers against left-handed pitching. You know, the Padres actually had him in more of a platoon. It's interesting to see him get everyday at-bats here in Tampa, an organization really known for using extreme platoons.
Renfroe is exchanged for Tommy Pham. Pham, now a member of the San Diego Padres. The Rays also received another prospect second baseman, middle infielder type player, and Xavier Edwards.
Yeah, they're always making moves like that where it's sort of one step back, one step forward. They got to really hit on these prospects.
The Rays were trying to add some power in that deal. Renfroe, known for his power, that's what he in the lineup to do. It's why he hits cleanup.
Well, it's frozen on the 1-1 screen for me.
We got a 2-2 count now.
Yeah, that's not what I'm seeing.
2 is swung on and missed. So Renfroe down on strikes to the second out.
Batting fifth, the first baseman.
Breaking ball just found the outside corner. However, Renfroe waves through it. Strikeout for Matt Shoemaker, and that brings up G-Man Choi. Hitting 290, grounds it to third base. That's Vlad Jr. across the diamond, and nice scoop by Travis Shaw, and that'll end the inning. However, the Rays strike first, 2-run shot off the bat of Austin Meadows. Once again, Tampa Bay leads 2-0. Ryan Yarbrough going to slab for Tampa Bay. 13 starts on the year. Like we mentioned, impressive 8-2 record with a 1.79 ERA. Struck out 75 and walked 15 and a .84 whip. Very impressive for starters.
Yeah, you don't want to fall into an early hole against Ryan Yarbrough, but that's exactly what Toronto has done here. They find themselves down 2-0, and the interesting thing, though, is Yarbrough hasn't made it out of the 5th inning in his past 2 starts. So, which Yarbrough are we getting? Is he still feeling some lingering effects from that shutdown he had?
Well, like I said earlier, Yarbrough is more known for pitching 3 to 4 innings in between openers and relievers. So maybe we're still seeing signs of that type of pitching. Jet fouls off the 0-2 count. Yarbrough ahead. Be another 0-2, the young shortstop. And swing and a miss in the dirt. That'll be Zunino over to Choi for out number 1.
The third baseman.
Vlad Jr. steps to the dish. 77, he's 7th. Third base all-star voting in the American League. Common trend amongst both these teams. All-star votes. I mean, Blue Jays minorly improving off of last year's record, while the Rays are competing with the Yankees for our first place bid. For 1. Up foul right side, count 0-2. As it's well known, Vlad, the son of Hall of Famer Vladimir Guerrero. That's dropped to third. Choi again making the play for out number 2.
Batting third, the first baseman, Travis Shaw.
Well, that'll bring up Travis Shaw, former Milwaukee Brewer and Boston Red Sox, on an 8-game hitting streak, as you see that graphic pop up in the bottom right. 71 on the year. He's having a career season. Foul. You know, 1. Another foul ball. Yarbrough making these hitters work. Another 0-2. Another foul ball.
I'm going to let you end this inning. I'm going to try something. This is very, very frustrating. This is not working for me. I really apologize on that.
Worries? Figure it out. Meanwhile, another 0-2. That's Shaw's on strike. So a nice inning for Ryan Yarbrough. He collects 2 strikeouts. Tampa Bay Rays in their 2-0 lead. We're going to the second. The second, J-Man currently not in the broadcast. He's working on some technical difficulties. In the meantime, I'll provide the play-by-play until he's able to return. As Yoshi Sugo steps into the box against Matt Shoemaker. Takes the ball outside 1-0. Sugo 367 in his last 8. Another one of these hot Tampa Bay Rays hitters leading to this winning streak as with at that off-speed pitch, sitting fastball to count 1-1. Here's a quick pitch from Shoemaker. Another swing and a miss to count 1-2. Change up, 0 away, 0 in. 1-2. Other right side foul. It remains 1-2. Tsugo, an import signing. The Rays from Japan. Another 1-2. Grounded right side. Gio makes the play for the first out. Good start for Shoemaker after giving up that home run to Meadows back in the first. 23 pitches on Shoemaker's pitch count thus far, and that'll bring up Yandy Diaz. Led off for the Rays in the majority of their playoff games last season, but now seeing himself get some reps in the 7th spot. Takes a pitch inside the last game. The victory, Diaz went 3 for 3. The long ball. 1-0 is upstairs 2-0. 81 mile-an-hour fastball. Shoemaker not known for his velocity, but relying on that off-speed and breaking ball. The away pitch is his best. 2-0. And there for a strike. Diaz taking all the way right there. That's in the second year of his major league career. Had a positive impact on this Tampa Bay playoff team that saw themselves lose to the Astros in 5 last year. It's outside there 3-1. Shoemaker struggling to find the zone. Count 3-1. Here's count 3-1 to Diaz. Swing and a miss. 3-2 now. One is full. The Shoemaker's worked himself back even. Again, it'll be a payoff pitch. 99th pitch for Shoemaker is a payoff again. Inside, all 4 is Diaz. First base runner of the second inning for Tampa Bay. And that'll bring up the guard defensive center fielder, Kevin Kiermaier. Kiermaier, 212 on the year. More known for his defensive abilities. If you look up his name on YouTube, you'll see a lot of highlight plays. And Kevin Pillar. We have everything working. That ball is grounded into center field. A base hit for Kiermaier. On to second is Diaz. All of a sudden, Shoemaker is in a jam once again. Rays got first and second now with one man gone. As the RBI chance approaches, I believe it's Mike Zunino now stepping up to the dish, the 9th hitter. You know, known for his power, not his contact ability. 236 on the year.
Outside, that's the ball.
Pitch outside, 1-0. For RBIs along with his 8 home runs. Chance for a home run for the former Seattle Mariner. Just up and in, and all of a sudden, Maker finds himself behind the count once again. You know, a lot of strikeouts this season. He over 3 with one of those last game. Which again, inside 3-0, and all of a sudden, Shoemaker continues to back himself into a corner. The red-hot Willie Adames awaiting on the on-deck circle. Yo. There's a strike to count 3-1. Well, a hitter's count.
Seems my stream is working again. I'll let you finish out this inning, though, since I don't know what's happening.
It sounds good to me. The 3-1. Even a miss. The count 3-2. Another payoff pitch. Shoemaker. This time it's to the catcher, Zunino. And swing and a miss. Big strikeout for Shoemaker. Zunino. It's another one of those popular strikeouts on his resume. And it's a big second out for the Toronto Blue Jays with Willie Adames stepping up to the dish.
So I see Yandy Diaz is at first. I guess Kiermaier is at first then, if Diaz is at second.
Diaz walked. Kiermaier singled up the middle. Big strikeout there for Shoemaker. Prevent the risk of damage, and now Willie Adames takes strike one. Adames walked his first time up. 1.
Ball, that's low.
Oh, just missing the knees. 1-1. Did you see that graphic? Adames acquired from the Detroit Tigers farm system back in 2014. We found a home here in Tampa Bay, Florida. Is there strike 2? Shoemaker is a strike away from getting out of the jam. Diaz leads off second. Kiermaier off of first. 1-2 count, 2 gone here in the top of the second. 2-0 Rays. A pitch outside, 2-2.
Yeah, Adames, you mentioned, was from the Tigers organization. He came over in the big David Price trade in 2014.
David Price saw himself bounce around a lot of teams. Rays, Tigers. He's found a home now in Los Angeles after being acquired from the Red Sox by the Dodgers. That pitch under the first, flip to Shoemaker, and that'll do it for the top of the second. J-Man's back in the broadcast. He's got to shoot for the bottom of the second and on. 0 Rays.
And it's frozen again. All right, here we are. Teoscar Hernandez going to lead things off here in the bottom half of the second inning. In the cleanup spot, Jay's doing a little bit of tinkering with their lineup today. Offense has been a struggle for them throughout the season, so why not try something new?
A lot of players on this team who are home run or strikeout. Oscar Hernandez, one of them, had a couple of those Ks in his previous game here at the Rogers Center.
Ball 2.
Yeah, you see Teoscar has 11 home runs on the year, and a lot of Jays have around 11 home runs or 10 home runs. So that's the way they score their runs. It's mostly on home runs, and Yarbrough doesn't give up many. He's allowed the second fewest home runs in the league this year, so this is a tough assignment for this Jays offense.
Exactly. I wouldn't say the home run or strikeout thing is more of a Blue Jays system. It's sort of taken its role around the entire major leagues. Account numbers are up over the past decade, and home runs are as well. Teams are setting home run records, home runs in a season. We saw the Yankees and Twins do that.
Yeah, that's definitely true. But those teams, the Yankees and the Twins, guys like Aaron Judge, they strike out a lot. I think Aaron Judge has already 100 strikeouts on the year, but he's hitting 300. A team like Tampa and Toronto, they've got a couple of those guys like Renfroe and Teoscar. They're hitting around 220, 230.
Exactly. That's just the style of play we've seen. Here you go.
That was frozen on me. Okay, so
Oscar Hernandez sends one over the right field fence. There's one of those home runs. He didn't strike out, so I'm going to hit a homer. Blue Jays are on the board. It's 2-1 to Tampa now. 252 feet over that right field fence.
Well, that ties them for the team lead with Rowdy Tellez at 12, and that home run cuts the Jays' lead. That's Tampa's lead in half.
Oscar Hernandez, former Houston Astro. He was on that Astros team prior to when they were able to become a playoff squad, as when they were at the bottom of the American League. That year where they switched to leagues, but I think they won 40, 50 some odd games.
What year is that?
I want to say 2014. I just ran out doing my research on that. That was a thought that just emerged.
I didn't hear all of it. What was the thought that emerged? I'm sorry.
The Astros, and they switched from the National League to the American League, and they weren't a playoff team yet. Altuve was sort of still rising up in the system. Oscar Hernandez was part of that team with Jonathan BR, Dexter Fowler.
Yeah, they were definitely, I believe, in the American League at that point, especially when they made the trade for Teoscar Hernandez. That was a trade that they sent as Rowdy Tellez goes down swinging there. That was a trade where they sent Francisco Liriano to Houston. Houston used him out of the bullpen.
Piece for them is Tellez goes down swinging. Number 1.
I forgot I kind of like these old Blue Jays uniforms.
Don't see them anymore, obviously. Jays have rebranded.
It was after this uniform they went to that awful black jersey. That was a lot of teams were trying out the black jerseys in the early 2000s.
I was kind of a fan of that. I mean, I started being a baseball fan in 2008, 2009, and that's when the Blue Jays were wearing those jerseys. And as a Yankee fan myself, Yankees fan, I see those jerseys all the time, so I kind of adjusted to them. I kind of were liking, but I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, it's not so much the black that I minded, it's just the logo. The Blue Jay kind of looked like a toothpaste logo or something.
I see that. The logo looked like a toothpaste. Yeah, you're right.
Well, it's completely frozen for me at 2-0 to Lourdes Gurriel.
Well, we got a 3-1 from Yarbrough. Which is in there for a strike, and we're full again. Payoff. In there, strike 3. Gurriel Jr. down on strikes.
Back-to-back strikeouts there from Ryan Yarbrough, and Gurriel is not like the call. He goes down looking.
I don't know if he has the right to argue there. That looked like it was at the knees in the middle of the plate. Got to pull the bat off of his shoulders in that scenario.
Yeah, he's been struggling a lot this year, too. He originally started the year in that 3-hole, finds himself hitting 6th in the lineup today. It's 276 on base, 410 slugging. It's just the power numbers, the on-base numbers have not been there for Gurriel this year.
And yeah, now we got Randall Richa.
Yeah, here's another guy who the power and on-base numbers have not been there. A guy like Richick, you don't expect the on-base numbers to be there, but you expect the power to be there. He's only slugging .391.
And prior to when the Blue Jays... Richick strikes out.
He strikes out the side there, give up the home run to Teoscar Hernandez to lead off the inning, but then strikes out Tellez, Gurriel, and Grichuk. Going to the bottom of the second, Tampa leads by 1. And I'm going to let you take the call for this. I'm going to try one more thing because the stream still is bugging me.
Right, sounds good. Braden Lau,
Number 8.
second at bat of the game, popped out back in the first. Shoemaker steals. It's foul to me. 1-0-1. Lau, third on the Rays with 275 batting average. Again, formerly in a top 3 Rookie of the Year vote in the American League back in 2018. Shoemaker deals an inside fastball, 92 miles an hour. Ball 1. Pitch. Goes up the middle. That'll find a hole. And we'll do more. It'll split the outfielders and go to the wall. And then Lau pulls up into second base. He's got a double. Rays in business to start the third.
Now batting, the right fielder, Austin.
An extra base hit of the game for Tampa. This one on the ground all the way. Blue Jays were shifting. It got through the third base, second shortstop area. I don't know what to call that. Now here's Austin Meadows, who homered his last time up. He's looking to get his third, collect some more RBIs. That's ripped to right field. Yeah, that'll go foul. Meadows just short of his second long ball of the game. Talked about earlier in the broadcast, Meadows struggled to stay over 200 to begin the year, but now finds himself with a 238 batting average. 1-1's inside, 2-1. 1-1, excuse me. I don't see another pitch. Dang, and a miss. Meadows a little over anxious there. He was sitting fastball The changeup came in at his knees, and the count 1-2. Important for Shoemaker to establish control of these at-bats if he wants to prevent more damage from being done, especially in this third inning, the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Big strikeout for Shoemaker. Seen this constantly. It's strikeout number 3 in his game. There's one gone as Hunter Renfroe steps up. Renfroe struck out his first time. He's hitting .224 in the year. It's 89 OPS. Slugging, per usual, is existent in his stats.
No, that's down.
That pitch just misses the knees. A breaking ball splitter. 1-0. 1-0 in, swing and a miss. 1-1. Shoemaker establishing a lot of swing and miss pitches thus far. He's allowed a lot of the time out in front as that's chopped foul to the right side. Count now 1-2 in Shoemaker's favor. A 1-2. Oh, and we're even at 2-2. A lot of long at bats as well. Shoemaker's pitch counts at 52. Not where it really should be, but it's also not too high. Jay's bullpen might have to get going a tiny bit early. See it 2-2. My stream now freezes, but then we see the count is full. Man Joy waits on deck as we're getting another full payoff pitch. Inside ball 4. Renfroe can take first base. For the second straight inning, the Tampa Bay Rays have first and second with one out.
The first baseman.
Yeah, that is a lot of pitches here for Shoemaker. 54 pitches, only 2 1/3 innings.
Would you like to take over?
You can keep going. How did I'll get on second? Was that a double?
Doubled through the shift, infield and outfield. And a big strikeout was delivered to Meadows. Meadows was a little over anxious and then ran for a walk. And now we're seeing an 0-1 B-Man Choi. On and missed the count 0-2. Big spot for Shoemaker. He was able to get a strikeout in this spot last inning. Man, Choi fouls it off. If the Rays want to establish control here, gotta pile onto this lead.
It looked like Choi was just trying to go with the pitch there, send it down that left field line. Not a bad idea.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
As I think my stream is experiencing some issues, kind of blacked out here. You see what's going on?
Choi just hits that one foul down the line, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, now I'm back now. We pitch number 60. 1-2 to Choi. Fouled off again. Fastball, 2-seam fastball. The upper right quadrant. They're protecting the plate in a crucial spot. 1-2. Left side. There's Vlad on tags the runner third and gets Choi out for the double play. Shoemaker for the second straight inning escapes the first and second 1-out jam. They're going to the bottom of the third. 1 Tampa.
That was a pretty nifty double play there by Vladimir Guerrero, egging the lead runner. Pretty smart move there. Not known for his defense, but that was a defensively sound move there.
Exactly. I didn't expect the tag at third by Vlad, but good awareness there and able to stir enough time together to get the out at first as well.
Well, we're going to see Brandon Drury here batting instead of Kevin Biggio. Biggio getting the day off. Really struggled hitless in this series, actually. One skied to center field, and that's going to be put away by Kiermaier for the first out.
At the beginning of the broadcast, we saw that it would be Kevin Biggio, but the last-minute adjustment was made. Mr. Drury.
Looking at those American League East standings, and Tampa, they need to win that division right now if they want a chance at that playoff spot. Chicago and Minnesota holds the wild card spots coming into today. I'm going to bring up Blue Jays catcher Danny Jansen.
Going back to that American League playoff race we talked about earlier, very competitive American League Central. If whoever gets second place in the AL East does have a chance, will take a lot less pressure off their shoulders if they're able to clinch the AL East. So competition's coming up between Tampa and the Yankees. However, now we've just got to focus on Toronto.
Winning your division is supposed to mean something. And I don't know if you've been paying too much attention to these proposals that have been going back and forth between the league and the Players Association for the resumption of real baseball. But they call for 16 playoff teams, 8 in each league. And I'm not sure how you feel about that, but I'm not too crazy about diluting the playoff talent pool.
I think it comes down to this, and with the regular season not being able to have fans, or any game this season not being allowed to have fans.
Hanson grounds that one to Choi, who takes it unassisted for the final out here in that third inning, second out here in the third inning.
But we're going back to the regular season. Because these fans are not able to attend, owners are going to lose money out every regular season game.
So they say.
So that's the knowledge we have. So the playoffs generating by far the most money for these owners. Revenue will increase a ton with the more playoff games they have. So I think that's what it comes down to more so than being things tradition. It's down to the money at the end of the day for everything. Fortunately.
And also part of that proposal is EH coming to the National League.
I think it's been a long time coming, especially if we're ever able to get this proposal confirmed. I think it will. Once the DH officially makes its way to the National League, it's going to stay.
Yeah. Well, the players tried to get the DH in the collective bargaining agreement in 2011 and in 2016. So this is something the players have wanted for a while. Maybe the fans haven't. That one hit on the ground. Yarbrough going to field that one. Nice inning here for Yarbrough after giving up that home run in the second. He settles things down. 1-2-3 go the Jays in their half of the third inning. Going to the fourth inning, it's 2-1 Tampa. Well, Heidi Watney here reminding you that we do this on a charity basis. We do not get paid for this. And the charity that we are doing this for today is for the Black Play-by-Play Grant Initiative. That was started by our own Adam Giardino here on ML Botball. He's the Trenton Wilkes-Barre AAA broadcaster himself, and he started this initiative to more diverse voices in the broadcasting industry. It's a really great charity, a really great initiative, and there's a link down below where you can donate to that. So going here into the top of the fourth inning, it will be Matt Shoemaker facing off against Yoshi Tsutsugo, Yandy Diaz, and Evan Kiermaier. Who goes 0 for 1 today. Shoemaker starting things off pretty well here in his half of the fourth inning. 0-2 count to Tsutsugo.
1 ball, 2 strikes, count.
They need some length out of Shoemaker today. Blue Jays starting pitcher yesterday, Nate Pearson, left the game very early, got hit in the face with a comebacker. He's got a black eye, iffy for the next start, but Ryan Barucki came in and pitched 4 2/3 innings. Really saved that Jays bullpen, but they're going to need a little bit of length from Shoemaker here today. This one's skied in the outfield. Grichuk coming on. And he does not make the catch. I had to wait for the stream to tell me what happened.
On theme for the both of us thus far.
Well, he had Tsutsugo on an 0-2 count, and this one just falls in front of Randall Grichuk. I think some Jays fans might wish Kevin Pillar was there. He might have caught that, and the bat would be just as good, if not better. Yandy Diaz swings at the first pitch and sends this one to left field. Really, Cordes Gurriel is there to make the catch, and there are one away.
The center fielder, Kevin.
First pitch attack from Yandy Diaz. He is an aggressive hitter, that's for sure. That's kind of suited his leadoff role we saw back in 2019, but now the Rays lineup being more capable of top to bottom has found itself now batting 7th, and fortunate lineup for him there.
A one away for longtime Tampa Bay center fielder Kevin Kiermaier. And when you think of good defensive center fielders, Kevin Kiermaier is always the first name that comes to my mind.
1-1.
Runner going off on the pitch. The throw down to second is not in time. So Yoshi Tsutsugo with a stolen base here in the 4th inning.
Great display of speed by Tsutsugo. So another Rays runner to scoring position. They weren't able to get that runner in scoring position home in the 2nd and the 3rd inning. Now let's see if Kevin Kiermaier provide the goods here for Tampa.
He fouls that one away, and it's 1-2. Yeah, a lot of runners on base, a lot of traffic here for Matt Shoemaker. It hasn't been a cleanest outing for him. Only 2 runs on the board so far. Those, of course, came on that 1st inning moonshot by Austin Meadows. 2-2 pitch is skied into center field. Randall Grichuk, I guess that wasn't skied. That was a base hit, and that's going to score a run. So the stream problems prevent me from seeing that was a base hit up the middle. And scoring on that play is Yoshi Tsutsugo, stolen base, really coming up big for Tampa there. That put him in scoring position and allowed him to score on the hit.
Great laser focus by Kiermaier, getting his 2nd hit on the day. Rare accomplishment for more defensive-minded center fielder, but now the Rays able to get their 2-run lead back to do more here in the 4th.
Well, that will bring up to the plate catcher Mike Zunino, long-time Seattle Mariner catcher. Always had big power numbers, and he's always been known for his defense, but it's always been that batting average and the on-base that have lagged behind for him.
Yeah, I threw a lot of catchers, especially it's like Gary Sanchez and Chris Iannetta, Yanni Chirinos, Robinson Chirinos.
Stolen base here. They are just running wild on Shoemaker and Danny Jansen. Jansen has a good throwing arm, so you got to think these ones are being stolen off of the pitcher, Shoemaker.
I didn't even see that coming. Like I kept just having catchers while Kiermaier still second base. So amazing speed by Kiermaier puts Zunino in a good scenario here with an RBI chance.
Yeah, Kiermaier is very fast. Tsutsugo is not as fast, so when Tsutsugo stole second, I guess you shouldn't be surprised that Kiermaier decided to try as well. But another runner in scoring position, and a 3-1 count now on the Tampa catcher. That one's hit into the air, and that is not going to be caught by Teoscar Hernandez. And another run is going to come around to score.
The batter, number 1. Shortstop.
3 singles in this inning, and 2 runs have come in, and Pete Walker is out to talk to his pitcher.
Obviously, Shoemaker, a lot of struggles early on in this one. Like he'll leave innings unscathed, 2nd and the 3rd. However, had to get out of jams twice. So Shoemaker unable to provide the Blue Jays with a clean inning. And he's almost at 80 pitches here in the 4th. So he's running on a tightrope right now.
Just send Mike Zunino from first. They've had a lot of success. Well, they don't, and that could be a double play. They should have sent him, and that is the inning-ending 6-4-3 double play. But Tampa adds 2 more runs on 3 hits. We're going to the bottom of the 4th inning. Toronto trailing now by 3.
Leading off for the day.
Vladimir Guerrero going to lead things off here in the 4th inning. Did not see what he did in the 1st inning. I was having stream problems. But it's an 0-for-1 for Vlad.
Vlad is red hot. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He's been heating up since moving into that 2 spot. He had 4 hits yesterday, including a double. He's now 10th in the league in doubles with 19.
Also in that top range of all-star votes in the American League for third baseman. Popular trait for both of these teams. They might have a lot of all-stars on both sides.
Yeah, it's funny. A 21-year-old third baseman hitting 280, 10th in the league in doubles. And Jays fans are just... It just speaks to the number or the expectations Guerrero has thrusted on him, and was given an 80 grade hit tool, which is on the 20 to 80 scouting grade. So they absolutely expect him to hit. They didn't plop an 80 hit grade on Mike Trout. So he's been a very highly thought of prospect.
Exactly. I think when my stream is buffered, I might have to leave and come back.
That one's popped up into the infield. Yarbrough's going to make the catch on that one for the first out here, or the second out.
The first baseman, number
Excuse me, I had it right the first time. The first out here in the fourth inning.
All right, we're back.
Yeah, I switched streams to a computer that is much worse than the original computer I was running it on, and I don't know why, but it's playing better off of this worse computer.
Sometimes I really have no explanation for that, but at least you got something working.
The extreme shift here for Travis Shaw in the fourth inning. Swung on and missed, and now it's a 1-2 count. Shaw had was 2 very good years in Milwaukee, and last year was a bit of a disaster for him. Found himself down in the minor leagues, but coming into today, hitting 270, so a bit of a rebound for the former mayor of Ding Dong City. A 2-2 pitch just gets a piece of that, fouling it to stay alive.
Shaw also started his career with the Boston Red Sox.
Well, he goes down swinging there.
Now batting.
The street problem there. He got traded to Milwaukee for Tyler Thornburg, I believe it was.
That sounds right to me.
And at the time, everyone sort of was dunking on Boston, saying, how could you give up this guy? You've got nothing to show from Tyler Thornburg. Here's Teoscar Hernandez up to the plate. He's driven in today's only run for Toronto, a solo home run in that second inning. But they had Rafael Devers at third. And I guess they could use Shaw at first. He was a third baseman back at that time. But I don't think they necessarily miss him so much anymore. Milwaukee has nothing to show for the trade now. It's not as lopsided as a win as you would have thought.
Well, I guess also, yeah, Shaw didn't really contribute to the Brewers that put them over a certain level or anything, so I wouldn't consider it that big of a disappointment in terms of Boston's standard. Now he's not even on the Brewers anymore, so nothing to worry about on that end.
Well, another strikeout for Ryan Yarbrough. That ends the fourth inning. Oh, 4 innings for Yarbrough, just the 1 earned run. Looks like he's righted the ship for himself, and he's going to be improving on that major league leading earned run average. Going to the 5th inning, Tampa leads by 3. Going to be the 2, 3, and 4 hitters here for Tampa, and Matt Shoemaker out for his 5th inning of work. Been a bit of a rocky start for the Jays starter. He allowed a 2-run home run to Austin Meadows in the 1st inning, and then 2 runs in the 4th inning off of 3 singles and 2 stolen bases. He's down 2-0 to Brandon Lau here.
Brandon Lau, same last name spelling as teammate first baseman Nate Lowe, but they pronounce it differently. There's a fun fact.
Yeah, lots of lows and lows, and for an announcer, it's hard to remember which one you pronounce which way. 3-0 count, Lau taking all the way. Shoemaker finally gets a strike in there.
Yeah, as he should. Something that's an unpopular opinion of mine is I've never been a fan of a green light on 3-0. I feel like you always got to take base runners when you can get them. So Good decision there by Lau. I support it.
3 and 2.
To me, it depends on the hitter. In his prime in Toronto, Jose Bautista got a lot of green light 3-0s. That one's bobbled by Guerrero, and he's not going to have time to hit the speedy runner at first. Brandon Lau runs that one out, and that's got to be an error for me.
Yeah, that's a bad sign from the Blue Jays defense. Like we talked about, Matt Shoemaker, he's at 85 pitches towards the end of his start. His first 4 innings were filled with base runners and runs given up on his end. So an error is not what he needed. He needs a good break, not a bad one. And Shoemaker struggles, and jam percentage per inning, as I said, I just made up on the fly, is looks like it's going to increase.
Well, dangerous hitter here, Austin Meadows. He's already touched him up for a 2-run homer. Swings and hits that one through the hole from the right side for a base hit.
Now back.
Again, Meadows pulling the ball well. They can't shift on him with the runner on first. Able to punch that through the second base hole. First and second now.
Number 47.
Oh, that is going to be the end of the day for Matt Shoemaker. He goes 4+ innings. 2 runners on base are still his responsibility. We are going to see a new Jays pitcher here in Anthony Kay. Kay has been pretty good for Charlie Montoyo out of that bullpen. He's gone to him quite frequently, as you can see. 16 games, 27 innings pitched. He started the year down in AAA. Part of that return for Marcus Stroman.
Yeah, I mean,
Hunter Renfroe hits this one very well. Back at the wall. Grichuk makes the catch all the way up at the wall. Tagging is Lau. He's going to make it to third. Wow, I thought that one had a chance at getting out. He hit it as far as you could in this ballpark with it still staying in.
Oh, incredible power there on this way by Renfroe. I mean, if that gets over the fence, the game is blown open. So huge save, especially for Anthony Kay as he's just entering the game. And now he has a favorable matchup against the lefty Choi.
This is a Tampa team that likes to platoon a lot, and so now they've got all their lefty bats in this lineup because of the righty, Matt Shoemaker, starting the game. So Choi and Satsugo will follow. Those are both lefties. And Kiermaier. So the next 3 out of the 4 batters Anthony Kay will face are lefties. More action warming up in that Jays bullpen, though. Like to get out of this inning without any more runs coming through.
Anthony Kay. Sorry, excuse me, I'm sorry. Anthony Kay. Fun fact about Anthony Kay. Very popular Twitch streamer.
Oh, is
he? In this quarantine, yeah, he's been playing a lot of MLB The Show Diamond Dynasty.
I got 3-1. 3 balls, 1 strike.
Has he been playing as a Blue Jay, or has he been playing, I know he's a New York guy.
Well, he's playing the mode where you build your own team throughout the whole league with cards. He hasn't made his own player, but he's using virtual cards of other players. Also, Anthony Kay acquired from the New York Mets in a deal.
Yeah, that sent Marcus Stroman over there, and Blue Jays got 2 pitchers, Kay and Simeon Woods Richardson. Full count, pitch here to Choi. That one's fouled away. A lot of Jays fans were not pleased with that return.
I was kind of surprised by that because, look, Stroman, I don't think he was going to contribute to the Blue Jays, or re-sign with them once his contract expired. I think the Blue Jays are a couple years out from playoff contention, and by then I think Stroman would have moved on. And instead, the Blue Jays have some promising pitchers in that farm system, so I like the move. Both sides. The Mets looking to contend earlier. Blue Jays looking to build for the next couple of years.
See, that's where I think there's the disconnect, is I absolutely think Stroman could have been a part of this next contending Jays team. He loved the city of Toronto. He actually has a tattoo of the city of Toronto on his body. That one misses outside. So I definitely thought the ability to re-sign him was there. It's going to load the bases on that base on ball. This maybe was squeezed a bit on that.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll never know where Stroman would have signed his next contract, but we'll see how this plays out for both teams.
there's no way he's going to sign with the Jays in the offseason, but it's the position player strength of Toronto. You know, you're expecting bigger things and improvements out of Guerrero, out of Bichette, out of Biggio, out of Gurriel. Those 4 guys, they call them their core 4. You know, along with Danny Jansen. They think they have a decent team, and with Ryu and with Pearson and with Stroman, that's a very good top 3. That's, in my mind, if the position player core plays like they are expected to, that's a contending team.
Of the Ryu signing.
And he goes down swinging there, Satsugo. Big strikeout there for Anthony K. Second out here in that 5th inning.
And before I accidentally interrupted you, I was going to say I love that Ryu signing. Adds a nice veteran presence to that rotation and someone to headline the rotation as well. I think Anthony K can develop into a starter on top of that and be productive. But yeah, Nate Pearson's also his basketball is wicked. That he some of the highest velocity for a starter in the league, and then yeah, they're looking for that 3rd starter to make up a playoff rotation, and I think it'll come for them easily.
And Canadian James Paxton is a free agent. Maybe the Yankees let him go if he has these continued back problems, and possibly Toronto could get a steal there.
As a Yankee fan myself, I'd like to see him stay. But
it all depends on the kind of season he has in New York. You know, simulated one hasn't been that great so far. A real one, you know, if he struggles and has an ERA around 5, there's no way New York brings him back. Well, that one's caught at the wall. I had no idea what had happened. My stream had froze. I thought that could have been the final out or a grand slam, and it's in final out. So going to the bottom of the 5th, 4-1 Toronto, 4-1 Tampa. Tampa leaves the bases loaded on that one. That is a huge work there from Anthony K to wiggle out of that jam in that last inning. He came on with 2 on and nobody out. He got a fly out, gave up a walk, and went strikeout, fly out to get out of that inning without allowing any more damage.
Yeah, the Blue Jays have gotten at least 2 base. The Rays, have gotten at least 2 base runners every inning. That's a big problem for the Blue Jays through 5. So they need to improve something defensively. They want to allow their offense to get them back in the game.
5, 6, 7 here for the Jays. Rowdy Tellez, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., and Randall Grichuk. Tellez struck out his first time up. And a big day yesterday, though. Went 2 for 4, 4 runs driven in, hit a home run, and he was the player of the game.
Outside, that's the ball.
Well, he's got himself a favorable count here, 2-0.
Count is 2-1.
Either
Go ahead.
the Jalen Beeks, Trevor Richards getting loose for Tampa Bay. Yarbrough, pitch count not too high, but remember he doesn't usually near 90 pitches in his starts.
And coming off of that injury, last 2 starts, hasn't gotten out of the 5th inning. This has definitely been a return to the pitcher he was earlier in the year. This one's chopped in front of the catcher, and that one is going to be thrown down to first for the out.
Now batting, the left fielder, Lourdes.
Favorable hitter count there for Tellez, but Yarbrough is able to record the out. Going to bring up left fielder Lourdes Gurriel Jr. 0 for 1 today. He also struck out looking in the 2nd inning. Takes the first pitch strike. He's 9th in the AL All-Star vote. Left fielders, that's something I'm kind of surprised to see. He's not having a good year by any stretch of the imagination. That one is going to be a base hit, though, for him up the middle. A 1-out single here for Toronto. And they're half of the 5th inning.
Yeah, this guy's got a load of talent. And I was about to say, before you even mentioned that All-Star voting, I was shocked by the lack of production his numbers are displaying right now. But this guy's got a pure swing. He can spray to all fields, has a power aspect of his bat as well. I expect Lourdes Gurriel to be a major part of this Blue Jays offense going forward.
Yeah, and the fact that he hasn't has really, exacerbated the problem for this Jays team. You look at their numbers coming in. They're 35 and 39. That's 4 games under 500. Runs scored, runs allowed, and it's basically even for this team. They allowed 293 runs. They've scored 288, so it's about a 500 team. And that's with this offense. All of these players just playing horrible. Look at Randall Grichuk. He's got an OPS of 682. Gurriel 685. Biggio 646. Danny Jansen 596. Those are 4 black holes in your lineup.
Yeah, I mean, they're relying on production from so many young players. A lack of veteran experience. Maybe it comes easy because Randall Grichuk might be the biggest veteran in that lineup, and to rely on constant production from any of these guys is kind of tough because none of them have proven it throughout the duration of their careers.
One's hit on a line to left fielder Hunter Renfroe, who's there for the catch. Make the out. It's hit hard, and that's what Grichuk does a lot. He hits the ball hard, and that's why Toronto acquired him from St. Louis. Is this front office? You really believe in exit velocity, and he hits the ball hard a lot. It just doesn't hit it where people aren't. Now this brings up Brandon Drury, part of the return from that J-Happ deal.
You know that deal very well. Drury was on the Yankees, and he was the opening day third baseman before Miguel Andujar was called up. However, all of a sudden it came out that Drury's been playing every game with migraine headaches, and the Yankees were not too fond of that. They sat him down, and now he's a Toronto Blue Jay.
Yeah, I remember when Toronto acquired him, there was a little bit of hope that there was some potential that had yet to be unlocked in that bat. You mentioned the migraines. He had vision problems. Pretty hard to hit the ball when you can't see it, so they were hoping once he was healthy, we're going to unlock some power in that bat. And, he came over and he was instantly injured. He had a hand injury, and last year was a very bad year for him, and he finds himself buried on this depth chart behind, likes of Guerrero. He can't play at third. He's in Biggio at second. Not a good ender out in the outfield, not where you'd want to run him. So run out of opportunities. This one finds its way through the hole on the left side and advancing to third. Wow, what a risky base running move there by Lourdes Gurriel. Play was right in front of Renfroe. He had a chance at throwing Gurriel out there, but Gurriel advances to third. Now we've got 2 outs, runners on the corners for Danny Jansen.
Nope, that's down.
And Jansen had him on my fantasy team last year. Unfortunately, did not produce too well for me.
As his numbers are in the numbers that don't show up in the box score, and framing and pitch calling.
Yeah, I learned that pretty quickly.
They do believe in the bat, though. Yeah, had some pretty strong numbers offensively in the minors, and really took off when he actually started to wear glasses. Talk about the vision problems of Drury. Well, that's a base hit up the middle for Danny Jansen, and that's going to cut the lead in half. Lourdes Gurriel scoring from third. 2-out base knock for the Jays, and they got something going. Top of the lineup coming up for Bo Bichette.
They got a big spot for Bo Bichette here. Blue Jays come within 2, and they're one swing of the bat from taking the lead. So Bo Bichette's been ice cold lately. He established that in the pregame. Oh, and he's got a good spot against. He got a good matchup. Excuse me, going too fast against the lefty. Big opportunity.
22 pitches already this inning for Yarbrough, and he starts Bichette off with a 2-0 count. Yarbrough finds himself in trouble here in the 5th inning. Bichette helping him there, swinging to that one. I know in the Tampa minor league system, they don't like their starters to throw more than 20 pitches an inning. He's already at 26 now. No chance, I think, they take him out, though, if Bichette reaches. That one's in the dirt.
Might not see him make it out of the fifth, though. Or past the fifth, rather. Right? Or maybe they'll use a reliever to enter the sixth.
Oh, Bo Bichette swung at what was absolutely ball 4. Ball around his ankles. Helps out Yarbrough. Big time there. Jays do get 1, but they'd strand 2. Going to the bottom of the 5th. Tampa up by 2.
Leading off for Tampa Bay, the center fielder.
Anthony Kay coming out here for his second inning of work.
1-0.
Facing here, Kevin Kiermaier. Kiermaier 2 for 2 down in that 8th spot in the lineup. And when you can get your bottom of the order on in a game, you usually find yourself having success. Day for Kiermaier. Yandy Diaz walked. And Satsugo has scored and singled.
Meyer, I mentioned at the top of the cast, the broadcaster curse happens again, that he is not relying on his bat used for a Major League Baseball team. And there he is, 2 for 2 of the day.
Well, he's so speedy, and if he hits the ball anywhere into the outfield on the ground, I feel like he always is ending up on second base, and just a very pesky player to watch. You look at his numbers across the board, and you don't see everyday major leaguer, but he's a very valuable part of this team. Ups up to his counterpart in center field, Randall Grichuk, and that's the first out of the 6th, and the first time they've retired Kevin Kiermaier today.
Start for K, lefty-lefty split. Favors him. Now he's got a tougher task than Mike Zunino.
No, that's down.
Nino himself is a pretty good defensive catcher. He was worth 12.7 defensive runs last year, which he really needed because he had a 45 weighted run created plus 165 on the year. Struck out 34% of his plate appearances.
And his career as a Seattle Mariner on top of that. And a large duration there as the backup catcher to guys like Isu Sucre.
That one is hit right up the middle, but right into the shift. Brandon Drury was right there, placed perfectly for that second out.
Shortstop, Willie Adames.
Start for Anthony Kay this inning. Obviously eager to get that Blue Jays offense back up after failing to produce with the bases loaded and 2 out. Now they got to face the dangerous Willie Adames, who has failed to record a hit so far.
Now, when Wander Franco comes out, it's just thumbs up. All kinds of lineup opportunities Kevin Cash can play around with. Yandy Diaz, he may not have the power numbers so far this year, but they definitely believe in that bat. They traded Jake Bowers, part of that big trade that saw all those first basemen be traded. Edwin Encarnacion went from Cleveland to Seattle, and Carlos Santana went from Seattle to Cleveland. Andy Diaz going Cleveland to Tampa. So, a lot of options for Tampa in that infield. That's a 2-out walk here for Willie Adames. It's the second walk he's had this afternoon.
Number 8.
Adames able to reach base for the second time. And Lau will now step to the dish.
You could put Adames over at second and have Franco at short and put Lau in the outfield.
And have a problem with G-Man Choi, probably.
Satsugo can play third. Satsugo can play outfield. So they've got a lot of ways they can mix and match. Yeah. Reminds me roster construction almost of the Dodgers. This one hits pretty well to left field, but Gurriel is there under it to make the catch for the final out here in the 6th inning. So a walk, no runs scored, and only one left on. We're going to the bottom of the 6th. Toronto still trailing by 2.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for Tampa Bay.
New pitcher in the game. That is it for Ryan Yarbrough. He goes 5 innings, gives up 2 earned, and Jalen Beeks is the new pitcher. 22 games already for Beeks on the year. 25 innings pitched, so he's not in there for 1 inning. He's usually in there for multiple. He's got a pretty decent earned run average, 3 earned run average, giving up 5 home runs on the year. Another lefty out in that Tampa bullpen.
Beeks also somebody who can give length to Tampa Bay.
Yeah, so they may go for him with the 6th and the 7th, and then Diego Castillo, Nick Anderson. That's sort of been blueprint here for Kevin Cash.
I'd be surprised if I didn't see Anderson close the game. He leads Tampa Bay in saves on the year.
Yeah, it's did that go to Anderson?
Maybe we get some Alvarado in there too, with Oliver Drake and Colin Poche in the mix.
It really depends on how Beeks does here. He's got a tough task here, facing Guerrero, Shaw, and Oscar Hernandez, 2, 3, 4. But could anyone reach? It would be Tellez, another lefty. So I understand the move here by Cash going to the lefty here.
I think the Rays planned on having Yarbrough go 6 at one point, but that 5th inning was very lengthy. Oh, they had to go to the bullpen maybe an inning early than expected early on.
Usually the blueprint has been opener, Yarbrough 5 innings, and then whatever you need left, you go to Nick Anderson, Diego Castillo, or Alvarado. That was the blueprint last year for Yarbrough, and a very good one, and he finds himself in a traditional starting role here this year. 2-2 count here to Vladimir Guerrero. Swings on that inside fastball. That was probably ball 3. That one is skied to center. Kevin Kiermaier is there. He makes the catch. The first out in the 6th inning.
The first baseman, number 6.
I mean, that's a big out for Beeks. Obviously, Guerrero with the splits advantage with the righty-lefty matchup, and now he's got a easier opponent with Travis Shaw. We're talking lefty-lefty again. I mean, I use that reference a lot, but it's very effective and it's statistically correct when it comes to pitching.
Yeah, and it's been correct today for Shaw. He's been the Jays' hottest hitter coming into today, but 0 for 2 against Yarbrough, and it's 3rd at-bat against a lefty, and well, he gets a base hit, though. Travis Shaw, his hot streak continues. He finds himself with a 1-out base hit here in the 6th inning.
At that by Shaw, I mean, really more known for his power, but able to dunk the ball into center field, get a rally started for Toronto. They need one, or it gets too late. Now, Teoscar Hernandez is a big threat to homer inside this game.
Hey, you mentioned it. The tying run is now at the plate. Oscar Hernandez.
If the Blue Jays are able to come back in this game, it would be unacceptable to forget the amount of opportunities the Tampa Bay Rays had the 2nd inning, the 3rd inning, and even the 4th inning to extend this lead. They've left a lot of runners on scoring position all game.
That one's hit down the line and fair. Bouncing up in the corner. Travis Shaw's going to go around to 3rd. And Teoscar Hernandez with a 1-out double. A's have runners in scoring position, only 1 out here in their half of the 6th inning.
Yeah, I mean, now that was a rally started. And if you're Kevin Cash in Tampa Bay, you gotta really think taking Jalen Beeks out of this game. I know you want to preserve arms for later innings, with Rowdy Tellez being the 2nd hottest bat on this team, you might lose your lead in a swing.
Well, it's the matchup they want, lefty-lefty. There's only 2 other lefties available for cash down in that bullpen. Colin Poche, who's struggled a bit this year. Got a 5.13 earned run average down there. So this is Beek's guy to lose. That one is hit right back to Beeks on the mound, and he stares it and is able to get in time. Rowdy Tellez, I'm not sure he knew where that ball was. It was right in front of him. Still able to get Tellez out at first, though.
I was just as confused as you are. Now we have a big pitching change coming in.
Yeah, he was in there to face that lefty. It was his last batter. And now we get Oliver Drake.
Oliver Drake 3-0 on the year, 34 appearances. You got that here, Lourdes Gurriel Jr. A single could tie this game up.
Gurriel singled and scored his last time up. But yeah, this is a big opportunity for him. And it's the bat that has not been there for Gurriel this year, and a big reason why Toronto is not higher up in the standards is the lack of production that he's had this year. Like you said, he just hit and hit last year when he came back up from the minors. He had 20 home runs last year. A 1-1 count here to him.
Gurriel Jr., younger brother of Astros first baseman Yuli Gurriel. 10-year age difference.
What an age difference for brothers. Swung on and missed, 1 and 2. Have any older or younger brothers?
Older or younger brothers? No.
I can imagine the 10-year difference. Almost like didn't grow up in the same house.
Do have a sister, though. Okay.
Younger?
Okay, yeah.
1-2 pitch here to Gurriel. And he lines that one into right field, giving chase, and that one is going to be foul. No, that's a home run. A 3-run home run for Lourdes Gurriel gives Toronto the lead. 5-4, Toronto now up on a monster 3-run home run by the Blue Jays left fielder.
This is based off of what I just visualized. First of all, I thought that was going to be a routine flyout. Second of all, that might have been the shortest possible home run that could be hit. Right field, bottom right corner of the foul pole. That was some set of luck for Lourdes Gurriel and the Blue Jays, and all of a sudden, Toronto finds himself with the lead.
Yeah, I mean, just going down the line, the right field line, I really thought that ball was going to be foul, and just like the way that Meadows was looking at it, it just it didn't look like he thought that one was fair either. But now Toronto has the lead, a huge lead change.
Incredible set of events.
Randall Grichuk now up with 2 outs and nobody on, and the Jays fans are still on their feet. That's a huge momentum change here for Toronto. There's a strike on the center fielder, Randall Grichuk. Grichuk had that big 5-year contract extension, $55 million deal, and he hasn't really lived up to it. And now with the top pick, Toronto just drafted Austin Martin. He may be out of a job in a couple of years out there in center field.
Well, I was thinking about when you just said that. I don't know if he needs to live up to that contract anymore with the amount of talent this team has stockpiled over the years, especially in that farm system of theirs. It would still be very nice if Grichuk could contribute a good bat and hit a solid average and on-base percentage every year, because he is very capable of doing so.
Well, he goes down swinging there to end the 6th inning, but not before Lourdes Gurriel with a 3-run home run down the right field line puts Toronto up by a score of 5-4. I see we are joined in the booth by Sharky Shavery. He's going to be doing the 7th inning stretch for us. Good to see you in the booth, Sharky. And a little recap. Go ahead.
I was going to say I'm going to be playing during this stretch, but I do have a little special something here for any Jays fans.
That's right. We're hoping for something that Jays fans are used to hearing in the 7th inning stretch, and I'm really excited to hear it as well.
Sing along if you want to.
Oh, I absolutely will be. It's a call and response, so I hope my broadcast partner Jeremy sings along with me. As a Yankees fan, I'm pretty sure you will not, though.
Ball, that's in.
Well, Anthony K stays in this game. This is his 3rd inning of work. I'm a bit surprised to see him out here in this 7th inning. How about you, Jeremy?
Well, he was able to hold the fort down, keep the Tampa Bay run total at 4. Now that Toronto has a lead, he's probably overwhelmed with confidence a little bit here. Maybe they'll let him test the waters here because he can go a lot long. He's a long reliever, so he can go a decent amount of innings. So let's see how he does against this area of the Rays lineup.
That one is hit pretty well off of the wall, and Austin Meadows is going to be in with a lead-off double. So 7th inning starts ominously here for the Jays.
Now Austin Meadows is a triple away from the cycle.
That's so.
He's got a home run, strikeout, a single, and a double on his resume for the game.
Well, he's got the easy ones, I guess, and he may get another at-bat here. Hunter Renfroe, who we saw earlier in the game, absolutely crushes left-handed pitching. He's here with a runner in scoring position and nobody out. On 0 count. That one's hit on the ground. Bichette fields it, firing onto first for the first out. It's a big out here.
A big out, and it keeps Meadows at second base, so sac fly is not in play. Big out for Anthony K, and he's got the favorable matchup against G-Man Choi. So, good rebound by the Blue Jays here in the 7th.
And the next 2 hitters are lefties, so he's got a chance to get out of this one. And have some right-hander warming in the bullpen, though, if I am Charlie Montoyo.
I agree with you there, for sure. Ken Giles is a favorable option. You need him for the 9th. It's all about who you slot in there in the 8th inning.
Down in that bullpen, they also have Wilmer Font, Gordon Romano, and Anthony Bass. That one's hit on the ground right to Drury. Advance the runner to third, but that's the 2nd out here in the 7th inning.
Yep, runner on third. It's not as vital as it would have been if there was nobody out previously. However, now all he needs to focus on is Yoshi Tsutsugo. He should not be worrying about that runner at third.
Easier said than done. Sugo is a very accomplished hitter from the Japanese league, making his major league debut this year. And he was a guy I was really excited to watch how he played in the majors. You know, the big power numbers, and I always like to see a left-handed swing like that. I always think of Hideki Matsui coming over from Japan and the success Shohei Ohtani had. I was really excited to see how he's done, and he's had a pretty good start to his simulated career in America.
And I'm really looking forward to seeing him play in real life, as long as he's not doing damage against the Yankees.
Yeah, I think he may be doing a lot of damage against a lot of teams in the American League. He only signed a 2-year, $12 million deal in the offseason, so anyone could have had him, and they changed the way they did the posting system in Japan. It used to be highest bid. You know, you would submit a blind bid, and that's how guys like Daisuke Matsuzaka were posted for $54 million. Oh, did he swing at that one? He did not. He holds up on that one, and Tsutsugo walks. So now we are going to see Yandy Diaz, a right-hander, and we'll see if K sticks around.
Good job by Anthony K there.
Oh, he definitely offered at that one. I disagree with that call there from that third base umpire. Sugo most certainly offered at that one, and we are getting a new pitcher, and it's another lefty. It's Thomas Pannone.
Thomas Pannone, 30 games on the year. Hasn't gone for a save, but he got a 3.27 ERA. Took out 30 and walked 11. His lefty-righty matchups, they're pretty even. 0.17 of an average difference. So I don't think it matters that much.
He's a bit of a soft tosser, doesn't throw very hard. It was acquired from Cleveland in a deadline deal, I believe, for Bo Smith. Misses the ball first pitch there. It's 1-0. That one's hit on the ground, but right to Drury, who throws to Bichette for the final out here in the 7th inning. So Tampa threatens. They get a runner in scoring position. We leave 2 on. Going to the bottom of the 7th. It's stretch time here in Toronto. Oh, thank you very much for that, Sharky. Put a big smile on my face. Feel like I'm in the Sky Dome. I will not call it Rogers Center.
Same here. The only thing we're missing is the J-Force, and thanks for having me. Hope to do it again soon. I'll talk to you guys later. Have a great call.
Well, you've got an open invite every time I'm in here, so absolutely appreciate that so much. Thank you, Sharky.
Even if I knew that tone, or whatever you want to call it, or that chant, I still would not have sung it because, you know.
I knew you weren't going to sing along with me there, but... You know, and it's a weird song as Drury goes down swinging there. Got a lot of lyrics and verses that I don't know myself. I'm just sitting there waiting for the OK Blue Jays part. Well, Chaz Rowe, a new pitcher in the game for Tampa. Chaz Rowe, former Yankee. Chaz Rowe.
I got a funny Chaz Rowe story for you. So a few years ago, I was attending a Yankees-Rays game, and I'm also a big MLB The Show player. So I was on the field watching batting practice go down, and Chaz Rowe's going to the warning track, picks up a ball, and I'm like, I think that's Chaz Rowe. And everybody was just screaming at him to get the ball. And I just said to scream his name, and then boom, he tossed it up to me. So it was a very proud moment.
Yeah, he doesn't want to give it to someone who doesn't know who he is.
Exactly. MLB The Show, thank you very much.
You only recognized him because of playing MLB The Show?
Exactly. Now I know him for his wicked, nasty slider, but before then, now I have a baseball he tossed up to me. I'm holding it in my hand right now.
Yeah, I'm pretty bad at recognizing ball players. You know, they always have a cap on and their uniform, and once they're out of it, I don't recognize them at all. That one's in there for a strike, and it's now a full count. Yeah, I played some baseball trivia, and one of the games, one of the levels of the trivia was they just showed you pictures of ball players, and you had to guess who they were. And I was incredibly terrible at that.
You got a glitch. I got to reset.
All right, then. So 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th inning, and Danny Jansen is the batter. This has been a bit of a back-and-forth affair as Jansen goes down swinging. So 2 strikeouts for Chaz Rowe to start the 7th inning.
That's what Chaz Rowe is known for, that breaking ball put-away slider. Gives it to Danny Jansen right there. Jansen was way out in front of that. I would not sit fastball on a 2-strike count. I was him or any hitter. But nonetheless, two outs for Rowan the Rays, and now he's just got to worry about Bo Bichette.
2 outs here. Bo Bichette hasn't had the greatest of days so far. 0 for 3. Struck out his last at-bat. In a back-and-forth affair, Tampa took an early 2-0 lead in the first inning. Toronto answered back with a run of their own in the second. Then Tampa got 2 runs in their fourth inning to go up 4-1. And since then, Toronto scored 4 unanswered runs, highlighted by the Lourdes Gurriel 3-run homer in that 6th inning.
Do you think, will you take the gander on the fact, do you think Bo Bichette will be better than his father, Dante?
Well, if he was playing in Colorado, I would say he'd have the better numbers, sure. It's hard to compare with the power numbers. Will he surpass those? Probably not. Will he be a more valuable player? He plays a more defensive, challenging position at shortstop, so he's got the ability to rack up more value that way. But his father was no slouch, and Dante Jr. actually played in the Yankees system. I don't know if you remember that, Yankees fan.
I'll be honest, I don't. I'll expose myself.
We'll count to Bo, and that one's popped up into center field. Kevin Kiermaier is there for the final out here in the 7th inning. So Toronto still leads by 1. We're going to the 8th inning. Kiermaier, Zunino, and Adames coming up for Tampa.
Your attention, please.
Bo Bichette's been on a lot of travel teams and whatnot, so a lot of guys in the minor league system had actually already played with him. And Austin Martin, the guy that Toronto just took with their first pick, is around the same age as Bo Bichette.
Jose Martinez pinch hitting.
Oh, we've got a pinch hitter here, Jose Martinez. He's pinch hitting for Yandy Diaz. Is that right? No, he's pinch hitting for Kevin Kiermaier.
A righty-lefty matchup with Thomas Pannone remaining in. Blue Jays can just get through an inning with Pannone or even Bass if he enters, and they can turn the tables to Giles and get a reliable closer out there for a save, but still got to get through the 8th.
Interesting that they leave Thomas Pannone in for that 8th inning, but that one's hit right back to him on the mound, and he's going to field that one for the first out here in that 8th inning.
Great awareness by Pannone on the mound. Something I've always underestimated the difficulty of is the ability for a pitcher to field the ground ball. And Pannone puts it on a great display right there of talent, able to field it right after his release, take his time, and get it over there for out number 1.
You ever played pitcher in any level of baseball, minor, little league, or anything like that?
So up until like 5th grade, I played. I guess I played a little bit of baseball. I was on a travel team for a little bit until 6th grade. And then in 7th grade, I realized I was pretty terrible. So I kind of realized you can't sign up for the MLB. You have to actually be good. And I decided to pursue I decided to pursue broadcasting.
Well, you were on a travel team. That's impressive.
I don't think I won a single game. But no, it was fun. It was fun for a 5th grade.
Yeah, I just, we have Little League down in Florida as Zunino goes down swinging there for the 2nd out. I mean, it was always baseball season, and I pitched. I mean, if you can't hit, you might as well pitch, right? That was my thinking.
Yeah, I couldn't do anything.
And,
I can maybe field the ground ball, but, hitting didn't come easy. And pitching, I was never allowed to pitch, but for injury concerns, but I don't know. But, yeah, I don't know. I still enjoy baseball as much as I ever have.
New pitcher into the game for the Blue Jays, Anthony Bass. 16 games on the year, and look at that numbers against right-handed batters. He's just been deaf to righties, and lefties have been absolutely crushing him. So I'm interested that he's coming into the game in this exact situation with 2 lefties following Adames.
Well, I think they're just relying on the fact that Bass can get through Adames, and then they could turn the tables to Giles. Bass was a former starting pitcher for both the Angels and the Padres. Veteran in the league for a while.
decent numbers on the year, though, here in Toronto. Hasn't gotten to as many games as his other bullpen counterparts. Only 16 games on the year, but really good numbers. 2.40 earned run average in 15 innings. A 2-1 count here to Adames.
Big pitch coming.
That one is hit well to left field. Gurriel giving chase at the wall, and he makes the catch on the warning track. Well, Adames gave that one a ride, but it dies at the warning track. Going into the Jays' half of the 8th inning, it'll be Guerrero, Shaw, and Hernandez.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now playing center field, number 40.
Jose Martinez stays in the game and plays center field. I'm really surprised by that move. Keep Jose Martinez in center field. They've got Manny Margot on the bench, who is an incredible defensive center field. Yeah, rivals that of Kiermaier, but they go with the designated hitter Jose Martinez out there in center field. Let's see if Toronto can take advantage of this one.
Whoa, that's down.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, Jose Martinez in center is a big risk. I like that you pointed that out. He's not a defensive player. He's a DH. Let's get that out of the way. 2, I think it's a great opportunity for Toronto to get some insurance runs as they look to finish off this game and get a win.
Yeah, I was so shocked by that. I didn't even introduce the new pitcher, Colin Boucher. Boucher has gotten into 28 games so far this year and has a 5.13 earned run average. So a little bit of struggles for Boucher out of this Tampa bullpen this year.
Boucher got a nice curveball. So as long as these hitters do not sit fastball like they commonly have all game, maybe we will see some Blue Jays insurance runs and allow this save opportunity for Ken Giles to come a lot easier.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, it will be a nail biter of a 9th, only a 1-run lead for Giles should it remain that way. Giles pitched yesterday in a non-safe situation as Guerrero crushes this one deep left field, and there's your insurance runs right there. A solo shot for Vladimir Guerrero puts Toronto up 6-4.
And he did exactly what I told him to do. I don't like to boast, but I have to right now. Vlad Guerrero sits breaking ball, waits for it to hit his knees, and he's able to calibrate Boucher's curveball very early in the count, which is super impressive. And gives it a nice lift over the left field fence. Big run for Toronto. They lead 6-4.
Yeah, that is an absolutely huge insurance run. And Vladimir Guerrero really heating up in that 2 spot. Seems to be a good lineup for the Jays as Shaw swings at the first pitch, hits it right into the shift to Brandon Lau for the first out here.
And Giles, like I keep reiterating his importance for this Blue Jays bullpen. If it wasn't for him, I think the Blue Jays wouldn't have they'd have a lot more questions regarding that bullpen, who could close a game. But if the Blue Jays are able to get to a situation where the 9th inning with the lead more often, they will win a lot more games with that guy closing.
0-1's the count.
A guy that hasn't gotten much play in the Jays bullpen could possibly be a closer this year for Toronto is Shun Yamaguchi. But he is not in MLB The Show. I'm not sure why that happened. Sutsugo did. Both of them came over from Japan in this offseason. He was a starter in Japan and a former closer, so they were going to try him in both roles this year. And, if Toronto is out of the playoff picture, you expect them to sort of trade Giles. There's another base hit here. Teoscar Hernandez, and now hits keep coming this inning for the Toronto Blue Jays. Mentioned earlier, Colin Boucher struggling out of this Tampa bullpen, and he's given up a homer and a single. Throw over to first, Teoscar Hernandez not going anywhere. Oscar's actually very speedy. You can see he's got an 81 speed on those base paths, and was a center fielder in that Houston organization. Not the speed to play center field. his instincts and his reads out there leave a little bit to be desired.
Very true. I think Poche's got to rely on the double play ball here, considering Tellez's lack of speed and the importance to get out of the inning, but now that's erased.
Yep, there goes Teoscar Hernandez. Mentioned the speed. He was off on that pitch anyways. The ball bounces in the dirt, and he is in there easily. Not sure if that's a stolen base they're going to call that, or if they're just calling it advanced on a wild pitch.
Looks like a wild pitch to me, because Zunino had no chance to field that ball. But also Hernandez did have a good jump, so you know what? I could be wrong. We'll have to look at the official scoring.
They've got another runner in scoring position now for Rowdy Tellez. That one's hit right on the ground to Diaz, who fires onto first for the second out of the inning.
Out there, good use of the glove by Diaz. That might have poked down that third base line all the way to the outfield corner. But Diaz saves a run, keeps this game in reach. But now Lourdes Gurriel Jr., who hit that, I guess we're going to have to call it a home run because it hit the pole. But a weak home run to give the Blue Jays the lead, but now he'll get walked.
Yeah, he is my vote for player of the game so far today.
Undoubtedly.
Toronto.
Yeah, we're on the same boat there.
And that's the respect he has. They don't want anything to do with him. I'm not sure why. I guess for the force out, it doesn't get the double play back in order. There already are 2 outs. I guess you'd rather face Randall Grichuk than Gurriel. Teoscar Hernandez, the runner at second. Gurriel at first. Randall Grichuk, the batter. Grichuk is 0 for 3 today. Struck out his last time up.
I got the count 0 and 2.
Takes that pitch in there for a strike, and now it's 0 and 2 to Grichuk. Called third strike. So the Jays get an insurance run on the Vladimir Guerrero solo home run. We're going to the 9th inning. Toronto leading by 2. And like we thought, and Giles into the game.
And Giles, 23 games on the year, 1-0. 18-2 in save opportunities. That's impressive. 1.19 ERA. This is the man. We just are 3 outs away from a huge victory.
And with a win today, they will win the series 2-1 over Tampa. They won the game yesterday, not what you'd expect when Nate Pearson left so early, but not used to seeing series wins against Tampa. Tampa's really had Toronto's number in the past. After today's game, the Toronto Blue Jays will head to the NL Central, where they will play a series against Pittsburgh and Milwaukee before they come home to face the Angels, White Sox, and those Yankees. This one's hits pretty far down to left field, and Gurriel makes the catch at the wall. Wow, that one had a chance to get out of here. Brandon Lau gave it a ride, but Gurriel makes the catch up against the wall for the first out.
Yeah, I mean, that looks like it could be trouble, especially with Meadows coming up on deck. That could have been that could result in a tie game. Great action by Gurriel Jr. Stay steady with the ball and make a play at the track for the first out.
Ball misses outside 1-0. A big day for Austin Meadows, 3 for 4 with a home run. He's a triple shy of that cycle, so possibly he gets it here.
That'd be interesting.
After this series, Tampa is on the road. They play the Orioles again. They just swept the Orioles in 3 games, and then after that, they go to the AL. The AL West visits Tropicana with series against Oakland, Seattle, and then the Angels. The 1-1 pitch here to Austin Meadows. That one swung on and missed 1-2. After this game, we've got a game between the Giants and the Nationals. Drew Smyly versus Anibal Sanchez on that one. And Drew Smyly, a lot of history here with Tampa, involved in several trades. from Seattle, and then I think off to Detroit. Swung on and missed, so 2 outs here in the 9th inning for Giles.
Great location, lower half of the zone. That's where Meadows has gotten most of his success today. It's very bold of Giles to attack it, and now he's just 1 out away. All he needs to do is retire Renfroe.
Renfroe is 0 for 3 today. He walked in that 3rd inning and was stranded.
Renfroe, maybe he'll try to release some of that power he's so well known for right here.
1-0 pitch. This is in there, 1-1. One pitch from Giles. That one misses. I'm not sure where. I guess on the outside corner. 2-1 now to Renfroe. Swung on and missed there. 2-2. The 2-2 on its way. And that one's lifted into left field. Gurriel giving chase, and he's there for the final out of the ball game. So Toronto takes this one by the final score of 6-4. Anthony K is your winner. They take 2 out of 3 from Tampa here in Toronto. Toronto improving on the season. They are now going to be 36-39, only 3 games under 500 for Toronto. Tampa Bay with the loss. They fall to 42-34.
Renfroe just under that fly ball for the final out. Blue Jays, at this point of the season, you're just looking to close the gap in between you and the Rays right now. And then before looking at the Yankees, and that's exactly what they're doing. Huge win for Toronto. They're going to inch a little bit closer after this one. Now they're going to look forward to that Brewers matchup in the series they're going to be having this weekend. So
wow, Teoscar Hernandez is the player of the game, not Gurriel. That is not what I would have expected. Get a look at these highlights. Austin Meadows homering in that first inning to center, 2 runs, and it looked like it was going to be Tampa early on. I mean, since Ryan Yarbrough, don't want to go in a hole early.
Remember that's the statistic. 5 straight innings for the Tampa Bay Rays. Only they had 2 runners on base, at least, in 5 straight innings, Tampa Bay did. And then after that, unfortunately for them, they were only able to get 4 home. And I know there's still a lot of runs, but they have potential to get so many more. Unfortunate productivity for Tampa Bay today, and Toronto took full advantage of that. They were able to get the win.
And as we just saw that Teoscar Hernandez home run, it looked pretty similar to the Gurriel home run. See, this was the last run that Tampa was able to scratch across during that 4th inning against Matt Shoemaker, with that RBI. Then Toronto scored 5 of their own in a row. Jansen with a single to center field for an RBI. He's been doing well since he's been inserted back into that starting lineup. And Chet struck out chasing a fastball there. That was looked like momentum change for Tampa. Looked like they had this game underway, but that was the end of the line for Yarbrough, and this one just squeaking by, hitting that foul pole. A 3-run home run for Lourdes Gurriel. In my mind, should have been the player of the game. Put him up 5-4, and then Guerrero in that 8th inning, putting some icing on the cake there, 6-4. That was a lead Toronto never relinquished.
Giles, like we predicted, dominant in that 9th inning. You strike out there on Austin Meadows. Didn't look back from there.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they trade him at the deadline, Giles, or if they try to re-sign him. We talked about how I think this team is a little bit closer to contention and could have re-signed Stroman. Be moot point if they don't keep a Giles in there as their closer. So the final score here in Toronto, 6-4, and looks like we are joined in the booth by our next broadcasters. Got Jake Zimmer in here, and is Tim Moore? Has he joined us so far?
Yeah.
All right, then. So we've got both of our broadcasters in for the next game. Game here is over. Toronto wins 6-4 for Jeremy Goldstein. I'm going to sign things off here and hand things on over to Tim and Jake. Guys.
Well, thanks, fellas. You guys had certainly an interesting game in Toronto, 6-4 final score. Late inning heroics, too. Certainly no shortage of offense, if that's what you like, but happy to be with you. Jake Zimmer alongside Tim Moore for what we're going to get into as soon as the statistics wrap up here from Toronto. Washington taking on the San Francisco Giants in National Park. We'll join you inside the nation's capital shortly, but Tim, let's hand it over to you. You've had no shortage of wild games over your ML Bot Ball career, and last night was certainly one of them. New York against Pittsburgh. That was nothing short of quite a wild game over in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I mean, needless to say, the summary of that game, I saw my first ever 3-4-1. I've never seen that in years of baseball I've witnessed. And then to see two relief pitchers that really haven't swung the bat. You had Lyons, who hadn't swung the bat since 2015. It's a base hit. And then you have Jonathan Holder, who hasn't swung the bat since high school in his first appearance. It's a base knock. So it was an interesting game, and that was only a little bit. It was back and forth. The Pirates had a 6-2 lead at one point, and then the Yankees answered back, and it was back and forth. Then the Yankees took the lead, and Lopez unfortunately couldn't hold, and then had a couple injuries as well that ultimately cost it. But you look here today, focusing on this game, and I expect another good one. You know, you're going to see two former teammates going at it, and you know, the San Francisco Giants team, you know, they're having an average year, but don't underrate this team at all. You know, this is a team that is capable of beating good ball clubs, especially when they put together good ball games.
For sure, Tim, and I think to go back to not to beat a dead horse, but to go back to Yankees Pirates from yesterday, as soon as it was 6-6 and a couple of back-to-back homers for the Yankees as well, I almost assuredly had said the Yankees have this in the bag. It's 8-6 now, and then after that it was no way. More baseball, a couple of errors, a couple of missed opportunities for them. So here we are at this point. Just some absolute shenanigans here in the bot ball season this year for sure.
Indeed, and, you know, to see a game end on an E5 throwing, it's a big deal. But here's Anibal Sanchez, Jake, and again, I mentioned the numbers before we joined it on the broadcast. A relatively serviceable pitcher, 6-4 record, 4.28 rather ERA. He's done a very good job, you know, at being productive and keeping low pitch counts. About 5-6 innings, getting those quality starts.
As we join you here in the nation's capital, the Nationals are in the classic Montreal Expos jerseys. Let's do this as Brandon Crawford looks at ball one to start. The Nationals, you can see in the lower third there, first in the NL East, 45-28. And Tim, as we were catching up off air, they're nowhere close to the best team on paper in the NL, but being in the first place in a division obviously will get you a little bit of credit as Crawford takes the ball high.
And, you know, you're facing this Nationals team, again, winning the World Series last year and continuing what's been a very strong campaign. The offense for the Nationals is a very hard one to stop, and this is a team, again, that I mentioned the same thing as well with the Twins. And the Nationals lose. They don't tend to lose the next day, so expect a very strong offense that's pretty consistent from this Nationals team, especially against Smyly, who's a left-handed pitcher.
Talk about Smyly as he takes the mound. You see a shot of Anibal Sanchez there. He's taken quite the journey over his career for sure. Detroit is where it all started. Or rather, Florida, where it all started. I've got a couple of trivia questions later on about his career. As Crawford, another strike, full count. 77 degrees, a beautiful day. It's a 4:05 start on the books in the nation's capital here. So Sanchez has had quite the career. He Finished last year 3.85 ERA as this one stroked out to right center field, getting a little bit of lag, but this looks like it's off the wall. Crawford going into second now, and he's in there without a throw.
Batting second.
And a little bit of lag as well. We see here now for Crawford. Great job turning on that one. That ball was hung, and a good job turning on it. Bounced it one hopper off the wall, and that's just routine hitting here. Great job there by Crawford. He got a pitch that was easy to handle. And when Sanchez especially hangs that slower kind of pitching sinkers, easy to turn on. He did a great job.
And not to mention, too, or rather not to forget, that is, Crawford was 3-2. He got off to a good start in the at-bat, got really ahead in the count, and had the patience to wait for his pitch there as Evan Longoria in the 2-hole. Chopper over to third base. Over to first there is Starlin Castro to make the out, one away.
Up there by Starlin Castro. I mean, how about Castro? Think about how he's perhaps maybe regressed a little bit. Went to the Yankees, did a good job, around 300 hitter. Didn't quite get there, but he was a pretty solid piece, especially in that 2017 run. Then traded to Miami in that Giancarlo Stanton trade, and he's been average since, but the Phillies needing a third baseman, especially after losing Mike Alfranco, a lot of expectations in Starlin.
Well, here's Brandon Belt. He is part of a very interesting top half of the order for San Fran as he fouls it back. I say interesting, Tim, in the sense that it really captures this San Francisco team. You have Crawford, who's 33 years old, that is. Longoria, who's 34. Belt, who's 32. Pence, who's 37. Posey, who's 33. That top half of the order, as he swings and misses here, is an aging group of stars. So you take the good with the bad because they're the ones that have won the World Series multiple times for these Giants.
Indeed, but as you know, good things always come to an end. The one thing for the Giants has been inconsistent. They're trying to rebuild in regards to finding that consistency back. But it's hard to think, too. You mentioned Brandon Crawford. Definitely does not feel like he's aging towards his mid-30s, to say the least, with how effective he's been for the Giants. And if Evan Longoria, who was supposed to be a big acquisition, tends to be the trend here in San Francisco. A lot of older players.
As a swing and a miss there from Belt. Anibal Sanchez knocks in his first strikeout of the day. And now it's over to Mike Yastrzemski, who we know all too well. He probably doesn't appreciate us calling him somebody's grandson, but Carl Yastrzemski, of course, he played all 23 years of his career with the Boston Red Sox. And not to forget, too, he hit his home run at Fenway in his first game there on September 17th of 2019. Yaz played at Fenway 23 years, and in his first at-bat at Fenway, he was able to knock it out. So a nice little story for Yastrzemski there. He's part of the promise of this San Francisco team as he looks inside, but it's called a strike at the knees.
Yastrzemski's a very solid, stout player. He's going to be a big player for this future. I mean, you looked at the outfield for the Giants. I mean, remember Andrew McCutchen as well at one point in which they picked on up, and he's done a good job of replacing McCutchen.
Lifted out to left field, here is Juan Soto, who moves over to his right and makes the catch. Nothing doing for San Francisco. They get on base with Brandon Crawford's double, but they can't push anything across. Off to the bottom of the first we go here on Bot Ball. Tim, as you and I mentioned, there's Drew Smyly, 2-8, and as we were catching up before the game, you see that 3.65 ERA. To give you an idea, he finished last year 6.24, so a significant improvement, albeit his record down to 2-8.
And while the record's not necessarily there for Smyly, he, like Anibal Sanchez in his career, has been effective 5-6 inning pitcher. Now, while Sanchez has had a lot more wins than Smyly, I think for Smyly, it's about finding your command. He tends to walk a lot of hitters. So if he's throwing strikes early on, he's going to be effective. But if he's missing the zone, could be trouble early, and Washington could take advantage.
see there, San Francisco 31-42 on the year. They're actually tied for fourth now, I believe, or back and forth really with third and with the Colorado Rockies, I should say, as this one in there for strike one to Turner. You talk about Trey Turner and the impact he's had on this team so far as he bunts this, and it's popped up. Snagged, however, by, I believe that's Drew Smyly over to his left to make the catch, and out number one.
It was a pop-up hard bump there. He was trying to bump for a hit, but he couldn't get the bat down on the breaking ball. And a great job by Smyly fielding his position, getting to that. Because if he missed that, Trey Turner actually would have came in there easily with a bunt single. With that speed, he flies down the line.
Now here's the right fielder, Adam Eaton, 321 on the year. He's been, between him and Turner, really an absolute anchor for this lineup. As another one down the third base line. Is it fair? And without a throw, Eaton's on base.
I'm surprised they're bunting again, but good job there by Adam Eaton. Catch him sleeping. This time makes it matter. So a one-out runner for this Nationals team. Now you have Juan Soto who steps in. This is a guy who is very dangerous in this lineup, especially in the 3-4 spots. Get runners in scoring position. Very automatic has been this Nationals team between both Soto and Kendrick.
Soto, they call the man Childish Bambino. He made his debut in 2018, his rookie year last year, as he takes a floater right down the pipe for strike one. He's tied for fifth with 21 doubles in the NL, which really has just attested to how far he's progressed over his career so far, albeit a young one. Lefty on lefty matchup. This one, no doubt about it, to center field, as this is the kind of pain that Juan Soto can cause you. Dead center field, and it's a two-run home run for Childish Bambino.
Oh, he hung the curveball, and that was right down the middle. I mean, no doubt about that one, as you mentioned, Jake. I mean, Soto, he sat back and took all that one. And as they teach you in baseball, you got to sit back, use the hands when you see the breaking ball. While that one only traveled the high 360-plus feet. I mean, look at that. He just sat back, just slapped that thing right across, and that ball went a very, very long way, to say the least. Actually, I said over 300, rather 451 feet. Just watch that baby fly to right center field.
300 is child's play for him, Tim. He's coming for that 450 mark for sure. But here is Howie Kendrick. The scary part here is that there's still danger underneath Juan Soto. You have Kendrick, Zimmerman, and Suzuki after that. Suzuki not so much, but you get the idea. Howie Kendrick, 345, and somehow he's one of those guys that just keeps getting better as his career goes on. He won the NLCS MVP last year. Lifted out to center field, back to grab it is Yastrzemski, and out number two.
I do want to make that point quickly before you transition over to the next hitter. I mean, you look at Hendrick, always think about him as that average second baseman, hits pretty well, but you don't really think of him as a high 300 hitter. But these past 2 years, and especially since he's come to Washington, he's really, really evolved for this Nationals team, and proving that he's by far one of the best second basemen in all baseball.
Smyly really hanging some curveballs in there. This one missed, but you've got to think, if you're Drew Smyly, you just hung a couple of pitches in. Do you get more aggressive with the fastball, or maybe you start nibbling around the corners as this one fouled back to the left side? 1-1.
Well, we saw him try to nibble the corners. He ended up hanging a curveball.
Yep.
Here you got to try his own. This one also could be trouble.
Roped back to right field. This will be off the wall and a base hit, possibly more, for Zimmerman, as he will get into second without a throw as well. It's the second double of the inning. You see the replay here right off the top of the wall. Had a chance to go out. It was played pretty well by Hunter Pence, the veteran in right field. So Zimmerman on with a two-out double.
And yet again, belt high fastball. I mean, we're seeing this early on, Jake. Smyly is not being effective, and if I'm the Giants and I see this, I want to start getting aggressive, because you can tell early on Smyly just simply doesn't have it today. Everything's up in the zone, and everything's up in the air.
We'll see if Kurt Suzuki can make anything happen. 260 to start off the year. as he's got a runner on second. Prime RBI opportunity, and trying to put the Nationals up by a 3 spot as they go into the second inning and give Sanchez a nice cushion. This one fouled back. Smyly, as you mentioned at the top of the broadcast, Tim, was teammates with Anibal Sanchez his rookie year, 2012 in Detroit, as I believe that was called a strike up on the high inside corner. That was another big, dangerous breaking ball as Smyly deals again.
And Smyly's best year, Jake, in his career came as a reliever, in fact, for Detroit. So I'm really eager to see how this continues. I really think he's a better bullpen pitcher as a long reliever than he is a starter. But he's a starter right now in San Fran, so.
Yeah, he's been sort of a proxy journeyman over his career. I don't think it's fair to necessarily call him that because he's only played for, I believe it's now 5 teams with the addition of the Giants, 4 beforehand. So it is safe to say he's been around as Suzuki gets rung up. So let's add him up here, folks. It is 2 runs on 3 hits. No errors, but Nationals get a great performance from Soto and Ayton there, as they're the ones that come around to score. There's the Soto home run, and we're off to the second.
The right fielder, number 8, Hunter Pence.
Well, folks, for game archives, fantasy, standing stats, and more, you can get that at mlbotball.com. That's mlbotball.com. Thanks for joining us on Thursday, June 18th. Jake Zimmer alongside Tim Moore. And I don't think if you had told either one of us we'd be doing this on Thursday, June 18th a couple of months ago, we would have told you were crazy. Popped out to right field, and here's Adam Eaton to make the catch.
Fortunately, a lot of summer plans and a lot of, broadcasting in actual baseball fields unfortunately go to waste because of this pandemic. But you know what? Thanks to Major League Baseball especially for giving us these opportunities. This has been incredible, to say the least. Been here now for about a month, and I'm right here at home. This is incredible, and I thank everything that Major League Baseball does, not just for me, but as well for the community, especially with the charities, which, by the way, you mentioned, donate to the Black Play-by-Play grant. It's very important in terms of this community being involved, and again, so thankful in terms of the Black Play-by-Play grant. There'll be a link down below. It's an important thing. Get everyone involved, and Major League Baseball does a great job of that.
Yeah, for sure, Tim, and what a great cause that is. And happy, of course, as always, to support a fellow broadcaster in Adam Giardino as the catch is made on a foul ball by Castro, out number 2. Adam and I actually met in, I believe it was September of this past year. I had been doing some work up at Providence College, and Adam happened to be doing the play-by-play that day, so that's when I met Adam, and then it seems like our paths crossed every other week between Bryant basketball and between Brown and some other schools, even at Providence College a bit more. Adam's a really, really great guy and a very well-respected broadcaster in the industry, so it's a cause worth supporting. We invite you, of course, to take a look at the links below as Pablo Sandoval stands in. Who can forget the journey that Sandoval's gone on in his career?
And I'll tell you, when he went to Boston, there's a lot of, expectations in him, and unfortunately it just didn't work out that way. But since he's come back here to San Francisco, he's been incredible. Let me tell you, I mean, he's not only surpassed expectations, but he continues to be effective. I mean, see here in the season, 381, consistent numbers, done a very good job, I'd say, over the past few years since returning back to the Bay.
The thing about Sandoval, I should say, is that he's been on and off the bench. He's been rotating a little bit with Donovan Solano this year and Mauricio Dubon as the throw over to first base from Castro is in time. Nothing doing again for San Francisco. In the top of the second, Castro, Robles, and Anibal Sanchez on deck.
Leading off for Washington, the third baseman, Starlin
Castro will stand in. Starlin Castro, another one who's certainly been around. He's another one that's not a journeyman, is a weak ground ball down the right side. over to first base is Mauricio Dubon, and he'll make the play.
Castro first pitch swinging that time, and I was going to say, no, I really like this portion of the lineup actually for Washington, even though it's their 7, 8, 9. They're able to get one of these two guys on for a threat to score. I mean, Robles has a lot of speed and definitely one of the more premier center fielders, especially defensively, all of baseball.
They call Robles a five-tool player for sure. He had 22 defensive runs saved in 2019, or a rating of 22, I should say. That was the best among all center fielders in the entire National League. So certainly the fruits of his labor have paid off on the defensive end. And he's been a solid offensive threat, too, over his career. You know, he won't go out and hit 30 or 40 home runs, but he's going to give you a solid production for sure. I think well above average, especially coming in the 8-hole.
You have to remember that speed and being relatively future star, to say the least. As long as he continues to find that bat slowly but steadily, he's going to be out there every day. And he's almost like a Byron Buxton, you know, out there in defense. He's a steady tool at center field, and that will eventually come. It always comes through the hitters that are relatively consistent. So you expect him to only get better as the year goes on.
1-2, this one inside, another big breaking ball. Smyly's going to rely on his off-speed pitches quite often. And a big swing and a miss there. Ball in the dirt. And occasionally, the deal with Smyly is he'll go out and he'll give you those big breaking balls, big change-ups. He's not entirely accurate all the time, but every now and then you'll get a little bit of a goofy swing like that, and he tied up Robles.
A great pitch there from Smyly. A much different second inning compared to how he started the first.
This one flied into shallow center. On to grab it is Crawford, but he couldn't communicate well with Yastrzemski there, and it's down for an infield, or I guess an infield single, if you will, but it's a single nonetheless.
Routine pop-up, I would say, but it just kind of fell in between. Crawford just out of reach. Obviously, Yastrzemski can't get to it, so now here's Trey Turner lined out his first time up. And I wouldn't be surprised here if you see Trey Turner perhaps turn on one into the gap, because he's looked pretty well that first at-bat against Smyly. It looked like he read him pretty well.
And don't forget, you have Sanchez on first, so it's nothing, you know, on a double in the gap doesn't necessarily mean a score unless he's really got the jets on, but this is really the guy you want up, and Trey Turner is another 2-0 start for him. This one out to left and caught by Belt. So we are down to the third inning. Washington leads 2-0.
Great inning there by Smyly. Apologize, I had a little bit of a lag issue. Good job there by Smyly, getting quickly out of that inning. Now he head back to the top half. I start seeing some runs here from the Giants, Jake. You saw Sandoval make that last out. Now you have Dubon and then Smyly back to the top. Got to get base runners on and kind of work the count of Anibal Sanchez.
Leading off for San Francisco.
And if you saw those pitching stats just now, it's going to be certainly a tall task. Anibal Sanchez this year comes in 6-4, 4.28 ERA in 14 starts, so this will be his fifth on the year, as this one painting the outside corner for strike one. Mauricio Dubon, however, 25 years old. He's been tossed around a little bit in his first couple of years as a baseball player as he swings and misses outside. He came over from Boston to Milwaukee in the Travis Shaw and Tyler Thornburg trade back in 2016, and then 2016 rather, and he strikes out here. And at the deadline last year, he was swapped for Drew Pomeranz with Milwaukee. So he ends up on the Giants here. He swings and misses for out number 1, and now Drew Smyly. This one right down the middle, strike 1. I'm curious to hear the Twitch chat's opinion on this. In 2005, Boston traded Anibal Sanchez and one other star to Florida in the Mike Lowell, Josh Beckett, and Guillermo Mota trade. I'm curious to see if you guys know who that one other star was that went from Boston to Florida in 2005. I think, Tim, you're a baseball fan. You should know this, hopefully, but curious to see what the Twitch chat has in store for us.
I got the count 1 and 2.
Has a ground ball over to third. Castro back to get it. And fires away to first, out number 2.
Now batting, shortstop, Brandon Crawford.
Oh, geez, there again, having a little bit of lag on my end.
No, you're good. Just keeping everyone occupied with some trivia over here, of course. So. And the order's turned over to the top now. Here's Brandon Crawford as he swings and ropes it down the line, foul. Crawford all time, that's a cool stat. 1 for 13 against Anibal Sanchez, and that was his first hit against him in the first inning.
1 and 1.
As he looks at ball 1. Beautiful day in the nation's capital.
Sometimes you start to find the momentum. Let's see if here he can hit number 2 and maybe bring home a run. In Francisco, I mean, I know it's early, but lacking the base runners on base, and when Washington has a lead, especially past the 5th inning, it's almost like they never lose it.
2-1. This one outside to Crawford, 3-1 down. Don't forget, Sanchez got pretty behind in the count in the first at-bat against Crawford and ended up surrendering a double. It was 3-0, and he had to work his way back. We'll have to see if anything changes this time around. This one low, and Crawford's on base for the second time today with a 5-pitch walk.
Up next for the Giants.
Great at bat, works Sanchez a little bit. Now you have Longoria who steps up. He grounded out softly. First appearance to short. Eager to see this time through if he takes a pitch or two. Well, no, swinging first pitch.
I think he might have heard you and say, no, you know what, Tim, I'm not going to let you predict it's at bat. So he hacks away. This one skied out to left field. And camping under it is Juan Soto. So Sanchez will surrender a 2-out walk, but nothing doing overall as one man left on base. No runs, no hits, no errors for San Fran. Let's go to the bottom of the third. Your score 2-0.
For the Nationals, the right fielder, Adam Eaton.
We will see Adam Eaton, Juan Soto, and Howie Kendrick for Washington here. As Eaton 1 for 1. He got on a single, came around to score his first time. You see down there on the lower third. He was acquired from the Chicago White Sox back in 2016, and he's really been quite the addition to round out this squad. You saw earlier he's now second in All-Star voting this year. This one outside.
Eaton, the last time, remember, had that bunt single after the Nationals opened up this game trying to bunt twice in a row.
Yep.
He's a threat to do a bunch of things, but Eaton as well, like Howie Kendrick, doing a good job hitting for average.
Swung on and missed to throw over to first for the putout from Posey to Sandoval. Will retire Eaton for out number 1. That's the lethal curveball for you from Smyly. It's very slow. It's very monumental, I should say, but pretty unpredictable as well as Soto now stands in.
It almost feels like an eephus pitch and how long you have to sit back and wait for it. It's one of his go-tos, but you get ahead in the count to use it most of the time, and wow, yet again, another good curveball right there. I think he's going to go to it again here, Jake.
Let's see what he does. 0-2. There was a fastball there as this one is fouled down the third base line. So, you know what? He tried the experiment. Maybe he goes back to the breaking ball for the second 0-2. Let's see what he's got. Big breaking ball, and he got him. Tim Moore signed that man up for some sort of analytics job as we go to the top of the fourth inning. 2-0.
The second baseman.
Hey, great job. That was absolutely good job. And actually, not quite.
Well, I jumped the gun.
Yet,
Sorry, I was looking
yeah.
for it. Right, yeah, I jumped the gun for sure. I wanted to get that over and just assume that he had struck out the side rather, but it's Kendrick up now. I can't forget about Howie for sure. Kendrick, where do we start with him? Again, NLCS MVP last year. He's hitting over 340 this year. And he's in the cleanup hole as a guy that is, well into his late 30s as well.
You know who he reminds me of, Jake? A bunch. He reminds me of Brandon Phillips.
Sure thing. They had similar styles for sure, which we'll talk about in the next inning here as he flies out to Yastrzemski for out number 3. That's out number 3. There were not 4 outs in that inning, of course, so no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. Now let's go to the top of the fourth where we have Brandon Belt, Yastrzemski, and Hunter Pence.
Brandon Belt.
Quite no, Jake. I saw 4 outs a lot yesterday in the Yankees-Pirates game, so...
I think by no fault of us, for sure, they had 4, maybe 5 outs that they should have made. I believe it was an E5 to end the game in Pittsburgh last night or something like that. But it's not every day that you get just a game of pure mayhem like you saw last night, Tim.
Well, this could start again for Sanchez. He's going to go to the breaking ball another time.
Sanchez sitting pretty comfortable as he strikes out Belt on a sinker there. He's got 3 Ks today to start the day, and he's sitting comfortable at a nice, he hasn't broke the 50 pitch mark just yet. And we're in the 4th inning, so I would assume that Dave Martinez is going to try to use him as long as he can today.
And expanding innings, I'm surprised that time he went to the sinker, but I think we're starting to see this from Sanchez a little bit more often. He's kind of conserving the sinker here in this game for really pitches where it's a 1-2 count or where he's ahead. He's really sitting back and kind of going to the 4-seam a bunch as well as the breaking ball. Another thing I do want to mention real quick, Jake, is you got to remember Sanchez early on in his career, he was a fireballer. He had a lot of strikeouts, but later in his career, a big ground ball guy. Not too much strikeouts in the later portions of as he continues to get older.
For sure, he's at this point in his career more well known for his weaponry than his speed, as a long fly ball out to right, giving chase for it the right fielder, but that one is gone. It's a home run, the 13th of the year for Mike Yastrzemski. Add another one to it. 391, came about 96 miles an hour off the bat. And just like that, it's 2-1.
A great job there by Yastrzemski. And again, you're going to see it here when the replay comes up. Another belt high pitch. This is exactly what happened to Juan Soto on the National side. This one turned on. And in fact, I'm going to be honest, I think this ball lands the same exact spot which Soto's home run landed. Good job there by Yastrzemski, to say the least. And the Giants are running. Now they sit down by 1.
Yeah, the belt-high fastball was certainly not redeeming for Sanchez there. 2-1 is the Nationals' lead as Hunter Pence stands in. He's another guy that we haven't necessarily talked about on this broadcast so far as possibly another one out to left field. Hunter Pence doesn't even have to look at it, and this game is tied here in the 4th.
I mean, again, Sanchez, he hung one. Now he hung yet another one. And, I mean, right now, if you're Anibal going to sit down, or someone's going to have to go out there and just talk to him. Maybe if it's the catcher, if not, utilize a mound visit with the pitching coach. Because, I mean, that can't happen. And I'll get high and in, and Pence, he loves those high and in fastballs. He turned on that one, just around the foul pole, lands over the fence. Tie game just like that, Jake.
That's the danger of this veteran San Francisco lineup, and they don't get enough credit because a lot of baseball fans will give the whole, they're all washed up and old, and they're, just a bunch of guys that are 30 years old trying to salvage their careers. But people forget that you put, think about what just happened here. It was Mike Yastrzemski, the rookie, or I should say the younger of the roster, and then Hunter Pence, who's 37. You have a lot of veterans who have seen pretty much every situation in the book. They have seen Anibal Sanchez before in all his different teams, really, and they just are squaring this up now.
Now, here's my question. Will we see back-to-back-to-back?
Who knows, as Buster Posey will fly it out. We will not see back-to-back-to-back. I think he might have been going for it, but Zimmerman back to get it easily.
Now batting, the first baseman.
I think you're pushing your luck there, Tim, after quite an interesting game of just debauchery yesterday. So trying to have it make up for it, I don't blame you.
Here's Pablo Sandoval, the Panda, sitting in.
Sandoval, a big swing and a miss there. He's seen Sanchez 8 times if you count last inning, 2 for 8 with a double. This one grounded right up the middle to Turner. We should have no problem with it as it's on to first, but the damage done. Back-to-back home runs. Because I don't think we'll get a replay, unfortunately, but it is Yastrzemski and Pence that go back-to-back. On to the bottom of the 4th we go. Ryan Zimmerman awaits. Still got an action-packed night of baseball for you tonight. It's Kansas City and Seattle as Jordan Smith and Brother Beard will will be on the call at 7:15 at the conclusion of this game, and our friend Duggo at 9 o'clock, Arizona at Los Angeles, the Dodgers, that is. Yanks are playing the Twins at 10:45. That's Beardy Buddha on Special FX. Smyly trying to get in more of a rhythm here as now he's pitching with essentially, as he started this game, it's 2-2.
Now he's behind in the count, but going back to the future games real quick, Jake. Now in Duggo, especially that Diamondbacks-Dodgers game, I'd be surprised if we see extra innings for him. He gets the fun ones as well.
Oh, don't jinx him like that. You better stop. Don't jinx him. Is this one on the inside corner, strike one? I feel like, and for full disclosure, this is debut for Botball for me, but hanging out in the Discord and talking to the guys, it just seems as though Duggo is the king of extra innings, and just talking about weird things happening during games. He's got to be on the top of that list, Tim.
Dude, he went from calling a 19-inning game to a no-hitter. But I mentioned that 19-inning game. No, I will say this. Anyone that watches Major League Baseball, go back to the archives. Go watch that game, please. That is by far the best meltdown I've ever seen in my life for a full 19 innings.
Swinging a fly ball way out to left. This will hit the base of the wall. Yastrzemski on to get it. Zimmerman will stand in on second. And guess what? That's his second double of the game. And the Nationals are rolling again.
Not only his 9th of the season, as Zimmerman again, hanking, breaking ball. Turns on it, just didn't have enough as it bounced right off bottom of the fence. Defensive play out there as well by Yastrzemski to keep that one from extending to a triple. Yet another opportunity for Washington, and what's a must answer back in it.
Suzuki will take ball one. Suzuki's been on a couple of different teams throughout his career. He had a stint in Oakland. He had a stint, I believe, in New York for the Mets as well, and has really made a home for himself, if you ask the casual baseball fan, in Washington. Won the World Series last year with them, of course, and alternated off. This one got a nice piece of it, but foul.
The one thing about Kurt Suzuki is he's gotten better throughout his career hitting the baseball, and I think that's what he really proved back when he was with Oakland. Here with Washington, same thing.
Not a good piece of it, but foul there. Is Suzuki has never been a guy that will be synonymous with an organization like Buster Posey, like guys like Jorge Posada or Pudge, but he's always been around and reliable. So I think that's really all you can ask for as an organization as he fouls it back.
And I mean, he's found himself a home easily as a catcher, and he has a very solid defense. Mix that with a solid bat, he's right up there for a 10 type of catcher.
Swing and a miss from Suzuki. There's out number 1. Smyly has 5 strikeouts, believe it or not, today.
And most of it's come on the breaking ball, but that time a great pitch from Smyly out in the zone. Get a swinging Suzuki. Now you have Castro who steps in. And Castro last time up, Jake, tapped out on the first pitch. But he likes left-handed pitching more than anything. While he is struggling with runners in scoring position, I would not be surprised if Starlin hits one very hard.
Well, he takes a big cut and a miss there. That's his pitch. It's a 91-mile-an-hour fastball at the letters, and if there was one he was going to turn on, it was certainly, I think he hoped it would be that one.
I got to count 1 and 2.
As a ball here. 1-2. Zimmerman leads off second. Smyly around 54 pitches here. Castro is 0 for 1 on the day, as you mentioned, Tim, before, as this one lined out to right. And it's caught out in right field by Pence, out number 2.
Pence trying to make a throw there to third to Longoria to make sure the runner doesn't tag. Now Robles steps in. He lined out his last time up, and you mentioned for him his last time, has the capability of not just having speed, but effective for contact. But Jake, I got to ask you here. Think about trying to go for some trickery and trying to lay down a bunt here with 2 out.
Oh, I don't know. I'm if you ask me, I'm the traditional just go for what you've got and don't bunt it is what I'm trying to say. I'm more of an AL style person than the small ball, but I mean, Robles is a guy that can leg out a bunt for sure, and the only thing is you've got Zimmerman off second, who really all you do is you move him to third. You can't really bank on them trying to catch him off guard or anything like that, so if I'm Robles, I'm swinging the bat here, but that's why I'm calling games and not managing them. Out the left now. Down for a base hit. Around to score is Zimmerman. Robles to second now. The throw in from Belt, but the damage done. An RBI double from Robles, and that's why I believe that, he just got to swing the bat in that scenario, Tim, and clearly it paid off for him.
I was going to say, don't doubt yourself there, Jake. You did a great job just getting one up in the zone. Hey, I have my always crack happens from time to time. But, now a ball comes in to hit 1 for 1, trying to make it 2 for 2.
Don't forget, they spear it away. That's a nice play from Longoria. Victor Robles, let's take a look at this double again. Another deadly mistake from Smyly. We'll talk about it a little bit more after the break. Nationals lead 3-2. That's one of those innings, Tim, that you have to catch your breath with now, as the Nationals really did a good job of getting the first guy on base, and even with 2 outs, they were able to have a little magic here. So 3-2, the lead is reclaimed. We'll have to see how Sanchez decides to play it.
And a good job there by the Nationals, especially answering back after allowing 2 solo home runs. Have the lead yet again, 3-2, but now, again, on the opposite side here for the Giants, you need to answer with base runners. You need to score runs, because that's the only way you're going to be able to compete here with this Nationals team. Having a very solid offense, something that the Nationals are always consistent in, not just for batting average, but I'll even say this is a team that brings a lot of power, more surprisingly than what it seems.
For sure, as we get into the top of the 5th inning, you have Mauricio Dubon and then the pitcher spot and Crawford. I don't think they're going to make a move for Smyly just yet, as a foul ball down the right side, I should say. You'll have to forgive me, as experiencing a little bit of latency here on the Discord stream, as it's 2-1 now. We've got some good trivia in the Twitch chat now as well. During the 1970s, the San Francisco Giants were on the verge of being relocated to the point where hats had been manufactured for their new city. What was that city? I don't have an answer, but get that Twitch chat going. A couple of people are saying Toronto in the chat is a base hit to left field here, and Dubon is on for his first hit of the game.
And after having a very rough at-bat the last time up, Dubon sat back and on that one right in the good old 6-hole gap. base knock, and now it's like that. Smyly's up, and here I'd imagine he's going to be bunting.
For sure, as they do send Smyly back out, I do agree with this decision as the bunt a little bit high here. Throw over to first base, and it's sacrifice bunt executed to perfection. Out number 1.
The batter, the shortstop.
And good job there. But exactly what you're taught there was Sanchez. Just run a fastball high and in. And on the routine bunt there, and everyone fielded their position. Now he's got to come here, get a big out, and then try to get out of the inning.
There's Crawford. That one was just barely outside, as I think Sanchez did not agree with it necessarily, but in any case, it's 1-0. Crawford's a guy, based off his performance from the first couple of at-bats, that you do not want to get behind on, as a base hit into left field. Do they try Soto? The throw home is a little bit wide and short, and just like that, tied up at 3 again. And it's an RBI single for Brandon Crawford. How great his day has been so far. Looks like Dubon, right here you see, he's limping off. He might have turned his ankle or so. He might get swapped out. We'll have to see, of course, what they end up doing, but that's unfortunate. Dubon, one of the more reliable players this year so far for the Giants.
I'm eager to see what the Giants do. It's unfortunate that they have an injury there for Dubon, but you know what? Gotta take advantage now here. If you're the Giants, you have Longo up, and you're here in the top of the lineup. By the way, great job by Crawford. How about Longo? He is taking advantage.
For sure, as this one gets into left field, Soto throws it in. But nobody is thrown out. Third and second now, and the game's tied at 3 with the Giants threatening, as Anibal Sanchez will get a mound visit, probably well warranted here with 2 guys in scoring position and only 1 out.
Now, that injury actually really benefits San Francisco, as weird as that sounds, is as a pitcher, Jake, and you have your momentum broken up there, it kind of makes you sit back, try to re-find yourself. That's what Sanchez had to do, and unfortunately, he hung his sinker right down the middle. If he doesn't find himself right here in this batter against Belt, Giants are going to have the lead.
All tied up at 3, runners on second and third, as a big at-bat for Brandon Belt, the 3-hole. You can see Austin Voth up in the bullpen. He did not pitch last night. It was Elias last night, along with Harris and Doolittle. So he is very fresh. It's also the 5th inning, so we'll see if they can get past it here, as this one trying to paint the outside corner to no avail for Sanchez. That's a spot where he's wanted to get the entire game, but unfortunately he's got really no luck from the home plate umpire and expanding the zone.
3-0 the count.
3-0 now to Brandon Belt, and you got to think, do you just put him on to avoid any real danger? But that's the problem if you got Yastrzemski on deck.
And right now, you've got to, with your life on the line, if you're Sanchez, because if he walks in here, I think they're going to Voth.
Nope, back upstairs. Ball 4.
And here's a walk, so we'll have to see what Dave Martinez and the Nationals decide to do. Bases loaded. 3-3, they're going to leave him in to pitch to Yastrzemski, who went yard the last time he was up.
I don't like this at all, Jake. I think they're going to regret this decision.
This one in there for strike 1. Sanchez now 71 pitches. You see right there, his last 3 games, it's only validation of maybe why to take him out. 429 average, he's 6 for his last 14.
Nope, at the ball.
This one a breaking ball inside. Looked like a slider of some sort, 1-1.
Gotta keep it low, and that's the issue right now for Anibal. He's leaving everything up. He's going to take advantage. He sees another high one.
Round ball over to first, on to second for 1 over to first, and a huge job to escape. That's about the best case scenario you could ever have if you're Anibal Sanchez. crisis averted, albeit the game tied now at 3. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning, and we just avoided what would have been a big, big loss for the Nationals if they had surrendered really more than even 2 runs that inning. As you can see, Yolmer Sanchez will replace Mauricio Dubon at second base now for the Giants. But Tim, what an integral inning. We're going to see very soon, I think, if that had any impact on the rest of the game.
Oh, indeed, it's a big double play there. And I'm going to be honest, I thought Sanchez got bailed out. That was another hanging sinker got turned on. He got very lucky that was a ground ball. His produces a ground ball.
Ground balls galore here as Turner over to
the right fielder, number 2.
Rather, Turner thrown out at first. You see a good pitch speed comparison courtesy of Tops there. These guys are not going to come out and overpower you. Smyly will throw a fastball around, it says 94, but more realistically around the 91, 92 range. These are not guys that you have to be afraid of them overpowering you. These are guys that you should be worried are going to spot up really well, and it's kind of been hit or miss today.
Indeed, I mean, all these Nationals hitters really need to do is force Smyly to throw his fastball. Again, 94, not necessarily overpowering, but you've seen them be successful on the hanging fastballs. The curveballs, on the other hand, is by far Smyly's trustworthy and go-to pitch. If he can't utilize them when he needs to, that's when he starts to struggle, and we've seen it today. And obviously, yes, it's still a tie game, Jake, at 3 apiece, but he's been hit very hard because he's been forced to throw high fastballs.
2-1.
Big swing and a miss from Eaton there, who is 1 for 2 on the day. He had a single, came around to score in the first, and then back in the 3rd inning, he struck out and was thrown out at first on the putout. There's another one, 2-2. We've got an update on the trivia answer for you on that Giants relocating question. That's something I didn't know, and made better for knowing, of course, as it's run over first and in time. So that one, Tim, I don't know if you would have gotten it, but I sure wouldn't have. It was Toronto that they were going to relocate to. So they did not. The Giants didn't end up going to Toronto. They had their hats made and all ready to go, and all of a sudden they just pulled the plug, and that's really it. They stayed in the Bay Area.
It's interesting. My guess was Montreal, so I guess they came a little bit close, but...
You were closer than what I would have guessed. I would have guessed something like, I probably would have kept it north, maybe Portland, Oregon, or maybe Seattle at the time, but I don't know that I have my history quite accurate, or my timeline, I should say, as Juan Soto looks at strike 1. He's 1 for 2.
I imagine the Toronto Giants, that'd be a much different look. I can only imagine what the uniforms would look like, to say the least.
I've got to see what EB says, because I see him in the chat. He might know, because he's a big Toronto fan, as we know. If they had moved, would they have still called them the Giants, or maybe even in the Blue Jays at that point? And I'm very curious to see, so let's get that Twitch chat going. And thanks for your engagement, everybody. So a lot of activity on the Twitch chat today. 2-2 as Soto is rung up. And just like that, it's a 1-2-3 inning for Smyly in a position where he desperately needed it. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. 5 complete. We're going to the 6th inning, all tied up at 3.
Right fielder, number 8, Hunter Pence.
We will see Pence, Posey, and Sandoval. If anyone can get on of those 3, it'll be Yolmer Sanchez. As you see Wander Suero and Daniel Hudson up in the pen. Neither of them pitched last night as well. So Austin Voth is sit back down. We probably won't see him today, although he's been quite a big force. Did he go? No, he did not, according to first base umpire.
The only way we'll see Austin Voth, Jake, is if they lose the lead here to San Francisco, or if there's, I would say, runners on base in scoring position. Other than that, I think you'll see one of the 2 guys that's warming up. Probably though in the next inning is while still relatively low in the pitch count.
Yeah, Sanchez at 77 as Hunter Pence flies out to right field. Hunter Pence is someone I wanted to talk about in his first at-bat, but he flew out too quickly, and then he hit a homer the next one, so we had more important things to talk about. Pence is 37 now. He had played 7 years with San Francisco before he signed with Texas last year, actually, and then he came back. So there's something to be said about this franchise. 1 year with another one, you come back as Posey grounds this one to second base. Over to first to get him is Kendrick.
You think about Hunter Pence. I mean, who would have thought at the age 36 last season, making it to the All-Stars, the DH for Texas, and obviously going back home to, or what feels like home from him, or for him, of San Francisco. I mean, he's been so good, consistent. He's one of those guys that you mentioned almost like Howie Kendrick as well, as he used to get older. Hasn't regressed with age. He's been relatively right there and a good player.
It was 0-2 for Sandoval. And then Posey as well, too. I don't think he gets the love he deserves. We'll have to mix in some of these statistics as the game goes on here. But fly ball out to left field. Will it get down? No, it will not. A spear from Trey Turner as a nice over-the-back catch. We go to the bottom of the 6th, all tied up. We see Kendrick, Zimmerman, and Suzuki after this.
Leading off for Washington, the second baseman.
So Howie Kendrick stands in. He's 0 for 2. He flew out twice to the center fielder, Yastrzemski. This one outside, ball 1. You see Howie Kendrick is I just lost the stat there, I'm sorry, but he's a team leader in home runs of the Nationals with 16. We've been talking about him all broadcast. Appears to age like a fine wine. He reminds me of not necessarily the mold of Adrian Beltre as far as the players go, but the way they age over time and the way they get better as this game evolves. I know, Tim, you mentioned before, he kind of reminds you of the Brandon Phillips build, which I totally agree with here. Big build, and let's be clear, Brandon Phillips was not a big guy, but he was a strong guy, and he hit a lot of homers for sure. I think that's the regard you were thinking of him in, but it's certainly been great for Kendrick over the past couple of years as he grounds it over to first and hits Smyly for out number 2.
And you also think about him in that defensive aspect too. Brandon Phillips, so known as well for not just his power, but how good of a defender he was at second base. The same thing as well for Howie Kendrick. I mean, everything he's done, he's only gotten better and better, and he's slowly becoming a Gold Glove type second baseman.
This is lifted to deep left. Back to get it, Belt. Can he get there? Yes, he can on the track out number 2.
First pitch.
Oh, go ahead, Jim.
I was going to say, again, first pitch swing and another hanger. Smyly got bailed out that time. If he does that to Suzuki, Suzuki can make him regret it. But you see Suzuki, that's his only dig, Jake. Breaks out a bunch. Does have pop there at the plate.
As Kurt Suzuki stands in, as you mentioned, looks at ball 1. Suzuki 0 for 2 strikeouts. You also saw in the pen, I believe it was Trevor Gott and Sam Coonrod that are up for San Francisco. We'll have to see how long they wait to do it. Now, keep in mind, this is probably Smyly's last inning as the pitcher spot is due to hit second next inning, is lifted to left field. Is it going to stay in play for long enough? Indeed, it will. And another 1-2-3 inning is another fly out to Brandon Belt. We go to the top of the 7th inning as we should have a special guest coming shortly, but it'll be Yolmer Sanchez, the pitcher spot, and Brandon Crawford. And now you see Wander Suero, and he's got an 0-2 record with a 4.97 ERA. So not too bad over 30 innings pitched. Of course, you would like a little bit more consistency, but regardless, he faces Yolmer Sanchez, the left-hander. As the pitch is in the zone for strike 1. Looks like we have our guest. It's Shark Shavery. I believe that's how you pronounce it, but Shark, what's going on, man? Thanks for joining.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Thanks for inviting me in. And, you know, I'm just enjoying this game. It's going a lot different than I expected.
For sure, as a base hit now for Yarbrough Sanchez in his first at-bat. For those that don't know or might be new to the stream, Shark has been the organist of ML Botball for a bit now, I'd say, but you've certainly been appearing on some streams over the past couple of days, for sure.
Number 41.
Yeah, it's been quite some time. I've honestly lost track. Probably over a month, maybe 2. Who knows?
At this point, it's all the same. As we see a pinch hitter here, it'll be Wilmer Flores. Shout out to all you Mets folks as Flores stands in, grounds in on the right side, foul.
I'm going to ask Shark real quick. You know, yesterday when we were calling the Yankees-Pirates game, we came in the 7th, and you basically called the Giancarlo Stanton blast. What do you think that happened here in the 7th? Any miracles?
Honestly, I'm not seeing any miracles happen. Although, I'm going to call it now. I'm going to predict San Francisco wins 4-3, and it's probably going to be like off an RBI double. That's wild speculation, but let's put it out there.
Inning.
I'll say the 9th.
Shall
All right.
see. Bold prediction.
You heard it here first. If Shark gets this correctly, we've got to give him some kind of award for not only the Oregon, but making predictions as well. So,
yeah, this is a much more bold prediction than the home run in a game full of them.
He's now 0-2 to Crawford. Crawford, let's not forget, he's 2 for 2 on the day, with a walk, but he's been on base all 3 times. Looks like this is in the dirt. No throw as Sanchez stays put at first. Again, a 1-2 foul back for Crawford.
Crawford really loves that inside stuff. I mean, he's getting a lot of stuff that's jamming him, but he's not scared to swing at it. At least fouled off.
Rounder up the middle, a nice sliding play by Hendricks over to first. Did they get the double play? Indeed they did. We get Shark early today as we are heading to the 7th inning break. Get up and stretch. I've got shivers. Put him in Wrigley Field, folks. That's Shark, and incredible, as always. So thanks for joining us, Shark. You're more than welcome to stick around for the bottom of the 7th if you'd like, for sure, as per tradition of the other broadcasters over the past couple of days. And Shark, I need to know, while you're here, real quick, we'll announce a pitching change, and it looks like that's Trevor Gott, so that's the end of Drew Smyly's day. Shark, as another single here, actually, as well, from Starlin Castro. Shark, what's your team? Need to know.
Born as a Tigers fan, then kind of Cubs as well, because I live equidistant from both Chicago and Detroit, and then I recently adopted the Diamondbacks, and I also do enjoy the Red Sox a bit. So got a lot of teams, and my stream just went green.
I've got a green screen as well.
There,
and
it's
back. Thank God. I had a panic attack for a second here. As we're back. Don't worry, Botball's not going anywhere. As Robles looks at a low ball for strike 2. Or a low strike, I should say. That probably should have been called a ball. But 3-3, I think, Shark, do you have any stories about the best game that you've played Oregon for this year? Or, you know, the most exciting one that you've watched? Or
The most exciting one was when we had the first minor league day, and there were 3,000 people basically watching. Although, also the 19-inning game with Duggo was pretty fun too.
You know, I missed most of that 19-inning game. Did you come on twice? Did you come for the 14th then, or no?
I have a special tradition for the 14th inning where I play either a trap or a dubstep version of the stretch. They're really bad and really funny.
Hey, that's exciting. I hope, for the love of God, that we don't have a 14th inning today. So I hope I don't hear this ever again. But that sounds certainly pretty fun in this one outside.
Well, Jake, first game. You never know. The first game's always special here on Bop Ball. They always tend to be really interesting.
For sure. I hope interesting doesn't translate into extra innings today. Is lifted. Is Drupal Cabrera as the pinch hitter here? He'll lift one over to Yastrzemski for out number 2.
The batter, number 7.
So Cabrera goes down on a couple of pitches here. Robles strikes out, and it'll be Turner with a man on first. He's 0 for 3 today, so you got to think he's due. We'll have to see as Trevor Gott is the new pitcher. Gott comes into the game with a 5.59 ERA. He's one of the couple middle relievers they have on this team, but Shark, I don't know if you've ever run into the Giants this year. We've been talking about them as a mix of some rebuilding players and some good veterans.
It's been interesting watching what they've done so far this year. So they're actually overperforming compared to what I expected based on how they started.
The swing and a miss, Gott throwing some cheddar for sure, 96 miles an hour. That's stark contrast to the slower pace of play of what we've seen today. And a rope foul again. He mixes in a sinker. He's certainly more of a hard ball thrower than the other two guys that started the game today, but both starters went 6 innings on the dot. This one low.
I was going to say, for Shark's statement, it's a very fair analysis. I don't think anyone anticipated San Francisco be as close as they were to third place in the division this year. Obviously, I mean, they're still relatively far way off of Dodgers out there in the West, but doing a really good job of being somewhat consistent, and they're not out of the wild card race.
Oh, big pitch for Gott there as he gets Turner swinging and missing. It would have been ball 4 and would have brought Adam Eaton up as well. Trevor Gott, not too bad. He allows a single, but Shark, thanks for coming on. We certainly hope to be running into you soon, so take care, man.
Absolutely, you too.
Your attention, please.
I hope you enjoyed the stylings of Shark Shavery. Always a pleasure to have him in the booth. As Daniel Hudson, pitcher for Washington. You see only 8 2/3 innings pitched this year. A high ERA, so he looks to bring that down.
Talk about that ERA. That's one of those type of pitchers, and I think it was Eddie McCarthy that mentioned it. You're just going to kind of want to close your eyes and ignore and imagine you're reading the number wrong. Hudson's been an effective reliever throughout his career. I think that number is going to go down. Somewhere almost like on the Yankee side, Adam Ottavino had a very ugly number to start the year, but has slowly brought it down back to earth a little bit.
2-0 to Longoria. He is 1 for 3 on the day. He grounded out and flew out in the first and third respectively, and then doubled back in the 5th. He was stranded out of that massive inning-ending double play in the 5th inning, and I don't think we can overstate that enough. They really escaped the Nationals from having a nightmare of an inning, and this game it could have been like a 6 or 7-2 kind of deal, Tim, if they hadn't worked out of that.
Eaton, eager to see what Longo can do, or actually rather he gets on here. I'm eager now to see what the Giants do here, and I'm still going to keep Shark's prediction in my head, Jake, because I can see that really come out as a scenario. I mean, we're here in the 8th. You have Brandon Belt up, so obviously you're still early in the lineup. Success for this Giants team comes right around the middle and actually towards the end here today, so I'm eager to see how this all works out.
So Belt up with nobody out, and one could argue that he's due for sure. A couple of Ks and a walk. You see Strickland and Elias out in the bullpen. Roenis Elias is one of 2 lefties in the Nationals pen. The other is the closer, Sean Doolittle, who threw a little bit yesterday. So you've got to think, of course, Doolittle will be out there if the Nationals score between 1 and 3 runs this inning, and maybe they even consider putting him in the next inning as well, even if there is no offense.
Indeed. Jake, I want to ask you real quick, what do you do here if Hudson, say, walks or allows another base runner on? How aggressive do you get?
Well, it's a good question. We're about to find out as this one up the middle for a base hit. And Belt is on first, Longoria is on second, so there's some decisions to be made with Yastrzemski, who hit a homer, but he also grounded into the lethal double play back in the 5th inning. I don't know. To me, I don't have Hudson on this mound. I bring in, I really don't know. Maybe you think about bringing in Elias to face him. Maybe you bring in Sean Doolittle or something like that for the lefty-lefty matchup, but looks like Dave V. Martinez is going to be riding with Daniel Hudson here. Yastrzemski 1 for 3 on the day. Here it is. High inside corner. That's a dangerous pitch if he can get around on it, but Hudson throwing that at 98 miles an hour. Very difficult pitch. Wow, and the zone seemed to expanding a little bit too as he mixes in an 85 mile an hour changeup. I'll tell you what, Tim, 98 to 85 with a little bit of break, a little bit tough to get a read on.
And then if you mix it around with a mid-70s breaking ball, you have a lot of trouble.
Shallow left center on to grab it, the diving play, and the tag to third. What a beautiful play from Victor Robles. You'll see a lot of that from him. Oh, baby, my goodness, what a play from Robles. The runner does advance from second to third, so we've got first and third as you see the show motion there. Full layout.
I mean, what a great play there by Robles. Saved really would have been extra bases in the lead, rather losing the tie game and obviously giving the Giants the lead. Sure, the runner moves to third, but now if you can get Hunter Pence to ground out here, head to the bottom of the 8th and have a chance to get the lead of your own.
We'll have to see if they decide to move the infield in and where they want to play it as runners on first and third. Hunter Pence is the man up. Don't forget, he had a homer back in the 4th inning. He also flew out to right in the 2nd and the 6th, so they've got to be very careful with him. He's still a veteran of the game, and he knows a good pitch when he sees one for sure. And this one inside 2-0. This is another time you consider maybe being a little careful with Pence. He did hit the homer today, so do you test your luck on Posey? I would like to think that they do, but we'll have to see how Hudson decides he wants to play. This one a big breaking ball is, I think you and I had the same reactions there, Tim.
Can't leave them there. You can't leave sliders there.
And he does it again, and Hunter Pence lays the next one off, 2-2. Could Hudson escape a real jam with 1 out and runners on first and third? Big swing and a miss from Pence on the inside corner, and he's 1 step closer.
And Pence is going to be mad at himself now as he heads back to the dugout. And you look at 2 sliders, belt high, and then get the fastball off the plate on the inside, and he just swings right through that one, couldn't get to it. Now, it's like that. The Nationals have a chance of getting out of this inning. You have to face a hard out of Buster Posey.
I don't understand it. I really don't. He laid off 2 meatballs pretty much in sliders, relatively speaking, and then swings and misses on an inside fastball. He was just looking for the hard stuff. I think he was geared up for the change of speed or whatever it might have been, but in any case, Hudson got away with a real close one.
That's ball 2.
Another one misses 2-0.
I mean, you can get away with, the first one of him taking right down the middle because he may have had a take sign on. 2-1. You've got to be swinging at that one, and he didn't. He sat back.
Roped on the right side, and a nice sliding play from Zimmerman. He saves at least a run, and he preserves the national lead. So getting into a little bit of trouble there was Hudson. He escapes with a little help from his defense. On to the bottom of the 8th we go. All squared up at 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
Now Harlan Garcia in. They called him Harlan the Marlin when he played with Miami last year, but off to a pretty nice start with 22 games and 11 holds and a 2.25 ERA.
Tell you, Harlan Marlin kind of sounds like a mascot name more than a nickname. The Marlins may want to think about changing that name still. For the Marlin, maybe to the Harlins, but still, I mean, you look at Harlan, he's been effective. And this Giants team has a lot of very effective relievers, Jake. That's the one thing you could say that's been spot on for the Giants throughout the years has been their relief pitching staff. Done a very good job keeping them in games, and obviously Garcia no different.
Bunting down the third base line, but this one trickles foul as Eaton really is reverting back to that bunt. We'll have to see if he does on 2 strikes. I doubt it, and this one outside. 2-2. The Nationals are a team, Tim, where I will say if there's a team that can bunt, it would be them. They have the speed to do it, certainly. From 1, 2, I mean, even Soto at 3 is pretty quick, and you have Robles in the 8th spot, and whatever pitcher or whatever pinch hitter or runner they decide in the 9th. Not a bad team to be bunting with or considering it.
Well, let's not forget, Eaton's one hit today came on a bunt single early on in this game, so he doesn't surprise me at all to try it again here.
Fly ball out to shallow left. We'll have to see who gets it. It's Crawford on from short, and he'll make the catch. One away.
Now batting.
Look at the Giants roster, too. You know who I forget that's still on the Giants, believe it or not? Johnny Cueto.
Yep.
God, he's still on the... you just kind of forget because he's gone quiet. Same thing as well, Jeff Samardzija. Good mix for sure. The pitching staff, needless to say, though, for this Giants 40-man.
Tim, I'm not sure if you just saw the pitcher comparison today, but Anibal Sanchez and Drew Smyly nearly matching each other every single step of the way. Really incredible and stuff, of course. And between the 6 innings pitched, the 3 runs allowed, that's really been the story of this game today.
It's been an even one, as you anticipated in the pregame, Jake, and we're going to see a good one all the way to the end here. Juan Soto doesn't go yard.
Just frozen out for a quick second, but we now go to 1 and 2. The Discord latency issues, man, I'll tell you. It's a little bit tough, but we're going to make do, of course, as Harlan gets Juan Soto on a good breaking ball with a lot of bite to it, out number 2.
That's the second time, if I'm not mistaken, that Soto's going down on strike swinging. Great pitch there by Harlan, and now, again, you get to face Howie Kendrick. And by the way, Jake, I do want to make a point, because we've been talking about Howie Kendrick a bunch. Can you believe that he's only had 1 All-Star appearance in his career?
Right, it's pretty bizarre, and I believe it was a couple of years ago. Was that 2016 by any chance?
Oh, earlier, in fact. It was all the way back when he was with L.A.
Wow. Now, Howie Kendrick, one of those guys that really has just not only been growing better as time has gone on, but he's also been very versatile over his career. I think people forget he can play first, he can play third base, he's seen some time in outfield. I really don't think he's seen much in shortstop, but for sure, he's quite the utility man. This one outside.
To be exact, the 1 year he was an All-Star was 2011. Here he batted at 285, which is relatively average for him, to say the least. He definitely has a much higher average, actually, throughout his career.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th. All tied up at 3. Harlan trying to keep the lead. Or, excuse me, keep the game tied, I should say. And he gets Kendrick to foul back. 2-2 again.
I'm interested to see who the Giants go to. They go to the bottom of the 9th. Because you have maybe Reyes Maranta, who can also throw as well. And I mean, a bunch of guys, needless to say. I mean, there's a lot of options. But like you said, for this Giants bullpen, relatively consistent. So many people, very reliable.
Payoff looks like it struck foul. And another full count with 2 outs. Giants bullpen's got a lot left in it. We had Yandel Gustave as a walk here, it appears, as Kendrick will take first base on a well-earned base on balls.
And you do not want to see this man stepping up 2 doubles today, Ryan Zimmerman, and he will gladly take another high pitch left center field, especially if it's a fastball.
Oh, 1 the count now. This one on the inside corner, 0-2. Zimmerman being a little conservative now as it's 0-2. He had the 2 doubles, he scored on 1. Trying to knock in the guy on first in Hendricks in this low, ball 1. Zimmerman, I will say, over his career, they named him Mr. National. He was the first ever draft pick. He came up the same year he was drafted in 2005. He was roped down the right field line. Will it stay fair? No, it'll clink off the wall. Ryan Zimmerman has been really synonymous with the Nationals franchise over his time, and we'll have to see if he comes up big today. He's certainly already had quite the day. Same exact swing there and foul down the right field line.
I wouldn't be surprised based upon these swings I'm seeing. If he doesn't strike out, it's going to be an extra base hit.
1-2 again, this one low. Hendricks is idle at first. Don't think he'll be stealing anything, as he's been one that's lost some speed over the years he's gone on for sure. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and Hendricks leads off first. Here's Garcia. Up the middle, it's a base hit. We'll have to see if Hendricks goes around to third. No, he will not. So, yet again, Ryan Zimmerman not knocking in a run here, but get him on and get him over.
He sat back and that one for base hit. Now here comes Sam Coonrod. Again, another solid ERA. 5-2 record, 0-2 in save appearances. But, I mean, you're seeing this Giants bullpen coming out and getting used. Obviously, there's no relaxation on this Giants team, knowing that they're down in their division. Going to dig their way back at least toward the wild card if they can't catch the Dodgers or the D-backs. And a very good job of playing what I would say is an aggressive ball game, wanting to beat a good Nationals team.
For sure, as Sam Coonrod comes in, 5-2, 377. They use him in a lot of those mid-inning roles, which is why his record is so high at 5-2. He's just getting more opportunities to win or lose the game, as Suzuki will take strike 1. Suzuki 0 for 3 with a couple of Ks. Can he redeem himself as this one lined foul down the third base line?
And I like the aggressive moves I gave Cap. I'll tell you what, you don't typically see this of a manager that's, just adapting to the role, especially out west. But you see the need and the desire to win for San Francisco. I'm telling you, this team's going to eventually turn it around. I think this is going to be a team eventually that will be a World Series contender in the next few years.
It's a bad swing and a miss from Suzuki there as Coonrod comes in and gets a big out number 3. And there he is in celebration. We're going to the top of the 9th inning and what an evenly matched game. 3 runs and 8 hits apiece. Let's go to the 9th. Hunter Strickland comes in now, 2.81 ERA. There's another one that has had a pretty good name for himself over the years. As Pablo Sandoval, 0 for 3 on the day, stands in.
When you think about Hunter Strickland, obviously you always think about that Bryce Harper fight, and that's funny how that all works out. Strickland going from San Francisco to Washington, and then obviously Harper getting the deal with Philadelphia and the Phillies. Well, funny how they still get to face each other a bunch this season, to say the least. And Strickland obviously facing his old team. Love right now to not just earn a win, also get a big quality inning here.
For sure, as it will require him to keep the game idle. Here it is. This one low, 2-1. Sandoval, a couple of ground outs and a pop out to short. Sawed off there, trying to get it as Castro to no avail. So we'll do 2-2. Sandoval people forget as well, 3 titles, 2 All-Star games, and a World Series MVP back in 2012. The man's seen it all, albeit a dismal career, or stint, I should say, with the Red Sox. And that's what most Boston fans know him for sure. Full count to Sandoval. This one skied out to left. On to get it to Soto. Can he grab it? And it's just foul. He wouldn't have got it, so he's certainly counting his blessings there. We'll do the payoff pitch again. Strickland to Sandoval as a 3-2 roped up the middle and a base hit for Pablo.
The batter, number 2, second baseman.
So a nice strike for Sandoval there. He got a nice piece of it as Strickland really left one where he shouldn't have, for sure.
Well, and again, it comes back to remind me, remember what Shark said? Giants will get an RBI double here in the 9th. It's looking good.
Is Shark is he the purveyor of truth? We'll have to find out as Yolmer Sanchez and the pitcher spot up next, and a couple of different options the Giants can go with in that pitcher spot if they so choose. Flied very high in the infield. Turner will camp under it, and it's a can of corn for him, out number 1.
That time, great pitch there from Strickland. It's a routine pop-up. You know, I'm very surprised, too, they're not pinch running here for Pablo. I would imagine you would want to get some speed on the bases, as here comes the pinch hitter upcoming for the Giants.
Could be Donovan Solano. They have a couple of different options here, and it's Solano, Brentley, and Billy Hamilton. Indeed, it's Donovan Solano that comes up. He's hitting .238 on the year. He's a utility infielder, so we'll have to see if they leave him in as he pops it out, and Zimmerman over to grab it to his left, out number 2.
I'm very surprised that they didn't pinch run for Pablo, and then you could have put Solano out there defensively. But instead now we go to Brandon Crawford, leadoff hitter, and I'm very surprised that they first off didn't pinch hit Brantley, but then also kept Sandoval out there on the base paths.
Crawford looks at strike 1 in the wheelhouse, you could say. There's a couple of different options that they could have done. It could have been Billy Hamilton that went out, who, arguably is one of the better base runners that the game's ever seen. They had Flores at one point. He had pinch hit. So it was really just Brantley, Solano, and Hamilton. And, if they're saving Hamilton for something, I'm a little shocked that he didn't come out. So Giants bench now is down to Rob Brantley and Billy Hamilton. 1-2 the count on Crawford. This will be a big pitch for Hunter Strickland. With Sandoval off first. And he got him. Crawford swings and misses in a huge at-bat. No runs on a hit. No errors and a man left on base. Let's see if the Nationals can put one across and win the game here in the bottom of the 9th.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Giants, number 50, Nick Vincent.
Oh, now is Nick Vincent, who comes in. You see it at 2.77 ERA.
Leading off.
He threw an inning last night. He didn't give up a run, so we'll be using him in back-to-back days. We'll have to see if that affects his energy if he gets into some trouble here. And Vincent will be tasked to face Castro Robles in the pitcher spot. Tony Watson up in the pen now for San Francisco. Tony Watson's been in the closer role this year, and he just had an abysmal time. 7.20 ERA, 1-5 on the year, and 6 blown saves, too, only in June.
I believe you're only going to see him if this game goes into extras. Vincent, he faces 7-8-9, so important here. Get your first out, and, start going in a little bit of a rhythm here. You got to get it back to the top half of the 10th. And by the way, Jake, you talked about trying to avoid extra innings. But,
it's baptism by fire, Tim,
Indeed.
As a swing and a miss from Castro and a high inside fastball, 1 away. Could very well be on a fast track to hell for extra innings there, Tim, for sure. Castro blown away by that one. So it'll be Robles that comes up, and the Nationals at that point, in the on-deck circle after that, they have a couple of different options to go with. They can bring Eric Timms out there, who has really been great off the bench. He's hitting .302 this year so far. Or they can go with Michael Taylor, Wilmer Defoe, or Jan Gomes. So I think the logical decision is to put Thames out there, but we'll have to see what Davey Martinez is thinking.
I'd imagine, too, that's exactly who they would go with. Ooh, man, he tried it. Robles tried to go for the bunt, but just couldn't get it down. I like the idea. Try to catch him sleeping.
Nope.
It's a big what-if for sure as this one misses 1-2. It's a what-if on if he lays that bunt down and he gets on, then does that affect who you put out in the pitcher spot for the next one? As this one just misses 2-2. They have a couple of different ways they can go. You've got Defoe and Timms who can both hit left-handed. If they want the speed, and this one parked into left field, way back to get at his belt, is this going to get out? No, it will not. Brandon Belt on the track and crashes into the wall for out number 2. That was almost the game.
Well, the show has to play with your emotions a little bit, Jake. I mean, my goodness, I thought Robles had a home run. But no, that ball kept in, and a great shot by Belt, running against the wall to make the catch. Kept straight up on his uprights, and now here comes the pinch hitter. And I'm very surprised. That's not Tim. Wow, I'm very surprised on this.
Wilmer Defoe stands in. 325. He's only played in a couple of games this year, but regardless, anytime you're hitting 325 is something to write home about. Defoe is more of a utility infielder. Call him a second base or shortstop or middle infielder if you want. But a switch hitter, I think, is his most valuable quality. So you can send him out against a guy like Nick Vincent, who is middle-of-the-run right-handed reliever, goes chasing on an outside fastball 1-1.
What I'm eager to see is, do they do a double switch when they head back around now? That could be another scenario.
Yeah, they for sure could as they... The thing is, I don't know who they'd swap out if you are talking about guys like Hendricks and Turner that would have to be on the chopping block for it. So, I don't know. Maybe the time's come to rest their legs a little bit, or maybe not. Or maybe you move Defoe to somewhere like the outfield, which, again, I don't really know with the way Eaton's been getting on base and the way Robles has played defensively. As Defoe lines it into right, it is speared away by the second baseman Sanchez, and a catch is made. 9 innings isn't enough to settle it. Free baseball as the Discord stream rings out. Probably, I don't know, I haven't checked, but give us some free baseball off to the 10th.
Your attention, please.
And there we go. There's the free baseball chant, Jake. Now they're on it, just a little bit late, but here comes Ryan Hartberlin. Oh, we'll see. This is free baseball, ladies and gentlemen. This should be fun. I mean, now this is the 4th straight game of free baseball, and it only gets better from here, I promise you. Now I'm wondering to see, maybe we can get Shark back to the 14th inning.
3-3 the score, as 9 innings isn't enough to settle it. It'll be Longoria, Belt, and Yastrzemski barring any substitutions. And I don't think I saw Davey Martinez go out there with the lineup card, so we'll just have to assume that everybody's in the same position. I haven't heard otherwise, so this one upstairs, ball 1. Well, I'll tell you what, a nice night of baseball lined up for you after this. Again, Jordan Smith and Brother Beard are in the practice room in the on-deck circle, hanging out, waiting for us, and this one flied out to right center. This may get down for a base hit and more, and indeed it does. Around first, heading to second is Longoria. The throw-in for Eaton will not render a play at second, and just like that, Longoria's 11th double of the year. And we've got ourselves some interesting scenarios here in the top of the 10th inning.
Now, let me tell you something. Longo may have quote-unquote regressed as he's moved to San Francisco, but one thing about Evan Longoria that's so great about him, he's always been clutch. And they're right there, a big clutch double, and now a huge opportunity for San Francisco to bring home a run. You have Brandon Belt, who's a great bat at the plate. I'd really consider bunting and getting Longoria the third in this scenario.
Bunting's on the table for him for sure. It's now, keep in mind, Belt struck out his first couple of times against Anibal Sanchez. And then he got on base the next 2 times. He walked and hit a single back in the 8th inning. And then again, you have the lethal bat in Yastrzemski, who on paper doesn't look anything great. You know, he grounded out into the double play. He flied out a couple of times, but he also hit the home run back in the 4th that made this game what it is and kicked off scoring for San Francisco, too. He also was the front end of a back-to-back with Hunter Pence. This one out to center field. Base hit. It'll be held at third, however, Longoria that is, and first and third with nobody out and Mike Yastrzemski up. This is not good for the Nationals.
Oh, indeed. You got to come out now and really talk to your pitcher of Harper because you do not want to lose the lead. Yastrzemski hit a deep home run early in this game, and he's very much capable of just giving the Giants the lead, but be breaking this game open and calling it quits.
You talk about Ryan Harper, too. Nothing to write home about. A couple of appearances, and he's actually got a good sample size. He's 1-0 on the year. Is the bunt? There's that bunt you've been looking for. It's actually a pop fly. Did they send him home? Yes, they did. But is it going to be a double play? Oh my!
It's a triple play.
It was a triple play. Yeah, it was a triple play. I am stunned. I am absolutely stunned. If you want debauchery, folks, you've got it. It was a triple play. It took me a quick second to realize what was going on. Let's dissect it real quick. It was a pop fly bunt suicide squeeze in which Sanchez caught it. No, it was Kendrick that caught it, threw it over to third to get the out, and then they threw it over to first. That's wild.
That just beat yesterday. That beat yesterday.
Yeah, it's a 4. Correct me if I'm wrong, Tim. I need you to. It's a 4-5-3 triple play.
Yep.
4-4-3. Excuse me. Oh my God.
Oh, I can't believe it. I really can't believe it.
How did that top yesterday? That's incredible. I mean, you got your bunt from Yastrzemski, mind you, who's a cleanup hitter of this lineup, and I think what we all need now is if by some miracle Washington hits a walk-off here, this will be an instant ML Botball classic.
I can't believe that. Yesterday I saw my first ever 3-4-1.
Yep.
Now I've just seen my first ever triple play on a suicide squeeze.
A 4-4-5-3, mind you. I think we're going to need the statisticians to check that, but I'm almost certain you count the second baseman as if it was 2, basically, because, you know, the play starts with him, he makes an out, and then he originates the next one as Turner hits a single. It's so crazy because Trey Turner's hit a single. It's going to be key, and here we are not caring about it because of what just happened. It's nuts.
Oh my goodness. This can't get any more interesting, can it?
Buckle your seatbelts as a behind-the-back throw. Might have been between the legs, but can't get eaten, and it's a bunt single. That is the most believable thing we've seen out of the past couple of innings, believe it or not, which is just crazy, is now the Nationals are in prime spot to strike back. First and second with nobody out, and Juan Soto, childish Bambino, up. And this is right where you want to be.
Eating a lot of credit. Second bunt single. It's his only hits of the day. Done a very good job of laying down bunts. He's attempted 4 times. Now you have Juan Soto, who is most of the run production here for Washington. Suddenly, we saw San Francisco have a chance of taking the lead. Well, one swing of the bat here could send the Nats fans home happy.
This is going to be real interesting. 2-0. This one outside 3-0 now as Juan Soto... You can't be 3-0 against Juan Soto with 2 men on and the possibility to give up the lead for sure. And nobody out, too. I mean, that is not where you want to be if you're Nick Vincent.
You give him the green light here? I'm not quite sure. I would even make him take one.
I think maybe you give him the green light, but just from the sheer power as he looks at strike one, I think that was the... see, on that pitch there, in retrospect... you wouldn't want to tell him to swing at that one because that's not something that Soto can do a whole lot with. So we'll have to see 3-1 how Nick Vincent decides to approach it here.
Now back, second baseman.
As he will walk him and surrender yet another base runner. Bases loaded and nobody out for the cleanup hitter, Howie Kendrick. And if the Nationals can't win on this, I've got some concerns about their ability to compete in the postseason again this year.
I mean, I don't know. Can we see a triple play here? I don't think so, but I don't know so.
I'm going to keep my mouth shut because of what we just saw, Tim. You're right. I think, regardless, this has been an instant Botball classic, and we invite you to stay tuned after for Brother Beard and Jordan Smith. It's the Royals and the Mariners. Of course, we've got some fireworks left to be had as Kendrick looks at strike one. It's been a tough day for Kendrick. He's 0 for 3 with a walk. He got the second back in the 8th inning, though.
Let me out on this. I think we're going to see a walk-off walk. My prediction.
We could be, as this one skied into right field, and that's the ball game, folks. Howie Kendrick makes up for what was not a typical performance from him with a walk-off, and the Washington Nationals, by some miracle, have escaped with the lead and the win. 4-3 is your final score, and Tim, it's another Botball classic. You can't make it up.
Yeah, I mean, again, going to extra innings, having a great game. How about Washington? I mean, a great job defensively of turning the triple play there in the 10th, then answering it back and 3 consecutive base runners on, and then you get a hit. And there's player of the game, Ryan Zimmerman, who had a bunch of extra base hits today. Overall, great job for the Nationals. You beat a team that really you came into the series knowing that you needed to beat. Adding another win and adding more of a distance in that NL East.
My goodness, you talk about Ryan Zimmerman today. There's his mug there, but 3 for 4, 2 doubles. He came around to score once and a single. I mean, that's you really can't. I think we're going to see one of his doubles here now. That's the one that clanked off the wall. That was, I believe, the first inning, and that was right after a bunch of fireworks from the Nationals. It was an Eaton single, a Soto home run, and I'm sure we'll see the highlights in a quick second here, but 3 for 4 with a run and a 2,000 OPS. He's Mr. National for a reason.
Indeed, and the Nationals here, after picking up that victory, now move to, I believe it's 46-28. They update the standings document a lot quicker. So the way you look at it, the Nationals, they were a game and a half above the Braves in the division. This was a must-needed win, and now you keep that gap right there at 2 for the moment. This is just the beginning for the Nationals. Again, big victory. I mean, what a job by their offense today. I mean, they scored runs early after being down 2-0 and end up finding a way to bounce back. End up, a big victory here in extra innings.
We'll have to see if we're going to go through some highlights. I am very curious to pick up where we left off as Soto. He's the first guy. 3 batters into the Nationals' day. Hits a 452-foot moonshot and knocks in 2. And that really set the tempo for the Nationals this whole game, Tim, because even though it was back and forth, it certainly felt like they controlled most of the game. And here's Yastrzemski's home run as well. Even at this point with the back-to-back homers, I don't really think the Nationals really ever lost too much control.
Oh, they never quite lost control. And again, you mentioned Yastrzemski's home run, then here's Hunter Pence. He turned on one down the left field line that ended up trickling around the pole. I mean, you look at it, Washington's pitching staff did a great job as well. And I mean, overall, look at this Nationals team. What was their biggest criticism last season? It was their relief pitching being inconsistent, but they had a great offense. Here today, when their relief pitchers were in a tight hole, came up clutch, and they got big outs when it mattered. This is why this team is very good in the postseason.
Here's another big double play. This was the ground out from Kendrick, and haunting almost, if you will, as a couple of runners stranded. 3-3 for most of the game, and Yastrzemski again there. You see he lined out to, I believe that was to end an inning. Actually, no, that was the Robles play right here. My goodness, he fully laid out, and that's why he's got the DRS ranking in the NL that he does for sure. He almost hosed Longoria at third base too after, but My goodness, what a couple of last innings we watched.
He's a favorite for the Gold Glove this year early on. Then you see the play there by Zimmerman, which Posey lined out. And then in the bottom of the eighth, you had a big strikeout of Kurt Suzuki with runners in scoring position. And this was just the beginning, because now you head towards extras, and here is the triple play.
All right, that was an L4-5-3. So off to Kendrick, he hoses Longoria third, and then he fires it back over to first. Okay, that makes it a little bit more clear. I think we were just wildly, that was absolutely wild. And then here's Kendrick ending the game on what has certainly been, I'm going to say it again, a bot ball classic. It just wild. I think the triple play alone constitutes it. Ryan Harper the win, Nick Vincent somehow gets the loss. You look at some of the stats here again. Crawford a couple of hits. You had Solano come in and pinch hit. But again, Smyly and Sanchez were matched pretty much every step of the way. It was almost an identical performance for both of them. You see 3 runs and 6 hits, Tim, for Smyly. And then on the Nationals end of things, almost an exact replica of that. I think only 3 runs as well. I actually think 6 hits as well, too.
Well, this game was actually identical when you think about it, Jake. And again, we mentioned on the top of the broadcast before this game how even the game was going in. You see the stat line: 3 runs, 11 hits for San Francisco, 4 runs, 11 hits for Washington. This game not only lived up to its hype going to extra innings, but when it was all said and done, Washington picks up a big victory. And I mean, again, a great job by the Nationals. I'm eager to see how this season continues to progress, because as well, the trade deadline slowly starting to creep up into the picture. We're still only in mid-June, still a long time till it. Like, what moves do they make? The question, especially at this point in the season, being a dominant team in the NL East.
For sure, and as we wrap things up here, Nationals heading off to a 3-game set with the Braves in D.C., and the Giants will head down to Florida to play the Marlins for another 3. Nationals take the series 2-1. The Giants beat them 12-7 on Tuesday, and then Nats won 4-2 yesterday. They win 4-3 here today. That'll do it from us. For Tim Moore as my color commentator, Jake Zimmer, happy to spend somewhat of a Thursday afternoon with you in another wild game. We'll now turn it over to a great game as Brother Beard and Jordan Smith here with us for Kansas City and the Mariners. Gentlemen, another great game that you guys should have as well, and we thank you for joining us, albeit a couple of minutes late. Sorry to keep you waiting, but quite a nonsense game over here as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. What a crazy finish there in extra innings. Like y'all said, free baseball going on here for everybody watching the stream. Thank you guys for a great call. And now, like you said, we've got this one, which would be an entertaining matchup between the Royals and the Mariners. 2 teams trying to, mainly one team, really trying to fight for something here, as I'm joined by Brother Beard here on the broadcast. And when you take a look at how these 2 teams have fared so far this season, the Mariners obviously coming off an 0-2 series defeat against the Houston Astros at home. They're still in the hunt. 32-43 record. It's not where they want to be, but it's something you can improve on. And then, of course, you take a look at how the Royals are going. I'm just going to put it bluntly. They have the 2nd worst record in all of baseball.
Well, I like your optimism when it comes to the Mariners' chances. I gotta say, I do not share that same optimism. Just being completely frank about it. This is very much a rebuild year for the Mariners. But it puts a smile on my face to hear somebody speak so well about my beloved Mariners. As they're still sitting at the bottom of the division. And it seems that Oakland has kind of run away with the lead, but we'll see how it plays out. We're here another beautiful day in Seattle. Throwback Thursday. We got some beautiful jersey choices.
I was honestly hoping that they would pull these out. These what I call the pitchforks are some of my favorite jerseys that they have here in Mariners history. As I'm sure you know a lot about the the jersey history here. I love this matchup right here. I was almost kind of wishing that they would do this. I'm so glad they did the pitchfork jerseys versus the powder blues. As we get this one underway here. First swing immediately. A hard ground ball to Seager at third. He'll get it in time to first, but I mean, hey, first pitch, first swing, and that was a scary little thing there for Seager not being able to get the handle on it.
Yeah, and as much as Kyle Seager's bat has fallen off this year, you know, his defense never has. There's a reason he's won a Gold Glove out there, and it's on display at that first pitch swing by Alberto Mondesi.
We'll get you the lineups and defensive setups here in just a moment as the first pitch to Merrifield is outside the zone for ball one. See the Mariners there, like we mentioned, 5th in the AL West. Still pretty close behind the Rangers and the Astros, who are both within 4 games of the Mariners in the AL West, as the 1-0 will find the inside part of the zone for strike one.
Yeah, and of course, Marco Gonzales getting the start here. He's the guy that they're looking at to lead this young rotation here to success in the next couple of years.
That one swung on and caught on a liner. First baseman Evan White. There's 2 gone here in the inning. We'll go ahead and get you the defensive alignment. Out and left, Kyle Lewis, Malik Smith. Out in center field, Mitch Haniger in right, followed by Kyle Seager at third, J.P. Crawford at short, Jake Shiner at second, Evan White at first. Austin Nola getting the duties there behind the plate as that one is in there for strike one. And on the mound is Marco Gonzales.
Yeah, Austin Nola getting more time to start here recently after Tom Murphy went down with an injury. And he's having a bit of success behind the plate there. He's one of these guys that they're, again, I'm going to sound like a broken record saying this all day long. It's one of these guys they're looking to build around going forward.
Swung on and fouled away. Make it, we'll keep it at an 0-2 count for Jorge Soler at the plate. 327 hitter on the year for the Royals as the 0-2 swung on and missed. And that is a great way to start the ball game. 3 up, 3 down. Now the Mariners head to the plate when we come back after this. See, Lopez there will start the game off for the Kansas City Royals. 6 starts, 1-4 record. Looking to change those totals here and get some more wins for his ball club, who, like we mentioned, have not had a particularly great year. Just 25-50 on the season. Only 2 wins better than the Pittsburgh Pirates, who currently have the worst record in all of baseball with the 23-50 record. First pitch is outside for ball one. Malik Smith.
Of course, Malik Smith, always a dangerous base runner. Got to be careful about letting him get on base here.
No, inside.
The next pitch runs inside. We'll make it 2-0. Ready now, here is the 2-0 pitch. That one swung on. Hit up the middle, will get past the outstretched glove of Lopez. For the first hit of the ball game for the Mariners.
Yeah, Malik Smith continuing the success he's had at the plate here. Driving one straight back up the middle. Neither of the middle infielders able to get there in time. Watch for him to steal here. He's always a danger.
Off the plate, ball one.
Saw the 1-0 there start the at-bat for Kyle Lewis. This one swung on. Chop past the diving third baseman will go to second from the shortstop. They will get the double play somehow. And there's 2 away in the inning.
Somehow, some way, able to beat out the fastest guy on the Mariners lineup in Malik Smith. Had a good jump coming off first there, but a great defensive play over at third to turn 2.
6-4-3 double play quickly makes it 2 outs here in the inning. Mitch Haniger will step up to the plate. The first time today as that one is in there for strike 1. Haniger looking to improve on that batting average, 258 on the season so far as you see the knuckle curve outside for ball 1. The 1-1 to Haniger. Outside almost the same exact spot, this time a slider though. And it'll make it a swinging strike 2. 1-2 from Lopez is swung on but fouled down the third base side.
Yeah, he put a good right into that one, but a little bit early.
1-2 swung on and again chopped down the third base line, foul. Once again, here's the 1-2 pitch from Lopez. Try to get him to chase outside, won't go though. He ends up the count at 2 apiece.
Mitch Haniger having a good at-bat here. He has shown himself to be kind of a free swinger, so it's good to see him hold up here a bit.
Swung on, chop to the shortstop. They're on the first. And that will do it for the bottom of the first inning. 1 hit for the Mariners, but that's all. We head to the second, no score.
Leading off for Kansas City, the right fielder, Hunter.
Now here comes Marco Gonzales. First pitch, top of the second inning. A swing and a miss to the cleanup hitter, Hunter Dozier, excuse me. The 0-1 to Dozier. Low. Outside the zone to even up the count at 1 apiece. That one hit into right field, will fall for a base hit and go all the way to the wall. Rounding first and heading to second is Dozier. Starts off the inning with a stand-up double.
Shift coming back to bite the defense in the outfield. Here as Mitch Haniger was shifted all the way over into about right center field. He had to run a long ways just to get to that one.
We see Alex Gordon heading to the plate. No outs and a runner on second here in the top of the second inning. A 266 hitter on the season, as you see there, in the 2019 Gold Glove Award in the left field. Right now trying to get that run in from second base. The first pitch to him is swung on and hit sharply to the third baseman. The throw on to first from Seager is in time for out number 1.
Yeah, hard hit ball there to Kyle Seager on the hot corner, and a good defensive play. Quick throw makes sure that the runner has to retreat back to second.
First pitch to Ryan O'Hearn will be in there as it catches the bottom part of the zone for strike 1. O'Hearn, a 216 hitter on the year, as that one swung on. Hit up the middle for a base hit. We'll see Dozier head home and round third. The throw to the plate will be cut off by the pitcher, and that's the first run of the ball game for the Royals. An RBI single, Ryan O'Hearn.
Number 7, Michael.
Yeah, Marco had some success so far in limiting the hits from these Royals. Only the one given up. He gives up an RBI here, and it's now 1-0.
upstairs.
Michael Franco up to the plate. Sees one high for ball one. 241 hitter on the year. Right now trying to get the runner into scoring position here with a 1-0 lead.
Ball 2.
The pitch misses low for ball 2. And now the 2-0. That one swung on, hit sharply, but foul. The third base side makes it 2-1.
Three ball,
2-1 misses low and inside. And quickly now a 3-1 count. Blanco will chop it one foul. And that'll make it a full count.
Yeah, already up to 20 pitches here through the top of the second.
And swung on, hit sharply down the first base side to second for one to first. In time for the inning-ending double play. 3-4-3 does it here for the top of the second. We head to the bottom of the second. The Royals lead 1-0.
A big defensive play by guy Evan White, showing exactly why the Mariners felt confident enough to offer him an extension before the season this year. They have locked him up for the next 6 years because they believe that he is their first baseman of the future.
The 0-1 to Vogelbach is into the outfield for a base hit, a hard hit grounder. Runner on first for the Mariners to start the bottom of the second.
Yeah, and the Royals had the shift on here, but Danny hits this one like he's trying to put it over the right field wall off of a skip. This one just gets past both gloves out there. And a nice base hit to lead off the second inning.
Up to the plate. 197 batting average was improved on in yesterday's game. He had a couple of big hits for the Mariners. That one is a fly ball to center field. That one is caught. And that will be out number one by Merrifield. Vogelbach will head back to first base.
The first baseman, Evan.
Opportunity here by Kyle Seager with the runner on. He's got to have a better at bat than just swinging at the first pitch like that.
Evan White, the number 6 hitter, will be up to the plate next. That one in this high for ball 1. You see there a 4-game hit streak for Evan White, looking to extend it here. 1 out in the bottom of the second inning. Runner on first base, the pitch. Big swing and a miss, strike 1. And that throw beat him by a mile, as that will get the out there at second base on a caught stealing.
What? Daniel, what are you doing? You gotta wonder if that call came from the dugout or if that's just big guy trying to be funny on the base path.
Yeah, not really sure. It's a very interesting call, like you said, and Greenwich, like you showed, not really a main reason as to why he should be running on that one, as that is a big swing and a miss, and all of a sudden now, the end of the inning. We head to the third, 1-0 the score. The Royals still ahead here early on in this one.
Leading up for Kansas City, the second baseman,
Nicky Lopez up to the plate. Start things off here in the top of the third inning. First pitch to him. He swung on and fouled high in the zone for strike 1. Lopez, a 202 hitter on the year as the number 8 hitter in the lineup, as that one is fouled away for strike 2.
Marco Gonzales attacking the zone here to start the 3rd inning. That'll help keep his pitch count down.
Swung on, chopped. And the pitcher Gonzales able to pitch it on to first for a quick out number 1 as you take a look at the AL West standings. And for the most part, everybody is in early to mid 30s in the win category. Of course, like you mentioned earlier, the Oakland Athletics running away with the division with those 43 wins. But it doesn't seem like, at this point in the season, it doesn't seem like the year is completely over for the Mariners.
Well, no, it's still very early in the season. You know, we're about a month away from the All-Star break. So at that point, you really start to look at, okay, where's everybody sitting at? Who's hitting well? Who's pitching well? You know, what teams are trending in the right direction? And as we've seen time and time again in baseball, it's not, you know, it's not how well you play all season long. It's when you get hot, and can you get hot at the right time?
Now batting.
Jake Shiner's going to corral this easy ground ball for the second out. Excuse me.
Said 2 outs in the inning, courtesy of that ground out. So now we head back to the top of the order. 0-for-1 in the game with a ground out in his first plate appearance. This one is swung on. Chopper to second, throw on to first in time. And there is out number 3, 2 straight grounders. Second baseman and Shiner. That will do it for the top of the 3rd. Bottom of the 3rd coming up. Seattle looking to get a run on the board.
Some good defensive play out of the young guy, Shiner.
Leading off for the Mariners, the shortstop, JP.
Crawford up to the plate to get things going here. Bottom of the 3rd inning. First pitch falls into the dirt for ball 1.
That's ball 2.
1-0 misses high, 2-0.
No strike.
It's a good eye here by Crawford to let those go.
Ball inside.
Quickly now a 3-0 count. And it seems like Crawford, like you mentioned, has done a good job at the plate and not swung at anything that he knows is outside the plate. That one obviously in the zone. As usually that'll be the case on most 3-1s. It'll be some kind of high heat somewhere in the zone. Usually the batter won't have the green light.
Yeah, and especially if it's going to be on the bottom 3rd of the zone there, like that was, you're best just to lay off of it. You're only going to roll that over and ground out.
That one in the zone as well. That'll be a 3-2 count. Wind up in the pitch. Swung on and fouled away. Crawford with that 194 batting average, trying to improve on that. This one, a deep fly ball to right field. That one will carry, and that one will get out of here. A home run for J.P. Crawford, and the Mariners had tied it up at 1 here in the bottom of the 3rd inning.
A big fly out to right field by J.P. Crawford, his 3rd of the season. Not a guy that goes deep very often, but he got a good piece of that one. Take another look, gets out into the right field stand. Somebody's going home with a souvenir today.
Now all of a sudden, the ball game is completely changed here with a 1-1 tie. Austin Nola will head to the plate here. For the first time today, that one outside for ball 1.
Yeah, and another really good thing that Crawford did there is he drug that at-bat out. You know, getting it full and then ultimately putting that over the wall. Overall, a really good at-bat.
That one fouled on the 3rd base side, makes it a 1-2 count. Still no outs here in the bottom of the 3rd. Now a 1-1 game, courtesy of the home run from Crawford.
I got the count 2-2.
Up the count at 2 apiece.
A good eye by the catcher Nola to even up the count here.
2-2 pitch from Lopez is swung on into right field. Ranging underneath it and making the catch. It's Hunter Dozier on the line drive.
Batting ninth.
There's the first out of the inning.
Jake Shiner.
Shiner will head to the plate, the number 9 hitter in the lineup. A .313 batting average so far on the year. Nobody on with one out here in the bottom of the third as the first pitch. He'll find the zone for strike one.
Yeah, Shiner with that .313 batting average. A small sample size, but he's definitely had a hot bat.
That one swung on and chopped foul. Making an 0-2 count. Ready to go, the 0-2. That one swung on. Fly ball into left center. The diving play will not be made. Shiner heads to second and slides in. I believe safely it is. And there is a double for Jake Shiner.
Well, the hot bat just continues. He gets a little bit of help as the left fielder isn't able to come down with that. You know, this one's up in the zone, and he just turns on it. He's able to get his bat out, drives it into center field.
At the ball.
First pitch outside for ball one to Smith. He's 1 for 1 in the game with a single up the middle his first time up. And swung on, and that'll be grounded. A diving second baseman in Lopez, the throw to first in time for out number 2. But Shiner advances now to third base.
Now batting.
Well, with 2 away, we'll see if he's able to come in to score. But that was a great defensive play here by the second baseman. He's got to throw it from his knees because Malik Smith is quick down the line, and he's able to just get the throw there in time for the second out.
You see Kyle Lewis at the plate. First pitch will just miss the zone for ball one. 0 for 1 in the game. The ground out his first time up.
Kyle Lewis leading the Mariners in doubles. 18 on the season.
On a grounder up the middle, fielded by the shortstop. The throw by Mondesi in time for out number 3. Crawford ties it up with a solo shot to right field. We head to the fourth, knotted up at 1 apiece.
Leading up for Kansas City, the center fielder.
Whit Merrifield up to the plate to get things going here in the top of the fourth. First pitch from Marco Gonzales. Only 26 pitches in so far. Fly ball to deep center, going to the warning track. And will make the catch at the wall, does Malik Smith. And there's 1 away in the inning.
What a catch at the wall by the young center fielder. Malik Smith showing the faith put in him by Jerry DePoto and Scott Service is well earned, as he's having a phenomenal year this year.
First pitch misses outside. Ball 1 to Jorge Soler. 0 for 1 in the game. Struck out swinging. First time up to the plate.
2 balls, no strike.
That one misses low for ball 2.
Marco showing a little bit of apprehension to hit the zone here. He's been pretty good about attacking it so far.
1 strike.
He did right there with that swing and a miss. Make it a 2-1 count. There is a foul ball, so quickly now he's worked it back. 2-2 count has Marco Gonzales. Getting now the 2-2 offering. Swung on, and that will go into the outfield for a base hit. It'll be a single. Jorge Soler, who now has his first hit of the ball game.
Now batting, the right fielder, Hunter Dozier.
see the hits leaders in the American League entering the game today. Jorge Soler now ties Bregman. Second place in the American League. And I got to tell you what, if you're the Mariners, or if you're the Royals, excuse me, having that batter in the lineup is key for your team's success, as that one is a long fly ball to left field, and that one will be out of here. A home run for Hunter Dozier, a 2-run shot. And just as quickly as they gave up the lead, they get it right back. It's now 3-1 ahead by the Kansas City Royals.
Well, a big home run here by Hunter Dozier. Take another look at it. That one got left out over about belt high on the inside of the plate, it looked like. Malik Smith back trying to make a jumping catch, but his timing was off, and that one was just hit too far.
Up next,
Kansas City now leads 3-1.
Alex Gordon.
First pitch inside for ball 1 to Alex Gordon. He was 0 for 1 of the day, grounded out back in the second inning. Now in his second plate appearance. 1-0 swung on. And that will be caught on a liner from J.P. Crawford, and there's out number 2.
The batter, number 66.
Well, some good defensive positioning here by the shortstop Crawford, as he just has to take a couple of steps.
Connor Hearn, 1 for 1 in the game, now with 2 outs and nobody on. Hit a single to center field his first time up, as that one will find the zone for strike 1. 0-1, misses low.
The count 1-1.
The stretch he deals.
Outside, that's a ball.
Just misses outside, ball 2.
Yeah, and now Marco's working around a bit more, as he gave up that big fly, and that was about the only mistake pitch he's thrown so far.
90-mile-an-hour sinker buckles up O'Hearn and makes it a 2-2 count here with 2 outs. Gonzales looking for pitch number 40 to end the inning. Foul ball.
Still work really good pace here is Marco.
Going on, and shots once again to foul. A good battle here at the plate, brewing between O'Hearn and Gonzales. 2-2 swung on, will foul once again.
Well, he's getting closer with every foul. Is that one he'll just need to straighten out a little bit, and that'll be out over the wall.
That bat continues as that one goes foul as well. The last 4 pitches fouled off by O'Hearn. Looking to put one in fair territory. He'll have to wait another pitch.
What a battle between these two players here. Ryan O'Hearn having a great at-bat. A good day so far, 1 for 1. Refusing to give up here.
That one will be a base hit. So O'Hearn ending up winning the battle between the two. Now time is called as the pitching coach will head out to talk to Gonzales.
Yeah, and seemingly after giving up that home run, Marco has lost a little bit of confidence here. He's likely out there just telling him to take a deep breath, relax, and focus on the guy at the plate. You got 2 outs already. You don't need to worry about. You need to focus on this AB and getting this out right here.
Michael Franco up to the plate with a runner on and 2 outs here in the top of the 4th. 1-0 fouled away, makes it 1-1. That one fouled away once again. We'll make it a 1-2 count. Pitch number 49 coming up for Marco Gonzales. The outside. Try to get him to chase. He'll even it up at 2 apiece.
Yeah, and he's nibbling here. I want to see him attack that lower third of the zone. He's got the breaking stuff to do it. He just needs to have the confidence to know where his pitch goes. He can do it. He just needs to believe in himself.
That one fouled away to keep it at 2 apiece. Gonzales with the 2-2. Swung on, and that one will fall into the right center field gap and head all the way to the wall. Rounding second, heading to third is O'Hearn. He will head home. The throw to the plate, not in time, and the Royals add to their total. RBI double, and it is now 4-1.
Well, that was a big at-bat and a big RBI double from Michael Franco. And a good throw in was not in time. That's a great shot right there. Bit of action in the Mariners bullpen, as it seems Marco is having a rougher outing than he would like, already giving up those 4 earned runs.
So definitely something that has not been shown to be a good outing so far. There you see the arms in the bullpen. Cortez Jr. and Ramirez. Cortez Jr. pitched in both of the games against the Astros for the Mariners and worked 3 2/3 innings in that series. Always able to get 2/3 of that total in yesterday's ball game, where he gave up 3 earned runs, walked 1 on 3 hits, and that was about it in his appearance yesterday. So we'll see if he comes in today. That one is in the dirt. Doesn't get by the catcher Anola enough to warrant a chance at third. So Franco will stay at second. Three 3-1. Big swing and a miss. That's huge now. It makes it strike 2.
Yeah, that was a really good pitch. That's the Marco Gonzales I want to see. I want to see his good combination fastball, ball, slider. He's got the tools. He can use them.
3-2 swung on, hit sharply past the first baseman, a base hit. That'll keep the inning alive. Runners on the corners. Now he will head to second base and is beaten by a mile on the throw from Austin Nola. It's a single, but that will be all that is ruled as that home run right there gave the Royals a 2-run lead. One more makes it a 4-1 lead heading to the bottom of the 4th.
Well, some questionable base running here today so far. We'll see how much of a difference that makes. As mercifully, the top of the 4th is over.
First pitch is in there. 4-strike-1 to Haniger. 0 for 1 in the game with a ground out. Shortstop Mondesi his first time up.
1 ball, 1 strike.
1-1 the count as we begin things here in the bottom of the 4th.
And you saw there Mitch Haniger with 48 RBIs, leading the Mariners in runs batted in. A factor of him hitting in the third position, in the third spot. Wow. And getting to drive in Malik Smith quite a bit.
Now the 2-2 pitch upcoming from Lopez. That one will go into right field, but will be caught on a line. There's out number 1 in the inning.
Not hit there from Haniger, just some great defensive play there.
Vogelbach up for the second time today. 1 for 1 with a single to right his first time up, as that one will miss low for ball 1. That one swung on. That will be fair. Deflected by the first baseman. Pitched on over to Lopez in time for out number 2.
Well, he did it once before. He thought he could do it again. Try and rip the first pitch down the first baseline. This time, the first baseman O'Hearn is there to make a good play.
Quick 2 outs here in the inning as we see Kyle Seager go for 1 in the game with that fly out to right center. 2 outs and no one on here in the bottom of the 4th. As that one is outside for ball 1. That one swung on, and that will get into the outfield for a base hit. A hard hit grounder beats the defensive alignment as he will slide into second with a double. A 9th double on the year for Seager.
A good bit of hitting here as he just puts it where nobody is standing. And able to leg out a double as that one gets almost off the wall. Throw offline a bit.
Evan White to the plate as the first one will catch the outside corner for strike 1. 0 for 1 in the game. Struck out swinging first time out to the plate now with a runner on second and 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th. 0-1 swung on. That'll get past the outstretched glove of O'Hearn. And this time the runners will stay put at the corners. The inning will stay alive.
Evan White, big on hitting balls the other way. He's been on a tear, driving balls into right field for base hits lately.
Now you had J.P. Crawford, who represents the time run and who hit the solo shot to right field back in the 3rd inning as you see the first pitch. Strike number 1.
He took a hack at that one like he was trying to tie it up with one swing of the bat.
This one up the middle into the diving glove of the shortstop in Mondesi. The pitch to second in time, and that will strand 2. The Royals still lead by 3 heading into the 5th.
Well, a nice developing there and a real missed opportunity as that was a great defensive play.
A.J. Melendez, the number 9 hitter, up to the plate for the Royals as we get things going here. Top of the 5th inning. First pitch outside for ball 1. Gonzales still on the mound. 58 pitches, 42 of those, now 43. Being called as a strike so far, has been able to work the zone pretty efficiently besides a couple of swings. Swung on and fouled away, 1-2 the count.
Yeah, Marco Gonzales, only 28 years old here, being asked to pitch out of the number 1 spot in the rotation. He's got the tools to do it as he induces a ground ball here, which should have been an easy routine ground ball, turns into a base hit.
I guess they're going to call that one a base hit. I guess they're going to say that the play was not easy to make for Crawford, which honestly I don't see how that would not be a fielding error, but a base hit, they rule it,
That's very clearly a fielding error, though I suppose we can rule this a bot ball error. Who knows?
First pitch fouled away for strike 1 to the top in the order for the Royals with a runner on first. Quickly now an 0-2 count here. Adalberto will watch one go past him for ball 1. Still nobody out here in the inning. 1-2 outside, evens it up at 2 apiece. Check the runner at first, not in time. Two-two pitch outside, and now it's full. Good job here by Mondesi to work it back to a hitter's count. 3-2 pitch. Big swing and a miss. That's a strikeout and out number 1 in the inning. The second strikeout of the game for Gonzales. And now the Mariners set up an opportunity defensively for a double play.
Nice changeup there by Marco. Gets him swinging out in front of that one, and that ball just drops out at 77 miles an hour.
Merrifield 0 for 2 in the game. Looking for his first hit in the game as that one misses for ball 1. That finds the dirt. Gonzales 68 pitches in. 1-0. Swung on and chopped to the third baseman, on to first. They'll get the easy out there as it looked like a hit and run was on.
Now
and so with that, Melendez will advance to second base. Jorge Soler up to the plate. That one swung on and hit to the shortstop. Throw to first off balance. And in time for out number 3. Strand 1 on the base paths. Now the Mariners head to the plate down 3 here in the bottom of the 5th.
A beautiful look at T-Mobile Park here as we got the roof open today. It's a beautiful sunny day as the sun goes down over the water. We start getting that breeze in from the Puget Sound. Nothing like another beautiful day here for Mariners baseball.
Absolutely couldn't have asked for a better time for some primetime baseball here now. Only 43 minutes into this contest, a pretty fast one so far. To get the start of the bottom of the 5th going. The ball outside. Now the 1-0. Outside 2-0. In there, 4 strike 1 right down the middle of the plate. Not really sure what he was looking for.
Yeah, I think that's probably a situation of you wait until he throws a strike. Part of that strategy is going to be to drive up the pitch count and chase Jorge Lopez out of the ballgame.
That one almost in the same spot to make it 2-2. That one swung on. Chopped to third. Franco throws it on to first in time. There's one away in the inning.
Now batting, second baseman, Jake.
Well, a great defensive play by Franco.
Now Shiner up to the plate, the number 9 hitter in the lineup. First pitch, he'll hit it into the outfield, but that will be a line drive. And a quick out, number 2.
Everything this kid hits is a good swing, and it goes for a long drive. Even if that one was a line drive straight behind the left fielder. Wow, look at the power on that kid.
Definitely for someone who's just getting his major league experience here. Not been in the major leagues for too long, and he's already shown that he has some good pop on that bat. And like you said, he's going to be a player to watch here, not just for the rest of this season, but for the next few years to come here in the Mariners organization.
Ball 2.
That one low for ball 2 to Malik Smith. He's 1 for 2 in the game. Grounded out his last time up.
Nope, upstairs.
2-0 is outside, and quickly now it's 3-0. Nobody on here in the bottom of the 5th. Lopez with pitch number 61 coming up. In there for strike 1.
3-1.
Good bit of patience here from Malix. Looking to get on base any way he can.
Swung on and fouled away. We'll make it a full count now.
Nope, that's upstairs.
That
Ball
one
4.
high, and Malik Smith will head to first base to keep the inning alive.
The left fielder.
Starting out 3-0, went down to 3-2 and was able to get a walk. Now that'll bring up Kyle Lewis to the plate.
And even with 2 outs here, you know, you expect this is going to be employing smart base running, taking leads where he can, trying to look for an opening to steal second here.
1-0.
I thought about him. They're kind of thinking the same thing you are, watching him at first base, making sure he doesn't try to steal. The first pitch is outside, obviously, for the pitch out on ball 1.
Yeah, Malik Smith already with 28 stolen bases on the season. He leads the American League in stolen bases, so they will be keeping a close eye on him over there as they get another pitch out here.
Now quickly 2-0 here. Goes back to first, almost offline, and almost got past the first baseman on that throw.
Free real estate in Jorge Lopez's head.
Absolutely, as that one's a fly ball to right field, and that will do it for the inning. Hunter Dozier, man who takes care of business defensively, will start it off here as we head to the 6th. 4-1 the score, Royals ahead.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Mariners.
Cortez Jr.
Yes, sir.
head to the mound for the 3rd straight day of work, as you see there. No wins or losses in those appearances, and that ERA climbed up a little bit after yesterday's appearance. Like we mentioned, 3 hits, 3 earned runs, and 1 walk in 2/3 innings pitched. And that was all he could do in yesterday's matchup. Raises that ERA as the first pitch is in there for strike 1. Dozier will swing at 1. That will be fair. As the throw is offline from Seager, they'll rule that a throwing error on the 3rd baseman. And now there's a runner aboard.
Wow. I just have no words. That was just a bad play.
0-1.
Pitch in there for strike 1 to Alex Gordon. 0 for 2 in the game. Hit a line drive his last time up.
1-1.
That one will run in on him for ball 1. And you see action continuing in the Mariners bullpen.
Yeah, both Matt McGill and Carl Edwards Jr. getting up to go. McGill called on a lot more than Edwards. As
1 ball, 2 strikes.
There's the throw to second base, just barely beat it out. Stolen base did Hunter Dozier. And now there's a runner in scoring position in a 1-2 count.
Okay, Blue. Okay. I guess we can call that safe.
That one swung on, a fly ball Ranging in is Lewis. Make the catch for out number 1. Runner in Dozier stays at second.
Well, a good bounce back here from Nestor. Was able to induce the fly ball. Keeps the runner right where he is at second.
Cortez working from the stretch as O'Hearn at the plate now with that runner on second. First pitch inside for ball 1. 2 for 2 in the game with 2 singles is O'Hearn. Right now that runner on second and 1 out. Here in the top of the 6th, the Royals looking to add insurance. That one high for strike 1.
It did look a little bit high, but it's able to catch the top of the zone.
Placement there by Nestor Cortez Jr. Evens up the count. Now the 1-1. Swung on and hit hard, foul though. We'll make it 1-2. Next runner at second, now deals. Fouled away.
Nice little battle brewing here. Ryan O'Hearn, as he said, has success today, 2 for 2. Be a big out to get here.
That one low, evens up the count at 2 apiece. Yeah, definitely would be a big out here for Cortez Jr. To get this guy out, leave the runner at second, then with 2 outs, but all of a sudden, that's 2 straight pitches outside the zone now. And all of a sudden now, his at-bat may not be going the way he wants it to in Cortez Jr. It's the 3-2 pitch. He swung on, chopped up the middle. Throw to first. A good stretch there on that one by Evan White. Makes the catch for out number 2.
Well, it's a good thing that Evan White is tall, because that throw just shows the little things that need to be developed in the Mariners' offense and defense. You know, throwing errors like that can all be taught with the experience that comes with getting those reps in. You know, you're able to calm down out there and not rush those throws.
Second baseman,
An intentional walk of Michael Franco. Now brings up Nicky Lopez, who's 1 for 2 in the game with a single to right field. Now runners on first and second. He'll ground one. A soft grounder grabbed by Shiner and thrown on to first. And that'll be out number 3. We head to the bottom of the 6th. The Royals strand 2, but still lead by 3.
Good choice there by the manager, Scott Servius, to walk Franco and face off against Lopez. He's able to induce the ground ball immediately and get out of the inning.
Haniger will kick things off for the Mariners here at the plate as the first pitch will be inside on him for ball 1. You see the action in the Royals bullpen. A righty and a lefty going out there.
Trevor Rosenthal and Richard Lovelady, a couple of great names there.
Fouled away for strike 1. Definitely a baseball name. Those couple baseball names for sure.
Yeah.
1-1. Check swing. I'm going to say he did not go, and it'll miss the zone for ball 2. High for ball 3.
Right there by Mitch. So he lays off that tasty looking fastball, knowing it's up and out of the zone.
That one's some good breaking action on the knuckle curve. It'll make it a full count. 3-2 swung on and fouled away. Sixth pitch of this at bat coming up here. 7th, excuse me. That one swung on and fouled away.
Yeah, a little bit early on that knuckle curveball. He puts a good right into it, but it's going to hook foul.
3-2 in there for strike 3. There's the knuckle curve once again as he finds that bottom inside part of the zone. There's one out here in the 6th.
Yeah, he's going to wish he had another shot at that other curveball.
First pitch in there for a strike. Daniel Vogelbach, 1 for 2 in the game with a single his first time up.
Ooh, I'm surprised he didn't take a healthy hack at that one. That's right over the heart of the plate, and Daniel can put those over the wall in a heartbeat.
That's a ball.
Inside on him will make it 1-2. Pitch number 78 of the inning. Will be swung on high and deep down the right field line, and Daniel Vogelbach has made it a 2-run ball game, an almost 400-foot moonshot, and the Mariners have cut the deficit to 2.
Well, a beautiful home run here by Daniel Vogelbach, his 16th of the season, chasing Kyle Seager for that number 1 spot. Left this one out over the inside of the plate at about belt high, and he got a good healthy hack at that, just short of the Hit It Here Cafe.
Now batting, the third baseman.
Well, it's happened before, and hopefully it can happen again. A big Daniel Vogelbach home run inspires Kyle Seager to hit another one. Let's see if he can pull it off.
Crowd getting into it a little bit more now as that home run definitely gives them a shot of adrenaline, as that one will be in the zone for strike 1 to Kyle Seager.
Inside, ball 1.
That one just missing for a 1-1 count. Seager 1 for 2 in the game, got a double last time up to the plate.
I'm really liking the changes that he's made to his approach at the plate. He's laying off pitches that aren't exactly where he wants them.
We've definitely seen it here over the past few days. Seager has definitely, like you said, been able to lay off those unwanted pitches a lot better than he used to in this season, as he fouls that one away for strike 2. 2-2 will turn into a 3-2. That one misses outside. He works it full.
Yeah, you can only live with the shame of hitting sub 200 at the plate when you're a major leaguer for so long. It's good to see him turn it around, and
that one's going on, but that's going to be foul just barely. I'll tell you what, though, if that one was fair, this place would have come crashing down. That one swung on, chopped up the middle. Grounder will be fielded and thrown by Lopez for out number 2. But boy, oh boy, I know that Seager would love to have that shot down right field, down the right field line, right back.
Oh man, I did a little happy dance and everything. That was exciting. Well, that's going to be the end of the day for Jorge Lopez.
84 pitches in, a great outing for him. Like you said, that'll be it for him. We'll get you the new pitching change here in just a bit.
Number 40, Trevor Rosenthal.
See there, Trevor Rosenthal.
Mariners got to be excited about seeing him, an 8.36 ERA, giving up hits to righties at a clip of 318. He'll face off against Evan White.
Get you the final stat line. Lopez in just a little bit, as that one will be in the zone for strike 1. White 1 for 2 with a single to right field. His last time up to the plate, no one on and 2 outs here in the 6th. Swung on, chops and grabbed by the first baseman. O'Hearn tags first for out number 3, but Daniel Vogelbach closes the gap just a little bit more with the towering moonshot to right field. We head to the 7th, 4-2 the score.
Well, we're joined in the booth now by one Shark Shavery. How you doing, my friend?
Not too bad. Thought we were about to see another dinger there for a second.
That one, mighty close. Mighty close on that one. I think we saw there, just missed by a few feet. Melendez will kick things off for the Royals at the plate. Outside for ball 1, the pitching change. It's Matt McGill up on the mound here for the Mariners. The 1-0 will be hit into right field, just fair down the first base line. Rounding first and heading to second is Melendez. And he'll be in there with a stand-up double.
Now batting.
Well, a nice hit there by Melendez. Not a great way to start off the relief appearance for McGill. That one getting all the way down into under the padding in the right field corner.
One outside for ball 1 to Mondesi. Still looking for his first hit in the game. 0 for 3 on this one. That one will go foul, even it up at 1 apiece.
And the only difference between that hit and the hit by Kyle Seager is the camera angle there.
I got to count 2-2.
2-2 count as that one will miss inside. Working quickly here is McGill. The 2-2 swung on. Fouled away.
We got full count.
That one will miss outside. It'll make it a 3-2 count. The final stat line for the starter for the Mariners, Jorge Lopez. 5 2/3 innings pitched, 7 hits, 2 runs, all earned. 1 walk, 2 strikeouts, and gave up 2 home runs for a 3.18 ERA in the ball game. As that one is fouled to keep it full.
The Royals.
That's ball 4.
Yes, excuse me, for the Royals.
I didn't want to interrupt you, but for the Royals.
Now batting, the center field.
Makes a lot more sense. Got a little twisted there on that one, as that's a walk. That will put runners on first and second now. Whit Merrifield will head to the plate. The final stat line for Marco Gonzales, the starter for Seattle. Seattle just had to double confirm that one.
There you
Not
go.
get mixed up again. 5 innings pitched, 8 hits allowed, 4 runs, all earned. No walks, struck out 2, gave up a home run for a game ERA of 7.20, as that one is in there for strike 1.
Yeah, a rough outing for Marco,
0-2.
as his bullpen will look to pick him up, and hopefully the batting lineup can get something put together here in the bottom of the 7th, as Matt McGill racking up a strikeout here.
It's a way to get things started here. Got him on the outside pitch, got him to chase, and great breaking action on that one. There's one away in the inning now.
That's some filthy pitching, and I love it.
Ball 1, no strike.
First pitch outside for ball 1 to Soler. 1 for 3 in the game, grounded out his last time up. Runners on first and second with 1 out here in the top of the 7th. Inside for ball 2.
Yeah, that slider clearly not breaking like he thought it would.
2-0 will find the top of the zone. That one will make it a 2-1 count to Soler. Quickly now will get the outside edge. Good job on the 82-mile-an-hour curveball. Just dropped right in front of the plate to even it up.
I was just thinking that was a dangerous place to leave a fastball, but following it up with that curveball in that same pitch plane, that was just beautiful.
2-2. Swung on and chopped to the shortstop. To second for one. To first. In time for the double play to send us into the stretch. But Jake Shiner, you see they're turning 2. And that is how we head to the stretch. 4-2, Royals ahead. The great stylings of Mr. Shark Shavery on the organ. Thank you once again for a great 7th inning stretch as we start the bottom of the 7th inning.
You're very welcome. I hope to see Seattle do something here. Anyway, hope you boys have a great rest of your call.
Always good to see you, Shark. Thanks again.
Outside for ball 1. 1-1 the count. J.P. Crawford at the plate. That one will be in there.
2 strikes.
4 strike 2, a 1-2 count as Rosenthal works quickly. Swung on and grounded. It'll actually be a line drive to Mondesi that'll be caught for out number 1.
Well, unlucky AB there as that one was hit straight at him.
Nola at the plate will watch one go by. 4 strike 1. 0 for 2 in the game. And a line drive to right field. First time up as that one will be popped up into foul territory and be caught by the catcher in Melendez. That's out number 2.
Up next for Seattle, the second baseman, Jake.
Well, so bad luck for Nola there as he just pops up and can't really do anything with that sort of an AB.
Jake Shiner, 6 for 18 on the season as you saw on your screen. He's 1 for 2 in the game today. With both times hitting it towards right field. He had that double into right center, or left center, excuse me. His first time up to the plate. Quickly, it's a 1-1 count. One to Shiner. That one swung on. Heading into right field, ranging back and making the catch is Hunter Dozier. That takes care of the 7th. We head to the 8th. Dozier, the cleanup hitter, will get things started when we come back on the other side of this break.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for the Mariners, number 16.
Well, Carl Edwards Jr. is going to come out and pitch for the Mariners. He's picked up 10 holds across his 25 appearances so far. Not exactly the best. He's blown a few of those. We'll see how he does here in the 8th.
That one high on his first pitch in the game for ball 1. You see the attendance, 17,384. Series opener here between these two clubs. Dozier 2 for 3. A double down the right field line and a home run to left field.
Ball, that's out.
So far in the ball game. Got on base with an error his last time up as well. And the throwing error from Seager. That one swung on. Another hard hit ball to left field, but that will be caught by Lewis on the run to his left. And there is out number 1.
Gordon.
Well, big out number 1 here as he was starting to slip away with a couple of balls outside of the zone, but a easy fly ball for Kyle Lewis to track down.
Alex Gordon at the plate, still looking for his first hit. As that one will fall in for strike 1. You see the 2 righties in the bullpen for the Mariners.
Taylor Williams, the young guy, gotten about 15 appearances so far. And Eric Swanson has been one of the workhorses of this bullpen.
That one will fall behind the right fielder and Haniger for a base hit. Heading into second is Gordon. There's another stand-up double for the Royals. They've been doing that pretty well here in the game so far. That's now the 10th hit of the ball game for Kansas City.
Yeah, they've got the talent to be able to do that at will, especially in a guy like Alex Gordon.
Ryan O'Hearn at the plate, 2 for 3 with a runner in scoring position now. As that one misses high for ball 1. 2 singles so far on the day. Rounded out the last time he was up, did O'Hearn. That one a fly ball to center, ranging back on it and making the catch is Smith for out number 2. Runner holds in Gordon at second. We'll have a runner still at second in scoring position, which is actually more beneficial for the Mariners now, because now you don't have to play, because all of a sudden you get that second out, so now automatically plays at first. You don't have that pressure on the runner at second, and now looks like they're going to once again intentionally walk Franco.
Yeah, they do not want to pitch to Michael Franco right now, apparently. That's the second intentional walk in a row as he comes up to bat with the same situation he came up to bat last time.
If Lopez can change up the tune of the tail from the first time up, and he does a little bit as he gets hit by the pitch to load up the bases.
Well, and Carl Edwards just lets this one get away from him here as that runs in and hits him on the hip. Obviously not intentional. That slider just sliding a bit too far.
Now Melendez, the batter they did not want to face. 2 for 3 in the game and bases loaded here. 2 outs in the top of the 8th. Edwards Jr. trying to get out of the inning. May have just done so right there, and Smith will range underneath that to his right and make the catch to leave the bases loaded. A scary situation. They got out of it. We head to the bottom of the 8th. Still a 2-run lead for the Royals.
Your attention, please.
Still getting Fernando Rodney vibes from Carl Edwards Jr., man.
Number 58.
Gets the bases loaded and then finally gets out of the inning. God, I guess it's interesting.
Leading up for the Mariners, the center fielder.
Got Barlow heading into the game for the Royals as Malik Smith will watch one outside for ball 1. Yeah, definitely, like you said, Fernando Rodney vibes. But being able to get out in pressure situations. There's the bunt attempt. The throw to first in time for out number 1. A good strategy there, catching him off guard by Smith. I think if he got that one down the third baseline a little more, he would have been safe.
Yeah, normally when he throws down that bunt, he can put it down at any time and beat out a throw, but you've got to get it out down the third baseline and not up the middle where the pitcher can get to it.
First pitch to Lewis is the outside part of the zone for strike 1. 0 for 3 in the game. Grounded out twice. Looking to not do the same thing here as he fouls that one away for strike 2. That one in there for strike 3. Watched it go by. And there's 2 outs in the inning.
Now batting, the right fielder.
Kyle Lewis really not doing much of anything here today as he keeps the bat on his shoulder and racks up another strikeout.
The 3-hitter with 2 outs. Haniger up to the plate. The first pitch is outside for ball 1. 0 for 3 in the game. The ground out, line drive out, caught looking. Haniger so far today has not had success at all at the plate. But right now he sees himself with a 2-0 count. That one on the outside part of the zone. Make it a 2-1 count. We pop up behind the plate. Ranging underneath it is Melendez. And he'll make the catch. Seattle logo. And that is out number 3. We head to the 9th. Royals still up by 2. Seattle running out of time.
Your attention, please. Now pitching forward.
Well, we're going to see Taylor Williams come in and pitch the 9th inning. The young guy making his 9th appearance of the season. 0-1 record across 10-1 innings of work. A 1.74 ERA, so he's had success. We'll see how he does here holding these Royals in the top of the 9th.
First pitch outside. Ball 1 for the 96-mile-an-hour heater. As we see Mondesi up at the plate. He's 0 for 3 in the game. Got on base with a walk his last time up. Swung on and fouled away. Makes it a 1-1 count. One just catches the outside part of the zone. It makes it a 1-2 count.
Yeah, Williams with that 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Able to pinpoint the accuracy here.
Big swing and a miss, strike 3. The 95-mile-an-hour heater. And there's 1 away in the inning.
Now batting.
And that's a big first out for the young guy here. Mariners, of course, only down by 2 runs. So if they can set these Royals down 1, 2, 3, they'll be able to come back up and put something together, and hopefully, knock on wood, walk it off.
Merrifield watches one go by. The 99-mile-an-hour fastball for ball 1. Not expecting this heat from this guy. That one swung on, will be a line drive that'll fall for a base hit. Keep him at first, though, as the ball does not skip away from Lewis enough.
Now
there's a base runner now, a 6-game hitting streak for Merrifield. But I tell you what, the heat on this arm from Taylor Williams is something else.
Yeah, Taylor Williams is 28-year-old right-hander from Vancouver, Washington. He grew up in the county area around Vancouver there. He was drafted by the Brewers in the 4th round in 2013. And he has, well, as we can see, he's got a great fastball that he's able to put where he wants it. And he can ratchet it up all the way to 100 there, as we've seen.
Same velocity on his arm there as we have a 1-2 count currently to Soler. Outside, even it up at 2 apiece. Soler only 1 for 4 in the game. One hit being a single back in his 2nd at bat. Right now, 1 out here and a runner on first. That one in there, that'll be strike 3. 96-mile-an-hour fastball, his 2nd strikeout of the ball game, and his 2nd out of the inning.
Hunter Dozier.
Well, a big 1st and 2nd out here as he gets him looking. Taylor Williams showing he's got the stuff. He wants a spot.
So now 2 outs here in the inning for the Mariners, and Hunter Dozier to the plate.
Ball 1.
It's the 2 extra base hits, one being a double, the other being the home run to left. That gave the Royals the extra lead. Otherwise, it would be a tied ball game right now at 2 apiece. As that one will miss inside for 2-0. Two-0 finds the outside part of the plate, make it a 2-1 count. That one will find the top outside part of the zone for strike 2 as he watches it go by. Williams looking to end the inning right here. Does so with the swing and a miss. Got him on the changeup. And that will take care of the top of the 9th inning. It's rally cap time for the Mariners. Only down by 2. We'll see what happens here. We head to the bottom of the 9th.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching.
We're going to see Greg Holland come out of the Kansas City bullpen. His 38th appearance on the season, a 4-6 record across 37 innings of work and a 4.62 ERA. He's going to face off against big Daniel Vogelbach. We'll have to face Seager and Evan White as well here in the bottom of the 9th. Of course, Daniel with that big home run.
First pitch. Counted for strike 1 to Vogelbach. 2 for 3 in the game, a single and a home run. And as you saw there on the replay, that home run, an absolute moonshot. Big swing and a miss. Makes it 0-2.
Yeah, not a great offer at that one. That should have been easy to lay off of. Obviously got a bit fooled there.
Big swing and a miss, strike 3. 3 pitches, 1 strikeout, 1 out in the bottom of the 9th.
Yeah, and unfortunately that happens a bit more often than you would like. Daniel, a free swinger at those pitches on the inside half of the plate and in the lower part of the zones.
Ball inside.
First pitch inside for ball 1 to Seager. 1 for 3 with a double back in the 4th inning.
Kind of surprised Kyle didn't off one. That's about right where he can hit a home run.
One and 1 count. That one is fouled away. Outside. Ball 2. It seemed like it got away from him a little bit on that pitch. Seager trying to get on base and bring up the tying run, which would be Evan White. That one swung on. Pop up down the third base line. Franco will get to it. There's out number 2. The Mariners down to their final out of the ball game.
Yeah, and it's been a disappointing performance here by the Mariners lineup. Margot had an okay outing on the mound, but ultimately these Royals ended up being a bit too much for him to overcome today.
1-0. First pitch to White is high for ball 1. White 1 for 3 in the game. A single the second time up, grounded out the last time. In there for strike 1. One pitch outside. 2-1 count now to White. On the stretch, here's Holland with the 2-1. Swung on, hit sharply foul. The Mariners now down to their final strike.
Come on, Evan. Prove me wrong.
2-2 low and in the dirt. And that'll make it full. You see Crawford on deck. He hit the home run, the first home run of the game. For the Mariners, he would be the tying run should he get up to the plate. The 3-2. Big swing and a miss, and that will end it. Holland sets him down on strikes. And the ball game is won by the Royals. 4-2 the final. The big swing and a miss there from White ends it. And the Royals start the series off 1-0.
Yeah, good game by the Kansas City Royals here today. On a couple of big offensive plays and some great pitching throughout. Able to hold the Mariners to only the 2 shots.
Holland getting the save now for the Royals. And for Holland now, that's 3 saves. Or 3 saves out of the last 5 games. Or 4 games, excuse me, for Greg Holland. He has 5 saves total on the year. 3 of them have come in the last 4 days. See the player of the game, Hunter Dozier, 2 for 5 with that huge 2 RBI home run to left field early on in the ball game. And that's really the difference in this one, because you take a look, if you take away that home run, it's a tie ball game. We're going to the 10th inning.
Well, as we take a look back at the first scoring play of the ball game, Ryan O'Hearn with this grounder out to center field. Alex Smith with the throw back in. Run would come around to score. Then J.P. Crawford with the big moonshot out to right field in the bottom of the 3rd, tied up this ball game. And then we would get this defensive play by Nicky Lopez, able to stop this, what should have been an easy ground ball to right field, turns into a 4-3 putout. And of course there's Hunter Dozier's home run to left, that big 2-run shot that you were talking about. That put the Royals up 3-1. And Michael Franco double to right, drove in a run here. Chasing them all the way around from first.
See right here with that grounder. A great dive there to end the inning by Crawford. I'll tell you what, he's somebody we've seen the past couple of days. You see Vogelbach with the home run for right field, a huge moonshot. You see the shortstop over there for the Royals, and I tell you what, he's got some kind of a defensive ability, being able to go for plays like that and be able to make the plays when necessary. They're not going to be able to find many shortstops who can make athletic dives like that at the last second.
Yeah, and then it all boiled down to pitching after that, as you see Daniel Vogelbach striking out the first out of the 9th inning. Greg Holland racking up Kyle Seager, and then Evan White striking out on the slider here as well to end the ball game. Well, the final score, the final box score, 4 runs on 11 hits for Kansas City. Mariners scoring 2 runs on 7 hits and 1 error. Jorge Lopez getting the win. Marco Gonzales getting the loss. Greg Holland with the save. I think we're joined now in the booth by our very own Vince Scully, Cookie Eater. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing pretty good, Brother Beard and Jordan. How are you two doing today?
Doing pretty good. Saw an entertaining ball game because, I mean, you take away the 2-run home run, and it's still a pretty good contest either way. You have a couple of pitching miscues by both sides, a couple of good hits by either side. Other than that, it seemed like a pretty good ball game by both sides either way. Being able to get on base, just not being able to convert it into runs was really the difference for Seattle.
Yeah, it was a very interesting ball game right up until the end, and it's just a shame that the Mariners weren't able to put something together after getting that extra run in the 6th. That was their time to start turning it around and score something else.
One final stat to leave you with: the Royals stranded 9 runners on base. Seattle only 4. Pretty interesting stat line to look at when you look at the final score, but that'll do it for this one. I want to thank Brother Beard for joining me on this call of the Royals and the Mariners. Once again, the final score: the Royals get game 1 of the series 4-2, as we now take you to the Diamondbacks and Dodgers with Duggo and Ian B on the call for that one. Guys, take it away.
All right. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, brothers. We're going to get a quick lineup move here. Max Muncy missed the last couple games after going down with, I believe it was a hammy injury, but he's back now.
Sometimes you come up a little bit lame on the hamstrings. That'll happen.
So he'll be back in that 2 spot, rocking and rolling all night and partying every day.
Part of every day, Cookie, obviously. Didn't you? I can't even say that.
Set your expectations at the bottom for me, Duggo.
Fair. It's I'm glad I can always come into these games and just set your expectations for me down in the cellar where they belong. I don't have high hopes for myself either, if it makes you feel any better.
Well, we are going to have a lot of fun in this one. It's going to be... what is it going to be? It's going to be game 4 of a 4-game set. Dodgers with the 2-1 lead in the series.
I feel like I missed out on a big one yesterday in game 3, man. That was, from when I tuned in to, the end of the game, seemed like it was going to be the Diamondbacks game to lose, and lose it they did in fairly dramatic fashion.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know what Doug's talking about, last night, the Diamondbacks were facing David Price, who looked awful on the mound and pitched 4 innings of 4-run ball, although that doesn't tell the story of how many runners the D-backs stranded on base. There was multiple opportunities for the game to get way out of hand early, but a dramatic home run from Corey Seager after the Diamondbacks were up by 4 got the Dodgers right back into it. A little bit of back and forth in the middle innings. Didn't really progress too much of anything. It looked like the Diamondbacks were going to be able to hold on to win until the 8th inning. Gavin Lux, the rookie, hits a grand slam. Go-ahead grand slam. Give the Dodgers a 3-run lead, which they would carry to the end of the ballgame.
And it was Hector Rondon in the late innings that started giving up all the hits. Was it him who gave up that grand slam, though? I know in the late innings, the Diamondbacks bullpen was getting kind of fussy over there. I saw a lot of partial innings out of guys.
I believe Hector Rondon was still on for that grand slam, yes.
Either way, a tough one for the Snakes, but as the 4-game set will finish up here today, the Diamondbacks looking to make it an even 2-2 split in the first series of this 2020 season.
Yeah. I'm going to let you talk for a second, though. I think we got to update the website lineups really quick, so I'm going to take care of that.
Copy that. So the Diamondbacks this will now be the third lefty they have faced here in this series. Walker Buehler being the only right-handed pitcher in this rotation for these Dodgers. He was game 1, Urias game 2, Price. We just talked about game 3, and here tonight it'll be Alex Wood going on the mound for these Dodgers. We saw Alex Wood get shelved for a lot of the 2019 season with a back injury sustained in spring training. Looking to be one of those guys in that Cincinnati rotation for them. Didn't really pan out, was only able to pitch 35 2/3 innings across the entire campaign. Coming back to Los Angeles here again in this 2020 season. He's looked not too bad, man. It's a big case of missed opportunities on offense, which is kind of hard to believe for the Dodgers, but over almost 80 innings pitched, he's rocking a 3-5 record with an ERA right at 3.55, 5th in the National League in walks allowed and 4th in whips. So he's doing a good job of limiting base runners, but maybe an issue with the long ball, an issue with run support. You know, those Jose Quintana, Carlos Rodon, and Jacob deGrom style things. You know, you can never really put a face as to why that's an issue for some of these guys. But here we are. Alex Wood looking to improve from that 3-5 record. And so for the Snakes, it'll be a debut in 2020 fashion. Merrill Kelly making his first start of the 2020 season after being the Snakes' reliable long man out of the bullpen. We saw Merrill Kelly make 32 starts for the Snakes in his return to America after spending time with the SK Wyverns in the KBO. 32 starts, 183 innings, racking up a 13-14 record with a 4.42 ERA. He was a solid guy in the back end of that rotation all year with injuries to Luke Weaver. Shuffles at the top of the rotation with Zach Greinke leaving town, Mike Leake coming back in. The inability to really find a guy down in Reno to make things work all year. But here we go. In his 31st appearance, he'll be making his first start here in 2020. I'm really looking forward to it. Kelly's had the arsenal, that 5-pitch arsenal that's helped him succeed out of the bullpen. And it'll be that arsenal that'll really help him go through the order a few times here. Unfortunately, it's going to be against a tough Dodgers lineup here today, especially with Max Muncy back in after getting hurt in game 1 of this series.
Duggo, I'm back, so your voice is saved. But yeah, I'm excited to see what Kelly does. Like you mentioned, that 5-pitch mix, and he's been a really great long guy for the D-backs, getting a chance to start, and going to be a tough test. I mean, it's a lefty-heavy Dodgers lineup as well, and going to have to do his best to prove he can stick in that rotation, as they'll be without, forget who's down for a month or two, isn't it?
It was Mike Leake. He took actually, he didn't even take a comebacker. That's what I want to think it was, but something about throwing a pitch in his forearm just exploded. A broken forearm has shelved Mike Leake for the next 1 to 2 months. We'll see how that really progresses as his time. I think the show, basically, once you get off that 15 days on the IL, it'll kind of tell you how much longer you're sitting. So we'll really get the answer when those initial 15 days is up. But I don't know. The Diamondbacks have tried a couple options in the rotation. Luke Weaver hasn't been able to stick. John Duplantier didn't look bad, but unable to grab a win in his first couple times through. We've seen Alex Young, another left-handed starter from Reno, try his attempts out of the bullpen, but Diamondbacks already with 2 lefties in the rotation decided to give Kelly the shot to crack the rotation again here in 2020. So, barring any more injuries to the rotation, I think this is what we're going to see for a little bit here for these Diamondbacks.
Yeah, and with that said, it looks like we're about to get this game underway, so Dodger fans, get to your feet. Because it's time for Dodger baseball here on ML Ball for this 9 o'clock primetime action. Cookie and Duggo, Duggo and Cookie.
This is one of those booths that we've always wanted to have. You know, ever since we started this back in March, you know, I think we've done it a couple times, but really when we get both our teams involved, this kind of stuff is where it gets fun, folks.
We're going to have a lot of fun tonight as we see Alex Wood trot out. He's going to take the mound starting for the Dodgers after spending a year in Cincinnati, making his return. 3-5 record with a 3.55 ERA, but a sparkly whip sitting just above 1. A great strikeout to walk ratio as well. Great peripherals for Alex Wood, just not getting that run support, and that's where that record is starting to suffer. He'll be taking on a Diamondbacks lineup featuring 3 righties, 2 lefties, and a couple of 3 switch hitters, rather, in addition to Merrill Kelly.
Ball 1. Ball 1, no strikes.
I don't know which way Merrill Kelly bats because I'm reusing the old sheet from Monday.
He's a right-handed at the plate, right-handed on the mound.
7-10.
But yeah, we got ball 1 to Tim LeCastro, make it strike 1 on the foul ball as well. So
see Tim LeCastro starting off in leadoff spot here against left-handed pitching after we've seen Starling Marte have some early season struggles here.
yeah, sucks to see Starling out of there. Gotta imagine that's messing with his head a little bit too. He's been one of the more respected guys in the league over his career, but just not getting it done this year. Gotta find that magic.
Ball, that's in.
Count's been up to 2-2 now to Tim LeCastro. Beady guy.
Fastest man in the MLB, baby.
Fastest man in the MLB will swiftly fly out to the left fielder, Jock Peterson. There's going to be 1 out here. Top of the first brings up Ketel Marte. Part of a dangerous heart of the order.
Marte currently leading the league in doubles and runs scored. Just been a threat at the plate for these Diamondbacks.
Yeah, him and Peralta have been out really, really good all season, and Escobar as well, although he was in a bit of a slump, but he's really started to come out of it the last few days as well.
It's always encouraging, man. It's tough to see a guy come out the gate so hot like Escobar did and then just go ice cold for, it seemed like forever, man. It seemed like 2-3 weeks. It was just nothing but offers, strikeouts, and double plays.
We'll see Marte foul 1 bat to make it a 1-2 count. Throwback Thursday today. Swing and a miss. First day of the day for Wood. Got those throwback Diamondback unis as well as Brooklyn Dodger unis for these Dodgers.
For LA, you know, make it fancy. You got the Brooklyn Dodgers going here in Los Angeles.
See, that's what I should say, but I don't got the way with words you got, Duggo.
Oh, I don't. I really don't have it. It's it just kind of happens sometimes. It's not like planned out. Things just kind of come flying out my mouth sometimes.
I feel that. 1-1 count. You know, Duggo, maybe one of these days, maybe later in this one, if it turns out being a blowout, I'll tell you a fun story about something that just came out of my mouth one time when I was just saying random things. I think you'll get a kick out of it.
Probably will, especially if it involves, I swear to God, you're eventually going to get a damn calzone or eat some pizza this season. I don't know where that just came from, but that's going to happen. I am very frustrated that you have not lived up to that bargain yet.
Well, time is money. 3-1 count to Eduardo Escobar, though. He'll take a walk. Maybe earn himself a free slice of pizza in that dugout.
Here we go. So just the 20th walk issued by Alex Wood now and almost 80 innings pitched.
He's done a great job of limiting those free passes. Now he's going to have the lefty David Peralta, the runner on first.
And, man, speaking of the impeccable whip and walks limited by Alex Wood, if Mike Leake was healthy, this would have been his spot in the rotation. And Mike Leake coming into today, currently he's still qualified as he's thrown a good chunk of innings here for these Diamondbacks, but he would have come into today at another guy in the top 5 for whip and number 1 in walks allowed in the National League. It would have been an interesting one to see who's really the guy that gave up the base runners in this one, because it would have been a pitcher's duel through and through.
Yeah, no such luck, though, with obviously the injury to Mike Leake. And we'll hope he gets better soon, maybe a speedy recovery. So he'll be greatly missed, not only by these Diamondbacks, but all of baseball. He's one of the pitchers who's been around a long time. Well, David Peralta's at-bat isn't going to last. As long as Mike Leake's career, he'll go down swinging. 2 Ks for Wood, and we're through the first half, first inning. Yeah.
As we said, with Mike Leake out, it's Merrill Kelly on the mound making his first start of the 2020 campaign. Has looked fairly solid out of that bullpen. Go to him early and often. He's been incredible in times where guys need to get yanked early for whatever reason, able to go 4 or 5 innings out of the pen. See how long he goes today. Not sure exactly how stretched out he is or what Torrey's got in mind with the game plan today, but it'll be against Mookie Betts that he will get it started here in Game 4 of this series.
Yeah, Mookie hit a leadoff home run. I can't remember if that was in Game 1 or Game 2. But
would have been Game 2. Final score on that one, Arizona 4, Los Angeles 3 in a grueling 11 innings. As Mookie Betts gives that one a ride, but we'll see Peralta and Escobar both ranging to it. It'll be Escobar getting to it in shallow left as he pops out to start off the ball game for these Dodgers.
Great play by Escobar, ranging back to make that catch. That'll bring up the guy. Maybe he's fresh off the injury, got a couple days off. It's Max Muncy.
I have a feeling coming off that hamstring injury, we might see a lot of boom or bust out of Muncy. Can't imagine he's going to be too eager to be running too hard on the base path. Muncy right now has been a 3 true outcomes kind of wizard. A lot of strikeouts, a lot of dingers, 20 home runs, and 95 strikeouts coming into today. Make it 96. Like I said, I have a feeling it's going to be boom or bust today for Muncy.
Yeah, I can't say I blame him either with that hamstring still maybe not at 100%. He's not going to want to be taking leads and running on the base paths. He's definitely got the power in his bat. 20 homers on the season. We'll see how the day continues for him, but Merrill Kelly's been looking sharp through 2 batters, now facing the reigning MVP and a Gold Glove winner, Cody Bellinger.
Like I said, that's the thing, man. Kelly has looked good, especially going multiple innings. That sub-3 ERA as Bellinger's going to take that the other way, but Peralta will be there. So Kelly's start is off to a good one. Just 7 pitches through 3 outs as we are through 1.
Yeah, through 1. 5, 6, 7 due up in the top half of the second for the Diamondbacks. Beer Ahmed Kelly. Trivia question of the day from the big guy is already in and fresh off the press. Name the player to pitch a no-hitter in 4 consecutive years.
Well, clearly it's not the Diamondbacks. Big guy, generally with his team-related trivia, is that one's off the bat of Beer, and Diamondbacks are going to have their first hit of the ball game.
First hit by either side for that matter.
That is it. The shortstop.
Oh,
Nick
I've already been told Big
Ahmed.
Sexy is incorrect. That was my guess. Yeah, look at that base hit by Beer. Just drops into left and means early trouble. Alex Wood's going to work in the stretch, pitching to Nick Ahmed.
See what Nick Ahmed's got up his sleeve. The slick fielding shortstop, swinging a good bat. You can see that average right about all right, 263. That OPS, the mid to high 700s. Definitely a good thing to pair with Gold Glove defense out there at short.
Sandy Koufax a Dodger.
Koufax was a Dodger. Oral Hershiser was going to be the name I was going to throw out there.
That's another good one. Throw to Nick Ahmed's going to catch the inside part of the plate, make it 2-1.
Got a feeling it's going to be one of those two guys.
Ball 3.
You're going to see it, Cookie? Are we going to see 2 walks in something in 2 innings here out of one of the best guys at limiting free passes?
It'd be something, but hey, these Diamondbacks, to their credit, they've done a great job watching close pitches and working that count. He would have been uncomfortable. I'm going to foul one off to bring the count full. 3-2. It's going to miss outside, so there we go. 2 walks from Alex Wood. But runners now first and second, nobody away.
That's what I like to see. Diamondbacks with the first runner in scoring position here, doing it here with no outs. And keeping Alex Wood on his toes, almost up to 30 pitches. Still looking for the first out here in the second.
And we got the answer to the trivia question. It was Sandy Koufax from 1962 to 1965. No hitters in each of those 4 years.
Man, this is a guy I like to see at the plate right here. Carson Kelly, after that big walk, not quite walk-off, but go-ahead moonshot in the 11th in Game 2. Was able to give the Diamondbacks the victory. Good guy to have in a big spot here. Oh, no.
Yeah, big spot, and that's a big double play for the Dodgers.
That was textbook. That's exactly what needed to happen after I said that, right?
That's the reverse jinx. Seager to Lux. Lux looked like he kind of struggled with the slide in, but I mean, with the catcher Kelly running plenty of time to make the throw over to first base. So now there's going to be a runner on third for Merrill Kelly, pitcher.
True, we do have the Kelly battery here today. Carson Kelly behind the plate, Merrill Kelly on the mound, one of my favorite pairings in Major League Baseball.
Kelly. And Kelly's going to get one back up the middle, so
there
take that, pitchers, or owners, or somebody who wants the universal DH. We see a pitcher base hit, and it's 1-0 Diamondbacks early on.
Love to see it. Merrill Kelly with just his second RBI on the year. Right now, 1 for 6. Limited in all of those relief appearances. Looking forward to seeing him swing the bat a little bit more often here. Gotta love when guys make their own run support, man. That's the kind of stuff that makes me livid when we're already talking here in 2020 about the possible universal DH coming for anything played this year, next year, and inevitably after the CBA talks in the 21-22 offseason.
No balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, Dougal, I'm an AL guy, but I still love the NL having the DH rule, and we've talked about it before. I mean, the no DH rule, rather.
Yeah.
You know, I like both the leagues having different things, although it does feel like at this point it's inevitable.
That pitch is out.
Well, it feels like now it's inevitable. If we're going to see baseball come back, we'll see the universal DH. But if not, I mean, it seemed like over the last 10 years or so, it seems like sooner than later we're going to see the DH in both leagues, like it or not. And that's coming sooner than we might have hoped, like you mentioned. Nonetheless, Tim LaCastro, or my bad, Ildemaro Vargas is going to strike out at the end of the inning. But not before Arizona gets 2 on, drives in a run to get the early 1-0 lead.
So after creating his run support, Merrill Kelly's going to come back out and pitch here. A very quick 1-2-3, bottom of the first. See what he can do against a dangerous guy at the plate. Jock Peterson to start it off here for these Dodgers.
That's a ball.
So Jock Peterson on the series so far, 3 RBI. Seen the Dodgers put up a good barrel of runs in this series. 4 in game 1, 3 in game 2, and 8, if I'm not mistaken, last night.
That's ball 2.
Count runs now 2-1 here to Peterson.
2-1.
That's exactly what I'm expecting to see out of him. Peterson, a free swinger as well. 2-2 pitch. Fouled off.
Yeah, would have been ball 3 though, so can't be too happy swung at that.
Kelly looking for strikeout number 2, and it's going to have to wait as that one is skied down the line, and they will say it drops in fair territory. I'm not sure if, I don't know if I didn't catch it bounce right or if Blue didn't, but that is going to be about as close as you can get, as Jock Peterson will be ruled safe at second with a double. Oh my God, that had to have kicked up chalk, man. Can't get any closer than that.
Yeah, can't get much closer than that. It is Rusty Valentine pumping third base today, and I think I usually have qualms with his strike zone, so I was surprised to see him maybe giving Duggo some qualms on the pitch on the chalk. But hey, if you're a Dodger fan, you'll take it. Runner in scoring position. Nobody out in the bottom of the second.
Corey Seager up now, the man in scoring position, and no outs, so they counter with a similar situation in their half of the inning. Seager fouls that off, brings it now to a quick 0-2. So the Diamondbacks get a man in scoring position, get just the 1 run in to make it 1-0. Dodgers would like to keep it close, as that one is going to be popped into foul territory. Seth Beard gets there for the first out here in bottom 2.
This play by Seth Beer had a long way to go. Managed to get there in time. Get the out.
Brings up Will Smith. And he has not looked good in this series.
Doesn't really look good ever.
I don't know, man. He was a guy I was really high on coming into this year. We saw him in his debut season last year. Looked very solid in all aspects of the game. I expected him to maybe be a dark horse for Rookie of the Year, as that's going to be Escobar to Beer for the second out of the inning here. You know, obviously it was going to be a tough spot with his own teammate standing there in the middle of the infield, Gavin Lux. But I don't know, man. I was taking Will Smith's stock wherever I could.
Yeah, I mean, Smith hasn't been bad, but he has become... I mean, you've been calling some of these players in the Dodgers lineup all or nothing. None of them are all or nothing more than Will Smith is. You know, guys like Max Muncy strike out and homer a lot, but he has an average up at 280 at least. Will Smith, not so much. He's been sitting right around 200 most of the year.
Gavin Lux now at the plate, so we'll go back-to-back rookies here. Count now 1-1 from Kelly. Dodgers able to get a man in scoring position with a leadoff double by Jock Peterson, but 2 quick outs have got them thinking this might be squandered. That one's going to be in the dirt, but blocked by Kelly. Now 2-1 to Gavin Lux.
Yeah, Kelly had the big grand slam last night.
Leaves a breaking ball hanging, and that's going to be trouble. That'll easily score. Smith from second Peterson from second, with a double of his own. Back-to-back doubles in the inning. Make it now a tied ball game here for the Dodgers.
You love to see it. The slice that took the pitch, worked with it, sent it the opposite way. RBI double ties the game up and keeps the train going for his teammate, KK Hernandez.
Hernandez has been a lot softer with the bat as well. Another guy that I've thought has definitely underperformed. Another guy I had high hopes for. He's been a great utility guy. Been plug and play at just about anywhere for these Dodgers. But hitting below the Mendoza line here as he's ahead of Kelly. 2-0 here. Another runner in scoring position on just the second hit given up by Merrill Kelly today.
Here we go. 2 balls, 1 strike. The count.
Swing and a miss. 2-1. Kelly's back in it. He's a strike away from getting out with just the 1 run across the plate. 2-2. Inside now, full here to Enrique.
Yes. Well, I don't really got much commentary on this. I'm just watching it fold out. Sorry for leaving the dead air in, folks, but I mean...
How it goes sometimes, man.
KK Hernandez is just standing up there, working the count.
And that one's going to be on the ground. Vargas, throw in the dirt. Nice snag by Beer to get out number 3. So the Dodgers do get one, strand one. As 2 hits, 1 run. Make it a tied ball game again. 1-1 heading out of the top of the 3rd.
And Heidi Watney is going to check in with us all to talk to us about these Dodgers. You get their stats on that pitching stat. You can see they've had a really good thing going. Not the best in ERA, but you look at the peripherals like opponent average, whip, walks. Top 3 in the league in those categories, and even the ones they're not top 3 in, they are top 5 in that upper 3rd. Of course, with MLB ball rules, the top 5 teams in each league, more or less, are going to end up in the postseason.
And that's how it should stay.
Yeah.
That's another thing coming out of these, possible proposals. I mean, obviously we don't know the exact language or what exactly is going on. All we get is second or third hand knowledge coming out via Twitter. But man, the thought of expanding to 16 teams in a 30-team league for play like the postseason, are you kidding me? That's part of the reason why the NBA is so garbage to watch. Nothing matters in the regular season. Is that's a quick line out from LeCastro to start off the top of the 3rd. But you got 32 teams and 16 or 18 make the playoffs in the NBA. Everybody knows who's getting in pretty much right from the get-go. A lot of the regular season is just a wash.
Yeah, I could maybe see you could make an argument to expand to 12, but 16 to me, I mean, that's what? You have your 3 division leaders, and then you have 5 wild cards, or do you go top 2 in each division and then 2 wild cards? I don't even know. It's just way too much, in my opinion. But it is what it is, I suppose. We'll see a fly ball off the bat of Ketel Marte to center. There's going to be 2 out. I suppose, though, Douglas, if there is one argument maybe you could make, not only for the DH, universal DH, but also the expanded playoffs, is it would kind of give owners a bit more incentive to spend money, which is something we haven't seen so much the last few seasons, is, giving those 15 more DH guy types jobs, and seeing teams maybe more around 500 willing to spend a bit on free agents trying to get their team better, knowing there's a good chance they'll make it to the playoffs, and then at that point it's kind of a crapshoot. So you want to have the best things you can for that crapshoot of the playoffs. So I don't know what your thoughts are on that. That's just an argument I thought of. I don't know if I even agree with it, but I like to consider all perspectives.
Real quick, 1-2-3 inning in the top of the third. Now bring it down to the bottom of the third. 9-1-2 due up for these Dodgers. First pitch to pitcher Alex Wood is right down the gut, 0-1. I mean, I know where you're coming from with the idea that maybe there's some more incentive to be a little bit more competitive if there's a greater chance that you're going to see the playoffs. Maybe, you see teams like these Diamondbacks make a bigger push in the offseason knowing that there's a bigger chance that they're going to get in. They're not just stuck behind the Dodgers. I get that as that one's ripped down the line. Will be 1-2. But I think in the same vein, it might de-incentivize spending because, you don't need to be as competitive. There's less need to win your division as that one's hit on a line out to left. Loud hit ball by the pitcher Alex Wood into the glove of Peralta for out number 1. I just have a feeling that all it's going to do is make the teams that know they've got a better shot of playing above 500 ball to just stay where they're at, because winning your division means less. That one's through the left side. Mookie Betts with his first hit of the ballgame. I mean, I can understand where you're coming from, but can you get where I'm coming from?
I get where you're coming from, too, because you're exactly right. You're going to be in the playoffs. Obviously, it's a crapshoot at that point, so it doesn't matter if you win your division. As long as you know you can get second or third, you're in.
Say, let's take this example. This is a great example right here. Los Angeles Dodgers, just 4 games up against a surging Diamondbacks team. Diamondbacks made some moves in the offseason, to get ready and prepare. They had a above-average season in 2019. They exceeded expectations by a lot of folks. It was about where I thought. I was really high on him coming into it. But, if there's no incentive to win the division, or less incentive to win the division, do the Snakes get as aggressive as they are? I think there's arguments to be made for both sides. But going away from the offseason, how about at the deadline? I think in this reality, Diamondbacks within, a couple games of winning the division and possibly going to be in the wild card, as we're going to go 4-6-3 to end this inning. This conversation is going to continue into the next frame. I think in this world, 10-team playoff world, Diamondbacks are going to get really aggressive come July. I think in 16-team world, there's a possibility they almost sell because they're all but guaranteed a shot being this close to, one of the division leaders.
I don't know if I'd go so far as to sell, because I think you'd still want your pieces in the offseason. But yeah, I definitely don't think, or not the offseason, the postseason rather, but I definitely wouldn't see them buying like you said. Because in this world, right now they've got some clutch catchers, but they really got a hole there. Maybe with leak out, they want to get another guy for their rotation. Right. So, we'd see them go after some guys, maybe like an Austin Romine from Detroit, if he can kind of bounce back a little bit. Something of that nature, just to try and get them over that bump. But,
I think a guy that they might be able to look at is a guy who's really been stuck not seeing any playing time. James McCann over there on the south side had a crazy year last year, but now stuck sitting behind one of the best catchers in Major League Baseball. Yasmani Grandal is Peralta. Is going to be 1 for 2 today here.
Up the middle for him. Seth Beer and Nick Ahmed got things going in the second. We'll see if they can get things going again here in the fourth.
I don't think you're going to see as much aggression and, the excitement of hot stove season with a huge expanded playoff like that. I don't get it. I don't like it. All it does is own or line the owner's pocketbooks. Oh my God, that one is carrying.
Yeah, Seth Beer put a charge into one, but it does end up falling just short of a home run. Going to be a first out, and Cody will get the throw in time. No thought of the tag from David Peralta. And for the sake of keeping the game going along, Dougo, I think we're going to have to leave the conversation there, but I definitely see where you're coming from, and I do agree with it, because like I said, I don't even know if I agree with what I did say, but there's definitely a couple perspectives to look at with that, and a lot of consequences that maybe we won't even know exactly how it turns out until we see it actually happen and see what the owners and players and teams end up doing. But insane hypotheticals we're talking about right now, all in wake of really, I guess at the end of the day, it's kind of the coronavirus that sparked this all to happen so soon, even if it was perhaps some of this stuff inevitable with the collective bargain agreement ending in 21.
No, I said it in Discord earlier, and I'll say it here. I was listening to local radio over here, 98.7 here in Phoenix. CEO and president of the Diamondbacks. Why did I totally just have a brain fart? Derek Hall was on, and they asked him a little bit about, the DH coming to the National League. You could tell he really couldn't say anything, because he's been a vocal opponent to the DH in the National League for years, along with the radio hosts in the morning. That you could tell from the resignation in his voice that it had been coming. There was nothing going to stop it, and it's likely going to be here to stay as soon as baseball's back.
Alex Wood's going to miss on the 3-2. Got a nasty swing and a miss on the prior changeup, but Ahmed will reach with one away, and that's going to put runners on first and second now for Carson Kelly. Merrill Kelly on deck.
Yeah, I like seeing this, man. This is back-to-back frames here, or no, 2 frames now. Happened in the second, now here in the fourth, as this game seems to be chugging along. Maybe it's just our conversation. But Diamondbacks being able to get guys on first and second with a little number of outs. Good opportunity to strike again and take the lead.
Yeah, great count now. 2-0 to Carson Kelly from Alex Wood. Today has not been his day with the control. Something's just not clicking for him. Consistently missing the zone by just enough.
And that's killer for a guy like Wood, who's not a big strikeout guy. He's been a big guy at limiting walks, and now already 3 issued here today behind 3-0 to Kelly, with just 1 out, threatening to load the bases.
There's a silver lining. The pitcher Merrill Kelly's on deck, and if anyone's going to give you a strikeout or a double play, it's going to be the pitcher. Last
look down at your score sheet, Cookie. Who's got the 1 RBI here for the Diamondbacks today?
I mean, it is Merrill Kelly, but I'm speaking, larger sample size. Kelly has had a good day today, but if I had to choose one player in the Diamondbacks lineup I want to see up with the bases loaded, as a Dodgers fan, it's Merrill Kelly. Granted,
you're going to see it.
Bases, but Wood does just that as from ball 4.
Kelly.
Look at that. That's some exciting news in the chat there.
Yeah, Greater MC 47. I talked to him, Chad, a little while ago about playing college baseball someday. Getting the offer from LSU, so I'll give you a shout out and a big congrats. Really exciting to hear that. Although I do hope you still consider coming to join us at Michigan State.
I mean, haven't the Wolverines put out a little bit better of a product, though, as far as developing guys for the major leagues?
Back 1 and 2.
Yeah, 1 and 2.
Just being real. Oh, we got squeezed on that one, man.
He wanted that. Michigan Wolverines, talk about developing talent. They've done a crazy good job. Can't get over that.
Big spot here with the pitcher up. Oh my God, it's going to run full with the bases juiced to the pitcher.
So, no, you definitely don't want to put the runners in motion here. I was thinking Sal with the play, but at the same time, his pitcher very easily strike out, and then you've got a runner barreling towards home. So, yeah, no runner is going to be in motion here, but we'll get ready for the 3-2 pitch. And Alex Wood will walk the opposing pitcher to force in a run. That is not right. Something's not right with Alex Wood today, and we're going to see a visit from the pitching coach to maybe try and get things squared away, because this is not good.
Nothing at all is right. Coming into today, just 19 walks issued all year, and that is now the 5th walk offered up in this game alone. Still trying to get out of the 4th inning. And now Merrill Kelly has 2 RBI to his name on a single and a walk.
Responsible for both RBI on the day. Let's see if his hitters can start to do something to help him out.
Hey, man, if anything, going to the bullpen early, forcing an early exit out of Alex Wood, definitely going to help.
Ahmed at third. Kelly at second. Kelly at first.
Ooh. Give me the weirdest double steal out of the pitcher and the catcher. Give me that Kelly double steal.
You see a sac fly or something, though, and even then, I don't think you send your battery mates on a double steal. That would be a sight.
Hey, man, if I can see Cano and Cespedes pull off a successful double steal in 2020, anything can happen.
Well, we might not get that chance. We might see another walk with the base. 3-0 to Ildemaro Vargas. Would drop one in there. And yeah, Wood is not looking like the Alex Wood that was advertised coming in today.
Sometimes that happens, man. You just have your off game. That one might be able to plate one.
Yeah, Peterson don't have the best arm. They'll send the runner.
Oh.
Just in time. Nick Ahmed will get in. Nice throw from Peterson, just not quite hard enough. Sack fly, makes it 2 out. Runners on first and second, but a 3-1 lead for D-backs.
It's about all you could ask for, honestly. The throw was on the money, just a little bit late. And is Ahmed able to cross the plate, making it 3-1 now.
Timmy Lowe. It's going to hit one foul.
Did that look like that was going up the middle to you?
Yes.
What just happened there?
Up the middle. I don't know what happened. That must have been some really weird spin on the baseball.
1-1.
Extremely weird, man. That looked like that was coming up the chute, and that was going to score at least one.
Jimmy Nelson, who had a pretty good relief outing for the Dodgers yesterday, warming up. Should Alex Wood get himself into any more trouble? For the 1-1 pitch to Tim LaCastro, though. It's one and fouled again, so make it a 1-2 count.
Castro still looking for his first hit today. Not going to get it there.
I see this very often in bat ball. The odd choice, the second baseman flips to short to get the out. But hey, it usually works out. It works there. And Diamondbacks get 2. We head to the bottom of the 4th. 3-1 Arizona.
So the ball finally out of Alex Wood's hands as the Diamondbacks send up 7 to the plate. In a big 4th inning, able to get 2 more across. Score now sitting at 3-1. Dodgers trailing the Diamondbacks. A man who could easily tie it up with one swing of the bat. Get the Dodgers back in it with one swing of the bat. Cody Bellinger 0 for 1 today.
Yes, a bases empty 2-run shot from Cody Bellinger.
I don't know, man. Like, if there's somebody that could do it, it might be Bellinger. He'd probably have the ability to figure it out. Swings a monster bat, and he's an exciting thing to watch for years to come. Just hate to see it in my division.
Well, you never know. The Dodgers might not pay him. He might go out in the free agency, ask for a $400 million deal or something.
Honestly, the way with his plus defense, the way he swings the bat, I think whatever Mookie gets, he's going to see just about the same thing. Probably a little bit more with inflation. 2-2 here to Bellinger. Swing and a miss.
Nice strikeout by Kelly. Made that whole at bat really. Cody looked completely fooled up there, and would encapsulate it all with the inside slider. He took an ugly hack at the first out of the inning and the second strikeout of Merrill Kelly's day.
Brings up Jock Peterson. The first hit of the ball game. The double to lead off. The second came around to score on the Gavin Lux double. That pair of doubles makes up 2 of the 3 hits the Dodgers have today. That one goes high. Kelly now behind 2-0 to Peterson. Can't really blame him for kind of skirting around the zone here against Peterson. His ability to mash left or mash right-handed pitching is up there with guys like Kyle Schwarber and Joey Gallo. So honestly, I'm not too surprised. It's now 3-1. Corey Seager on deck.
A couple lefties right here. A chance after Cody to still make something happen.
That one goes high as Kelly loses him. The first walk of the day offered up by Merrill Kelly.
Number 5, shortstop, Corey Seager.
Brings up Corey Seager. Topped out to Seth Beer in foul territory earlier in this one. As Kelly back in the zone on attack. 0-1 here to Kelly, or to Seager, excuse me.
Merrill Kelly pitching to Carson Kelly with Corey Kelly at the plate, apparently.
Yeah, duh. His brother, Kyle Kelly, over there in the Seattle system. I think they have a third brother that never saw major league success.
He probably decided he was a basketball guy or something.
0-2 becomes 0-3 as Seager goes down looking for Kelly's third strikeout of the day.
The catcher, Will Smith.
Pretty sure I read an athletic article about him, man. The missing Seager brother. No, I'm serious. Like,
I believe you.
Justin Seager.
Justin Seager.
Justin Seager. Somebody did a good article. I think it was The Athletic.
Well, David Peralta won't make the catch, and Jock Peterson will score on what looks like is a RBI double for. Who was that? Is that Will Smith?
That was Will Smith finally getting back in the action, getting jiggy with it. With his first hit of the ballgame. Missed a home run by just feet. As it is now a 3-2 lead. Diamondbacks lead cut by 1. As that's big swings on back-to-back pitches. But Peralta will get there for this one. So Will Smith, though. Big double off his bat. Have the lead now as we are through 4. Diamondbacks clinging now to a 1-run lead. 3-2.
Yeah, Dodgers do end up going down, but those swings from Smith and Lux really encourage me. It makes me think the Dodgers are maybe starting to take advantage of Merrill Kelly. We'll see how much longer he stays in this game, but the Dodgers won't really have much of a chance to reclaim the lead if Alex Wood keeps walking everybody he faces. Going to have Ketel Marte, Eduardo Escobar, and David Peralta duel up, so it's not like he can just toss any right down the middle to try and get his day back on track here.
Yeah, not exactly the storyline we thought we'd see in this one. Oh. Hernandez bobbles that one just a little bit as a screamer to third. Puts Ketel Marte on first with his first hit of the ball game.
Completely forgot I was supposed to call a play-by-play on that one, Doug.
See, that's the fun part about it. It switches it up, gets you in a different, fun little mindset. I don't know. I like this style, man.
I like it. So yeah, I was surprised Hernandez almost made that throw over in time despite knocking it down and even standing there for a solid second or two before he kind of regrouped. But Ketel Marte does end up standing over on first base, and Eduardo Escobar's in the 0-2 count now from Alex Wood. He's ready to see the 0-2 pitch. Wood sets and delivers. Gonna propel back. The next 0-2 on its way. Outside 1-2. Escobar kind of was in a bit of a slouch a few weeks back, but took a couple of days off. And it's really come back to form. Had a few big hits earlier on in the series. I just remember he had the big hits. I don't remember what the big hits were, so sorry. Evens the count to 2-2. Got a runner on first, looking for insurance. That lead down to 1 run. In the top of the fifth with the strolling Alex Wood on the mound.
Good to see Escobar able to at least get long at bats some of these times, even if he's not able to get on base. His ability to at least work a good one has helped contribute to some of the success the Diamondbacks have had. Winners of 6 of their last 10 coming into play today. There we go.
Yeah. Line drive, sinking line drive, I suppose. It's base hit into right. But 2 on to start the inning for the Diamondbacks, and Alex Wood's got to get out of this game. Yeah, David Roberts actually going to pull the plug on time. Going to see I guess this isn't Detroit. It's not a wall-side windows pitching change, but it's a pitching change nonetheless. Dodgers will go to their bullpen and bring out, I presume, Jimmy Nelson to try and give him a couple innings of relief. It is indeed Jimmy with his sparkly 5.19 ERA. 7-1 win-loss record. 42 strikeouts to 14 walks. Entering with runners on first and second, nobody out. 4-5-6 for Altabir Ahmed. 2 up for the Diamondbacks. Go strike 1 to David.
So the line on Wood is not going to be closed just yet. He'll be responsible for Marte and Escobar at second and first, respectively. But the numbers that are for sure going to be 4+ innings pitched, 10 base runners on 5 hits and 5 walks. That's going to ruin that sparkly whip. Just 3 strikeouts and a bare minimum of 3 earned runs on his day.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Could see up to 2 more, depending on how Jimmy Nelson does here. Got the 0-2 count, but then misses in the dirt with the sinker to David Peralta to move it to 1-2. Jimmy will get the ground ball. He'll go to second for 1. Relay to first. Gonna be in time. All of a sudden, now it's 2 down, runner on third.
Now batting.
Play by the pitcher. Going to second. Heads up play. So all the more likely they get out of this inning, no harm, no foul.
Though the last time the Diamondbacks grounded into a double play in this one, they were able to get that runner from third.
This is true.
I'll hold out just a little bit of hope. I'm not too optimistic about 2 double play balls in one game and being able to actually capitalize on it, but still sitting with a 1-run lead. I can't be too pessimistic.
Yeah, Seth Beer, despite what looks like an advantage right now, has struggled facing the righties. Jimmy's apparently struggling facing the righty, moving the count to 2-0 now. Or the lefty, rather. I can talk. Just not the right words. It'll be a grounder, though. Max Muncy gonna flip it over to Jimmy Nelson. Maybe forgot how to play first base after those couple of days off. But that'll do us. Or won't do us. It'll do it here in the top of the 5th, though. Arizona gets first 2 on, but don't capitalize. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th, halfway through, with the Dodgers looking to grab the lead. And Heidi talking about Charity, Duggo.
Charity currently, we started out the season doing everything for Meals on Wheels, everything we get from your donations and your subscriptions goes directly to charity, but lately this week, it's been, I don't have the name off the top of my head right now, Cookie. Bail me out. You set me up with a beautiful alley-oop and I botched it.
Well, I set it up for you because I actually don't know the name of it either. It's Adam, I'm going to butcher his last name.
Giardino?
Adam Giardino came in to guest announce for us earlier this week, and he's actually started a black play-by-play grant program to try and increase diversity in the play-by-play of minor league baseball. So he's got a grant, and he's also, with excess funds, in addition to the grant he's raising, or has raised, and will raise, going to go ahead and give some scholarships to people going to school to essentially try and do play-by-play someday. People of color, that is. So if you're feeling generous as part of our kind of fly ball tracked down by, who was that? Tim LaCastro on the track.
That's the joy of it, man. You throw a guy so fast out there in the outfield, he'll be able to track anything down for the first out here, as we'll see. Okay. I'm about to go off here again. You ready for this, Cookie? I know you're like in the middle of something, but I'm totally gonna interrupt it. This is one thing that blows my mind about these bot ball managers. So your guy gets hooked early, only give you 4 innings of work to start the ball game. You go to your one long relief guy. You don't make a double switch, and all of a sudden you're pinch hitting for him after just 3 outs. Doesn't make any sense to me.
To be fair, we'll see. Well, not to be fair in that regard. Merrill Kelly will get his 4th strikeout. Taylor throws down on, I think that was just 3 pitches. For 3, but Jimmy Nelson did toss 2 innings, maybe even 3 innings last night, so he probably wasn't going to go very long today anyway.
So the lineup's going to flip over here for the Dodgers for the 3rd time through the order here for Merrill Kelly. It'll be one of the first times he's seen the guys this many times here in this 2020 campaign. And yeah, I mean, that's what I'm talking about. You bring in your middle inning guy to get the 1 out, or the 1 set of outs, and pinch hit for him, and then you bring your long guy in. But going straight to your long guy only to burn him after, 2-3 outs, they do that all the time, and it bugs me profusely. As he leaves a softball there to Mookie Betts, but LaCastro is going to get there to cut it off. Throw will be in time as Mookie Betts is dead in the water. That easily would have been a double for just about anybody else out and right, but Tim LaCastro's speed able to cut that off as Betts was thinking 2 out in the box. And instead, a single thrown out on the base pass to end the inning for the Dodgers.
Duggo, I don't want to discount Tim LaCastro because he does have amazing speed. But I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with you on that one. I got to think for just about everybody, that's a single, and that's all on Mookie Betts for deciding to run there. That was a horrible decision.
It's just one of those things. You see the ball off the bat, and you just get in the zone, man. Whatever anybody's telling you there at first base, screaming at you, stop. You're just going to the second the ball heads off the bat.
Well, that ends the inning for the Dodgers. They maybe had a chance, but it'll be 2 straight lefties due up in the bottom half. But for now, we're in the top half of the 6th. Ross Stripling, I believe the other long man for the Dodgers. Might just be a long or middle reliever, though. I don't really know. Probably should. It's going to be Ahmed, Kelly, and Kelly for Stripling.
Curious to see what Torrey's really thinking with Kelly due up 3rd in this inning.
Yeah, he has gone 5 now. Been a while since it's been stretched out this long, but he has pitched pretty efficiently and hasn't gotten into too much trouble, all told.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Yeah.
On to Nick Ahmed now. I want to give a shout out to Mark Shark Shavery, who has not only continued his gifted sub to Jubs V1, but also gifted a sub to F4 Pal. So thank you, Shark, for helping out the community, donating to that black play-by-play grant we talked about earlier. We really do appreciate it. And I also really appreciate Ross Stripling with the strikeout of Nick Ahmed for the first out of 6th inning.
The catcher, Carson.
Ahmed just looked frozen there at the plate. He has not successfully swung the bat all day. 2 walks and now a strikeout.
With 1 away. Throws the last guy. He'll freeze Carson Kelly on the first pitch and knuckle curve for strike 1. Diamondbacks catchers have a knack for being clutch late in the game. We'll see if Kelly can do something big here. If not now, if the Dodgers take the lead, he will get at least 1 more at-bat in the ball game. So
The one I really, the matchup I'm really waiting to see in this one. Hopefully we don't see it because likely it means the Dodgers have taken the lead at some point. But man, speaking of Carson Kelly, I just want to see that beautiful matchup again.
Carson Kelly. Well,
At the ball.
just say it was big in game 2. Leave it at that.
Carson Kelly has Kenley Jansen's number. 3 home runs in his career against Jansen.
No home run here. Another beautiful curve from Stripling. He's really got that pitch working for him today.
The pitcher.
Gets Kelly to take.
Kelly.
Just catches the bottom part of that zone. 2 Ks for Stripling. And they will go ahead and let Merrill Kelly hit. Rightfully so. He's singled and walked. So it's not like he's having a bad day with the bat either, Duggo.
And that walk was an RBI walk as well. So Kelly responsible for 2 of the 3 runs here in this one. An easy pick for player of the game if this stands the way it does.
Oh, 2 count to him though right here. So Ross Stripling maybe not going to pull the shenanigans Alex Wood did. He's actually attacking this pitcher and get out of this. Great job to foul off though. Yeah, that was a foul ball. Don't think I got much more I want to say about that. The next 0-2 pitch.
Ooh. So apparently the curve on the bottom edge of the plate is getting the calls, but nothing on that fast stuff.
Get ready for the 2-2 pitch.
Oh.
Strike 3 call. 3 Ks.
3 backwards Ks.
Yeah, that too. Halfway through the 6th, Dodgers. A bit of a momentum now, and 2-3-4 against Merrill Kelly, all lefties. A chance to get things hyped up.
The Muncy, Bellinger, and Peterson. First 2 right now looking at a combined 0 for 4. Peterson, a little bit different on his day. Came around to score on both of the runs that the Dodgers have put across the plate today. Muncie starts out 0-1 for Merrill Kelly as he comes back out after taking his third hacks at the plate. Oh, and 2. Merrill Kelly would like to come back with a couple strikeouts of his own. Ross Stripling setting him down, looking in order, 6, 7, 8. And that was tough to watch as a Diamondbacks fan.
Yeah, it was beautiful, though, as a Dodgers guy. And now you got 2, 3, 4 due up. Big chance.
Another foul ball here.
Oh, really? I guess all told, 5, 6, 7 have been the ones who have really impressed me today.
Big days out of those guys. Will Smith with an RBI double. Gavin Lux with an RBI double. Peterson's got a run scored and a double to his name as well. As that one's going to be on the ground, played perfect. Into the shift, Vargas is tossed to Beer, will be in time for the first out here in the bottom of the 6th.
Cody Bellinger.
Yeah.
That'll bring up Cody Bellinger. Still looking for something in fair territory today, 0 for 2. Nicest pitch of the ball game. Comes in for a ball inside to Bellinger.
I just want to draw attention to Merrill Kelly's pitch count. Obviously, just threw the nicest pitch of the ball game, but we're only through 5 1/3, so his pitch count, I mean, it's not exactly elite, but it's pretty darn good.
As that one's given a ride for a long strike here for Bellinger. Brings it now to 1-1. Yeah, no, the magic number for a lot of these guys, at least in my head, and I'm pretty sure it's a universal thing, about 15 pitches an inning is what you want to see out of your pitchers, starting pitcher specifically. And Kelly's right behind. He's about there. Coming in a little bit under that. Through 5, you'd expect to be at about 75 pitches, and he's about to be there. 1 out through the bottom of the 6th. Two now turns to 3-2. With the dangerous Jock Peterson on deck.
Yeah, don't want to walk Cody here.
Payoff pitch is in the chute. And into the outfield is Bellinger. He's standing on first with his first hit of the ballgame.
I was about to say you don't want to attack him either, but good thing, unlike Mookie Betts, Cody Bellinger knows his limits, doesn't try and stretch that into a double. Well, Bro did pull the second baseman off the tag for what it's worth, so it probably would have worked out that time. But he'll stand at first for Jock Peterson one way.
Drops in a curveball into the zone, now 0-1 to Peterson. Could have been something tasty, but Peterson instead looks at it. Fans getting excited here as the Ravine, as Peterson represents the go-ahead run for these Dodgers. Still trailing 3-2 here. 0-2 pitch to Peterson.
No, that's down.
Going to be looked at for a tough ball 1. Swung on foul. Will stay at 1-2 here. Kelly trying to go low, maybe get that double play ball out of Peterson.
It would be a huge way to get out of this inning without driving out that pitch count any further, but hey, that works too.
I'll take that as well. Peterson goes down swinging as Merrill Kelly has 5 strikeouts here today. Big hacks. That's the kind of thing I'd expect to see out of Jock. Now Corey Seager is looking for his first hit of the ball game, as well as we're going to see Bellinger take off for second. And even with the ill-advised feet first slide, he is somehow going to avoid the tag from Ahmed.
Yeah, looks like Kelly threw that one just in the dirt in front of the bag. If he kept it up about another 6 inches, he'd probably have a good chance of getting that tag on.
I think the problem was we saw Ahmed pull his glove back up and then try to reapply the tag. If he would have left his glove in the dirt there and just quick swiped it over, he would have been dead. It would have ended the inning right there. Instead, Dodgers have a man in scoring position. Corey Seager's behind 1-2. And he's going to look at strike 3, so strikeouts looking. End the inning for both teams here in the 6th. Dodgers strand another and keep it at the score we've been at. Diamondbacks 3, Dodgers 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
Yeah, lots of strikeout looking at last hat. Blake Trinan, Markling, 1.86 ERA. An absolute dynamite against righties. Not too shabby against lefties either. Going to come in Ildemaro Vargas, Tim LeCastro, and Ketel Marte. Will protect that 1-run lead. Shark Shavery is in the booth getting ready to stretch those fingers out and give us a beautiful 7th inning stretch.
Howdy, fellas. How you doing?
Not as good as your scalp after seeing. I saw your beautiful, beautiful haircut today.
Oh, yeah. All my hairs got cut. Which means I shaved my head.
Ground ball, Seager to Muncie. One away. And I'm kind of jealous, Shark. I've been needing a haircut. We just got barbershops back open. And you're in Michigan too, right, Shark?
Yep.
Yeah, so we
I
just
didn't feel like going. I was like, nope.
Opened up on Monday, though, so I'm definitely going to need to try and make an appointment sooner than later.
Ball inside.
Or you could shave your head, like me.
I don't think my head is very majestic without the hair. Another ground ball for Corey Seager. Tim LeCastro, the speedy man, is going to be retired on a ground ball. Make it 2 away for Ketel Marte.
The center fielder, number 4, Ketel Marte.
It's been a quick inning here for Blake Trinan, working quickly out of the pen. He was probably the most underrated deal I saw in the offseason. Coming off a down year with Oakland, Dodgers able to get him for scraps.
Yeah, and hey, nope. He's definitely worked out for them, and he's working out for them today. Of course, we'll hope that doesn't jinx him, or I will. Duggo's probably saying that in hopes that it's a jinx. 1-0 to Ketel Marte, going to be fouled back.
Like to see Marte continue on with another single here. As could have been a home run, but that'll be ripped foul.
Baba. 1-2 count. Chance for an 8-pitch inning. Missing inside, 2-2.
We did see Merrill Kelly have a 7-pitch inning to start the ball game, and that kind of set the tone. As we've seen these Dodgers relievers work very efficiently. So far, they've not given up any base runners, including getting a twin killing with inherited runners.
And that's what these guys are known for. That's what they did last night after Price kind of had an awful day, and well, Alex Wood definitely did not have an Alex Wood-esque start. Bullpen's done a pretty good job at neutralizing any further threats. Well, they may allow a base runner here. A 3-2 pitch to Ketel Marte. Can be swung on, and Corey Seager can't get that one. It's through for a base hit.
There we go. Diamondbacks finally able to get a man on against a stingy bullpen here today. I feel like we haven't seen too much anything of note really out of either bullpen in this series, and so far LA is looking great out of the pen in this one.
Back outside.
Eduardo Escobar singled for a base hit here. And what do you mean by of note, Duggo? Do you mean like blowing leads?
Positive note, yeah. No, I mean, we've seen struggles. We've seen, a handful of base runners, handful of runs come across. And, the way these games have been close till late in pretty much all of them, outside of game 1, which was a 4-0 shutout for Los Angeles. We went 11 innings with the in game 2. We saw that one go back and forth a bit there. Bullpens blew that. It was Hector Rondon blowing it last night to make it an 8-5 victory for the Dodgers. And, this is probably the first time we've seen solid work out of either bullpen, it feels like.
I was pretty happy with the Dodgers bullpen work after Price yesterday.
All right.
They did, I think, allow the 1 run, but other than that, they had to go 5 innings. And 5 innings, 1-run ball, including a really nice save by Kenley Jansen. I'll take that. Wasn't perfect, but overall a pretty clean job. Seeing it again here today. Both Nelson and Stripling had nice innings of work. Blake Trinan was looking great, though he's gotten to his 2nd full count in a row now. Last time he let base hit to left happen. See what he does to the switch hitter Eduardo Escobar with David Peralta on deck, protecting a 1-run deficit. Seventh inning stretch looming. How's back?
Yeah, it's the same thing as you had earlier. I'm just so intensely focused. I'm like, I just want to see it, man. Like, I got nothing to say. I'm just like, come on. Just a lot of excitement.
Ooh, big rip, but a big foul.
Could have been big. We saw Escobar, the home run last night, finally work on ticking that RBI and home run counts up. Hasn't done that in quite some time.
And ball 4. So now Marte and Escobar will be on for David Peralta, and we'll see if manager Dave Roberts decides to grab the lefty Scott Alexander. Peralta and Beer, the lefties, due up. Doesn't look like he will. He's sticking. Oh, excuse me, I got the hiccups. Sticking with Blake Trinan.
So back-to-back base runners with 2 outs here put Peralta in a golden opportunity to help break this one open. It's been a 1-run game for some time now. Peralta would like to continue on this 1-for-3 day and make it at least 4-2.
2 balls, no strikes.
Or at least continue the inning.
Yeah, he's gotten a 2-0 count, so he's in a good place to maybe do damage, or if nothing else, work the walk. Trinan's got to bounce back. Roll pitch.
Oh.
Big swing. He's really flirting with danger. I would get him out of there if I was the manager, but oh well. It's not my call. Get ready for the 2-1. Grounded foul, so it'll be even at 2-2. 1 pitch away again from getting out of it. Likely though, would be another full count.
He's back in it at least. He's definitely battling back. He's doing his best.
2-2 pitch.
Oh.
Fly ball down the line and left. Jock Peterson will make the catch in foul territory. I thought that might have dropped foul, but it didn't. It's going to be Smith, Lux, and Kike Hernandez due up for the Dodgers. The pinch hitter, probably in the form of Blas Judas, a.k.a.
Do you want to stretch it out?
Oh, yeah. I keep forgetting, Chart.
Here we go. Nice fast one in there.
Lovely as always.
I'm so sorry. I always forget. I feel horrible.
Nah, no, it happens. I still played it. No skin off my back. But anyway, I hope you boys have a great rest of your call. I'm just excited to see how this game turns out.
Definitely a good one, no matter how it ends. As Merrill Kelly's out here for his 7th inning of work, as he's going to start off Will Smith with a strikeout looking. Continues the trend he started to end the 6th, and now his 3rd straight strikeout. Making number 7 on the day. Merrill Kelly has not been a stranger to pitching in the 7th inning, as he has been a great option out of the bullpen for the Diamondbacks so far this season. Definitely the first time he's pitched this long. Now up at 90 pitches. You know, one thing I was worried about coming into today was how long Torey Lovullo was really going to give him, as he hadn't really been stretched out to start off the 2020 campaign, but no worries, I guess, as he is through 6 1/3 successful so far here in Chavez Ravine.
That's in. Ball 2.
Yeah, no, I forgot what I was going to say.
Dude, that's what happens when I do enough of these solo calls lately, is I can just sit here and I can just soliloquy for like 2 hours. Especially with 2 teams like this that, you know, I've got plenty of experience with. As 3-1 to Gavin Lux. Is going to be dangerous, but playable out in center. Marte with the glove on it for the 2nd out here in the bottom of the 7th.
That looks better than it was. And I remember what I was going to say. Merrill Kelly, you said he's used to pitching in the 7th, but yeah, he's not used to pitching the first 6 innings before that as well.
No, I mean, we've seen him do something similar. I remember out in Washington, after Mike Leake had his worst outing of the year, gave up 6 runs and just 1 out, as we're going to have to hold that there. Kike Hernandez flies out to Peralta in shallow left for a very quick 1-2-3 inning. Exactly what you need towards the end of your outing. Merrill Kelly, gorgeous through 7, heading out to the top of the 8th.
Yeah, and we'll go ahead and see a double switch for the Dodgers, and I believe that was...
Your attention, please.
Well, I'm going to be quiet as Pedro Baez comes in to hit, because I'm not sure who's going to be double switch, so if you can let us know in chat. Probably Barnes catching for Beatty at 3rd.
Number 45, Matt Beatty.
See Seth Beer lead things off. Indeed, Matt Beatty at 3rd. Pitcher falls into the 8th spot, so take note of that if you keep the score at home. Strike 1. Seth Beer in the meanwhile. Thank you, EB, for sharing. Shout out to you. Also to F. Corpel for apparently being beat to it, but you snooze, you lose. Of course, also, they say first the worst, second the best. So maybe you should have just said it anyway. You would have been the best one to tell me. I miss elementary school sometimes, Doug. The nonsense we used to say.
Why do you have to stop? What's stopping you from continuing acting like a lovely, immature person? I'm kind of like that. Kind of like, you know, I was having this discussion last night, actually. You know, I'm basically kind of like a steak that you get the char just right on the outside, and it's totally just raw on the inside. You know, like if you're going for that sear and bake, but you forget to actually bake the steak, so it's very well done. You know, got this perfect exterior, but the inside is totally just not developed at all. That's me in a nutshell, folks.
Beautiful analogy, Duggo.
The bat, number
Seth Beer will fly out to left for the first out of the game. I forget, what's the one they always used to say? It used to be boys and girls we'd say, but I don't want to defend one of the two. So we'll say Dodgers go to college to get more knowledge. Diamondbacks go to Jupiter to get more stupider.
There we go.
Ball one, no strike.
And then, of course, the Diamondbacks would then come back and say, no, Diamondbacks go to college to get more knowledge. Dodgers go to Jupiter to get more stupider. Fun playground shenanigans back in the day.
And I mean, I feel like that has its place here in the playground sport of America here, baseball.
Kelly and Floro up in the pen for these Dodgers. Pedro Baez, in case you missed it, came in. So Dave Roberts is full in on trying to get the lead on these last 6 outs and is trying to keep it a 1-run deficit. Got the 0-2 count to Nick Ahmed after getting the fly out to Beer.
Ahmed still hasn't done anything productive with the bat today. Taken 2 walks and struck out so far in 3 trips to the plate. Ooh. Could have been big.
He could have punished that, you're right. Instead, he just fouls it back. Didn't have the timing.
Even a changeup over the heart of the plate, that's usually problems, but Ahmed clearly sitting fastball, just gets a piece of it.
Now, maybe thinking about that changeup. Doesn't get the fastball, fouls it back, so Baez is clearly in Ahmed's head. Of course, now he just needs to put him away, maybe a slider or something. Well, that was a slider, but that was open plate. Wasn't a chase, but Mookie Betts will track it down, so works all the same. 2 out.
Just jammed him on that one, man. You're right, it was the slider, but not exactly, probably where he wanted it. You know, he left the changeup right over the heart of the plate, left that slider over the heart of the plate, just waiting now for somebody to punish him. But Seth Beer flies out, Nick Ahmed flies out, now it'll be Carson Kelly.
And Merrill Kelly's probably going to see his day end if he comes up to bat here. Oh, you never know.
I would have to imagine, because it'll be Beatty, Betts, Muncy due up. Honestly, I'd probably go to somebody like your Yohan Lopez, one of the better back-end arms in this bullpen. You know, possibly they go to Andrew Chafin, the lefty specialist, to get Beatty and Muncy.
Maybe they go with Hector Rondon.
Not after last night. Please don't do that.
Kevin Ginkel.
2 balls, 1 strike.
He's in Jackson, dude. Like, come on.
I mean, I can dream. Maybe one of these days I'll slip a 20 to Garrett. We'll have Kevin Ginkel just appear in the building.
You can dream, I can nightmare.
Baez gets the 2-2 count to Kelly. That actually wouldn't work because you actually do quite extensive prep for your game, so you would probably catch that pretty quick.
Oh yeah, no, I sit here like Jim Carrey in 23 before these.
Foul ball. Keeps the count at 2-2. Baez is having a pretty long inning.
It's my like Rain Man appreciation of stats that makes me love baseball so much.
I mean, that's really the glory of the game, is that it's all on the stats. And there's also scouting, but really it's a numbers game. Ball misses low, 3-2. That's what really makes it different from a lot of other sports, is there isn't that kind of hard to define interaction between different pieces on the field. 3-2. Back up the middle, Corey Seager will make the flip over the first. And that's recorded as an assist to Corey Seager, an out for Max Muncy, or a put out for Max Muncy. And a ground out in the name of Carson Kelly in the scorebook as we head now to the bottom of the 8th. Beatty, Betts, Muncy, Bellinger, Peterson, Seager, 3 to follow, and a double switch for these Diamondbacks on the way.
And see, okay, now this is a time where it's unnecessary to go to a double switch. You're obviously going to pinch hit for Andrew Chafin here. You know, you're not going to expect multiple innings out of him. He's due up first to start off the top of the ninth. You know, why not just go to him and not burn somebody out in the field?
You know, probably because they'd rather burn their backup catcher. I'm gonna go ahead and go out on a limb and say that Bolt's in batting 8. Someone in the chat wants to confirm.
See what happens. Honestly, usually it's pulling Nick Ahmed in favor of the replacement at short. LeCastro and Vargas are now in the game, so that'll probably be Andy Young out there at short. That definitely looked like the stocky build of Young out there. So if I had to guess, the pitcher moves up, batting 6th. Young now batting 9th. Thank you, EB, for the confirmation on that. But look at that. Merrill Kelly, 7 strikeouts, 6 hits, 1 walk over 7 innings of 2-run ball. That is more, I think, than Diamondbacks fans expected out of Kelly's first start of the year.
Yeah, it was a big start. He did a great job. Really nothing to complain about. Kept these guys in and only allowed the 2 runs, and outside of those 2 run scoring opportunities, he did a great job of silencing these Dodger bats. And now if you're the Dodgers, you're down by 1, you're down to your last 5 outs now, and you got to get to work because you don't want to wait longer. Really a great opportunity to get back into the game if you want.
Now 1 out. Mookie Betts looking at a 1-2 count here. Beatty grounds out to start off the inning. Chafin now against hopefully the lone right-handed batter he's going to have to face in this, as that'll stay at 1-2 on a foul ball. After Betts, there'll be 4 straight lefties, and I swear to God, if they manage to get through that without pulling Chafin, that's some miracle mismanagement.
Yeah.
2-2 here to Betts. Chafin comes to the dish and gets Betts to drive it high into right field. The Castro there, as Chafin is through the lone righty. 2 away.
Yep, gets the fly ball. Now it's all the returned injured man, Matz Muncy. Man, that was a bad conglomeration of words.
Hey, man, anything with Max Muncy and it's a bad conglomeration of words. As Chafin is perfect in his matchups against Muncy, 0 for 6 with 4 strikeouts. I'd love to sit him down here and have the outs tick away for a possible Dodger comeback. Right now, Dodgers down by 1 with 4 outs to work with. 3-2 ballgame. As Muncy swings through that, now 1-2. 2 outs. Bottom of the 8th.
Conglomeration is actually a word. How about that?
Yeah, did you think you made that up? As Muncy swings through that, he's going to stay over in the matchup history. Now 5 strikeouts for Chafin in their head-to-head. We are through 8. Arizona's got 3 outs to tack a couple more on. Los Angeles down to 3 to make a comeback.
Yeah, Dylan Floro's going to get the 9th inning reps for the Dodgers, 3.09 ERA. Not great peripherals, though. He's going to face Andy Young, Romano Vargas, and Tim LeCastro. To answer your question, Doug, I didn't think I made up that word, but at the same time, I couldn't think of where I ever would have learned the word conglomeration. So I'm like, that's a really weird word. I don't remember learning it or what it even means. So I looked it up and what I thought it meant. And it's a real word, so.
Probably somewhere around middle to high school civics or social studies, as they call it, I would have to guess. Sort of, corporate conglomeration. If I had to take a shot at it.
1-1 from Andy Young will be a 4-3 putout for first out.
The batter number 50.
Yeah, I don't remember very much of 8th, 9th, 10th grade social studies anymore. A long time ago. It's Ildemaro Vargas.
So cute to hear you say that.
Off the plate, ball 1.
Biology and chemistry too. Those are saw some old flashcards and stuff I was cleaning out a junk drawer, and I had no idea what half that stuff meant. Part of me was like, I should study these and relearn it. And the bigger part of me said, I should recycle these.
There's only so much, at least for me, there's only so much that I can keep upstairs. You know, I don't need to be filling it with stuff that I needed to learn years ago.
Very fair, and very fair as well will be Ildemaro Vargas. Nice tapper on the line for a 1-out base hit. So runner for the 0-for-4 Tim Castro.
Nope, ball 1.
Castro, 2 ground balls, 2 flyouts to his name here in this one.
Dodgers would love a ground out here. They'd have to make a quick turn to turn 2, but at least they have the shot to turn 2. Better than anything to get on a fly ball or a base hit.
Nope, that's off the plate.
Ooh. That is tough for LeCastro to lay off that one.
He does it though. Lay off another 3-1 with the heart of the order, Marte Escobar Peralta 2 up. So Floro's got to kind of get his grip on LeCastro here, because you don't want 2 on with the heart of that order looking for insurance runs late. Swing and a miss on a sinker that time, so it's full.
God knows if we know Archie Bradley, any insurance run is going to come in big.
So, Dougal, you send the runner here, 3-2, 1 away.
Glad they didn't, as that one is lined very quickly into left for out number 2.
The center fielder, number 4.
Yeah, thought would have been trying to stay out of the double play, but nice liner. Looks like it had a chance of dropping in, but Jock Peterson did a great job to get there. And like you mentioned, 2 out. Ketel Marte with a couple singles will now look to drive in Ildemaro Vargas. Get that insurance run. Archie Bradley, we're all sure, is in that bullpen getting ready to give the Diamondback fans a little bit of excitement in their evenings.
Try not to poop his pants or make me poop mine.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
1-1.
Ball 2.
Sounds like you've never heard that story about Archie Bradley pooping his pants.
No. Tell me more.
I will find the story as it runs 2-2 here.
That's one thing we don't really think about too often, is these ball players maybe having to go to the bathroom in the middle of the ball game. These things last 3 hours, although there's going to be a high, deep drive off the bat. Marte, handled by Cody Bellinger on the warning track for the out. So, no damage from Arizona. It's 3-2. 3-4-5. Bellinger, Peterson, Seager do up for Los Angeles as they try send this one to extras or walk off winners. Down by 1.
Your attention, please.
It'll be the Beard, Hollywood, the poop man himself, Archie Bradley, coming in to try to get his 17th save. Just the one blown save on the year. An ERA high enough to give you terrors, but he will look to do it against one of the most dangerous 1-2-3s here in the majors. Will actually be 3-4-5 for the Dodgers. Bellinger, Peterson, and Seager. Gets ahead 0-2 on a generous call.
Yeah, I can't agree with that one.
We'll get to that story. I'll just read off the story once this one ends, because it's too beautiful. I can't paraphrase it. 0-2 to Bellinger. Outside, laid off 1-2.
For Cody Bellinger here, you haven't had the best season, and against a rival, a chance to tie it up would be big.
And hit hard, but hit more high than it is out. Peralta is there easily for the first out of the inning.
The left fielder, number 31.
Brings up Jock Peterson. He's come across to score the lone 2 runs for the Dodgers here in this one. The Diamondbacks just 2 outs away from tying up the season series, make it a 2-2 split. Heading into their weekend series against the Milwaukee Brewers. And it's even more fun after that, Cookie. You know who these teams, who the Diamondbacks play after they go to Milwaukee?
Yeah, I was about to say, Duggo, the Dodgers will be hosting the Tigers this weekend, but then they'll be heading on the road to a certain state on the Mexico border with 11 electoral votes.
A certain state that is currently leading the nation in a lack of positive pandemic response. Arizona, as the count runs 2-2 here to Peterson. I'm not constantly in terror or anything living here. 2-2 pitch to Peterson. Inside, it's full. Seen Peterson in a lot of these spots here today. Done pretty much everything you can. Doubled, walked, and struck out. As we'll stay at 3-2. Foul ball here. Another payoff pitch and another foul ball. Peterson is making Archie work for it here. And one of the biggest things the Diamondbacks can do if they can win this is at least not cede any ground. Coming in the first and second teams in the National League West. As Jock Peterson goes down swinging, now 2 outs. Diamondbacks 1 out away from splitting the series.
Yeah, came in down by 3, gonna go out up by 3, but we'll see how much the standings and the Tigers turn over the weekend with the Dodgers playing a rough Tigers team. They have a good opportunity to pick up some ground, especially with Arizona playing the Brewers.
I think if you had to guess, probably going to go the way of the Dodgers. Dodgers have feasted on easy competition. Meanwhile, the Diamondbacks have found a way to play to their level of their opponent all season. Winning matchups they probably shouldn't, and losing ones they definitely shouldn't. But the Diamondbacks are 1 out away, or 1 strike away from getting it done. It is 1-2 here to Corey Seager. Bottom of the 9th, 2 outs. Pitch comes in, it's on the ground and through the infield for a 2-out hit. Dodgers get the tying run on here.
Now batting, catcher, Will.
That doesn't do too much, just takes it the opposite way. He's going to give a big opportunity to Will Smith. Smith's kind of going to have to let that all-or-nothing mentality escape him here. Do something to get on base and just keep that train rolling. Gavin Lutz will be the next one with a chance. Need to get this at least 1 run home.
This will be the first right-hander, though, that Archie gets to face. He will have the advantage in the handedness department as he starts Will Smith off with a strike 0-1.
1-1.
That goes low on the 2-seamer. Will Smith with an RBI double. His only appearance of note here in this one. Goes outside 2-1.
that didn't count.
Big swing and a miss. They are back in the same spot, just one strike away from taking game 4. Pitch is a ball low as it rings full here. Gavin Lux on deck. Seager at first. Payoff pitch.
Ball 4, that's up.
Is ruled ball 4.
You love to see it.
This is your typical Archie Bradley save. We can never get through it easily. Tying run at second. Winning run at first. And Gavin Lutz is at the plate. First pitch. Swing and a miss.
Well, if you can get swings like that from Gavin Lux, pretty much got this one in the bag.
Love to see that continue. Gavin Lux has yet to strike out today, but if he keeps swinging like that, gonna end that ball game. 0-1. Swing and a miss at one in the dirt. 3 straight batters. He's gotten down to their last strike. Gave up a single and a walk to put us where we are. 0-2 to Lux. Inside 1-2.
I don't blame Archie for that pitch because Lux has looked awful. Surprised he didn't chase that one.
For real, we saw Jock Peterson get sawed off on one like that earlier, but Lux doing a good job taking it. Let's try it again. 1-2. Fouled off. Going so much excitement I can keep myself here before it turns to terror. Another 1-2 pitch from Bradley. Lays off. Swung at a big curveball down there. Lays off the changeup this time, so it'll be 2-2. Have to wonder who Torrey's got warming up in the bullpen behind Bradley here. The pitcher's spot is on deck if he cannot retire Lux, as it's full. Oh no. Oh no. I swear to God, if he puts him on base and A.J. Pollock comes up against Archie, oh no. Swing and a miss. We're not going to see it. Archie Bradley is always a heart stopper as he gets the last out finally, as the Diamondbacks take game 4, even up the season series at 2 apiece. Final score here tonight, Arizona Diamondbacks 3, Los Angeles Dodgers 2.
They split the series. Boy, a lot of action in just 4 games, Stuggo, and we're just getting started. We still got some 15 more games between these two teams. We'll see before it's all said and done, and that continues again on Monday.
See there, Merrill Kelly looking excellent in his first start of the 2020 campaign. Goes 7 full, only giving up 7 base runners, just the 2 earned runs. But just as important, Merrill Kelly driving in too on a hit and a bases loaded walk.
Time of the ball game, 2 hours and 46 minutes.
Just a sad day if you're a Dodgers fan. Alex Wood did not look on, and that let Arizona get that early lead. The bullpen did a great job keeping it close, but the bullpen, or not the bullpen, the offense just never really managed to take advantage of that bullpen's efforts. As we look at the highlights, Kelly's single up the middle toward the first run of the ball game, and then Gavin Lux. That RBI double to drive in Jock Peterson tied it up in what was looking like a back and forth affair early, although Alex Wood definitely was kind of signaling trouble.
No, man, we saw a lot of walks, uncharacteristic from Alex Wood. We said coming into today, 5th in the National League in walks allowed at just 19, but leaves today giving up 5 in just 4+ innings pitched. You know, done a good job of limiting hits as well, 4th in whip. but another 5 hits as well. 10 base runners from a guy who's been stellar at keeping them empty all year.
Yeah. Here we see the siding run. Or no, my bad. This was a run to get the Dodgers back into it, the Will Smith double. Nearly a 2-run shot, which would have completely changed this one. We'd be headed to extras. Thank goodness for that, but falls short though.
Oh my God, I was about to say, somebody coming in clutch with the memes in Discord. Saw that. But yeah, no, I think we touched on it back in game 1, and something I've noted here on my scorecard. So the Dodgers in game 1 took it final score 4-0, right? But the big thing I saw in that game was 11 left on base. Still able to get the win, but a lot of missed opportunities. I'm looking at tonight's scorecard. Dodgers didn't leave a whole lot, but the Diamondbacks left 8 over the course of the game. It was a 1-run game to finish it off, but a lot of missed opportunities. They could have made it a lot worse than it was.
Yeah, and you also don't mention yesterday the Diamondbacks left a ton on base, and they've left a lot less than Dodgers, but quite a few on Monday as well. So
that's the kind of stuff that gives you a little bit of pause and a little bit of a scare, honestly. There's only so many times you're going to be able to leave that many guys on base and still walk away with the W. You've got to be more efficient and actually, capitalizing. You left 7, you grounded into 2 double plays. You're not going to get lucky like this over the course of a 162-game season.
Yeah, Wood's on today. You're not going to see those runner-on. You're not going to see as many opportunities. And, well, like you said, a 162-game season, a 19-game season set. We split the first set of 4, but that does it for our series. And now we're going to get ready to see the Giants in the AL, the Yankees and the Twins. And it's a couple of my dearest buddies, Beardy Buddha and Special FX, joining us in the booth.
Hey, how's it going, gentlemen?
Doing pretty solid. I'm feeling a lot better here after that series tying win.
Yeah, got a little drama late there, but nice to get the heart rate up right before bedtime.
Oh, it's 7:45. It's not bedtime at all.
Oh yeah, I forgot. You're out there on Arizona time.
I'm out here where the sun hurts and in a city that is a monument to man's arrogance. Mike Judge coming up clutch with that one.
Yeah, solid NL West battle there, but we got a big one here in the AL, as you guys said. Yankees, Twins, and excited to bring you this one from Target Field. First of 4. Yankees, Twins. This should be a awesome battle between, Twins used to be in first place, but now they're in second thanks to Cleveland Indians being on a torrid pace.
Ooh. Oh my God, I would have thought it was the White Sox that took the lead, if anything. Cleveland now a game up on the... Oh my God, that's nuts.
Well, as an AL Central guy, I'll be rooting for those Twins today. For those of you Diamondback and Dodger fans, we'll have Casey Mize making his MLB debut against Clayton Kershaw with the Dodgers at 9 Eastern tomorrow, and Duggo's going to be following Arizona to Milwaukee at 10:45. But for now, stick around because Beardy and Special are going to have a treat.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yeah,
thanks, guys. Oh yeah, go ahead, sir.
I was just going to say, I don't know about you, Beardy, but I got a feeling this could be, looking way too far ahead. This could be a potential ALCS preview between 2 great teams that we've got in the American League. Twins leading the Central for such a long time. And coming off a rough, 2-game series against the Milwaukee Brewers where they got swept at home. Yankees also having a bit of a tough time. They were just able to scratch out a series split with the pesky Pittsburgh Pirates, but we're going to see 2 great pitchers on the mound today. First of them going to be Jose Berrios, 8 wins, just 1 loss, 3.05 ERA, 134 whip is a little bit high, And then strikeout numbers are right around where you want to see them, about a strikeout an inning.
We got some raindrops falling here at Target Field as this one's about to blast off. Jose Berrios going to pitch to DJ LeMahieu. We're underway at Target Field with strike one. Glad to have you with us on ML Bot Ball, folks. It's the After Dark game. If you're new to the game, we always like to get a little loose in the final slot of the night, so maybe I'll open up the open mic jokes, and we'll see what kind of special fun brew we can make here special.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's a late night for me out. I wouldn't say East Coast, but Eastern time zone for me, so I'm going to be staying up well past my bedtime to finish this one out.
LeMahieu's going to lift this one to center field, and that's how we'll start out. Out number one goes to Byron Buxton. Jose Berrios going to try and fight through this rain. As you said, he does have that 8-1 record. Some of the underlying stats might not be top of their game right now, but he is the definite ace of this Twin staff, although Kenta Maeda's kind of given him a run for his money so far this year in ML Bot Ball. Berrios starts out Gleyber Torres with ball one.
Well, and honestly, I'd love to see that as a fan of the Minnesota Twins. You want to see guys challenging each other in the rotation. For so many years, it was Jose Berrios and who else. But now you got Kenta Maeda, not really an ace with the Dodgers, kind of more of a middle-of-the-rotation guy, but he stepped it up in 2020. And, you know, kind of bringing out the best, I feel like, in Berrios.
Jose has a 2-0 count here to Torres. That one's fouled away for strike one. Twins Yankees, if you're a Twins fan, as I am myself, you kind of dread if this would be a playoff matchup. But one of these days they're going to have to slay the dragon and get over the hump, break the curse, and maybe win a playoff series against the Yankees.
I mean, I'm sure they'd love to win playoff series if they can avoid the Yankees. Last few times they've been in, that's all they've been able to face, and it's got to be frustrating to see time after time Yankees clubbing you like this.
Yeah, that one's into the bullpen here at Target Field. It's a solo shot for Yankees shortstop Gleyber Torres.
And I'm going to be honest, I didn't really see too much bad with that pitch. You know, it was on the inner half, maybe just left it a little bit too far out over the plate, but you can see Gleyber Torres absolutely love this pitch. Getting out in front of it, driving it out to left center field. Not the best part to hit it if you want to hit it out here at Target Field, but he got enough of it. 421 is the final distance on that home run, and Yankees off to an early start.
The Yankees are full of guys who can put it over the fence. Of course, you can always make the joke that they put them over the fence in that bandbox in the Bronx, but that one would have been out anywhere, I think. That one was a blast. Solid contact from Torres, and yeah, Yankees up 1-0 here early in Minnesota. Aaron Judge takes strike one right back, fouls that one off. It's 0-2.
And you love to see this from Berrios. He's not going to falter just because he gave up that early home run. Really quick, pounding the zone, 0-2.
The count is 1-2.
And that one's outside. The fastball touches 95. Berrios will sit about 95, 96. 96 on a good day, but his breaking stuff can be deadly if he can get that fastball established, and Judge fouls another one away there.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that really came up on his power arm. You were hoping he was able to develop some of the breaking stuff. And that was a great pitch right there, just missing out of the zone, and Judge able to take it. But yeah, he's been able to kind of put it all together this season like the Twins were hoping.
Another one fouled away. Judge seeking that fastball and at least making contact. It's another 2-2 count here. We'll see where Berrios goes. It's inside, and he gets Judge swinging.
Sometimes you just got to go power against power, and he just blew that fastball right by him. Judge wasn't looking for it. No way he's going to catch up. And, you know, like I was saying, great job by Berrios not letting that home run shake him.
perfect spot to put one to the power hitter. And, of course, as with this Yankees lineup and the Twins lineup, power hitters up and down. And Giancarlo Stanton has 25 dongs this year. He's off to a great start batting cleanup for these Yanks. The 1-0 to Stanton is lifted foul.
Got a bit lucky on that one, hanging that slurve right down the middle of the Stanton. Usually a recipe for disaster, but it's 1-1 now.
Yeah, and in Berrios' starts this season, he's usually been solid the first 2 times through the order. It's that third time that he can't seem to get through, and that's where that maybe inflated whip and his ERA even has gone up because of some trouble he's run into third time through the order. Stanton lifts this one to right field. Kepler giving chase. It's high, but he will reach up and make the catch right in front of the warning track. That's out number 3, but Gleyber Torres gives the Yankees the 1-0 lead on a blast to the bullpen. Glad to have you with us here on ML Bot Ball After Dark, folks. It's a thirsty Thursday out there, so we invite you to grab a beverage and watch Domingo Germán toss some pitches to this Twins lineup.
Yep, he's making his first appearance on the season after serving quite a lengthy suspension. But he had, a very solid year last year, 18 wins, just 4 losses. ERA did creep over 4, so you've got to wonder how much of those wins came from him and how much came from the Yankees offense. But still, he's not a guy to mess around with, got good power stuff, and it's going to be a tough task for these Twins, albeit not impossible.
Yeah, the win numbers can sometimes be inflated a little bit when you're supplied a boatload of run support, as can happen when you're either a starter for these Yankees or these Twins. And Germán started out Kepler strike 1, right back with strike 2. That one's fouled away.
Well, you can definitely see it the other way, where you get some losses that were undeserved. Just think recently, Jacob deGrom winning a couple of Cy Youngs with a win-loss record almost at 500. As we see, a swing and a miss just blew that fastball right by him, one away.
Germán's first punch out of the year, his first batter faced, and gets Max Kepler going. And Kepler doesn't strike out too much, but nice pitch there by Germán to get out number 1. Going to pitch to Jorge Polanco now, Twins shortstop. You see they're 5th in the AL shortstop all-star vote, and usually with a stat line like that, you'd usually be the starter.
Yeah, we've had an abundance of great shortstops in the league. Even in the AL Central, you got Tim Anderson, Francisco Lindor. I don't know where the all-star vote rankings are just yet, but I got to assume that they're raking in some votes, if not just by reputation alone.
Yeah, I've talked about it plenty in my past broadcasts. Of course, I'm usually on Twins games, but tons of awesome shortstops in the AL Central. You got Mondesi down in Kansas City, who's a fun watch. Polanco squirts this one to left field, and that's a one-out base knock for the Twins.
Great job just doing what you can with a bad pitch. Put the bat on the ball, see what's going to happen. He gets it to drop out into shallow left field, just between those two fielders. And Twins are, going to try and get a guy back, try and get that run back right away. And they couldn't get the leadoff runner on, but still I'm sure you'll take the number 2 guy, especially with this guy coming up to bat, Mitch Garver.
Yeah, you'll absolutely do that if you can either get Kepler or Polanco on. Garver or Cruz are usually a good bet to bring them around. Mitch Garver, second on this team in home runs with 20 on the season, takes ball 1 inside there.
When you saw on our graphic just there, he was tied for 4th in the American League slugging percentage. That's not, a stat to take lightly. That's something that really shows you not just how often he's getting on base, but also how much power he's getting in those swings. And even his base running a little bit, how much he's able to stretch that extra base.
Garver hit 31 home runs for the Twins last year. He pops this one up the elevator shaft, and that's out number 2. for Domingo Herman. So nice response there after the base hit. We'll see if he can retire Nelson Cruz, the boomstick.
Big boomstick, known for his power swings, but he's also doing pretty well just getting the ball in plays. You see Baker's dozen games in a row he's gotten a hit.
Cruz batting 296 coming into the 294, excuse me, coming into this one. He grounds out, and they're going to get the forced play at second base, so that'll end it. Herman works around a one-out single, but sets him down, and the Yankees are going to have Hicks, Voit, and Gardner due up and try and add to their one-run lead.
Even though it's rainy here tonight, I gotta say this is one of my favorite parks to look at just visually. It's a beautiful stadium that they built back in, I believe it was 2010, when they got rid of the Metrodome out in Minneapolis. So, you know, it's one of my favorite parks. I've yet to go to a game there, but it's definitely on my list, especially hoping to see my Tigers there when they inevitably get good with all that pitching they've got stocked up.
Yeah, it's I would, as a Minneapolitan myself and someone who spends a lot of time at Target Field when we can be there, I would highly recommend a visit sometime, and I'd maybe even recommend just buying a standing room ticket. Do it on the cheap a little bit. There are plenty of awesome places to sit around this beautiful stadium, and there are plenty of places to escape the rain as well. So even though it's a little gloomy here this evening, there's a couple nooks and crannies, a few bars where you can wet your whistle as well, and this is a great place, and they continue to add unique little touches every year that they've opened, which has been something that's also been neat to see what they're going to unveil or add every year or change about the stadium. It's usually nothing too drastic, but it's good to see the Twins making the most of their new home, and hard to believe it's been a decade already.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like yesterday they were unveiling it, and then a couple years later showing it off in the All-Star game. But, I mean, I said it already, I don't want to repeat myself, but it's just such a beautiful stadium, and it's, you know, fantastic to see the Twins actually putting a good use to it.
Jose Berrios tossing to Aaron Hicks, former Twin. And that one hit him. Oh, the slurve finds Aaron Hicks. He's going to take a free pass down to first base.
Got a little bit lucky there. I thought he might have even went around for strike three, but, you know, that's what you want your slurve to do, just maybe a little bit of a location issue, brought it too far inside, but you want it to have that great break. It's obviously called a slurve because it's not quite a slider, not quite a curveball. Just has that, you know, 45-degree angle, I'd say, on the break. But Yankees catch a break, and now they're going to trust one of their surprisingly best hitters, Luke Voit.
Yeah, he's been swinging a super hot bat of late, despite the Yankees losing in 10 innings on the walk-off error. He had a home run and a double. This one's hit well. It bangs off the wall in right field. That'll be at least 2 bags for Voit. It is a no-out double here, 2 aboard on third and second. The Yankees threatening against Jose Berrios.
Yeah, great swing there by Voit, just going the other way with it, not trying to pull that pitch off the outside corner. And good hustle to get into second base. Of course, Aaron Hicks, it was kind of hard to judge whether or not it was going to be caught, so he had to hold up at third. But great opportunity for the Yankees to extend their lead.
Brings up Brett Gardner, Yankees left fielder. Long time outfielder for the Yanks now. Takes low for the 2-0 count now.
Exciting news if you're a Yankees hater. He's the only guy left from their last World Series championship. So on one hand, you know, it's a great testament to how great Brett Gardner has been and how consistent he's been. But at the same time, it also means Yankees haven't won in a while.
2-1 pitch is not close enough. 3-1 count now, and Jose Berrios, you're in trouble, bud.
Outside. Ball
That
4.
one's outside. Ball 4. Bases loaded, and that brings up Gio Urshela.
Yeah, right here is where I'd probably see the catcher come out. You think I think I heard a little bit of words going between Berrios and his catcher Mitch Garver, but just want to settle him down. It's early in the ball game. He's showing some struggles, but he's a great pitcher. He can get out of this with limited damage, and he just needs to be reminded of that.
Ball 1.
And lucky for Jose Berrios, Urshela might be the least dangerous hitter in this lineup. The numbers not kind to Gio Urshela after a career season last year, and falling back to earth a little bit, but of course I wouldn't be surprised if I eat my words. This one's hit right at Byron Buxton, thankfully, though, so no broadcast jinx here. That will score a run for the Yankees, so a 2-0 lead thanks to the sac fly from Gio Urshela.
Solid contact right up the middle. That's not going to do anything to his batting average, but I'm sure Urshela's going to take that. His batting coach is going to give him a little pat on the head, pat on the back for that, because that's exactly what you're trying to do when you're struggling. Just don't think too much. Hit it right up the middle, hit it hard, and just put a good swing on the ball.
Chris Iannetta, Yankees catcher, now at the dish. Swings and fouls away the two-seamer from Berrios.
Yeah, Iannetta coming back from just a day-to-day injury that saw the Yankees have to go to their third-string catcher for that Pittsburgh series.
This one foul down the first base line.
And, you know, I mean, as much as you miss Gary Sanchez in this lineup, there's a swing and a miss, takes him low and in with the two-seamer. As much as you miss Gary Sanchez, I feel like Iannetta's been a very serviceable stand-in and obviously hasn't really hurt the Yankees much in terms of the standings, still leading that AL East by multiple games.
Yeah, he's filled in nicely despite the strikeout there, but a huge pitch for Jose Berrios. He really needed that one, but he's got to get through another one of these fine Yankees hitters. LeMahieu back to the top of the order. He flew out in his first AB. Runners at first and second. Berrios throws ball 2, and you don't want to get in a hole here to LeMahieu.
Especially with that guy on deck. Gleyber Torres already took you deep once, and so obviously confidence is going to be going to the batter.
Hey. 2-0 pitch is in there for strike 1. Berrios got that one up to 96. And LeMahieu takes another one low. It's a 3-1 count, and we'll see how green that light is for the Yankees' second baseman.
Nope. Ball 4.
Instead, he takes up high. Bases loaded once again, and we're going to get Twins pitching coach Wes Johnson out there to talk to Berrios, calm him down a little bit, and just get this last out of the second inning.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's just telling him the same thing I was talking about earlier. He's got great stuff, and you're seeing the stuff today. It's got a lot of break to it, just not fooling these hitters just yet. You know, it might be just a difference of centimeters, really, if you can get it that much closer to the strike zone. Maybe you're going to start getting guys to chase. But, you know, he's got himself into a big jam, already down 2 with the bases loaded.
Torres smacked home run number 20 on the season in his first at-bat here. We'll see how he does against Berrios on round number 2. That one fouled away. It's 0-1.
That's what you need to see from him. Attack the hitter. We haven't seen that too much in this inning.
This one's lifted to right field. Kepler giving chase. Sets up in front of the warning track and makes the catch on the warning track. That's the final out. Jose Berrios gets through it, but does allow one more run. It's 2-0 Yanks. Josh Donaldson, the Twins' big offseason acquisition, going to step in here to lead off the bottom of second.
The bringer of rain, obviously. I don't know if he was planning on bringing the real rain with him tonight, but he's going to have to deal with it now. Having a solid season, you know, not near his MVP campaign a few years back, but still, I'm sure the Twins are loving this pickup. He's going to do great things for them.
Yeah, more importantly, his defense at third has been rock solid, and it's really improved the Twins infield, of course, having Josh over there handling the hot corner. Takes a curveball outside there for ball one. Herman goes back with the curveball, and it's fouled away 1-2.
Honestly, I'd like to see him go one more time with the curveball just to see if he can get him fooled on it.
I got to count 2-2.
2-2 pitch is in the dirt. Whoa, look out. 3-2 now, full count, and we'll see what Josh Donaldson can do here.
I'm looking fastball. Don't want to put the leadoff hitter on.
Swing and a miss. Herman with a big strikeout on that curveball. That's punch out number 2.
Curveball after curveball after curveball, and finally he got him to swing and miss. Big punch out to lead off the inning.
Rosario hacks at the first fastball he sees, and Eddie has really turned it on as of late. Hit his 19th home run last night. His last 2 home runs have been opposite field shots, which for a extreme pull hitter like Eddie is kind of good to see. Maybe him showing even more development as a veteran, and going to compete now for the most home runs on this Twin squad with those 19 bombs.
I mean, yeah, 2 of my favorite players, super underrated, but Eddie Rosario and Max Kepler.
Ooh, another big K on the curveball from Herman. That's number 3. Eddie Rosario goes down swinging.
Uncle Charlie coming to work and coming in handy. 2 back-to-back punch-outs on that curveball. And now you got another big strikeout victim, potential at least, in Miguel Sano.
Yeah, Miggy leads the Twins with 93 strikeouts coming into this one, and the power numbers haven't maybe been there as much as he'd like to see, but Miggy, yeah, as you said, a high strikeout candidate. And Herman looking real good, and he keeps tossing that curveball in there, and Twins hitters keep swinging through it. As you see another one there, it's 1-2 now to Sano.
I mean, on one hand, you know, stick with what works, but you don't want to keep throwing it to them and then they'll get a beat on it.
That curve doesn't get Sano swinging, so it's 2-2, 2 down, bottom of the second. The light rain continues to drizzle on Twins fans here. They don't seem too fazed by it, but Miguel Sano fazed by that Herman curveball. Herman strikes out the side.
Great pitching performance leads to 3 straight punch-outs, 4 on the night, 2-0 Yankees after 2. And as we look in the Twitch chat, we are joined by our favorite trivia guy, the Big Guy 73, and we've got a very good question today. 2 players have represented 5 different teams in the All-Star game, and so obviously that is a record for most teams playing for the All-Star game. So can we name them? My first guess, thinking of these Yankees, going to be Ricky Henderson.
Ooh, that's pretty good guess. I'm pretty terrible at baseball trivia myself. I'm not even going to embarrass myself with a guess, but Berrios starts out Aaron Judge with a high fastball. You see there, Judge 4 for 9 lifetime against Jose.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Swung through. That's strike 1. You see our good friend Tardis16 and Cookie both put the big sexy emoji in there, but that is an incorrect answer.
Yeah, I mean, he at least played for a lot of teams. I just don't know if he ever got the All-Star recognition that he deserved enough times. I think he made it a couple times, but I don't think he made it with 5 different teams. And Berrios struggling to find that out pitch now, even in the behind in the count 3-2.
Judge fouls another one away there. Berrios took a couple MPHs off of that heater. Got a full count once again. Judge struck out his last time up. That one's fouled away once more. We'll reset. Garver wants it low. Berrios obliges, but it's a little too low, and Judge doesn't swing at the two-seamer. It's a leadoff walk here to start the third.
Yeah, he's having trouble with his off-speed pitches, and that means he's going to have to rely on his fastball. And when hitters know what's coming, it's a lot easier to see where the break's going to be coming. So took that fastball low. And
this one's hit well to left field. Rosario going back, sets up on the track, going to make the catch for out number 1.
Now batting, the center fielder, Aaron.
lots of, power for the Yankees, but also lots of warning track power. Seen lots of high fly balls that ended up resulting in outs. So Berrios not with his best stuff today, but he's still getting away with it, only giving up the 2.
Yeah, hopefully the Twins can give him a little run support, as usually rare to see them with no runs through a couple innings. But hey, Jose needs to settle in and keep putting up zeros now here, as he's got Hicks with a 1-1 count. Aaron Hicks had an interesting time in Minnesota. He was a highly touted center field prospect, and once he reached the majors, struggled, and they did all sorts of goofy things. One point he was a switch hitter, then he was gonna stop being a switch hitter, then he was gonna abandon a leg kick, then he was gonna add in the leg kick, and it was a kind of a tumultuous time up here for the Twins, and good to see Aaron's found a nice home with the Yankees.
Yeah,
although then again, if you're a salty Twins fan, maybe you don't want to see that.
The first baseman.
I was going to say, he found a nice home. He's also found a good set of eyes, back-to-back walks to start, or not to start off the inning, and not even back-to-back walks. I don't know what I'm talking about. 2 walks in the inning. Still, lots of control issues for Berrios. I'm tired. It's fine.
Bot ball after dark, folks. There's gonna be some bumps and bruises, maybe, but we'll rub the sleep out of our eye and continue on here as Berrios starts out Luke Voigt with strike 1.
And that pitch count already climbing over the 60 mark here in the 3rd inning. So Berrios, at best, I'm thinking he goes 6 innings, and that's if he can really start to bunker down. But if he can keep throwing fastballs like that, maybe mix in a good breaking ball, tempting enough, I could see him doing that.
Yankees first baseman 1 for 1 this evening, and in an 0-2 hole here, he fouls that one away, just gets a piece of the slurve. This one is a hit into right field. That's going to load him up for the Yankees once again. In this one, it's not going Jose Berrios' way today, but the Yankees looking to add to that 2-0 lead.
Yeah, it goes to show you the win-loss record isn't everything. The whip is what's really telling the story today. Gotten a lot of runners on base. Also been able to get out of jams relatively easy.
Gardner walked back in the 2nd, takes ball 1 here, possibly on his way to another one, as Berrios just can't get the Yankees to chase, and he's having trouble locating that fastball as this one's fouled away for strike 1. Outside, 2-1. Perhaps the ball a little too slippery for Berrios, but hey, it hasn't affected Herman much tonight. So no excuse there, but Garver wants it inside, too far inside. A 3-1 count now to the Yankees left fielder.
Just got to throw it right down the middle here.
Contact here. Arias goes to his left. Toss on to second. That will not be a double play as Gardner speeds down the line. It's a 3-0 lead for New York as Brett Gardner avoids the DP.
Yeah, that was going to be a tough turn going against his body to try and throw it to second base. Lucky to even get one, but still one more out in the inning. And luckily, you know, that's likely going to be Gio Urshela with that batting average.
Yeah, Berrios once again getting a little lucky with the guy he's facing with a couple men on still, and you hope he can hold them to just the one run, but the Yankees looking to tack on more here and continue to have success against the Twins. This one swung on. It's 0-2 now.
25 pitches in the inning, just under half of them are outside of the zone. So that just goes to show you how his struggles this inning have come about.
Ooh, strikes him out looking there on the high fastball. Berrios gets out of it, allowing just one run, but as you see there, we got a 3-0 lead for the Yanks. Bronx Bombers do have one bomb tonight, but they've just slowly chipped away at Berrios and increased that pitch count. We'll see if the Twins can get a couple back here. Luis Arias going to lead things off, bottom of 3. Arias fouls away the first pitch he sees from Domingo Herman in this at-bat, and while Berrios is up close to 70 pitches, Herman at just 27 there.
He's been keeping true to the curveball. You saw the two-seamer there, but lots and lots and lots of curveballs. He's getting lots of strikeouts with it. These Twins hitters, I don't know if it's the rain, but they're having trouble picking it up.
In the dirt there, 1-2. Arias' average keeps climbing up to 282 now. He was predicted by, I think, at least a few statistical giants that he would perhaps lead the American League in batting average this year, but a wrist injury might have derailed that a little bit earlier in the season, but he grounds out here for out number 1.
Yeah, solid hitter, but just not able to put it together this year. Yankees have been dominating the AL East, like we've mentioned, 3-game lead on the Tampa Bay Rays coming into tonight. But they do have a couple games in hand as well, so that's going to help out down the stretch.
0-1.
Buxton swings through that curveball from Herman. And Herman right back with another bender, and that one's in the dirt. He just keeps, I would love to see the ratio of his pitch mix.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very steady diet of curveballs. Kind of reminds me of the ALCS a few years back. This one's lined over to shortstop Torres with the easy catch. I forget who it was. I think maybe Lance McCullers Jr. coming out of the bullpen ended up finishing off these Yankees. He threw over 20-something pitches. Every single one of them was a knuckle curve.
Max Kepler stands in now as the top of the Twins order back up here. 2 down, bottom of 3rd. Herman looking spectacular in his return and first start in the ML Bot Ball 2020 season. 0-1 here to our favorite German.
Nope. 1-1.
Well, maybe second favorite German behind Herman Marquez, who pitched a no-hitter a couple weeks ago against the Arizona Diamondbacks. So he's definitely making a good case for himself. And as I just realized, you're probably talking about Max Kepler being the German, not Domingo Herman.
I like where you went with that, though. That was good. I was like, oh, yeah, okay.
I completely forgot Max Kepler's country of origin. But we've got German versus Herman. And, of course, Herman Marquez also making great contributions to our ball season this year.
Yeah, toss that no-hitter, right? As Kepler gives this one a ride, but going to be tracked down in center there. Aaron Hicks makes the catch on the run. That'll end it for the Twins. We're through 3 innings here at Target Field. Yankees up 3-0. We're going to see Chris Iannetta, DJ LeMahieu, and Gleyber Torres to start this 4th.
The catcher, Chris Iannetta.
Iannetta, make sure those laces are nice and tight. We're going to do a quick shout out to our charity of the week, Black Play-by-Play Grant, started by Adam Giardino, one of the broadcasters that we featured here on ML Ball. Of course, broadcaster of the minor league affiliate, I believe it was the Scranton team. I'm not too good with, which team each guy comes from, especially with all the guys that we've had on lately. We've been very grateful for it.
We had a big broadcast earlier today, and it's been a lot of fun here on ML Ball recently. We've stepped up things a bit and letting some guys who are normal play-by-play guys in their professional careers come in and make some guest spots. So good for them to get a little practice in, and good for us to have those special guests here on ML Ball as Jose Berrios picks up a K.
Second time he's gotten Iannetta, just the 3rd strikeout of the game for Berrios, but every single time he's done it, he's gotten that fastball on the inner half. So that's something, as a Yankees hitter, I'm going to try to start pick up on that. And if you're Berrios, you might want to start getting away with that, maybe work on those breaking pitches to see if you can get any swings and misses.
DJ LeMahieu takes ball 1 as he steps in against Berrios here. Jose up to 79 pitches now as that's ball 2. Continues to drizzle here at Target Field. And this one is grounded to Sano at first. That will be out number 2 as he takes it to the bag himself.
Up next for the Yankees, the shortstop.
Berrios and the Twins would love nothing more than a 1-2-3 inning, or even just keeping a 0 on the board for the first time today. Yankees 3 runs, 1 run in each inning, and that's why Berrios' pitch count is already at 80.
Continues to climb, but he does start out Torres with strike 1 there. Gleyber all the way back in that first inning hit that solo shot to the bullpen to start things out for the Bombers.
Feels like ages ago, but just the first inning, 3 innings ago. This is already the 3rd time through the order for the Yankees. They've been putting a lot of guys on base, but they've also left a lot on base. And that's a little bit disappointing. It's only 3-0 Yankees, so Twins still within striking distance.
Ooh, nice pitch there from Jose. That's slurve. At 81, it's a 1-2 count. Torres swings through it. That's another punched out for Berrios, and that ends the top half of the 4th.
Got that 1-2-3 inning, and you got that breaking ball to work. 2 Ks, and it's 3-0 Yankees.
Twins going to try and get another hit at least on this spectacular start from Domingo Herman. Polanco singled in that first inning, and it was a little doinker to the opposite field. This one almost hits him on the elbow. Look out, Jorge.
Yeah, he's been the only base runner for the Twins so far. It just goes to show you how great Herman has been so far today. Keeping his pitch count low, getting pitches if they're in the zone, sky-high pop-up like that.
Yeah, a bit of a run there for Urshela as they had a bit of a shift on for Polanco. Get a look at the pitch location on that one. Up and in, and gets a good result for Herman.
Only time to do anything with that is if you know it's coming. You got to be out in front of that pitch. And, of course, Polanco wasn't well behind. Got to pop up easy out number 1.
Mitch Garver, you see there, 54 runs driven in. Trails Nelson Cruz with 57. But Garver just looking to get on base here. Hopefully the Twins can string something together and get a couple on the board, get back in this one. But with the way things have gone off the arm of Domingo, we might not see that. He has been brilliant and rather efficient here.
Very inefficient.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say very inefficient at this at bat. As Garver drives it out to left, trying to wave it fair. And, you know, his fellow catcher Carlton Fisk not with him tonight, just goes foul.
Garver puts a ride into another one. This one's back at the fence. Wall gone. Mitch Garver with a solo shot. Home run number 21 on the year.
He wanted to make sure he saved the home run for you to call. He didn't want me stealing your thunder. Pushed it foul instead. But Twins getting that first offense of the ball game. Mitch Garver taking this 3-1 pitch out into the left field seats. Great swing, not much analysis on it. Just threw a fastball right down the middle and put a charge into it.
As Mitch does with frequency, he pulls this one onto the home run porch at Target Field. That makes it a 3-1 ball game as Domingo Herman, that's his first mistake today. That's really the only bad pitch he's thrown, I think. And Garver made sure to capitalize as, ooh, that one was just over the bat of Nelson Cruz. The boomstick 0 for 1 tonight, and maybe he can put a ride into one here.
Couple of bad pitches in a row from Domingo Herman, and it all started with that 3-0 count he gave to Garver. That was his first bad count of the year, and it's not looked the same in these last few pitches.
Yeah, we'll see how Herman responds after giving up that solo shot. It's maybe a little shock to the system when you give up your first homer after a long break from suspension, but big spot here with one down and Nelson Cruz at the dish.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to get back into the groove of things. Looked like he was on the right path in the first 3 innings, but this 4th inning not going to plan just yet.
3-1 to Nelson Cruz, and as I've said many times before, if there's one guy in this Twins lineup who has the greenest of green lights on a 3-1 count, it's your veteran slugger Nelson Cruz, as he takes strike 2 there. Full count to the Twins' designated hitter. Herman up to 51 pitches now.
Nope, that's ball 4.
Ooh, close pitch taken for ball 4 there. Herman's not happy about that one, and Nelson Cruz going to take the free pass down to first.
That's going to rattle him, after dominating so far in this ball game, having a pitch go against you like that. You can't let it get to you. You just got to remember that you've got the good stuff, you've got the lead, and you've got the teammates behind you that can help you out.
On a drizzly evening at Target Field, the bringer of rain stands at the dish with 1 aboard, 1 out. And Herman Marquez seems to have hit some sort of an invisible wall here in the bottom of 4.
2 balls, no strikes.
Ooh, look out there. That's high, 2-0.
Threw a couple of meatballs, almost added a coconut to the list.
Coconut-flavored spaghetti. If Donaldson gets a ride into one, that one's fouled away, 2-1.
I wonder how good that would taste as a dessert item, not like, obviously you wouldn't put any of the red sauce on it, but just kind of like the coconut flavored noodles. Maybe top it off with some pudding.
That sounds like something from like Chopped or one of those shows where they gotta use the goofy ingredients to make something taste semi-edible. 2-2 count to Donaldson, takes it outside. Another full slate here as Domingo struggling. Cruz at first base. Twins trying to claw back into this one.
3 straight guys with 3 ball counts. He's breaking down here in the 4th inning. A lot of times you hear third time through the lineup's issue, but second time is proven hard for Herman.
Donaldson flies out to Aaron Judge in right field for out number 2 as looks like Herman going back to that curveball, which was working so well for him early, and perhaps maybe that's why he's run into some struggles here. It seems that curveball hasn't been featured as much these last few batters.
Yeah, he might have been overthinking his own stuff, trying to think that these hitters are catching up to the curveball, figuring out what's going on, but bringing it back, he got the out in his last at-bat and a great strike one there to Rosario.
Curve at 82 there. Eddie 0 for 1 tonight and takes ball 1. Herman up to 60 pitches as he's looking to hold on to this 3-1 Yankees lead. Nice one there once again. 1-2 count.
Beautiful pitch. He's been missing out of the zone a lot in this inning, but if he can just get one more good one, he can get out with limited damage.
Eddie makes contact. It's grounded right to Voit. He'll touch the bag. That's out number 3, but the Twins get on the board thanks to home run number 21 on the season from Mitch Garver. Solo shot to the home run porch. Makes it a 3-1 ball game. We're through 4 here at Target Field. You're watching on ML Bot Ball. I want to remind you, folks, we got Bot Ball every day. Usually about 7-8 games a day, depending on what's going on. And we're happy to have you with us. Want to remind you to check out mlbotball.com. We got daily fantasy. We have all our social media links, all of our standings, schedule, results, all that good stuff. You can find it all on mlbotball.com as we take a look into the Twins bullpen and their 2 long relievers, Fernando Romero and Julis Chacin, getting warm with Berrios at 86 pitches. Quick ground out here. Aaron Judge retired on 1 pitch, so if that's your goal to stay in this one through 5, Jose, that's how you got to do it.
Yeah, if you want to get through 5 and maybe even squeak in a 6th inning, but first pitch outs are always going to be appreciated.
Stanton swings through the first offering there, 0-1. Garver sets up low and inside and swung on there. That slurve once again looked good. It's 0-2. Stanton lifts it to right field. Kepler gonna go over and make the catch for out number 2.
Yes, some great pitches now from Berrios. You're starting to wonder why he couldn't do this earlier in the ball game. Left a hanger there for Stanton, but second time today he hasn't been able to punish something. And Berrios is lucky. He's only down 3-1. His teammates can come back, maybe get him a win.
0-1.
Berrios starts out Hicks with strike 1 there. Quickly, 0-2.
Great start to the inning. 1 pitch away now. And I wouldn't be, opposed to bringing him back out for the 6th.
I got the count 1-2.
Yeah, especially with how he's looked here in the 4th. He looked pretty good, but in the 5th here he's looked rather well. As I say that, and the last 2 pitches have been crazy. It's a 2-2 count with 2 down now. No chasing there from Aaron Hicks. It's a full count with 2 down.
Great plate discipline. And just battling back in the count, trying to make something out of this inning.
Berrios fires, and that's fouled away, so Hicks lives to fight another day, see another pitch as Berrios is going to toss pitch number 97 there, and another one fouled away. If you're Aaron Hicks, you're doing good to knock Jose Berrios out of the game without causing any damage. Low, it's a 2-out walk. Nice one there by Aaron Hicks.
Kept battling and battling and battling, and finally Berrios just had to give in. So another walk, not too concerned, but at the same time, I think that will definitely push him out of the ballgame a lot sooner. I think he'll try and finish this inning, and that'll be it.
Luke Voigt had a double and a home run in last night's ball game against the Pirates. He's 2 for 2 today with a double and a single, so potential cycle watch if Luke Voigt gets a hold of one here. Swings through that one for a 1-1 count.
Just past the century mark.
Ball inside.
Yeah, pitch 101, the changeup misses inside. It's a 2-1 count. Crazy to think that Luke Voigt is batting 6th.
I mean, at the same time, who are you going to move down in the lineup?
Yeah, that's exactly it. As Voigt pops this one into the left field seats down the foul line. 2-2 count. Berrios up to 102 pitches. So now that things have kind of started to unravel with 2 outs here, you wonder if he's not even going to get through 5. Full count to Yankees first baseman Luke Voigt. Hicks takes off early from first. Voigt grounds this one to short. Blanco with the easy throw over, and that's going to do it. Berrios does make it through 5 innings, but north of that 100 pitch mark, we'll be guessing we'll be having a new pitcher for the Twins the next time they need one, as we'll see Sano, Arias, and Buxton, bottom of the Twins order, coming up here in the bottom of the 5th.
And we don't want to keep everyone in the dark. Of course, trivia question from earlier today. It was which 2 players have made the All-Star team for 5 different teams? And so we have the 2 correct answers. One was guessed and one was just given away. But Moises Alou, who did it with the Montreal Expos, Florida Marlins, Houston Astros, Chicago Cubs, and San Francisco Giants, as well as Gary Sheffield, former Tiger, didn't make it with the Tigers, but he ended up making it with the Yankees, the Padres, Marlins, Dodgers, and the Braves.
Big thanks to the big guy 73. We have enjoyed his trivia now for, I think it's been around a month or so. He's been doing these, he'll pop into the Twitch chat and give us a little something to ponder as we call the game. We see a look now into the Yankees bullpen. Jonathan Holder and Chad Green, couple of righties, tossing some warm-up pitches.
Yeah, it's been very exciting. We love what the big guy is doing for us. And, you know, like you said, he's just been here for around a month, but it seems like forever. And I wouldn't have it any other way. You know, we love having these trivia questions. Keeps our brains working while we can watch some great bop ball.
Oh, that's out.
2-2 count here to the Twins' first baseman. Vermon missed with that curveball. Pitch count up to 66. And a solid first turn for Marquez as he gets Sano swinging on the curve.
Great pitch, and I mean, like you said, I think he just needs to stick with that curveball, as unconventional as it is. Twins hitters not able to pick it up all night. The only run they got was off of a fastball up in the zone.
Luis Arias takes ball 1 low. He's 0 for 1 this evening. And Herman misses again, 2 in him. Still drizzling here at Target Field as Arias swings through that one.
Still drizzling, but it's great to see all the fans still out in the ball game. We saw a peek of them over Herman's shoulder out in left field, and of course you're going to see them right here at home plate. I don't see an empty seat all in the ballpark.
Raya's going to doink this one into center field and down for a hit. That's a patented Luis Arias single right there as it drops in front of Aaron Hicks.
Now batting, center fielder, Byron.
You know, second time today that the Twins have been able to get a guy on with just a little looper out to the outfield, and weren't able to do anything with the first guy, but maybe they can get something going with this one. You know, Byron Buxton maybe not inspiring any confidence. You see TC getting everybody up and pumped. But you got the top of the order if Buxton can avoid the double play, which with his speed I think shouldn't be too hard.
TC's a maniac out there on top of that dugout. As Buxton looks at ball 1. Big AB here for the Twins center fielder, and yeah, he's the least potent stick in that lineup, but when he does square one up, look out. It usually goes far, but the squaring up is rare and far between these days. It's a 2-0 count now to Buxton.
Yeah, he's got some sneaky power to him. You know, like you said, if he squares it up, it can go a long way. He just doesn't get it squared up more often than not. More of a slap hitter, you could say.
3-0 count here as the Twins trying to claw into that lead. It's a 3-1 lead for the Yankees. And Domingo Herman up to 74 pitches. We'll see how long manager Aaron Boone will keep him in the game in his first start back from suspension as Buxton takes strike 1 there.
Yeah, you don't want to... I mean, Herman's not new to the game, but you don't want to leave a new arm who hasn't been working out all year. Don't want to leave him in too long. He can get himself into trouble, not just in the ball game, but injury-wise, health-wise. So this might be his last inning as well.
Buxton gives it a ride. It's out to left field. In the corner, it'll drop. Arias is going to take third base as Buxton almost caught him on second base. That's how fast Byron is.
Yeah, I think Arias did have to hold up there just to make sure Gardner wasn't going to get it, but it was slicing away all the way. Almost got it out of here with that sneaky power driving it down that left field line, but he gets out in front of it, pulls it, and, you know, as some of my favorite Detroit broadcasters used to say, he hit it too hard to go foul. So, great situation for the Twins right now.
2 on, runners at third and second with just 1 down. We'll see if Max Kepler can at least get 1 runner home with a fly ball to the outfield. But Twins threatening, and Herman up to 77 pitches. Once again, he hasn't really been in this situation much this game. We'll see how he responds as Kepler fouls it away, 1-1.
I mean, this is the first time he's had guys in scoring position. The only run that the Twins scored was on a solo shot. So he's put himself into a situation he hasn't seen since last year.
Kepler gives this one a ride out to left field. Gardner giving chase. It's at the wall, and he makes the catch at the warning track. That will get Luis Arias home, and Buxton tags up as well in the process. It's a 3-2 ball game thanks to a sac fly from Max Kepler.
Almost got it out of here, just that warning track power. We've been seeing it all night from the Yankees. And a great job by Buxton realizing that Gardner is moving back, going to have a tough play to get him at third with his speed.
Jorge Polanco swings at the first pitch he sees. This is a lazy fly to center field. That'll end it, but the Twins do get 1 run back thanks to that sac fly from Kepler. 3-2 ball game here at Target Field. We're going to have Brett Gardner, Gio Urshela, and Chris Iannetta due up for the Yanks.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Twins.
New pitcher for the Twins, Fernando Romero.
Having a solid year in limited playing time, just his 10th appearance on the year, but 22 2/3 innings. ERA just a couple ticks below 4, and a little bit too many walks for what you'd like, but a solid strikeout pace and not allowing too many hits from either side of the plate.
The long relievers have not been the Twins' best friend so far this season. Romero, though, just his 10th appearances, he's a candidate to maybe overtake that role from Ulysse Chassin. This one's given a ride to center. Buxton will track it down. That's out number 1.
Great speed out there in center field, making it look easy. That's a tough play if you're a guy with even a little bit less speed than Buxton. But great start to the inning from Romero. Get that 2-pitch out. And, you know, even though you're facing the bottom of the lineup, this is still a tough test to get through the Yankees.
Gio Urshela 0 for 1 this evening and swings through that one for strike number 1. See Tyler Duffy and Tyler Clippard, the Tylers, tossing some warm-up pitches there in the Twins bullpen.
One ball, 1 strike.
Low for ball 1.
Urshela came up to the plate in some big spots earlier in this game, but it didn't convert on either, just got the 1 sac fly, even with the bases loaded. And then I believe it was runners on the corners last time out. He struck out to end the inning. So not the most productive night, even with that RBI.
Romero gets him to ground out to Donaldson here. That's 2 down.
Now batting, catcher.
Going to bring up catcher Chris Iannetta.
Yeah, that's not what you want.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Not what you want to see from Urshela, trying to pull that pitch off the outer half of the plate. And he not quite rolled over it, but, you know, fairly easy ground ball over to Donaldson.
Iannetta a couple strikeouts tonight, and Romero starts him out with ball 1.
And I got to say, I don't know if it looks the same in real life, but just that center field angle and wearing the number 77 on his back, Fernando Romero is kind of reminding me of Joe Jimenez for the Tigers, visually at least.
JC Romero, former Twins reliever. Three to 2, Romero puts the 0 on the board, and we're going to see if the Twins can equalize here. Josh Donaldson. No, excuse me.
Jonathan Holder.
Not sure why I said Josh Donaldson. Mitch Garver going to lead off here. Garver, Cruz, and Josh Donaldson going to face new Yankees pitcher Jonathan Holder. So we see Green still warming, and lefty now Tyler Lyons up.
A couple of guys that usually are pretty reliable in that Yankees bullpen, but not having the great success this season.
Yeah, Yankees used, I think, 7 pitchers in the 10-inning affair with Pittsburgh last night. So the bullpen management will be crucial here for Aaron Boone.
Didn't help that their starting pitcher Montgomery went down with an injury. Holder is able to get one over 3-1. But, you know, solid news for Holder. He pitched very well in the game, and he also recorded his first ever major league hit. It's a single against the Pirates.
3-1 count to Garver. He takes it outside. That'll be a leadoff walk, and as the old Metrodome Jumbotron used to say, walks will haunt, especially with the boomstick coming up.
Walks will always haunt you. You know, the saying is usually a bloop and a blast, but I'm sure a walk and a blast will work just fine for these Twins. And you got the right guy up at the plate, the boomstick.
Nelson Cruz lifts this one to right field. Judge giving chase, and he will catch it in front of the track in the corner, so Nelson can't go oppo there. It's out number 1.
A little bit over anxious that time, just got underneath that pitch. Saw, it wasn't that bad of a pitch to go after, but early on in the count, only down by 1, you got to be looking for your pitch in a spot like this.
Josh Donaldson, let's see if he can earn some of that $92 million in this at bat. Takes strike 1 there. Nice pitch from Holder. Donaldson 0 for 2 this evening. Waiting on the 0-1 pitch. Swings through that one 0-2.
That was such a good changeup. I thought it was a fastball getting crushed, and I'm sure Donaldson thought it was too.
Fans on their feet here at Target Field, hoping for a lead off of a Josh Donaldson swing. He lays off that high fastball, although he seriously considered it.
That is one of the most tempting pitches that you're never going to do anything with, the fastball high. It looks like it's going to drop low enough. I can hit it, and then all of a sudden your bat is 2 feet below it, and you're heading back to the dugout.
Big pitch here for Holder. 1-2. Strikes him out looking. Josh Donaldson leaves the shoulder on his bat, and he'll head to the dugout for it.
Yep, taking the fastball on the outside corner. You never want to go down looking. Backwards K just looks a lot worse on your resume than the forwards K. And short leash there for Holder. He got the 2 outs, but did give up a base runner. We're going to see Tyler Lyons. And I think part of that's just due to that bullpen management you mentioned. Like we said, lots of guys coming out of the bullpen just yesterday for the Yankees. And they're going to have to rely to another guy, Tyler Lyons, who's having an awful year, especially against the